As you begin to investigate the Leslie Palacio case, it's impossible not to be puzzled and disappointed that justice hasn't yet been served. Despite the fact that the police have all of the evidence and know who the killer is, he remains at large. Today's story highlights the difficulty of investigating crime when suspects are outside the jurisdiction, and victims can only hope that the perpetrators are apprehended and brought to justice. The morning of the 29th brought anxiety to the home of Australia Philosophia, mother of 5 beautiful daughters. Taylor, her eldest daughter, came down to the kitchen and reported that the bed in Leslie's room remained untouched. Her belongings were gone, and it was clear she had not spent the night at home. One of the sisters joked that it must have been a good night at the club. Leslie had probably spent the night at Eric's. In fact, everyone became alarmed because Leslie had never done this before. Kyla kept looking at her phone during breakfast, expecting Leslie to text her soon. Leslie remained silent despite the passage of time. By noon, it had stopped appearing normal. By late afternoon, the reseller had decided to go to Eric's house on her own to find out where her daughter had gone. When the Palacio family arrived, they noticed Eric's mother and sister actively removing furniture and other items from the house. Obviously, taking furniture out of the house is normal, but the situation in Mrs. Ibarra's crying face gave Rosella a strange feeling. Something wasn't right here. When asked where Leslie was and why Eric's phone was unavailable, Eric's mother and sister pretended they were unaware that the couple had spent the evening together. Rosella clarified whether Leslie had slept over at their house that night, citing her daughter's messages indicating her intention to visit Eric. After receiving a negative response, Leslie's family realized how serious the situation was. Fears became reality, and the family took immediate action. The older sister, realizing that Leslie could not have vanished so easily, began calling local hospitals and searching the internet for reports of accidents in the previous 24 hours. However, both the search and attempts to contact Eric were unsuccessful. He had either turned off his phone or it had died. Kayla couldn't even hear her voicemail. With Sally, I had no choice but to contact the police. The following day, August 30, Leslie was officially reported missing. Leslie Palacio was born on May 5, 1998, and the move marked the beginning of an intense fight for justice. In Las Vegas, Nevada, USA, her short but full life was filled with love and care for her family. The girl was always open and friendly, and she brought joy to any company. She valued everyone she met in her life, and they reciprocated. Leslie wished to connect her life with medicine. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in Las Vegas Medical College at 20 West 20. She was already confidently pursuing her dream of becoming a phlebotomist and working part-time as a laboratory technician, combining theoretical knowledge and practical skills. Leslie proved herself to be a gifted student. Her academic achievements were commendable. She had a natural ability to absorb new information and was always eager to expand her knowledge. That is why the girl chose to work part-time as a laboratory assistant. Leslie unexpectedly realized she had found her calling and quickly became an integral part of the team. Colleagues thought the student was not only a responsible and professional lab technician, but also a warm-hearted person. The girl's responsibilities included conducting various analyses and tests. However, Leslie saw this work as much more than just a way to fulfill her duties. She saw her calling in making patients test, taking experiences as comfortable as possible. Her caring and patience fostered a sense of trust. Even those who were concerned about the procedure felt at ease in her presence. When the youngest of the nurses asked if Leslie was afraid of having her hands pierced all the time, she laughed and replied that she now had the superpower to poke people. Vital, a young optimist, already has evidence in her every action. Leslie, by all accounts, had the potential to become a highly sought-after and valuable specialist in the field of medical laboratory diagnostics. And she would have, if things hadn't turned out so dramatically. Leslie has always helped and cared for others since she was a child. Rosella Palacio, the second of 5 daughters, took on the role of mother when she worked as a hotel cleaner. Rosella recalled her daughter kicking her out of the kitchen when she attempted to cook dinner after cleaning more than 15 hotel rooms in one shift. "Take some rest." Leslie gently encouraged her desire to alleviate her mother's burden after work. Her daughter took it upon herself to prepare dinners and, in her usual easygoing style, found cooking to be a source of inspiration. From then on, she always ensured that her family members were well fed. Even if she was away and couldn't prepare the family dinner herself, she was always calling home to ensure that everyone had eaten. because Leslie's family came first. She easily inspired her sisters with her enthusiasm and ideas. For example, even during the pandemic, Leslie continued to participate in sports by organizing workouts in her backyard. She praised her mother's various exercises, and she and her sister danced daily in front of a mirror to music. Her love of experimenting with hair color and image led to a joint business plan with her older sister to open a boutique. The sisters started designing and sewing dresses at home in their own distinctive style. When the coronavirus pandemic struck, Rosella was laid off due to downsizing. Leslie suggested that her mother start her own small cleaning business and assured her that she would gladly assist her with the cleanings in her spare time from work and school. "Mom will be fine soon, as you can see," she assured Alia. At a family council, they came up with the name Palacio Cleaning Service. Leslie went missing around that time. Her dreams were just beginning to come true when their family firm received its first contract. However, on August 29, 2020, all of the Palacio family's plans and dreams came crashing down. Leslie finished the lab assistant program at the end of August 2020, and the family firm received a large order, so she decided it was time to unwind from the stresses and worries with an evening of dancing and fun. The pandemic-related restrictions were gradually lifted, and Las Vegas began to come alive. Unfortunately, none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company. People were beginning to let go of their fears and resume their normal lives. They were still nervous and anxious about being in a closed space with so many people. Leslie didn't give up hope of convincing someone to have fun, so she posted on Instagram about her desire to spend the evening somewhere. Unexpectedly, she received a message from Eric Rangel, i.e. Barra. Leslie and Eric's parents had attended the same church for 14 years and occasionally socialized. So the children had known each other since childhood but had never had a close relationship. Leslie knew what Eric liked. The guy who texted her showed interest, but Leslie never reciprocated. She was polite to him. On any other day, Leslie would have declined Eric's request to keep her company. But not this time. She was looking forward to a fun evening to break up her usual routine. The entire day was filled with anticipation. When none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company, she accepted Eric's polite and warm invitation to reminisce about Las Vegas nightlife. A night out with Eric seemed like a better option than going nowhere at all. "We anticipate a fun adventure." Leslie had no idea what terrible things waited her, but she probably had a premonition about something and was trying to convince herself that there was no reason to be concerned. Anyway, Leslie agreed with her sister to send her regular messages informing her where she was. She also told Kyla in great detail where she was going, who she would be with, and where she might end up. After a while, the elder sister received an unusual message. "Can you believe Eric is not going to drink this evening? We're at a party, but it looks like I'll have to celebrate alone." Afterward, the sisters exchanged joking messages about the subject. To live a healthy lifestyle. The first place Eric and Leslie went was the casino at the Longhorn Hotel. Police officers later discovered surveillance footage of the couple getting out of a white Ford F-250, owned by Eric at 0:30 a.m. on Ayub 29 and entered the casino before leaving shortly after at 1:56 a.m. The couple then left the casino. Leslie kept in touch with her sister, telling her what was going on. At 4:40 a.m., Leslie sent her sister another strange message. "I need to talk to you about something unpleasant." Kyla inquired as to what had occurred, and she stated that a text box appeared, indicating that Leslie had begun to respond, but no response was received. The girl's life ended with that text message. The morning of the 29th came. Leslie still hadn't returned home. The more time passed, the more concerned the Palacio family members became. The certainty that Leslie had stayed the night at Eric's house was replaced by confusion, and the family went to a familiar house where they found a strange thing. Mrs. Diabara and her daughter were taking out furniture, pretending that they had heard for the first time that Leslie and Eric had spent the evening together. In fact, Leslie's family arrived at Eric's house just in time that they had arrived a few hours later. The investigation would have been significantly delayed. The police found traces of blood in the house, a mess in the bedroom, which suggests that Eric's mother and his sister spent the whole day strangely enough not to clean up the traces of the crime, but to pack things down to the pieces of furniture. The family was clearly not going on a picnic, but planning a long-term and thorough absence. Most likely, they had arranged to reunite with Eric and his father Jose in Mexico, where the two had traveled in order to escape justice. Upon seeing the Palacio family, Mrs. Ibarra probably realized that the chance to leave was gone, leaving evidence in the house that no one would take the time to clean up. Panicked mother and daughter began to simply deny knowing about Leslie and Eric's evening together. It was this behavior that led to the suspicion that something irreparable had happened. Fortunately, the Las Vegas police took immediate action and sent out a billing inquiry intending to track Leslie's movements since the previous night. But unfortunately, it takes some time to get that data, while the Palacios couldn't sit back and wait. The family started a campaign to spread the word about Leslie's disappearance. People responded and began actively sharing the information on social media. No one expected that there would be so many people who cared. Eric's mom especially didn't expect it. Detectives kept asking more and more questions, and on August 31, Mrs. Ibarra went to the police station and filed a missing persons report for her husband and son. Mrs. Ibarra told police that her son Eric left home late in the evening on August 28, and when he returned the next morning, he was acting strangely. She saw him walk out the door and never returned. The police noticed a strange circumstance. Not only was Leslie missing, but Eric was also missing as well as his father. Based on this, an investigation into the triple disappearance began with the Las Vegas police involved. Detectives turned to the residents of the neighborhood with the hope of finding surveillance cameras that recorded something important. Luck smiled. It was discovered that just across the street from Joe's borrower's home, there were surveillance cameras. In addition to the CCTV footage, police obtained billing data that allowed them to track Leslie's movements in the early morning hours. Of the 29 detectives, found that the couple went to the casino and afterward to a grill bar, which they reached around 02:15 am accidentally or not. Leslie's cell phone was left at the bar, and the records show that Leslie left the establishment around 5:50 am, which is quite early in the morning. At 06:05 am, neighborhood cameras captured Eric's car pulling up to the family home. The nature of his assistance to Leslie and getting out of the car and on the way to the house clearly indicated that the girl was heavily intoxicated. At 07:25 am, Eric and his father Jose are seen carrying Leslie's body out of the house, wrapped in a sheet and placing it in the trunk of the car. Eric then drives away while Jose hoses down the door driveway to their house. These actions clearly indicated that Eric and Jose were not missing, but were fugitives from justice. After police saw the footage, a search warrant was obtained for a borrower's home. As a result, detectives uncovered a lot of additional evidence showing that Leslie had not left the house voluntarily. The house had been cleaned with cleaning products in an unsuccessful attempt. Latex gloves and trash bags were also found. But the most important piece of evidence was the discovery in Eric's room. Traces of blood were found on the floor and on Eric's bed, an obvious sign of assault. And without DNA testing, it was clear to investigators that the blood belonged to Leslie. From that point on, Leslie Palacio was no longer missing, and investigators focused their efforts on finding her body. Eric and Jose were reported missing. As investigators searched diligently for suspects, the shaken Palacio family made efforts as well. Rosselli asked members of the church community to help search for her daughter's body as search volunteers. Flyers and posters with Leslie's photo and images of Eric and Josie appeared on social media, newspapers, and street poles. The philosophy of families asking the public to intervene and help them find these two men involved in the girl's death was the message on each flyer. The first major breakthrough in the investigation came when a license plate reader spotted Eric's car just 6 miles from his home around 10 am. I'll get to 29. He was heading back to his home just 4 hours after Leslie's alleged murder. The information uncovered made investigators realize that the location where Eric may have hidden the body was within a 4-hour drive of his home on the Nevada-Arizona border, or the Charleston Peak side, which is a huge area, so detectives were desperate for any additional information that could help them determine a more precise location. Once again, luck smiled on them when footage was recorded at a gas station 40 miles north of Las Vegas, showing Eric's car pulling off the highway toward the Valley of Fire National Park. The car backed up 20 minutes later with muddy tires. The find narrowed the search and pointed to the possible location of the body within 20 miles of the gas station. The mud on the tires suggested that Eric had driven off the road at some point. Detectives began searching the area. Police and volunteers combed through hundreds of acres of land, and on Sept. 9 during the second search, they found Leslie Palacio's body hidden near a bush. News outlets immediately spread the word. The body of 22-year-old Leslie Palacio has been found near the Valley of Fire 11 days after she disappeared. A reporter joined the report providing additional details about the prime suspect. 25-year-old Eric Rangel Ibarra. The Valley of Fire, where the body was found, is known for its hot climate, which led to rapid decomposition of the remains, and forensic experts were unable to determine the exact cause of death. Locals reacted to Leslie's death with horror and fear. Some became afraid to go outside because of the cons down south of the unquote criminals involved in the murder. The day after the body was discovered, September 10, many friends, relatives, neighbors, and just random people in the area gathered to honor Leslie's memory. People took candles that were used for the nightly vigil and placed them in front of the girl's house. They also said they wanted the man responsible for her death to pay for what he did. The fight for justice was not even close to being over at this point. The next major breakthrough came when Eric's car flashed in Mornado Valley, California. Police eventually contacted Eric's cousin, and he reported that he had driven Jose and his son to Santa Sidra, where he believed they planned to cross the border into Mexico. The Las Vegas Police Department requested assistance from the FBI because it was not possible for them to resolve the jurisdictional issue on their own. The investigation slowed down. Then on January 19, 2021, 4 months after the discovery of the girl's remains, Eric's father, Jose, turned himself in at the border. Everyone was greatly relieved that at least one fugitive was now in custody. The man was quickly extradited back to Clark County and charged with destruction of evidence and accessory to murder during interrogations. Jose tried to minimize his involvement in the crime, explaining the story of the trip to Mexico by his son's strange behavior on the morning of August 29. However, investigators showing surveillance video footage debunked his false claims. The footage clearly showed him helping carry Leslie's body out of the house and washing the driveway. Faced with the evidence, Jose changed his testimony. He said he was working in the garage when Eric brought Leslie's body wrapped in a sheet into the garage. According to Jose, he panicked and helped his son load the body into the truck, assuming that Leslie had died of an overdose of illegal drugs because he saw no visible injuries on the body. Court documents indicate that Jose initially told police that according to Eric, Leslie died of an overdose of illegal drugs. So they also explained that Eric immediately talked about wanting to end his life, blamed himself, and so he decided that the best thing to do for his son was to take him to Mexico. When investigators asked Jose for Eric's current whereabouts, he explained that as soon as the two of them entered Mexico and boarded the bus was searched by Mexican authorities. He and his son got scared and decided to split up, thinking that apart, it would be harder for the authorities to find them. For this reason, he would love to help the investigation, but has absolutely no idea where his son might be. On June 18, 2021, Jose formally pleaded guilty to destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. Despite the horrific characteristics of his crimes, Jose Ibarra was sentenced to only 2 years in the Clark County Detention Center, causing shock and dismay in the community. The Palacio family was shocked and outraged by Jose's lenient sentence, which they felt was unjust. During the chaos, Jose Ibarra joined the court proceedings virtually, while Leslie's family and friends were present in person. They urged the judge to impose a harsher sentence, arguing that 2 years was not enough for an accessory to murder who helped dispose of the body and hid the perpetrator. Jose Ibarra pleaded guilty and tried to apologize to Palacio's family, saying his love for his son outweighed him. He expressed regret for his actions. However, Leslie's family did not accept his apology and did not consider it sincere to date. Eric's whereabouts are unknown, and he continues to live freely in Mexico. Jose was released to Ophelia Marketing on April 28, 2020. An attorney and Palacio family representative commented as follows: "I'm absolutely furious. This is clearly unfair. Not only is the primary suspect not in custody, the person involved in the cover-up of the murder is now back in custody after serving 8 months and 15 days over the last 3 years. The family philosophy has never received adequate recognition. Leslie's story demonstrates flaws in the justice system and raises concerns about fairness in dealing with serious crimes. The family philosophy is determined to fight to change Nevada's laws because they believe that whoever was involved in the murder should face a prison sentence of more than 2 years. They hope that the perpetrator will be found and prosecuted in the United States, where he will be charged and punished appropriately. Ophelia Market Eon is directly contacting those who may know Eric's whereabouts in Mexico. In every media interview, she advocates for the Palacios family to receive some measure of justice. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Marlene Warren, 40, and her 21-year-old son Joey were occupied with their weekend in their comfortable Wellington home on May 26, 1990, when Marlene heard the bell ring. It was a clown. When Marlene believed that someone had sent her a gift, she was ecstatic. Behind the paint and outfit, however, was a murderer who suddenly produced a gun and shot Marlene in the face. Why did they pick Marlene, and who was this murderer? Watch this space to discover out. Welcome back to Mysterious Hook, friends. We are examining the Marlene Warren case today. But first, if you haven't already, please think about clicking the bell symbol and subscribe button below to join our channel. So let's go straight to the riddle, without any more ado. People who wished to avoid the crime of West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami would move to Wellington, Florida, which was known as a village. Wellington hosted numerous celebrations and events all year long. A well-known event that drew equestrian lovers from all over the world, the Winter Equestrian Festival, took place from January to April. It included a range of contests and performances. Another popular event that featured bourbon tastings from different vendors and bacon-based food was the Wellington Bacon and Bourbon Fest. A local club named Mar-a-Lago used to host a number of well-known individuals, including Madonna and Bruce Springsteen. People feel comfortable and content in the town, which is a lovely environment with superb schools. Wellington has been described as a rather safe and tranquil community in terms of crime rates and safety. Wellington has been ranked as one of the safest cities in Florida and has a crime rate that is lower than the national average according to numerous polls. While everyone else was having picnics, barbecues, and parades over Memorial Day weekend in May 1990, the Warren family experienced a tragic event. The birth date of Marlene Warren is April 15, 1950. Growing up in Michigan, she enjoyed spending time on her grandfather's farm with her sisters. She loved to bake, paint, and create art, especially clowns. Her parents even had a room devoted to clowns, and the entire family loved them as much as she did. At the youthful age of 15, Marlene gave birth to her first kid in 1965, naming him after her husband, John Arns. She went on to have another child, Joey, in 1969. Unfortunately, Marlene's first husband, John Arns, passed away in a vehicle accident, leaving her a single mother of 2 children. Later, in 1972, she wed Mike, also known as Michael Warren. Marlene was 22 years old and Michael Warren was only 19. They relocated to South Florida, where Michael's family resided, from Michigan. In addition to starting to invest in rental properties, which finally generated a significant amount of revenue, Michael was hired as a meat inspector. Michael left his job to start Bargain Motors, a used car yard, while Marlene oversaw the rental properties. He sold automobiles to those without credit who were unable to purchase them elsewhere. Mike and Marlene purchased their ideal home in Wellington, Florida in the late 1980s. But Michael was arrested in 1983 for tampering with his second-hand automobile's odometers. Despite receiving probation and entering a guilty plea, he continued to operate his business for a few more years. While Marlene oversaw their rental homes, Mike concentrated on his business and spent time at the racetrack. The two led different lives. When Marlene's oldest son, John Jr., passed away in a vehicle accident in 1988 at the age of 22, sadness struck once more. The relationship between Michael and Marlene was strained after his passing. Sheila King, the spouse of Richard Spud Keene, one of Michael Warren's colleagues, was introduced to him at this period. The bond between Sheila and Michael was immediate. Though it was clear to everyone around them, they originally kept their relationship a secret. On May 26, 1990, a wet Saturday, Marlene, 40, stayed at home while Michael went to the racetrack. She was preparing breakfast for her 21-year-old son Joey, who was hosting some of his pals. A knock on the door occurred at approximately 10:45 a.m. Marlene thought it was a present when she opened it and saw a clown holding balloons and flowers. Having adored clowns since childhood, she was quite thrilled to see one at her door. However, a gun was in the clown's costume and underneath the balloons. After drawing his weapon, the clown shot her in the face. Joey witnessed the clown driving off in a Chrysler LeBaron after hearing the gunshot and running to the door. Bill Kramer, a neighbor, had also heard the shot, and Marlene was on the ground, dying. Some rushed outside, claiming that Joey's mother had been shot. Marlene was transferred to the hospital when an ambulance was summoned, but she passed away on May 28, 1990, 2 days later. Marlene was a wonderful person who was always polite, respectful, loving, and kind. Her demise, however, was regrettable. Joey saw a clown leaving after Marlene was shot, but all he could recall was that the clown had brown eyes. Joey initially gave the police a sketchy description of the culprit, stating that they had large hands and broad shoulders. Crucially, though, he did witness the clown drive off in a white Chrysler LeBaron. Michael Warren was initially under suspicion, but because he was at the racetrack, he had an alibi. Consequently, the cops focused on Sheila Keene, his girlfriend. The more they looked into it, the more proof they found that she was involved. At the time of the crime, Sheila Keene and Michael Warren were accused of having an affair. Although Michael strongly disputed allegations, authorities were examining the relationship to determine the opportunity and purpose behind Marlene's murder. Sheila had a criminal history from her childhood in Central Florida, and also went by her maiden name, Sheila Shelter. Sheila was renowned for being incredibly gorgeous, assertive, and even wild. Her long hair was frequently compared to that of Crystal Gale's. Sheila had a criminal history from an early age, which included charges of stealing and shoplifting. Her mugshot from a few years later showed her grinning, as if the arrest had not bothered her. According to those who knew her, Sheila had surrounded herself with negative influences and older males since she was a little girl. Richard Spud Keene, a former member of the Ku Klux Klan who had served time for drug trafficking, was her husband. Sheila was 20 years younger than Richard. In order to be near him when he was incarcerated, Sheila even relocated to Georgia. Richard began working with Michael Warren after Sheila's husband was released from Georgia prison, and they returned to Florida. The three ex-offenders soon started hanging out and doing shady things together. In one such instance, Sheila pretended to be a sex worker in order to meet a person in a motel room who had bought a car. The automobile was repossessed by armed Richard and Michael while she was inside. The buyer was also seen being held at gunpoint by Sheila, and the three of them escaped. Richard gradually slipped into the background as Michael and Sheila became closer. Sheila rented an apartment in Pine Ridge, and because Michael spent so much time there, the locals thought she was married to him. Investigators were informed by Michael and Sheila's co-workers that they thought the two were having an affair. They were immensely fond of one another and would go out for long meals. They were in fact having an affair, according to a lot of evidence. According to police documents, Michael's mother recalled an instance in which she went with him to a racetrack. She asked Sheila if she loved Michael after sensing a connection between them. Michael said that he loved himself, but Sheila affirmed that she did. At this time, Michael and Marlene's marriage was failing. Michael would come in angry after a battle with Marlene, according to a car dealership employee, and offered $10,000, 0 cents, to anyone who killed her. Michael is also reported to have stated that if someone were to get rid of his wife and never have to work again, he would make them wealthy. Michael and Sheila were both named as suspects in the case following Marlene's murder. Investigators began to wonder if Michael's girlfriend could have perpetrated the crime, even though he was the clear suspect. Since most males would shoot their victims in the heart rather than the face, the murder's character sparked suspicions. As the investigation progressed, the evidence began to implicate Sheila rather than Michael, which made detectives think that she might have had a reason for committing the murder. The police's primary objective during the inquiry was to locate the white Chrysler LeBaron that Joey had seen. They discovered that the vehicle had been rented by a couple from Payless Cars, a local car dealership. They became confused and called the incorrect number from a phone book ad when it came time to return the vehicle. The number on the advertisement was Michael Warren's, and it was for his vehicle dealership, Bargain Motors. However, Michael's advertisement bore a striking resemblance to one for the Payless car lot. Someone at Michael's car lot told the couple to leave the car outside the gate with the keys in the windshield wipers after they called the number, assuming it was for Payless Cars. But soon after, the vehicle was taken. Investigators found a Chrysler LeBaron in a Winn-Dixie parking lot about 5 miles from the crime scene on the day of Marlene's funeral. Inside the automobile, many hairs were found, some of which seemed to be from an orange and yellow fibered acrylic wig. But at the time, DNA technology was not yet advanced enough to accurately identify the fibers or the hair samples. Investigators discovered the location where the suspect purchased the clown suit, balloons and flowers in addition to the vehicle. A few days prior to the murder, a woman walked in and asked for a clown costume, especially Ruby's clown costume, an afro clown wig, Bob Kelly clown makeup, and a sponge nose, according to two women who worked at the Spotlight Capazio costume shop, who told police. The woman insisted on buying the outfit that night, even though the store employees first encouraged her to come back the following day because they were closed. According to reports, she was about 5'8", had long chocolate hair, brown eyes, and was dressed in trousers and a men's work shirt. Sheila was identified by the police as the woman who visited the business at closing time a few days before to the murder, after the employees recognized her from a photo lineup. As the investigation into Sheila's possible involvement in Marlene's murder progressed, more evidence began to mount against her. One piece of evidence came from a public grocery in the area that offered the particular kind of mylar balloons the clown was using. An employee there recognized Sheila from pictures and recognized a long-haired woman with brown hair who purchased those balloons only an hour and a half before to the murder. The fact that Sheila had previously dressed up as a clown when married to Richard Keene only served to heighten suspicion. The pair resided in a Pahokee trailer park near Lake Okeechobee. Sheila had made friends with a number of locals, including some workers at a store that sold car parts. She had even entertained them by dressing up as a clown on one occasion. Prosecutors felt they lacked sufficient evidence to make an arrest, in spite of this growing body of evidence. About a year later, in 1991, Michael and Sheila emerged as the main suspects, intensifying the inquiry. Michael and Joey appeared on a radio show in an effort to clear his name. Michael denied any involvement in the murder during the questioning. "Was it your suspicion that you were a suspect from the start, Michael?" He certainly never expected to. "In reality, I like to discuss that in detail." Joey, who was shocked to learn that Sheila was even a suspect, stood up for her. "Would it surprise you that she would be a prime suspect if you had heard, been told, or been asked that the police were suspicious? She is even named as a prime suspect in all of this." It was, indeed. Because of the clown's stature, Joey initially thought it was a guy, but the evidence was starting to suggest that it was a lady. Sheila was the main suspect, because Michael had an alibi to prove he was at the racetracks when the murder occurred. However, a twist that went back in time appeared just when it appeared that the case was going nowhere. Joey was accused with attempted murder in 1987, when he was about 18 years old. Christopher DeSantis became the attorney for the Warren family. DeSantis and Michael Warren were celebrating Joey's trial victory as they left the courthouse following a favorable hearing. Michael then jokingly inquired as to whether a person might still inherit their estate if they had hired a hitman to murder their wife. The lawyer was surprised, but he said that unless there was manslaughter or the murderer was someone else, the law forbade a murderer from inheriting. Sadly, DeSantis provided yet another example, which he eventually came to regret. According to him, it would be challenging to obtain a conviction if someone donned a clown suit because their identity would be concealed. It wasn't meant to suggest that he should wear a clown outfit or something similar, for instance, if you were wearing one. However, the point was that you cannot be found guilty if you are unable to provide identification of the offender. He didn't mean to suggest that Michael should dress like a clown, but the idea was that there couldn't be a conviction if identity couldn't be established. DeSantis had essentially handed him a murderous recipe. The authorities suspected that the clown figure was retaliating against Joey and his pals, so they also examined DeSantis as the inquiry into Marlene's death developed, and suspicions were placed on Michael and Sheila. However, this exchange between Michael and DeSantis later turned into a crucial piece of proof. It sparked speculation about whether Michael had heeded the lawyer's counsel and disguised himself as a clown to carry out the crime. It became evident during the course of the investigation that Marlene had previously indicated dread of her husband before she was murdered. She had expressed her desire to divorce Mike to others, but she was afraid he would murder her. When combined with DeSantis's assertion, this implied that Mike was aware of his right to inherit property following his wife's murder. In spite of this, no one was arrested in the weeks that followed these disclosures, because investigators need hard proof to move forward. The months passed with no resolution to the case. Although Michael and Sheila denied any romantic involvement, their co-workers suspected that they were involved. A year following Marlene's passing, they relaxed and went on a trip to the Bahamas, staying at the upscale resort casino hotel. Other couples saw them enter. Michael was loud and brazen, and Sheila looked uncomfortable. This alerted the authorities once more. Michael chose to appear on a radio show once again in the interim, and he revealed that he hadn't spoken to Sheila in a month, when in fact Sheila was constantly with Michael. Investigators started looking into Michael as a possible suspect in his wife's death after his radio appearance. They conducted a search of his company and secured a warrant to examine his documents. Investigators discovered that Michael, who had a history of fiddling with the odometer, had been repeating the behavior at his vehicle dealership. They accused him of theft, fraud, odometer tampering, and racketeering, among other offenses. Michael was given a 9-year prison term, but there was still no hard proof that he or Sheila were responsible for Marlene's death. In 1997, fresh evidence surfaced that would revive the case when it appeared that the inquiry had reached a standstill. A guy gave police a tip in 1997 that connected Michael Warren to the murder of his wife. According to the informant, who was the son of a recently deceased Bargain Motors employee, his father made a startling admission to him as he was near death. The informant claims that his father informed him that if he pulled up a car that was immersed in water, all the solutions to the case would be revealed. In addition to claiming to know who plotted the murder and where the clown suit and pistol were stored, he even provided the precise position of the car. Investigators thought that by reclaiming the murder weapon and outfit, they would finally be able to solve the case, because this was a significant lead. When divers were dispatched to the scene, they discovered the car, but regrettably, nothing important was within. Due to this setback, the investigation had to start over, and the case once more remained unsolved for a while. Sheila Keene and Michael Warren made the decision to wed in Las Vegas in 2002. Although the case was still open and the investigation into Marlene Warren's death had stopped, Marlene's parents were certain that Sheila was the murderous clown. Sheila was once again a top suspect when the investigation was reopened in 2013, especially because of her marriage to Michael. The Wellington clown murder is one of the cold cases that the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is looking into thanks to a grant. To examine the evidence and speak with witnesses, they assembled a task team comprising representatives from the FBI and the state attorney's office. The indictment was obtained thanks to the task force's submission of fresh evidence for DNA analysis. This contained DNA samples from Sheila and Michael as well as other suspects in the case. The potential DNA samples discovered in the clown wig and additional hair strands within the Chrysler LeBaron were also added. Investigators were able to approach the case from a new angle thanks to the data gleaned via analysis and interviews. Mike and Sheila had made a fresh start in the little Virginian town of Abingdon, where they had completely changed who they were. Their neighbors described them as amicable and in love, and Sheila had even changed her name to Debbie. They appeared to be leading a nice life. Just across the line in Tennessee, they had even opened a well-known fast food restaurant named the Purple Cow. Michael and Sheila were eventually located at the restaurant by investigators. Even though they were primary suspects, they were still working and leading normal lives. They were neither fleeing nor attempting to hide. They appeared to be doing well and to have finally moved on from their past. Despite the fact that Michael Warren was typically seen as a joyful and easygoing person, not everyone had a positive opinion of him, particularly following an incident with one of his neighbors that revealed a different side of him. When questioned about his decision to steal some rocks from his neighbor's property without permission, Michael reportedly said that they ought to be considerate of one another. Asking for permission beforehand would have been the neighborly thing to do, the neighbor retorted. Then Michael insulted the neighbor, using a nasty phrase and labeling him skinny. The neighbor refused to back down and referred to Michael as a bully. A sinister mystery lurked in the background of Michael and Sheila's ostensibly perfect lives in Abingdon, Virginia. Sheila, who her co-workers called Debbie, told a terrifying story about how she had escaped punishment for murder in Florida while intoxicated one evening at a party. In the meantime, investigators in Florida worked tirelessly to solve the case, using the most recent DNA technology to identify a possible suspect in Marlene Warren's murder. The evidence suggested that Debbie, also known as Sheila Keene Warren, was the one who had carelessly revealed her lethal secret to her gullible co-workers. Mike and Sheila were stopped by the police on December 26, 2017, while they were returning from Vermont to their hometown of Abingdon in their Cadillac SUV. Sheila was taken into custody without question. Rather, she inquired as to if her spouse was also being taken into custody. Sheila was detained because she was charged with first-degree murder with a firearm, a crime that had gone unresolved for 27 years. Sheila had avoided arrest until that day, even though she had been a main suspect from the start of the investigation. She could now be sentenced to life in jail. A mugshot was taken when a video of Sheila being taken into the police station was caught. She is shown grinning in the mugshot, which is similar to the one from when she was initially detained as a teenager. It was disturbing to see the disparity between the seriousness of the act she was being charged with and her casual demeanor. Sheila King Warren vehemently denied any involvement in the crime, according to her attorney. She believed in her own innocence, as evidenced by the many letters she penned while there. Even though the murder weapon was still missing and 27 years had passed, and the clown's first description was that of a man, the state of Florida was certain they would get a conviction. Following her arrest in 2017, Sheila had been detained pending trial while detectives worked to strengthen their case against her. Ultimately, on April 25, 2023, Sheila, 59, entered a guilty plea to the charge of shooting Marlene Warren while disguised as a clown. Her attorney insisted she was innocent, but he thought her guilty plea strengthened her case. She might have received a minimum sentence of 25 years in prison if the jury had found her guilty. But because she entered a guilty plea, her term was lowered to just 12 years. Interestingly, Sheila's attorney even proposed that because of her outstanding behavior while inside, she might be released as early as 2024. The investigators were able to solve the case after Sheila confessed. However, do you believe Sheila meant what she said, or was she merely trying to find a way to get her sentence reduced? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Samantha Fraser's case shows that a monster can't be re-educated, not even by a trained and experienced psychologist. When someone shows signs of being cruel, they should be left alone right away. People like that don't change, so they don't deserve a second chance. They are capable of the worst crimes and think they can get away with them. The terrible events took place in the summer of 2018 on Phillip, a quiet island in Australia close to Melbourne. But let's read the story in the right order. Adrian Basham was born in 1973 in Australia, where he grew up. The boy grew up in a family with a police officer. While he didn't do anything wrong in the eyes of the police in his early years, many people now believe that his cruel and violent attacks are linked to his family and childhood. When Adrian's father, James Basham, found out that his son had killed someone badly, he did not only not condemn him, but based on his experience as a police officer, he told him how to act to try to avoid getting in trouble. Samantha Fraser was born in the suburbs of Melbourne in the summer of 1980. Her parents, Janine and Travis Fraser, were friendly and loving, and they did everything they could to help their only daughter. They worked hard to help her learn and show off her skills. Samantha worked hard in school and played sports, and she consistently won awards for her outstanding performance. The girl then went to a well-known university and graduated with a red diploma from the psychology department. She kept doing sports like acrobatics, gymnastics, and dancing while she was in school, which helped her lead the student cheerleading team. After going to college, Samantha got a job as a psychotherapist at a large medical facility. Her coworkers and patients quickly came to respect and trust her. Samantha really loved what she was doing, and this job was her calling. Sam and Adrian met for the first time in late 2005. First, they were just friends, but soon, things turned romantic between them. Friends and family of this couple didn't understand what the two young people, who were so different in every way, had in common. Samantha was friendly, open, and nice, and she could always solve a problem in a peaceful way. Adrian, on the other hand, was very rude and harsh when he talked to people. He was also very angry and hostile. In spite of this, the couple made their relationship official a year and a half after they met. They bought a house in the suburbs of Melbourne, not far from where Samantha's parents live. Not long after, the man got a job with a big company that worked to develop mineral deposits. Because his job required him to go on business trips all the time, he wasn't at home very often. There's no doubt that this is why he and Samantha stayed married for so long. Adrian became a real tyrant at home and tried to control his wife in every way. He not only expected people to obey him without question, but he also did some strange things that might have been signs of a mental disorder. For instance, he insisted crazily that the house was always in perfect order, and this included both how clean it was and where everything was. It's small things like where the books are on the shelf or where the toiletries are in the bathroom. Any change could make him angry and violent right away. Samantha was a psychologist, so she knew how to make things better between people who were fighting. She hoped that her husband would change over time and become more calm and consistent. Along with that, they had 3 children together, 2 daughters, Jemima and April, and a son, Rex. But Adrian's character didn't change even when heirs showed up. In 2014, family problems led to physical abuse in another case. She then didn't say anything, didn't call the police, and didn't tell anyone what happened. People she cared about and her co-workers had no idea that her husband had put his hand on her. She was naive enough to think that this would not happen again. After a year, though, the same thing happened again. Adrian hit his wife. Samantha chose that this time it was the last straw. Samantha was also going crazy because her husband was throwing temper tantrums all the time and wanted to control her every move. She told the police in writing that her husband had beaten her, and then she took the kids and moved in with her parents. They got a divorce in the spring of 2017, and Samantha and their kids were given the family home by the court. They soon went back there. But Adrian had no plans to leave his ex-wife alone. He kept after her, making her life miserable. The young woman was always afraid for her life and the lives of her children because she didn't feel safe. She went to court and got an order that her ex-husband couldn't talk to them or try to get involved in their business in any way. But that didn't stop Basham. He stayed nearby and did everything he could to bother Samantha. At least one of Adrian's friends said that he promised to take away from his ex-wife everything she cares about, from the house to the kids. He also openly threatened to hurt her physically. The man told his friend again not long before the tragedy that Samantha would soon pay for everything. He also seemed dangerous, but the friend didn't take what he said seriously until he heard that the woman had died. Because Samantha was always scared and tense, she put bars on her windows, put an alarm system in her house, and put surveillance cameras outside her house. The woman told him that she was scared that her ex-husband would break into her house and hurt her or the kids. Samantha started to think that her ex-husband had calmed down a bit, about a year after they got divorced. He disappeared from her view less often, which made her feel safer. Samantha even started an affair and made plans for a better, happier life. For Fraser's 38th birthday on July 22, 2018, she spent the day with close friends and a man she loves named Wayne. People who spent the holiday with her remember that she looked happy and in good spirits for herself and her family. A few days before the wedding, the man had proposed to the woman. After the wedding, they were going to take a long vacation and travel to forget about their problems. Samantha had already taken her kids to school the next morning and was on her way to work when she got a call from a friend telling her that Adrian was nearby. Samantha was worried about this, but she chose not to freak out and instead decided to be more careful. Her ex-husband was due to appear in court in a couple of weeks on charges of domestic violence. She was afraid that he would hurt her in some way because of the lawsuit. The woman told her best friend about her worries over the phone, but her friend reassured her. Samantha was never seen alive again after that talk. Samantha wasn't there to pick up her kids from school that day, so the teacher, who knew that things were tough in Samantha's family, called the police. The police went to their house right away to check on everything. At first, it looked like the mistress hadn't come back yet, but when the police chose to check the garage next to the house, which showed a very bad picture. The homeowner, who was 38 years old, was found dead hanging from the garage door chain. In general, the picture might have made it look like the young woman had killed herself, but Samantha looked like she had been hit by a truck. Samantha had not a single living thing on her, and the hair on her head was wet and falling over her face. She wasn't wearing the clothes she had on when she left the house in the morning, and she didn't have any shoes on. It was clear that someone else had been in the garage, and they had tried to make it look like Samantha had died on her own. It did a lot of wrong things, though. Say, a broken-down stepladder was lying next to the body, but the rope was so long that the woman's feet were touching the ground. Samantha had deep bruises under her eyes and on her temple. She had scrapes and hematomas all over her body, from falling down and hitting things. The forensic medical examination later showed that the deceased had a serious head injury, which means that she was either already unconscious or dead when she was hanged. Experts in forensics found blood and epithelial particles under the victim's fingernails. This means that she desperately fought back and scratched her abuser. A lot of blood and small splatters of blood had been washed up on the floor, walls, and body of the car in the garage. In later tests, blood was also found on the rope that the body was hanging from in several places. Adrian Basham rode his motorcycle to his dad James's house in the evening of the same day. He looked stressed, and there were new scratches on his face. When his father asked him about it, he dodged the question, and when asked about the cuts, he said that he got them from riding his motorcycle without a helmet and scratching himself with tree branches. Then he got a big pack of wet wipes and began wiping down his car, saying that he wanted to get rid of the gnats that had stuck to it during the ride. As a former police officer, his dad knew right away that something wasn't right, and his professional instincts were right. When police came to James's door the next day with questions about his son and said he was the main suspect in the murder of his ex-wife, James knew what was going on. In the beginning, Basham Sr. said that he had not seen his son. To buy some time, he then told the heir what he should say and do in order to, if not get out of jail, at least get less time. Adrian did what his father told him to do, and listened quietly as the charges were read to him. He then went to the station with the help of the lawyers his father had already hired. At first, Adrian flatly refused to help with the investigation. He didn't say he wasn't guilty. He just didn't say anything and ignored all the questions. Still, the evidence that was gathered was enough. The investigators saw that the man had fresh scratches on his face and thought that Samantha had scratched him to protect herself. Blood and epithelial particles were found under her nails. There were also sweat marks on the rope that his ex-wife's body was hanging from. When Adrian's motorcycle was looked at, washed-up blood from the dead person was found on it. A bloody woman's blouse was also found in a trash can outside his dad's house. It looks like he tried to get rid of that proof but didn't have time. Samantha put up cameras outside her house not long before the terrible event, and they caught a man leaving the crime scene quickly on the day of the murder. There was no doubt that it was Adrian, even though his face was hidden by a hood pulled over his baseball cap. Piece by piece, the events of the victim's last day were put back together, and the picture that was made was shockingly violent. Basham broke the lock on the garage door while no one was home and went inside. He waited for his ex-wife to come home for several hours. She didn't know it, but Samantha drove into Adrian's garage and he attacked her before she could get out. The scratches on the attacker's face show how hard Fraser tried to fight back, but the two sides were not equal. He beat the woman until she passed out. To hide his tracks, he took off her bloody blouse and put on a black t-shirt he found in the house. He then poured water over her head to clean the blood out of her blonde hair. He then hung his ex-wife from the garage door with a rope around her neck. He put a stepladder on the floor next to the body just to be sure, but he didn't figure out how long the rope was. Adrian cleaned up the blood spots, but he didn't get the small splatters that were all over the place. This blows my mind. A young mother of 3 who was loved by all was found dead in her own garage. Killer tried to make it look like the person died of their own free will, but there were many signs that it wasn't true. Samantha's body was also in a state that showed she had accepted martyrdom. The worst part was that the victim had been living with this man for a long time, put up with his emotional and physical abuse, and raised his children while hoping that he would change. Adrian changed his plan when he realized that neither denying nor staying quiet would help because all the evidence pointed to him. Basham said that he was at his ex-wife's house that day, but he only wanted to talk to her and persuade her to drop her domestic violence lawsuit. People say that the conversation went badly and that fists were used. But he said he left afterward, and Frazier was awake and aware at the time. Lawyers for the defendant insisted that their client was only guilty of battery and that Samantha turned her life over after that. But Samantha's family says she would never do that and did not leave her kids. She also had big plans for her life and was going to get married again soon. The murder case didn't start until the end of 2022. Older children of the divorced parents went to the sessions and spoke out against their father and asked for a fair punishment. The youngest son didn't show up to court. He chose not to subject himself to unnecessary stress. Besides that, the boy was scared and panicked about his father. The defense tried to show that the defendant did what he did because he was feeling bad, but this didn't work because Adrian planned the crime, waited several hours for his victim, and tried to get rid of evidence. The court didn't give its final decision on this case until February 2023. Adrian was found guilty of beating someone to death on purpose and given a life sentence without the chance of parole for at least 30 years. The children of Travis and Samantha Frazier were given to Jeanine and Travis Frazier as guardians. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Any life may be wrapped in a lovely wrapping, even the most embarrassing ones. You will undoubtedly feel pity and sadness for the unfavorable character if you tell it calmly and portray him as a victim of his circumstances. The truth is that a lot of bad individuals are charming, strong, and crafty, and we honestly think that they weren't always nasty, since they frequently created these situations, and we unconsciously justify their egregious actions. However, we won't defend unlawful behavior today, and we won't cover for anyone. You will choose for yourself whether their actions are justified after reading about this case. A neighborhood person made a spooky call to emergency services on April 4, 2015. He had gone into a friend's living room to turn on the lights and check on him, but when he got to the second floor of the room, he discovered blood all over the place. A scared male voice shouted into the dispatcher's phone. According to the victim's acquaintance, the injured man was not breathing and everything was soaked in blood. Charles Taylor, 59, was brutally murdered in Montgomery County's unincorporated village of Owlette after police arrived, shocking the population. The crime scene resembled the set of a horror film and appeared to be the source of nightmares. The couch where the slain guy was found was fully covered in blood, and there was blood all over the carpet and paintings. It appeared to be a grudge drama due to the savagery of the act. After all, the assailant undoubtedly intended for Charles to suffer from excruciating anguish in addition to his death, repeatedly stabbing him with a sharp knife. The fact that Charles's bloody body was found upstairs in his room and that the house search revealed no obvious evidence of forced entry indicated that the criminal was familiar with the residence and had taken decisive action. Charles Taylor died as a result of 31 stab wounds and blunt force trauma to the back of his skull, according to the results of the forensic medical investigation. Charles Taylor was regarded as a generous and compassionate man. He had a wonderful relationship with his adult son. He loved Amanda, his daughter-in-law, and his 2 grandkids. People see this aspect of life and make judgments regarding the health of the family. How rich, how evil. They describe the family as a healthy family, but did the Taylor family actually live like this? Let's investigate this unpleasant family situation. Because there were few leads available to the authorities, the initial inquiry proceeded somewhat slowly. They began searching for Charles's associates, but they were unable to locate anyone with the intention or motivation to hurt him. They quickly discovered the attacker's identity after the theory that it was a member of Charles Taylor's family emerged. That's actually when investigators were fortunate enough to be contacted by a crime blogger who had pictures of Amanda Taylor taking selfies next to Charles's dead body. The wanted list now includes her. On March 27, 1991, Amanda Barbara Nicole Taylor was born in Christiansburg, Virginia. Not much is known about Amanda's early years. The only reason it was challenging is that both of her parents served time in prison. The only reason it was challenging is that both of her parents served time in prison. After meeting Mariah Robach, Amanda created a lot of troubles for herself, which led to the start of her youth. Amanda started living an illegal life together. According to Montgomery County Sheriff's records, on October 23, 2005, when the sisters were only 12 years old, they got into a lot of trouble. Amanda and Mariah were charged with unlawful use of a motor vehicle after they fled their home and got into a car. Amanda was accused of unruly conduct at her middle school in early April 2006. She screamed that she would kill everyone there since she detested the place and everyone in it. This is just a small part of Amanda's police station record, and this incident undoubtedly went beyond the bounds of typical teen drama. Amanda started dating Rex Taylor, who was 2 years her senior in 9th grade. On March 27th, Amanda and Rex were born on the same day. Both of them interpreted it as a divine sign. When Amanda learned she was expecting a child, she quit school altogether. She married Rex and they had a son shortly after. However, her criminal impulses persisted after becoming a mother. Additional run-ins with the law also punctuated the years of her married life. Amanda Taylor's police station reports increased rapidly. So had a criminal record for possession of a controlled substance, a conviction for alcohol possession, multiple domestic disputes, and another attempt to flee after stealing a car. Rex Taylor, her spouse, was not from a perfect home either, and Rex battled addictions and the depression they brought around despite their love for one another. The young man developed an addiction to illegal narcotics at the age of 15. The couple eventually had a baby, and at first it appeared that Amanda was still in control and had become a perfect wife and mother. However, she was a little different from other American women in their 20s who have tattoos, piercings, and undoubtedly post daily selfies on social media, as well as the family. Amanda and Rex's relationship was everything but typical. The pair addressed letters to well-known serial killers while they were inside and studied their biographies obsessively. Amanda started to fantasize of turning into a criminal herself, but tragedy befell the family before Amanda could fulfill her dreadful ambition. Amanda's fears about her husband's infidelity overshadowed the couple's complex relationship. The pair finally parted ways in April 2014 when their paths diverged. After moving back in with the family, Rex started using illegal drugs once more. He had hanged himself on his son's 7th birthday, and his lifeless body was found in a shed on the property 4 months after the transfer. Amanda briefly stayed with her mother and friend Mariah Robach after losing her cherished husband. She made friends with Sean Ball, another Robach family member, while she was staying with her friend Mariah. On their joint birthday, March 27, 2015, Amanda visited Rex's grave and made an attempt to commit herself. Since her behavior and mental processes were obviously abnormal and could endanger herself and others, she was rescued and taken by force to a mental health facility. Amanda was promptly sent home, however, in spite of her mother's demands and entreaties for extended care. Due to her unstable personality issues, things appeared to get worse when she was discharged from the mental health facility. Thus, Amanda was asked to leave by Mariah and her husband. Mr. Ball, who had fallen deeply in love with Amanda, was also expelled. Amanda's late husband, Rex Taylor, served as the basis for her intense urge to kill during this time. When it appeared like her only true friends had abandoned her, she wanted to honor Rex and make him proud of her, and in order to do that, someone had to be expertly killed while he was still alive. Additionally, Rex had a fascination with serial killers that had long transcended his hobby status. During his lifetime, he was proud of the close friendship he had with criminals. Imagine discovering an envelope addressed to you from a well-known serial criminal who was arrested in 1980 when you go to the mailbox one morning after leaving your home. You are relieved to discover a birthday card for your little child and a handwritten note inside the envelope rather than any eerie keepsakes. Some would contend that getting such a message would be just as terrible as getting a strand of hair or a severed finger. In any case, it would be unusual for most people to get anything in the mail from a serial offender, but Amanda and Rex Taylor's family did not. Some terrible disclosures of earlier social media posts under Amanda's account have proven Amanda's fixation with crime, as well as Rex's behavior in his desire to communicate and receive experiences from renowned serial criminals. Amanda praises a number of criminals in a number of blogs for their heinous acts, such as Timothy McVeigh, the mastermind of the biggest terrorist assault in American history, and Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, 2 young men who planned a mass shooting at Columbine High School. She naturally chose to begin her career as a criminal with a vengeance, since she wanted to be one of those vicious criminals she so greatly admired. After a while, Amanda blamed her husband's death on Rex's father, Charlie Taylor, saying that he had not assisted Rex in kicking his pill addiction but had instead acclimated his son to illegal substances. The cold-bloodedness and cynicism with which Amanda exacted revenge on her father-in-law, Charlie Taylor, will chill you to your core. She required a helper who would support her acts without reservation. She needed a willing accomplice to support her if she felt threatened, and Amanda already had one. Of course, it was Sean Ball, the man she was in love with. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to do it alone the first time. It was only a matter of time until she would take over him. Amanda quickly found the eager accomplice she sought in Sean, but since he didn't know what he was getting himself into, Sean and Amanda came up with their evil plan with military accuracy and carried it out. At precisely 3:27 p.m., the time that Rex and Amanda were born, Amanda and Sean visited Charles Taylor's run-down house in the neighboring town of Ironton, Virginia, on a spring April afternoon in 2015. In order to fill an Easter basket for her cherished grandchildren, Charles had to pay her money. After a half hour of pleasant conversation, Amanda suddenly sat down on the couch beside Charles, as if a switch had been flipped in her brain. Amanda's actions took a significant turn. After she started viciously stabbing Charles with a knife, Sean struck him in the head with a tire iron. Then, after shocking Charles, Amanda drove the knife hard into his chest once more. She seemed so angry that she was unable to see anything around her, and Charles simply stared at her and said, "What are you doing?" He reached out and grabbed her hair as she stabbed him, but Amanda kept stabbing him, and he kept screaming. Amanda Taylor used a sharp bayonet knife to stab her father-in-law, Charles Taylor, 31 times. She wanted to feel his final breath and wanted him to know that she was the one killing him every time she looked into his eyes. She desired Charles's death as a form of retaliation. The whole room was covered in blood, and she halted as her anger started to fade. Amanda didn't stop there either. By snapping a photo of herself close to the body and sharing it on social media, she went one step further in her extreme behavior. A frightening phone call with Amanda's voice on the other end of the line came to Amanda's mother later that day from an unidentified number. She broke down in tears as she told her mother how much she loved her and how valuable all she had done for her was. She also revealed through sobs that she had done what she had to do, and it was a terrible thing. Her mother could feel it, and she knew that something horrible had occurred. Amanda resisted her plea for her daughter to return to Christiansburg, saying that she and Sean were en route to Pittsburgh. It was well known that Amanda was in a downhill spiral, and it all began nearly 8 months ago when her husband, Rex Taylor, who had battled depression and illegal substance misuse for years, committed suicide by hanging. When authorities looked at Amanda's social media profile, they were taken aback. It was obvious that she took great pride in the crime she had done. The police issued a warrant for her arrest in the hopes of a speedy settlement, but Amanda and Sean had already made their getaway by then. As though they were planning a fantastic vacation rather than being on the run, Amanda and Sean chose a really picturesque escape route. They traveled from Virginia to North Carolina along the Blue Ridge Parkway. According to the photographs taken at the crime site, which depict the heinousness of the crime, the authorities were quite concerned that the killers would carry on killing, and they were correct, because Amanda didn't stop there. Amanda's sins would not, however, go unpunished. She did not mean to conceal her act, nor did she intend to punish herself after doing her intended crime. She started posting on social media shortly after she and Sean Ball left on the road, accepting responsibility for the murder and claiming that she did it for her husband. However, Amanda and Sean were more than just fugitives. After committing her first crime, which Amanda believed was ideal, they were now following their next victim. She was unable to stop. She had to continue killing. They took out cash at a gas station, filled up the car, and drove on to Tennessee. After tasting blood, Amanda was determined to carry out her wish to commit another crime, and she would come very close to doing so despite Sean's best efforts to persuade her to stop and simply go on the run, hide, and lay low. After stopping at a Fleabag motel in Tennessee, they restocked on ammunition at a sporting goods store. The following day, they departed to grant Amanda's bleeding desire after spending the night in a motel by the side of the road. At a rest area on Blue Ridge Boulevard, Amanda spots two young girls who might become her next victims. "I'm going to bring these girls in so we can shoot them," she said to Sean. He agreed that they needed money. Amanda walked outside to guide them to the car, but Sean wouldn't shoot them when she brought them inside. Amanda was enraged. She returned to the vehicle and drove off. She was unable to control herself, so she halted the vehicle in the driveway and attacked her accomplice. She was now aiming for Sean. After taking a handgun from the glove box, Amanda exited the vehicle and went to the passenger side, where Sean was sitting with his eyes closed in fear. She had gone so far. She was so enraged that she pointed the gun at the random jogger in front of her and squeezed the trigger. Fortunately, Amanda missed, and Sean opened his eyes and regained consciousness when he heard the gunfire. He noticed that the revolver's muzzle was aimed at him. Amanda claimed that she wanted him to understand that she was simply using him for the car and the pistol before killing him. Then she fired, striking Sean square in the face. Amanda left Sean bleeding on the side of the road from the gunshot wound, after taking a photo of his wounded face to share on social media. She was now running by herself. They possessed firearms. They had already purchased magazines and ammunition for the identical weapon and had taken them from a relative's home. The police captain was aware that they appeared to agree on the course of events, which would begin with Charles Taylor's murder. Amanda kept posting notes while the police pursued her. She disclosed that she killed Sean in a field during a traffic check in her subsequent social media post. Amanda shared a photo of a silver revolver in her lap along with a comment on Instagram. It resembled a suicide note more than anything else. "All right, that moment is coming up. I will finally find peace when I find my hubby in hell. I know you will give my lovely kids the life I could never offer them, and I love you, Mom. I'll be free at last." In an effort to find Amanda, the police were keeping a close eye on her account and recording surveillance footage from patrol stations along the white SUV's path. It also aided authorities in pursuing the criminals as they fled in it. Amanda was located by cell tower signals, and officers from the North Carolina State Highway Patrol saw the white SUV traveling east on I-40, close to Asheville. No matter how much she ran, she attempted to stop. She refused to give up easily. The police were ready. They were aware that she was dangerous and armed. Later that day, another grim social media post that read, "Okay, the time is about to come when I find my husband in hell and finally become one with him," further solidified this truth. Amanda appears arrogant in her photo, as like she is pleased with her accomplishments. Eventually, all the commotion and devastation stopped after a 2-mile stretch of spikes that had been placed deliberately in Amanda's route. Amanda was arrested. Amanda was handcuffed by police after they dragged her from the automobile at around 8 in the morning. Paramedics discovered Sean dead by the side of the road. Amanda feigned indifference to the proceedings in the interrogation room. Before Captain Robert realized it, she was messing with her hair and drinking a soft drink when another detective entered. Amanda gave up her right to silence and admitted to everything when questioned. She appeared to feel completely at home. Amanda found out that Sean wasn't dead after speaking with the investigators. There were no markings on him other than the fact that the bullet had passed right through his jaw and made him faint from the pain. Amanda then made the heartbreaking admission that she wished to be put to death. "Is there anything you can do? The death punishment alone is what I would want." In the interrogation audio, Amanda claims, "I kill people. I'm worthy of dying. I'd be better off just leaving. If I could just get the death penalty and go, it would be best for my kids." In a startling turn of events, Amanda later found herself apologizing and entering a not guilty plea in front of the court. However, during the trial, Amanda detailed her crime and maintained that she had done the right thing by killing old Charles, who had stolen Rex from her. She claimed that after being furious with Rex for harming her, she became even more enraged with his father. Amanda said that she wished for Charles to experience the same suffering that she experienced. She claimed that she killed Charles because she believed he was responsible for the death of her husband Rex, to whom Charles had allegedly given illegal substances. Amanda claimed that the instant Charles mentioned Rex once more, she turned to him and began stabbing him, which made her feel more alive than she had since Rex had passed away. She acknowledged that the times when the knife penetrated her father-in-law made her very happy. At last, Amanda let out all of her pent-up resentment and rage. Captain Robert New stated, "She did it to get attention, and by not pleading guilty, she got the opportunity to talk about the case. Amanda gave an awful explanation. She does, after all, liken the sensation of the crime to a pleasant recollection. The jury heard testimony during the November 2015 trial about Amanda's 31 stabbings of Charles and her intended targets, chest and face. The jury found Amanda Taylor guilty of first-degree murder in under 30 minutes. She received a life sentence. She was described as the height of depravity by the judge. Sean Ball accepted a suspended 60-year sentence as part of the plea agreement. After serving 41 years in jail, Sean acknowledged that he is not deserving of pity and that he is deeply sorry for his actions, but he still has to live with the shame of his actions every day and wonders why this happened in his life. As part of a plea deal, Sean Ball admitted to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 41 years in prison. The 60-year term was suspended, but Ball was required to serve 41 years and 1 month. Amanda recently lost her appeal of her conviction. She stated that if necessary, she intends to appeal her conviction to the Supreme Court. Amanda became famous as a killer selfie taker, but she obviously did not turn into a serial criminal. In a phone interview from prison for a popular show, Amanda Taylor made a devastating admission. She responded, "I was just really excited and thought I wanted to take a picture so I could post it and show everyone it made me really happy," when asked why she shot body selfies. Lastly, she stated that she did precisely what she wanted to do and that she has no regrets whatsoever for what she did to Charles Taylor. In an incredible phone interview with a local reporter at this period, she likened the experience of getting stabbed to going on a roller coaster. She compared the nerves and the sense of freedom to my first roller coaster ride, and that's exactly how I felt. I had no intention of doing it. You don't see it in the movies. It is truly an animal phenomenon. Amanda Taylor wants more after committing a horrible crime. From an early age, Amanda Taylor was regarded by many who knew her as a very evil and gloomy woman who was obsessed with crime, murder, and serial killers. Pictures of strange death scenes were all over her social media accounts. Amanda Taylor is one of the few women who has ever gone insane, and it frequently wasn't meant to be. Her loved ones made every effort to keep her from going insane, but those who she turned to for support chose to ignore her. Amanda is now being held accountable for all of the devastation that inspired her. Amanda Taylor's desire of becoming a well-known serial killer came to an end in this way. Admit it, when we look at horrible heroes and learn about their past, we unintentionally attempt it on ourselves. We all go through different stages in life, each with its own traumas and experiences. Have you ever had the urge to murder your neighbor because he parks in your space or plays loud music at night? However, they advise rethinking the narrative and simply shouting in the woods or by the lake. It restores moral equilibrium and soothes. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. You. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The second biggest city in Washington, Spokane, is the setting for this tale. The city may be just as dangerous for its citizens as it is for visitors, despite its seeming beauty and allure. Spokane County has the highest crime rate in Washington, at double the state average, according to the state. Thus, today's Cinderella story has a bitter taste within and a lovely appearance. The Holdens were a normal American family who had long resided in Spokane. The house was constantly crowded with youngsters because they loved them. Joshua, an adoptive son, and 2 girls were the children of Judy and John Holden. The grown daughters had long since moved out and lived independently, but Joshua, their only son, stayed with his parents, big, sad, and always frowning. The young man regretfully stayed at his parents' house because he was unable to start his own family. The Holden family was forced to take more than 1, if not 2 children from the orphanage because they wanted a steady income in the form of substantial benefits. So one day, Courtney, a charming young child, entered the Holden household. Born on February 28, 1992, Courtney Corrine Holden ended up in an orphanage 2 years later. Youngsters of all ages fervently pleaded to God for a mother and father, and one happy day, the girl's wish was granted. Courtney, who was young, traveled to Spokane. When the doors shut behind her, Courtney moved in with Joshua and a number of other foster kids. The girl's hopes of having a loving and supportive family were merely hopes. Courtney's existence at the Holdens was even more depressing than it had been in the orphanage. It became a true nightmare. She was made to perform a variety of household tasks from an early age. After every dinner, she had to wash the dishes for the entire family and clean the entire house. The Holdens' much better treatment of the other foster children was particularly startling, and nobody could comprehend why they detested this lovely girl. Courtney was the final child they had acquired from the orphanage, and Judy Holden was by that time of a respectable age. Maybe it was why they were so inexplicably angry. Even going outside without permission was prohibited for Courtney. Visitors to their house frequently overheard Judy and Joshua abusing Courtney, referring to her as Cinderella, as though she were a fictional heroine who was actually a prisoner to her evil sisters and stepmother. Courtney was in a similar situation. The girl, however, proved to be quite receptive and grew accustomed to the terrible circumstances after years of living with the Holdens. She lacked a cell phone and other contemporary amenities, was terrified of her foster mother, and was terrified of her brother Joshua just by being around him. He also prohibited her from interacting with her peers. She never left home without permission or necessity. The only way she could get any fresh air was to go outside into the backyard and socialize with the neighbors while the home was deserted. This is exactly the kind of setting in which Courtney was raised. She simply adapted to her life as she grew older. Because she had no idea of a normal home and no other life, she never became resentful and always treated her foster parents with respect. When Joshua moved home with his sister for a considerable period of time because of his parents' irreparable differences, Courtney felt a certain measure of independence. It was the happiest time of Courtney's life. Her long-awaited taste of independence arrived when she was allowed to leave the house, go for walks, and interact with her peers. After a while, Courtney graduated from high school and had her first love. Michael proved to be a worthy companion, and she felt cared for and attended to by a man she had never experienced before. Courtney was constantly ecstatic after every meeting. When they had a son in 2011, their relationship came to an end. In desperation, Michael pleaded with his lover to come live with him and be a part of the family. However, for some reason, the young mother refused to move and kept living in the house with Holden, ending all romantic ties with Michael. The Holden house was deserted by that point. The foster kids had moved out and grown up. Since John Holden, Courtney's foster father, had died, she spent a considerable amount of time living only with her foster mother, Judy Michael, and was only permitted to see his son when Courtney's brother Joshua was away. With Judy's consent, they had a quiet existence with their kid, until Joshua came back after his father passed away in 2014, and started to exert strict control over the family home. In northeast Spokane, on Hero Avenue, a block from Rogers Middle School, he set up several security cameras around their house. The yard was littered with posters that said, "Smile, you're being videotaped," and there were multiple cameras pointing in various directions. Courtney became nervous once more when she saw the security cameras, since she knew that walking outdoors could result in her being reprimanded by Joshua for escaping. Once more, Courtney's life became intolerable. Courtney admitted to a neighbor in 2015 that she was once more prohibited from owning a cell phone, maintaining social media profiles, interacting with people outside of the family drive, and even leaving the house without Joshua's consent. Joshua Holden was so upset about Courtney's son's birth that he had her stop communicating with Michael altogether. Courtney obeyed in silence. When neighbors inquired about the cause of the bruises on Courtney's arms and face, she candidly acknowledged, "Joshua beats me." Concerned neighbors attempted to assist Courtney in any way they could, wondering why she put up with such cruelty. Since the victim never publicly acknowledged that she was being controlled by her brother, the Holdens were able to keep the matter quiet each time they called the police to call attention to Courtney's anguish. Since she was not permitted to leave the house during the day, Courtney was eventually deprived of the opportunity to socialize with her neighbors, who have since only seen her outside in the evenings. Once more, Courtney complied in silence. Joshua was a tall, fat man that no one knew, unlike Courtney. He was incredibly strong and never held back while insulting others. According to his pals, Joshua was an aggressive, erratic man with paranoid tendencies. He once boasted in public that he could quickly end a life and dispose of a body with ease. His criminal past was noteworthy. He was accused of assault and harassment in 2005, but he was freed because there was insufficient evidence and the victim refused to assist the authorities. He was also suspected of misbehavior and attacking a woman in 2003, but in 2006 the culprit was unidentified. Joshua was taken into custody for both burglary and abusing his mother. He was compelled to leave his parents' house for a number of years as a result of these experiences. Joshua grew even more irate after his return. In an attempt to exert total control, he put cameras both inside and outside the house. Courtney, the young mother, nearly ceased interacting with friends, claiming she was scared to go anywhere for fear that Joshua would learn and things would worsen. Until Joshua discovered that Courtney had a Facebook account, one person spoke with her every day. "I must go. I must go. Josh is on his way." Nearly 2 years have passed since her previous message. Her account was then disabled indefinitely. According to acquaintances, the Holden family's dynamics are strange. In August 2018, following another argument, Courtney hurriedly packed her belongings into a suitcase and ran outside. An enraged Judy yelled after her, "Come home!" To which Courtney responded, "I'm not staying here anymore." Those familiar with the family have been baffled as to why Courtney's son calls Judy Mom, and Joshua is called only by his first name, while his biological mother is referred to as Dad. Some have even speculated that Joshua may be the boy's father. Shortly after, a furious Joshua, who was more than 6 feet tall and weighed 300 pounds, dragged Courtney back inside the house. Judy slammed the door. The neighbor said she couldn't help herself. Courtney was a young woman who had led an invisible existence, and that was the last time this neighbor, and perhaps the rest of the family, saw her. She remained. Before neighbors and acquaintances started to worry about her disappearance, it had been almost 2 years. Michael and his current girlfriend voiced concerns regarding Courtney Holden's location in October 2019, 1.5 years after she vanished. After nearly 2 years of not seeing Courtney, the father, who is Courtney's son's father, filed a missing persons complaint with the police on October 24 because he was desperate to see his son. When police arrived at the Holden's house with a search warrant in hand, they were shocked to discover that Courtney was indeed not there. Judy and Joshua had no desire to assist the authorities. After letting the investigators inspect Courtney's room, Courtney's stepmother ordered them to leave the house right away. They even brought in search dogs, but to no effect. According to the Holdens, Courtney fled after leaving her son behind. They couldn't say who was utilizing electronic food stamps or who might have kept cashing Social Security funds into her account. But Judy and Joshua took the remaining $600, 0 cents, out of Courtney's bank account when the Holden's house was searched that same day. Interestingly, an unnamed lady calling the National Crime Information Center of America the following day claimed to be Courtney, saying she was safe and didn't want to be located. The woman was identified by police as one of Courtney's half-sisters after they tracked down the call. Joshua and Judy thereafter shared a variety of contradictory accounts regarding Courtney's disappearance. In one account they stated she had fled with a truck driver, but in another they alleged she was hiding a boyfriend from everyone. The Holdens were suspicious because of Courtney's disappearance and the inconsistent statements of her roommates, who obviously had something to conceal. In late October 2019, Joshua and Judy Holden fled Spokane in a hurry, which only led investigators to believe they were responsible for Courtney's abduction. Judy's adopted daughter's house in Texas is where the Holdens were located. They were arrested and placed in a Texas jail in early October after authorities were able to charge them with identity theft and cashing benefits meant for Courtney. The investigation into Courtney's whereabouts by the Spokane Police Department swiftly devolved into a missing persons case, which was then handed over to Major Crimes Detective Randy Lesser. After the search warrants he filed in Spokane County Superior Court were made public, Lesser provided an update on the investigation. Court documents and police interviews serve as the foundation for this story of Courtney's disappearance and the investigation. Officially, Courtney was listed as missing. All states received alerts, and the case was covered by a number of news outlets. When patrol officers and detectives visited the house for different reasons, an aggressive search was initiated. Judy and Joshua Holden declined to assist with the inquiry, Unusual actions in cases of missing persons and welfare inspections. A lady who identified herself contacted Crime Check on the day Courtney was reported missing and said she was fine. The police dispatcher also spoke with the woman who was pretending to be Courtney. As it turned out, it was Courtney's sister who refused to explain to Lester why she was pretending to be her, most likely in an effort to dispel Judy's suspicions and put an end to the hunt. The possibility that she is deceased disturbs me. In an interview, Lester stated that he was especially worried about Joshua's history. Joshua had previously faced assault charges, but the case was dismissed just before the trial because the victims refused to cooperate with the prosecution. In addition to court documents indicating that Holden was a suspect in another assault in 2003, investigators were now gathering DNA evidence. Joshua was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and was reported by family members and neighbors as angry and erratic. According to the neighbors, Judy was terrified of Joshua because he was unemployed. Joshua had also been found guilty of burglary and arrested on counts of unlawful imprisonment. According to family members, Joshua and Judy boasted to them about their knowledge of how to evade authorities, and Joshua discussed how simple it would be to kill someone and conceal their body. Individuals don't simply vanish, particularly if they have a son. According to court documents with fewer notations, Courtney was a devoted mother who would never leave her son alone for a year and a half. After telling neighbors and family that she was traveling with her lover, an unidentified truck driver whom no one knew, Courtney was not spotted outside her house with Joshua and Judy. Rumors occasionally circulated that she and her fiancé had eloped. She was allegedly only at the residence at other times and wasn't available for visits. When Lesser arrived on their house in early October, Judy informed him that Courtney had only been home for a few days. She claims that Courtney and her son walked away. Judy shut the door in Lesser's face when he requested for her phone number, according to court filings. Then, grudgingly, she allowed policemen to enter Courtney's room to inspect it. She was somewhat anxious. According to Lesser, the property was incredibly disorganized, with heaps of possessions occupying every accessible area. In court filings, Lesser noted that the mattress was exposed and that Courtney's room was similarly disorganized. There seemed to be no one living there. Lesser observed that Judy became frightened and lost sight of one of the investigators behind the closed door at one point. When Lester instructed the detectives to look around the remainder of the house for Courtney's son, she told them to get out. Lesser was informed later that day by neighbors that they seen Joshua, Judy, and one of Courtney's sisters departing with the boy in a van. Additionally, Detective Lesser thought it was unusual that Courtney, who had a chronic illness, hadn't seen a doctor since October 2017. Despite the gaps in her medical records, she had been taking medication every month before going missing, and her final prescription was written in July 2018. Courtney's card was used for groceries, and monthly withdrawals from her bank account persisted. The fact that Joshua and Judy were shopping with the youngster was verified by surveillance footage. On the day that Courtney was reported missing in early October, the cameras also saw the pair taking the last of the money out of her bank account. Joshua and Judy had departed their house by October 24. According to Lesser, when police arrived to carry out a search warrant, the family's 6 pets were gone and the DVR from the home security system had been taken out. In mid-November, Joshua and Judy's cell phone numbers were canceled, but on the same day, 2 new numbers with Texas area codes were activated. A neighbor reported activities at the house to the police around a month after the Holdens had left. Judy's husband and one of her daughters had traveled down from Texas to see how things were doing at the house. Judy had retired, they said, and they hadn't seen Courtney in 2 years. Judy's daughter claimed the boy was Courtney's son, despite the man telling authorities that Joshua and Judy had a child together. Lesser went to Texas in the middle of December to look for Judy and Joshua. They were discovered by police at the residence of Judy's daughter and Courtney's son, Joshua. Judy Holden was arrested on suspicion of exploiting Courtney's bank accounts, hiding her son, interfering with custody, and identity theft. The boy was successfully restored to his father after being discovered safe and sound. Other members of the family were not charged. Police used search dogs to look through Judy's Spokane house, but they were unable to locate Courtney. Additionally, a search of a Texas residence turned up no information on Courtney's location. Judy's vehicle and trailer, which were parked in an Oklahoma RV facility, were also searched by officers. Judy, 74, and Joshua, 40, refused to be interrogated by authorities while they were detained in Texas. Police were waiting for the governor to issue a warrant for their return, since they refused to be extradited to Spokane. They were probably released as authorities were unable to establish their involvement in Courtney's disappearance. In addition to the months-long investigation, this is perhaps one of the most comprehensive missing person investigations. I have a variety of information in 4 notebooks. Police think Courtney is probably dead, and Judy and Joshua continued to deny any involvement in her disappearance, but regrettably there is no method to demonstrate it. However, Judy and Joshua have not been charged with anything, in spite of the aforementioned accusations. The belief that they knew what happened to Courtney is still prevalent. Joshua has a reputation for being violent, but he has also claimed that he could kill someone and successfully conceal the body from the authorities. Although they have not yet made any arrests in connection with Courtney's case, they believe she is dead. In summary, Courtney was unfortunate enough to be a member of the Holden family, and this little girl who yearned for love and family lacked the bravery to defend herself. She genuinely thought that these individuals who had screamed at her, humiliated her, and made her labor for them were her family. However, is it really important to protect oneself against one's own relatives? Since Courtney was never seen again after that fateful evening when he forcibly took her into the house, it is extremely regrettable that Joshua Holden's audacious public statements about taking his own life and concealing his body cannot be used as evidence of his involvement in her disappearance. No one knows what she endured during those horrific moments, or the atrocities these monsters who claim to be family were committing behind closed doors. There are innumerable ways to covertly dispose of a body, with different substances that are undetectable to police dogs or professionals. This shows that even although Courtney suffered that night, her soul is still at Holden Manor, where she sought out family but ultimately met her demise. Her boy was removed from the Holden household and given to his father, who still looks after him now. In action, Courtney Holden is still missing. Please get in touch with the Spokane Police Department if you have any information that could help with the investigation. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Even if the opposite of goodness might occasionally have irreversible effects, people nonetheless carry out nice deeds without waiting for gratitude in return. In our tale, a selfless deed committed years before led to death as well as a radical transformation in the lives of all the heroes. On March 2, 2018, at 4:45 a.m. a woman called Travis County, Texas police officers to ask for assistance. She claimed that the likely shooter was still inside the house when she heard multiple gunshots while hiding in a closet. The dispatcher instructed the woman to wait for police officers who were en route to the house and not to come out of hiding during the phone call. Police had already roped off the residents a few minutes later, and the woman in the closet was identified as Corey Shaughnessy, a local. The woman was in a really depressing state. In the kitchen, Corey was terrified and unable to comprehend what had occurred. Her husband, Theodore Shaughnessy, was lying close to the table in a pool of his own blood. Take a seat back because we are working together to investigate another unfortunate case today. Born on February 7, 1963, Theodore Shaughnessy was the youngest member of a large family. Shaughnessy, who grew up in Arizona, close to Phoenix, has a deep passion for fast vehicles and all things related to them. He literally fantasized of sports cars as a teenager. Growing up, Theodore was a fearless man who believed that the greatest way to be happy and enjoy life was to get some adrenaline. Still, he was a good son, a good friend, and a nice upbeat man. Ted met Corey Garman in a nearby arcade when he was 20 years old. The young men clicked right away because they had many interests, such as a passion for books and jewelry. They were married in 1989 when their sympathies swiftly evolved into deep love. Following their marriage, the Shaughnesseys relocated to Austin, Texas, where they established Gallery Jewelers, the family business, and soon settled in. Together, the Shaughnessy family created a high-level business. Corey, who worked as an appraiser for Ted, the family business, was passionate about diamonds and fine art. However, he was the store's public face. People were drawn to him and energized by his energy because he had a gift for connecting with them. He was highly gregarious and active, since he became the company's lifeblood wherever he went. This trait was very beneficial to his business, since it allowed him to communicate with clients and partners in a common language and work out the best terms for everyone. The family fortune was eventually believed to exceed $8 million, 0 cents, due to the business's considerable success. Yet Theodore never wavered in his generosity or consideration for others. He frequently donated to charitable foundations and purchased food for the less fortunate. The couple bought a lovely new house close to their store as the family business grew. The pair seemed to be the ideal match and complemented one another. In fact, everything appeared to be nearly ideal, except for the fact that the couple was childless. Ted and Corey made the decision to grow their family in tandem with the jewelry business. They took a 16-month-old boy from a Ukrainian orphanage in 2000, making a decision that would change their lives. It was simply love, unconditional and immediate. Nicholas was the name of the young boy with the gray eyes. The Shaughnessy family's lives was finally completed by this long-awaited event, as they now had all they needed for complete happiness. Nicholas was an energetic and well-behaved child growing up. Like his father Ted, who frequently took the youngster to the racetrack, he had a deep affinity for both vehicles and animals. In addition to riding sports cars and going karting together, the father and son frequently just walked around the park together. Nicholas developed an interest in car disassembly throughout his high school years and even started a small business. The young man recruited pals and used his parents' money to purchase the required equipment. Nicholas met Jackie Edison at the same time. They were attracted to each other right away when they first met the young people, but they disliked the young woman after meeting Nicholas's parents. She didn't seem like the right fit for Corey. However, nobody stopped youngsters from dating in order to stay in touch with Nicholas. Jackie eventually gained their approval and began spending so much time at the Shaughnessy home that they allowed her to move in. Jackie left his parents in August 2017 to begin a new life in College Station. His parents provided financial assistance for him as a day trader while she was in school. Every weekend, the young guy traveled the 2 hours to Austin to see his parents, whom he was quite connected to and tried not to distance himself from. Nothing in his life appeared to be a sign of trouble, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. Ted and Corey were awakened by their dog's persistent barking at 4:30 a.m. on March 2, 2018. Since the animals frequently responded aggressively to tiny creatures that would inadvertently come onto the family home's yard, this was typically a common occurrence. Ted made the decision to investigate, but Corey believed there was nothing to be concerned about and that the dogs will stop barking in a short while. He proceeded to inspect the house after arming himself with his .40 caliber handgun. Corey quickly fell back asleep after resting her head on the pillow. However, she heard a gunshot in the kitchen a few seconds later, followed by several more rounds. Fearful, Corey reached for her revolver, which was normally by the bed, and left the bedroom to assist her husband. However, as she was leaving, she noticed that her favorite dog Bart had been shot at the doorway. A dark, ominous figure suddenly materialized in it. Fearing that he would be discovered and killed, Corey shot randomly, directing all 6 bullets toward the door, unloading the revolver and hiding in a closet. Fortunately, Corey managed to reach for her cell phone and notify emergency authorities that someone had broken into the residence. She claimed to have heard groans coming from the room and to have shot one of the assailants. The terrified woman repeated to the operator that she heard someone groaning, but she wanted to make sure because she didn't know who was making the noises. She was calmed down by the dispatcher, who advised her to wait for the police and not leave the shelter. She was notified that the cops had reached the residence 15 minutes later. Eventually, the groans subsided and the house fell into a funeral silence. After exiting the closet, Corey made his way to the front door. She noticed her spouse in a pool of blood as she passed the kitchen. Shells littered the area around him, and he appeared to be lifeless. She was so terrified that she went to the door and opened it, but nobody was there. It just so happened that the officers were in the incorrect house. The officers on her neighbor's doorway were attempting to determine which side of the street the gunfire were coming from because of the peculiar precinct arrangement of this neighborhood. After settling down, they hurried to the Shaughnessy residence. A trembling Corey, her life utterly destroyed, was waiting for them on the doorstep. She had no idea what had transpired. After entering, the police officers made every effort to soothe the woman. Corey reported the attack to her son over the phone. She went for Austin right away with Jackie, and they got to her parents' house at about 8 in the morning. Theodore Shaughnessy, 55, was shot many times in the head, back, and thigh, and died as a result. Friends, family, and acquaintances were appalled by what had occurred. Nobody had any idea that they could have homicidal adversaries who could be shot at close range in such a heartless manner in the middle of the night in their own house. In order to assist Corey and help with the inquiry, Nick and Jackie remained in the house with her after the tragedy. The crime scene was inspected by law enforcement. The discovery of 2 distinct kinds of shell casings in the .40 and .38 caliber indicates that 2 distinct firearms were used in the shooting. Although there were no indications of forced entry, the offenders must have entered through the far bedroom's open window, which caught attention when the safety netting was taken down. The first fingerprint was discovered here by the forensic team as well, and it was submitted right away to the lab for analysis. A number of neighbors were questioned by police on the Shaughnessy family and whether they saw anything unusual. Police were informed by a neighbor that the Shaughnessy's residence had previously been the target of a burglary, because they are the owners of a jewelry chain. In addition to swabbing Corey's hands for gunshot residue, the police also removed her pajamas for inspection. From the start, Corey was forthright about the fact that she had discharged her weapon. After starting their investigation, the police swiftly ruled out burglary because there had been no forced entry or stolen property. They turned their focus to the murder inquiry and discovered that, with the exception of the door leading to Nicholas Shaughnessy's room, every door in the home was still in place. The door had been opened, and a search of the room showed that a .40 caliber pistol drawer on a dresser was missing a firearm. Detectives concluded it was the gun used to kill since it was the only missing item from the residence, and its caliber matched one of the guns used in the massacre. Corey, Jackie, and head Nick all agreed to lend their support to the investigation in any way they could. Nick claimed he hadn't been in Austin for around a month, but he and Jackie also consented to the police searching Corey's cell phone. Additionally, all 3 consented to respond to inquiries at the station. Simply put, the police wanted to learn as much as they could about the family and the day's events in order to pursue the criminals. It was still unclear to investigators whether the murder was a targeted crime, a random attack, or a poorly executed heist. Since there was no unidentified prints at the site, they had to consider whether Corey Shaughnessy, the only victim still alive, could have been a suspect. She was the only one in the house, after all. The fact that Corey was left alive by the gunman was the only thing the authorities could focus on. They also thought it strange that nothing was taken from the house, and that the gunman had been there for 17 minutes prior to the shooting. Amy Meredith, an assistant prosecutor who investigated the scene of the incident, was positive Ted Shaughnessy was acquainted with the assailant. Additionally, she was positive that the house was too large and too dim for a few lone robbers or jewelry thieves to rapidly navigate. Because detectives thought she had a motive, Corey Shaughnessy was being questioned more and more. Officers discovered that Ted's $1 million 0-cents policy had Corey as its beneficiary. There was no proof against Corey, but their house and business were also quite valuable. However, Corey wasn't the only member of the family that raised questions. Suspicions were also raised against Shaughnessy's son, Nicholas, who was almost 100 miles away from the tragic scene at the time of the crime. He was agitated on the morning of the disaster, and investigators saw one significant point. He questioned him, and then proceeded straight to a first-floor side window that was wide open. It was his room's window. In order to examine that window in detail, which was not visible from the front of the home alone, he proceeded to that side of the house. The crooks entered through that identical window. However, Nick had not heard anything from the investigators regarding the thieves using that window at that time. Ultimately, if he was not involved in its creation, how would he know the point of entry? When investigators looked more closely into Nicholas's financial background, they found that he had been having financial difficulties for a while before the crime. One significant discovery was that Nicholas had borrowed $30,000, 0 cents for the firm, from his mother, who had just sent him a note asking him to pay back the debt. He also owed $20,600, 0 cents to a neighbor. One possible reason to conduct the crime was these financial pressures. But when it was revealed that Nicholas was the only recipient of a $2 million 0 cents insurance claim in the event that his parents did not die, the probe took a more significant turn. Nick became a prime suspect in the eyes of the police as a result of this detail, which increased their level of inspection. The investigator also noticed an app on Nicholas's phone that allowed him to access his parents' home alarm system. Corey informed them that, although the system was turned off that evening and the family frequently opted not to arm it, police discovered something in the account's history. According to Corey, they only activated the alarm when they weren't at home. Nevertheless, the system identified that around 4:27 a.m., there was an activity to open a window. The system discovered shattered glass about 17 minutes later. The marriage certificate between Nicholas and Jackie was another unexpected discovery during the house search. The more closely the police investigated, the more embarrassing evidence they discovered that Nick and Jackie were, in fact, preparing to kill Shaughnessy's parents. It turned out that they were secretly married in August 2017 and didn't reveal their marriage until after the murder. Phone records revealed that Nick was lying when he claimed to have been out of Austin for a month, even though he recalled that he was more than 100 miles away at the time of the crime. Ted's cell phone use was captured in Austin on February 28, 2 days prior to his murder. Investigators questioned whether he had been in town for last-minute planning. The phones of Jackie and Nicholas were inspected. A number of text messages that had been synced with Nicholas's computer were erased. When Nick texted Jackie on February 24 to let her know he was working on it, Jackie replied, "Do they want $50K or not? Paying half that early is beyond our means." Nicholas and Jackie's flat was searched by the police. The number of cameras placed throughout the apartment astounded everyone. The cameras demonstrated this. On the morning of the crime, they were at home. The safe included firearms, ammo, and valuables. The make and caliber of one of the murder weapons and one of the ammunition boxes were identical. It was a .38 caliber handgun with 6 bullets missing. Nick requested that Jackie take money out of the account. In other letters, Jackie had taken out $1,000 from the bank a few days prior to the crime, so, if this occurs, she will have cash on hand. Officials believed it was no accident. Investigators got in touch with Nick's high school friend Spencer Patterson, who officiated Nick and Jackie's wedding during the course of the inquiry. Even though it was quite challenging to get in touch with him, the information that was gathered was crucial in establishing Nicholas' guilt. It turned out that the fingerprint from Nicholas's bedroom window was a dead end. The window belonged to the individual who installed it, but when Nicholas lived there, authorities discovered that he had used it to enter and exit the property covertly. Spencer, his best friend, was also aware of it. Police interviewed Spencer. Additionally, he was aware of Ted and Corey's home safe location. Spencer's house, vehicle, and cell phone were searched by police. Police discovered a .38 caliber handgun in the vehicle. Although it wasn't one of the murder weapons, it was sent for forensic analysis. Additionally, Spencer was at home on the morning of the incident, according to his cell phone. Although Spencer was not considered a suspect, he did contribute to the suspicions against Nicholas that was disclosed by Spencer just prior to the crime. After Ted and Corey left, Nick mentioned obtaining $8 million, 0 cents. Spencer attempted to hire Nicholas Shaughnessy to murder the family and take all of their belongings. The disguise was unnecessary because they would all perish, according to their communication. Nicholas Shaughnessy and Jackie Edison were arrested by police on May 29, 2018, for criminal solicitation, Nick wrote. Corey was incredulous. By that time, her son was working in the jewelry store in his father's place, and the widow thought the authorities were attempting to frame him. Corey continued to think it was an error. She stated that she required concrete evidence of their involvement. Jackie was freed on bail 2 weeks after the arrest. After the catastrophe, Corey found her son the best lawyer she could find. "You could have told me that aliens landed in the front yard, and I would have believed that instead of believing that Nicholas and Jackie were planning to kill us," Corey Shaughnessy stated in an interview. Corey has been Nick's companion for months. She genuinely thought that either there was something odd with illegal substances, or perhaps the children were involved in something in College Station, where Nicholas owed someone money. Or perhaps he misrepresented his parents' jewelry-making profession. The mom was prepared to accept anything other than her son's murderous plot. However, the authorities were positive that the attack was carried out by Nick and Jackie. There was still the difficult chore of identifying Ted Shaughnessy's shooter. After all, the investigation has come to a standstill, and the traces and evidence have run their course. Detective James Moore made the decision to watch the security footage from Nick and Jackie's porch, which had been taken just 2 days prior to the attack, 4 months after the crime. This was the last straw for a mother who had been fighting for months to believe in her son. Too much had transpired to suggest that Jackie and Nicholas were involved, and Corey was horrified to learn that she had harbored the same individuals who had plotted Ted's and her murder that night for months. The case took a significant turn when surveillance footage from the house's front porch was discovered. Nick Shaughnessy can be seen greeting 2 men at the front entrance in the video, which was taken just 2 days before to the incident. Anderson is printed on a green t-shirt that one of them is sporting. To find the individual on the tape, detectives hurried to the Anderson Window Company. Although he wasn't home that day, his wife swiftly attracted their attention by answering the door. His name was Cameron Vosmek. She claimed that her husband had been approached to kill someone for money a few months prior by a man named Johnny Leon. But Cameron had refused. Vosmek was not considered a suspect by the police. During his subsequent interrogation, Johnny Leon acknowledged that Nick had attempted to hire him for $100,000, 0 cents, but that he had turned him down. After being taken into custody, he disclosed that he had driven to Austin with Nicholas just days prior to the incident. He claimed that they had stopped in front of Shaughnessy's residence. After walking to the residence, Nicholas returned and stated he was unable to enter. After that night, Johnny said he had nothing to do with the incident, but his cell phone indicated that he was in Austin the morning of the crime. Johnny provided the second shooter's cell phone number, but not his name. Arian Smith was a man he had communicated with. Smith asserted that his girlfriend could give him an alibi and that he was with her. According to his lover, Arian abandoned her in a motel room early on the morning of the crime. She called him multiple times after he departed in her car, but the boyfriend did not pick up. After the crime, Arian's girlfriend informed authorities that he had been carrying a .40 caliber handgun for a few days. The firearm was found in Smith's family. Arian Smith was taken into custody. Additionally, police found that both guys had prior arrests. Actually, they had previously been arrested together for illegal narcotic trafficking. Capital murder charges were brought against Nick Shaughnessy and the 2 suspected murderers. The new district attorney, Jose Garza, took over as assistant district attorney in the spring of 2021 after Amy Meredith resigned. His office offered the criminals a chance to avoid a potential death sentence by entering a guilty plea to a lesser charge of murder and serving 35 years with the possibility of parole. Smith and Leon concurred. Corey offered to accept the plea deal in a letter to Nicholas. A 35-year sentence with the possibility of parole in April 2021 would be imposed. In exchange, Nicholas agreed to be released on his 36th birthday. Nicholas Shaughnessy entered a guilty plea and received a sentence of 35 years in prison during a hearing in April 2021. After completing 20 years of his sentence, he will be eligible for parole. Johnny Leon and Arian Smith received sentences of 35 years in prison, with the chance of release. Arian Smith reported to the police that he heard gunshots coming from the bedroom and a woman sobbing after they had shot Ted. Smith claimed that he pleaded with Leon to leave the house and not kill Corey. They departed in order to avoid being shot from prison. Nicholas wrote his mother letters. After 2 years in prison, Corey was finally permitted to see her kid. The .40 caliber revolver belonged to Ted, so even though Corey knew a lot about the case of Nicholas and Jackie, she was still unsure of who had used it. Nicholas admitted to giving Arian Smith his father's gun in a private conversation. Corey was finally able to accept that Nicholas was actually connected to the case when this was revealed. Nicholas and Jackie's desire to have us killed was unthinkable to my husband, me, our family, or any of our friends. Jackie made an effort to minimize her role in the crime's planning. She said she had no knowledge of it. According to the deleted text messages, she acknowledged that she had visited Austin multiple times with Nicholas, but she claimed that she had never taken Nicholas's claims of massacring her parents seriously, which is how the police knew she was lying. In March, while Nicholas was incarcerated, Jackie filed for his divorce. Jackie was charged with conspiracy to commit a criminal in June of 2022. Jackie entered a guilty plea to attempted conspiracy to commit a criminal in 2023. She was given a suspended sentence, which allowed her to enter a guilty plea and be placed on probation. She was incarcerated for 120 days. She will spend 10 years on probation. She will have to spend 2 days in jail on the anniversary of Ted Shaughnessy's murder every year for 10 years. Nicholas was interviewed while incarcerated. He claimed he aspired to become wealthy and win Jackie over. With their adoptive son Nicholas, Ted Shaughnessy, a licensed jeweler, and his wife Corey Shaughnessy, a trained gemologist appraiser, could have led a successful life. Ted, who established Gallery Jewelers in Austin in 1995 and saw success, establishing the family as a respected name in the town, was killed by his son Nick, who sought to ruin his parents' happy existence by placing a $1.00 sign on their lives. The victim's kid is currently still being held at the Clemens unit in Brazoria, Texas. At the aforementioned state's LeBlanc facility in Beaumont, Arion Smith is completing his sentence. Johnny Leon is still detained in New Boston, Texas, at the Barry B. Telford unit. This is a tale of remarkable change that society discovered too late. Kindness can sometimes come at too great a cost, turning the seemingly close person into an executioner. Ironically, the eager Shaughnesses went to great lengths to welcome a felon home. It is terrible that they were unable to teach their kid the basic reality of life, that money is the resource that can be replenished the easiest, but time is not. They were too consumed by their love for the child. Nicholas expressed his heartfelt apologies to his mother in a prison interview. Is it feasible, though, to take an apology that never should have been given? Corey Shaughnessy has gone through an incredible emotional journey over the years of the investigation, coming to the realization that her own son hired hitmen to kill her and her husband for financial gain. She still loves her son, the same 8-year-old boy who hugs her affectionately in pictures and races cars with his father, but the life that Corey and Ted attempted to build around him is gone forever. Presently residing in a different location under a false identity, Corey Shaughnessy makes an effort to regain faith in those around her every day. Indeed, a terrifying concept haunts us throughout our story. Many people are far from what they seem at first glance. You lived in your own house with the 2 individuals who attempted to murder you? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Roger Kemp died in his Livewood home on March 5, 2022 at the age of 77. He took care of his family right up until the last minute and was the ideal father and husband. But until his passing, Roger was plagued by a single recollection from 20 years ago. Since tragedy had radically altered his life, he had to spend 2 arduous years becoming a careful detective in order to identify the culprit behind the premature death of his only daughter. Since the police were essentially helpless, the case might not have been solved if Roger hadn't gotten involved. Roger, however, was above the police and could not let the criminal escape punishment. Let's go back in time and observe what transpired on that fateful day. Let's get started. The setting for our story was Livewood, Kansas, a tiny, secure suburb of the state. Every neighbor in this neighborhood knows you by name and greets you with a pleasant day. On June 18, 2002, 19-year-old Alexandra Kemp's morning began as usual. Her dad had left for work. Her mother was preparing a delectable meal, while her younger brother was still in bed. Alexandra was rushing to get to work, so she didn't drink her coffee. After completing her first year of college, Allie, as her loved ones nicknamed her, spent the summer vacations back in her hometown. She was hired as a lifeguard at a public outdoor pool where her brother and boyfriend were already employed. Allie quietly examined the surroundings and cleaned the auxiliary facilities on that day, when there were hardly any guests. Allie went into the pump room and turned around when she heard a voice she didn't recognize. He rushed her and began tearing at her clothing until she gestured for him to leave the restricted area and pointed to the door. He was much stronger than Ali, who struck him in the face. She attempted to scream, but he put his palm over her mouth and drowned out any sound from the running pumps. A second later, Ali was unconscious. After a while, her brother Tyler arrived at the pool to cover for her. He was unable to locate her, but he did spot her personal stuff on a table. He called her by name and looked everywhere, but Ali did not answer. The young man called their father Roger in a panic, and Roger hurried to the pool, dropping everything. Roger was relieved to see that Allie was not in the pool after he and Tyler thoroughly examined the area. Roger entered the pump room and noticed a flashlight shining on a large piece of tarpaulin in the dark. He saw a foot protruding from beneath the sheet, followed by a pool of blood on the floor. At the sight, the father yelled and threw off the tarp. He dropped to his knees in an attempt to rouse her, but she was not responding. Roger Kemp reported his daughter's fatal injuries to the emergency services at 5:29 p.m. The father attempted to resuscitate his daughter during the conversation. Blood still trickled from the wounds he had caused, but he covered her lovingly with his jacket. During their conversation, Roger begged her to stay. However, the girl was not conscious. Allie Kemp, 19, was pronounced dead at the hospital after the deceased was transferred there immediately. She never returned, but I hope she was still awake and could hear me. According to Roger, a pool of blood was found close to Alexandra Elizabeth Kemp's multiple blunt force head injuries that occurred soon after she arrived at the neighboring hospital. She had a ripped top. Her neck showed evidence of strangulation, and she was without pants or undergarments. Her nails were ripped off and several of her fingers were fractured, indicating that she had been severely beaten before being deprived of her life. Items were scattered haphazardly in the pump room where Allie's body was discovered. It became evident that Allie and her attacker had engaged in a heated battle, during which she persisted, but he outmatched her in strength. The victim's body was sent for forensic analysis after her life was deemed over, and the murder scene was carefully examined. Regretfully, neither the pump room nor the pool's grounds contained the weapon used in the crime. However, investigators had to figure out why a blood-stained container of ointment that was typically stored in the first aid box was discovered at the crime scene so strange. For examination, the ointment tube and its cap were gathered. In my 35 years of service, this was probably the most horrific crime that could occur in the Livewood community, said Police Chief Craig Hill, who examined the crime scene and offered his sympathies to the parents of the deceased Allie Kemp. Both the public and the investigators were left with too many unanswered questions by this atrocity, which rocked the sleepy community. Since the motive for the crime against the young woman was one of the primary questions, the inquiry was perplexed. Robbery was initially thought to be the motivation, but since her pocketbook and everything in it were undamaged, this notion was totally disproved. After obtaining the forensic examination report, it was determined that Ali had not experienced intimate partner violence, despite the second alleged motivation being an attack. Even seasoned investigators found the incident weird and intriguing because there was no motive for it, let alone either of these two. Therefore, who had the right to brutally end the life of a young woman whose life had only begun? On October 11, 1982, Alexandra Elizabeth Kemp was born in Livewood. Ali, the Kemp family's only daughter, was the much-anticipated first child. She grew up in the picturesque, tree-lined suburb of Livewood with her parents and two brothers in a loving household. She received honors when she graduated from high school, and was chosen as the most attractive girl in the 7th grade, and loved poetry and soccer. In 2002, Ali followed her aspirations and enrolled at Kansas State University. Her family and boyfriend were waiting for her when she returned to her hometown of Leawood after completing her first year of university. 4 blocks from her family's house, she accepted a position as a member of the service staff at the neighborhood pool. Her brother and boyfriend were already working at a local pool, and it was a great job. Ali was therefore a young, bright woman who could not have had any adversaries because she was raised in a loving and caring environment. To obtain a more comprehensive picture of the day of the crime, investigators spoke with Ali's friends and acquaintances and kept investigating several ideas on the assault. Phil House, Ali's boyfriend, was one of the initial suspects. Ali and he had been dating for more than 5 years by 2002. He had known Ali from school. The police had to treat Phil as a suspect even though it didn't seem like he had any motive to hurt Ali. Under interrogation, Phil clarified that Ali had taken his place at the pool at 2:00 p.m. before leaving for another work. He stayed until 4 p.m., after which he was playing video games at a friend's house when he got a call informing him that Ali was in the hospital. Colleagues and acquaintances with whom Phil had been playing games verified his alibi. But he did provide the police with important information. As it happened, Phil was unable to answer when Ali contacted him at 2:52 p.m. because she did not answer the phone when he contacted her again at 3:44 p.m. Authorities surmised that Ali met her terrible end at this time. This hint did not help the police discover the perpetrator, despite their determination to solve the case as soon as possible. As there should have been enough on a summer day at a public pool, there was optimism in the testimony of possible witnesses. However, the pool was nearly empty that day due to unfavorable weather, and the hunt for any hints or testimonies was moving very slowly. A few days later, it was determined that 2 workers from a lawn care firm were in the parking lot on the day of the incident. After re-interviewing the pool personnel and the neighborhood, when they were taken in for interrogation, they reported seeing an automobile circle the parking lot at approximately 2:40 p.m., occasionally pulling away and then coming back. The suspect vehicle, a beige 1980 Ford truck, was well described by them. The authorities now had a crucial piece of information, even though they were missing the car's license plate number. But one of Ali's pals provided even more useful information. A description of the suspected culprit was aided by the testimony of Laurel Wynn, a friend of Ali's. As it turned out, Ali called her friend Laurel at around 3 p.m. that day to ask her to keep her company while she worked at the pool. Since it was a foggy and chilly day, there weren't many people there. After some time, Laurel's automobile finally pulled into the pool parking area. There was no answer when she called Ali. Laurel thought it would be funny to blow loudly on a lifeguard whistle, since she didn't see Ali outdoors. Just then, a man came out of the pump room while feigning to be on the phone. Laurel suspected he was Ali's supervisor, so in order to keep her friend out of trouble, she hurried out of the pool. Laurel was able to recall the man's face as he turned around and waved to her as she left the pool area. Presuming she had spotted the offender, Laurel went without waiting for a call from her friend. Based on Laurel's account, the police produced and released a composite sketch in the hopes of identifying the offender. This led to the creation of an extremely precise sketch of the alleged culprit. Local television aired the sketch and the description of the suspicious car. The likelihood of finding and apprehending the offender was definitely improved by this publicity. And it's true that the police got a ton of reports from folks who thought they saw this man. This brought the investigation's first suspect, a young guy named James Drider, to light. Drider looked a lot like the composite sketch and had an old Ford pickup. He worked as a mechanic at a tiny auto repair business in Olata, which is about a 20-minute drive from Livewood. Police contacted the believed culprit at his place of employment after acquiring his address. James, however, had an alibi and strongly denied any involvement in the incident. James Drider was removed from the list of suspects, despite his close likeness to the composite, since his manager verified that he was at the auto business on June 18 because he was at work all day. The hunt went on. Roger persisted even as the path cooled over the course of several months. He pursued new leads while investigators worked on each one. Roger carried out his own research with tenacity. His frequent visits to the police station included a variety of suggestions for apprehending the offender. Roger's persistent efforts earned him a spot on America's Most Wanted, where he not only told Ali's story, but also displayed the composite sketch of the suspected criminal. Both local and national television networks carried the well-liked program. Police stations were inundated with fresh communications. Every message was carefully examined, but for different reasons. Almost instantly, every fresh suspect was thrown out. Phil House, Ali's 5-year boyfriend, also helped. He started a virtual quest by contacting college students via email. A reward of $50,000 was offered for any information that led to an arrest, and he encouraged them to view the America's Most Wanted show that focused on Ali's case and look at the composite sketch. The case came to a standstill once more in spite of all attempts. But cops learned something new about the once familiar James Drider 6 months after Ali was killed. As it happened, news organizations in nearby Colorado covered the hunt for a man who had committed 3 assaults in January 2003. Ryder, who had been ruled out as a suspect in Ali's murder and was now sought for assaults, was identified by Roger from the wanted sketch. The police were certain they had identified their suspect despite the driver's alibi on the day of Ali Kemp's murder, but they still needed to establish James's involvement. Investigators were unable to match DNA since the man was not in the database, because he had no past convictions. In order to compare this person's DNA with that recovered from the crime scene, they needed to examine him once again. James Drider was by this time evasive and nearly impossible to find. 3 weeks passed before the cops located him at a Utah gas station, When Drider didn't pay for his fuel, the employees arrested him and called the police. James Drider was charged with 3 assaults and may have been responsible for Ali Kemp's death. Police were dismayed to discover no similarities between his DNA sample and the sample taken from the crime scene. Ali Kemp was not killed by James Drider, a serial killer. This was a significant setback, because police had to start the case afresh after it had come so close to catching the suspect. Days stretched into weeks, and weeks into months, and the police still had no fresh leads in the case of Ali Kemp. Roger, Ali's father, tried everything in his ability to find his daughter's attacker, even though the police's interest in the case gradually diminished after 2 years. Despite having few choices, he kept in touch with USA Today, which released the composite sketch of the suspected suspect. Roger looked frantically for a man with a big face and a hint of baldness. He put up wanted signs all around the city. As a loving father, he wanted to preserve his daughter's narrative in the public memory in addition to apprehending the offender. Roger then had a simple yet excellent idea one day. He noticed a billboard at the entrance to the city. He realized that this billboard was seen every day by hundreds or possibly thousands of individuals. The composite sketch might be placed on it, why not? To rent the billboard, he got in touch with an advertising firm. After hearing Mr. Kemp's tale, the company's management offered to place the poster for free on 8 billboards along the highways close to. Roger's efforts eventually started to pay off, with an estimated 10,000 people viewing his billboards each day. Police began to get reports of persons who looked like the drawing 2 years after Ali Kemp was killed. A young man called Benjamin Appleby was among the many tips that came in as a result of the billboard, television commercials, and a larger prize. Ted Hoover was the name of this person who resided in Bantam, Connecticut. The 29-year-old man lived under the alias Hoover in order to evade being charged with a personal crime. Beginning in 1997, he possessed a Ford truck that was the same beige color as the car the suspect was thought to be driving. As it turned out, Ted Hoover was employed in 2002 to do pool maintenance, especially at the pool where Ali was killed. Equipped with this knowledge, detectives visited Ted Hoover's residence to interrogate him. He acted unsure and clearly anxious during the chat. Ted was asked to submit a DNA sample at the conclusion of the conversation in order to be removed from the suspect list. He attempted to avoid this request by making excuses, but it was obvious that he was unprepared for it. He first requested some time to reflect and asked that samples be held until he could consult with his attorney. The investigator called Ted Hoover's attorney the following day, who told him that Ted was against willingly giving the police a DNA sample because he did not want his DNA included to the national database. Investigators made an effort to get the attorney to sign a document guaranteeing that the DNA would not be added to any database and would just be utilized in connection with Ali Kemp's case. The attorney asked to take a moment to tell his client of this. 2 days later, though, the attorney replied that his client was still opposed to giving the police his DNA. The investigators were certain that this person had a secret. They recalled having a conversation with Ted Hoover at the location of Ali's death many years prior. He did not appear suspicious at the time, but the police had questioned him in relation to Ali's case without making the breakthrough they were hoping for. The detectives were forced to get an order for the mandatory collection of Ted Hoover's DNA, and when they returned to his home on March 24, 2004, they discovered it was deserted. The man was gone. During the search, Ted Hoover was formally listed as sought on suspicion of killing Ali Kemp, but Roger remained involved. He went back to the tried-and-true strategy of posting posters on billboards in nearby states. He bought more than 500 billboard ads. In Colorado, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Iowa, and Nebraska, Ted Hoover's face was on exhibit. Since the entire billboard campaign now cost over $100,000, 0 cents, Roger Kemp had to spend all of his funds and even sell the house his family had occupied for more than 20 years in order to pay for such a big manhunt. And it wasn't for nothing. Missouri notified the police in August 2004 that someone had recognized the individual from the billboard. The report did note, however, that this person was now going by Benjamin Appleby instead of Ted Hoover. When the police arrived at the house given in the tip, they did in fact find the man they knew to be Ted Hoover. The cops lawfully took a sample of his saliva and immediately detained him on suspicion of murder. When the DNA from the crime scene and that of Benjamin Appleby, also known as Ted Hoover, matched, Their suspicions were validated. Benjamin's past encounters with the law included intimate partner crimes and robberies. He was arrested by Connecticut police on a previous warrant after being accused of indecent exposure. He admitted to the police when they questioned him about Ali's murder that he had tried to flirt with the girl he liked, but she had not reciprocated. Benjamin lost control and attacked her when she pushed him away when he attempted to touch her. Benjamin was later accused of both attempted assault and murder. On both charges, he was found guilty. "I choked her. I suppose I have no idea why I did." In a recorded interview, Benjamin Appleby stated as much. Appleby claims that he touched her, but not very deeply. "Ang Lee," he said, and when she objected, he started beating and strangling the 19-year-old. The investigators then discovered the terrible explanation for the antiseptic ointment's open state. When Ali passed out and Appleby required lubricant, he attempted to attack her. Benjamin Appleby defended himself by claiming that he just lost it, went back to his car, and drove off. On the last day of the trial, Benjamin Appleby, also known as Ted Hoover, was found guilty and given a 50-year prison sentence on December 10, 2005. According to Kansas law, he was found guilty and given a 50-year prison term without the possibility of release until 2054. But after serving his term for a number of years, Benjamin Appleby has questioned whether his punishment under the Kansas Hard 50 legislation was fair. He contended that Kansas law automatically mandated that his sentence be changed because the elements that resulted to his Hard 50 were decided by a judge rather than a jury, as mandated by a prior U.S. Supreme Court decision. Prosecutors argue that the Hard 50 should be maintained and that Benjamin Appleby's case is exempt from the state statute. Roger Kemp cautioned the public that lowering Benjamin Appleby's prison sentence would endanger other young girls and women. Roger Kemp's battle and his search for the guy responsible for his daughter's death came to an end at this point. He had a somewhat unique notion as a result of his unwavering commitment to see Ali's attacker brought to justice. He intended to display the composite sketch on highway billboards for everyone to see. The creative use of billboards by Roger Kemp to expand his audience proved to be a very successful strategy. Following Benjamin Appleby's conviction, a number of jurisdictions nationwide made the decision to implement comparable policies, with varying degrees of success. Take Defense is the name of the Ali Kemp Educational Foundation, which Roger Kemp started. Girls and young women between the ages of 12 and 23 can receive self-defense instruction there. Workshops are held all throughout the country. Hundreds of testimonies from women have been sent by participants, stating that the training preserved their lives till his final days and even stopped attacks. Over 70,000 people nationwide have taken this self-defense course, and Kemp himself has given speeches at events and prior to each local session. Subsequently, he established the Ali Kemp Educational Foundation, or just TAKE, a self-defense program that trains women and girls of all ages how to defend yourself in perilous circumstances. For his efforts with the charity, Roger Kemp was also given the Presidential Citizens Medal in 2011. Kemp was one of 13 individuals out of 6,000 nominations to be granted one of the highest awards the president bestows on civilians. He wished to educate other women how to defend themselves, since he thought his daughter would still be alive if she had learned how to do so. He did not want to remember that terrible day that radically altered his life, and years after the terrible death of his only beloved daughter, he still could not bear to talk about the vicious attack on her. Because he tried to attack her, which is so difficult for me to say, he took her life. In an interview, Roger Kemp said that after killing her, he attempted to attack her once more. The close-knit family of friends and acquaintances who actively participated in the hunt for Alexandra Kemp's attacker continues to commemorate and lament her unexpected and unfair death, kind, passionate, and never-ending. Roger Kemp died when he was 77 years old. According to his friend and co-worker Jill Leaker, he was a true national treasure. Hundreds of people were able to obtain justice thanks to Roger Kemp's inventiveness. Since being inspired by Kemp's concept, numerous other law enforcement agencies nationwide have implemented comparable billboard tactics. In Kansas alone, these billboards have assisted law enforcement in apprehending over 30 fugitives. Roger Kemp once stated, "You have two choices on a well-known television program. You have two options. Either get out of bed and fight the battle I decided to wage, or stay in bed and cover your head." He honored his promise that I would never allow him to win. He saved the town from a vicious criminal who undoubtedly would have done the same thing again thanks to his efforts. Bravo to a genuinely strong person and a caring, devoted parent. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. One of the strongest, most uncontrollable, and most unpredictable emotions with the potential for real destruction is teenage love. A teen's first conscious experience of emotional and passionate feelings is brought on by hormonal changes and changes in how they interact with others. Everyone, however, perceives and feels this sensitive sensation differently. Young individuals frequently take risks in an attempt to impress their significant other and gain their attention, favor, and adoration, because this is an age of rebellion, self-discovery, and the desire for self-affirmation. The bucolic and serene Georgian village of Lawrenceville was the scene of a string of incredibly violent crimes in the spring of 2017. 2 persons lost their lives as a result of these acts, while 4 more were put in grave danger. For financial gain, an elderly couple was tormented and beaten to death. Law enforcement's quick action helped put an end to the violent rampage, preventing the young criminals from finishing what they had begun. 2 pupils were seriously hurt but amazingly survived. Because the lovers intended to die together, the press likened the story of these young offenders, Cassandra Bjorg, 17, and Johnny Ryder, 19, to the story of Romeo and Juliet. But they liked to think of themselves as Bonnie and Clyde. The most horrifying thing, despite their ignorance of the fabled criminal duo's past, was that they specifically targeted members of their own families in an attempt to get rid of everyone they cared about. In late January 2017, Cassandra Bjorg and Johnny Ryder met in the company of mutual acquaintances and fell in love at first sight. At the time, Johnny had just turned 19 and had already been married and divorced. He was not prepared for family life, and the marriage was a forced arrangement because his underage fiancée had gotten pregnant, while Cassandra was 17 and still enrolled in school. But the pregnancy ended too soon, and within 6 months, their partnership was over. Johnny was enthralled by Cassandra and fell deeply in love with her at first sight. Despite her small stature and good looks, Cassandra was a fierce, unbridled energy ball. She took Taekwondo, Wushu, and Korean martial arts like Tang Soo Do very seriously. Bjorg had even competed several times, but she eventually stopped training, saying that emotional upheaval had caused her to lose her focus. In actuality, the schoolgirl's bad habits that were incompatible with athletics and her preference for partying with friends were the primary causes. The girl was attractive and had a trim build. She was good at drawing attention to herself and manipulating people, particularly the boys who were in love with her. Many now question if she really loved Johnny, or if she only exploited him to further her evil. The boy, on the other hand, was obviously smitten with her and would stop at nothing to win her over. He felt he had discovered his soulmate and true love. While his new girlfriend resided with her grandparents, who loved their only granddaughter, Ryder lived with his mother and 2 sisters in his parents' home. The young couple fell in love almost immediately after meeting, and they rushed to show their significant others to their family members to show how serious they were about their plans. But their loved ones disapproved of their decisions, which infuriated them and put them in grave peril. In this criminal case, too many circumstances came together to create a terrible tragedy, even though it is likely that this couple would never have committed a severe crime on their own, much less deprived their family members of their lives. Johnny revealed that Cassandra was the source of horrific ideas that her partner was prepared to carry out without hesitation, while his girlfriend was susceptible to manipulation and influence due to her addiction to illegal substances. What information is available about Cassandra Bjorg? On January 19, 2000, Cassandra Bjorg was born in Peachtree Corners, Georgia, which is in Gwinnett County. She was born out of wedlock to Amanda Sterling, who had her as her sole child. Cassandra never interacted with her real father and never knew him. Cassandra had behavioral and aggressive problems from an early age, since her mother was more concerned with her personal life than with rearing her daughter. Cassandra's mother married Stephen when she was 15 years old. Her stepfather started making attempts toward his young stepdaughter, and displaying abnormal interest in her. As a habitual liar who was always getting into trouble, Cassandra tried to inform her mother about this, but she did not believe her and assumed that her daughter was making it up. The teenager then complained about the situation to her grandparents, Wendy and Randall, over the phone. The elderly couple felt it would be better for their lone grandchild to live with them. After becoming very worried about the situation, the 15-year-old girl so relocated to her grandparents' large 2-story home in Lawrenceville in October 2015. She had her own room there, and her grandparents rarely denied her anything, giving her all she needed. Cassandra deftly used Wendy and Randall's generosity, who thought that their love and attention would help their granddaughter recover. She ran away from home frequently, stopped playing sports, missed school, and hooked out with the wrong crowd. She also began taking money from her family members and using it to buy illegal drugs and alcohol. She once threatened to kill her grandma after she was unable to obtain the quantity she required. The Bourget family phoned the police over 30 times between October 2015 and March 2017 due to Cassandra's uncontrollable behavior, which included frequent runs, unexplained disappearances, fights, theft, and aggressive behavior while under the influence of drugs. After Cassandra started dating Johnny Ryder, her conduct became unmanageable. Wendy and Randall were adamantly opposed to her bringing her boyfriend to her grandparents' house and telling them he would now live with them. When Johnny attempted to invite Cassandra to live with him at his family's house, a similar circumstance happened. The pair was expelled due to opposition from his mother and sisters. The couple quickly came to the conclusion that anyone who obstructed their relationship ought to be removed. They intended to see Cassandra's mother and stepfather to make amends, take all of their savings, deal with Cassandra's grandparents, get rid of Johnny's family, seize their money, and then run away to Florida to spend as much money as they could from the 3 residences. The harsh treatment of the grandparents. Cassandra was aware of the precise location of her grandparents' home where a sizable quantity of money was kept. Cassandra didn't know the password to the little safe that was kept in a closet in one of the second-floor rooms. The explanation is that Wendy and Randall started hiding the money after they saw it was missing and realized their cherished grandchild was stealing. Randall, Wendy's husband, had just turned 64, and Wendy herself was 63. After more than 40 years of marriage, they had a daughter, bought their ideal house, and intended to spend their golden years on the second floor. They occupied 2 bedrooms that were next to each other and had separate bathrooms. Because they thought their granddaughter could be rehabilitated and didn't want to ruin her life, the old couple didn't want to send her back to her mother or place her in juvenile detention, despite their inability to handle her. Cassandra allowed Johnny to enter the residence with kitchen knives and baseball bats on the evening of April 2, 2017, after the elderly couple had already gone to bed. The pair made their way to the second level via the stairs. While Johnny went to Randall and began striking him with the bat, Cassandra went into her grandmother's room where she was sleeping and stood beside her bed. It took the old man a while to comprehend what was going on. He was scared, confused, and helpless to protect himself. Johnny leaped onto the bed, stood on top of his victim, and kept striking him. Wendy, meantime, awoke to the commotion, hearing slow thuds and what sounded like a garbled cry in the shadows. She recognized the figure by her bed as her granddaughter. She was stabbed in the shoulder as soon as she attempted to stand up. Deep slashes on the woman's hands showed that she attempted self-defense, but the forces were not equal. In the adjacent room where Johnny was mistreating her grandfather, Cassandra pulled her grandma by the hair, demanding the code to the safe and threatening to kill them if they didn't comply. The young couple bound the elderly couple with tape and kept beating them. The elderly couple prayed their granddaughter wouldn't dare to take away the lives of her closest relatives, even though Johnny was holding a knife to Randall's throat. But when Cassandra Command's boyfriend began stabbing Randall in the stomach a minute later, Wendy screamed, pleading with them to stop, and revealed the code to the safe. In order to open the safe, Cassandra hurried to her grandmother's room right away. Then, with a victorious yell and a few fat envelopes of cash, she ran back to show her accomplice that they had succeeded. But the old couple's agony didn't stop there. In an attempt to obtain the bank card credentials so they could steal more money, Cassandra and her boyfriend persisted in beating them. It's possible that Wendy and Randall began saying farewell and declaring their love for one another after realizing they wouldn't be left alive. Later, when she was being questioned, Cassandra recalled this, and it made her laugh. A lot. Once they had all the information they needed, the young monsters pulled Wendy into the toilet after killing Randall with a knife to the neck in front of his wife. they were still dealing with her. Her own granddaughter killed her by striking her head with a baseball bat. Cassandra once bemoaned to Johnny that Wendy would not pass away and would still be alive. Then, to make sure the woman had no chance of surviving, Johnny cut her throat. Cut party on the bones. Their granddaughter and her companion remained in the house, while the two bodies rotted in the second-floor rooms, following the cruel treatment of the elderly couple. The young pair used the pilfered funds to purchase anything they want, including alcohol and any illegal drugs they could find. They admitted during questioning that they wanted to try everything and that they could now afford to do so. A few days later, Wendy's sister called the police to ask for a welfare check on her relatives, who hadn't spoken to her since April 1st. Wendy's bad vision made it unusual for her to simply send texts rather than answer the phone. The texts requested not to worry and said that everything was okay. However, this just made matters worse. To make sure everything was okay, law enforcement dispatched a patrol officer to the specified house, but nobody answered the door. Nothing looked strange at first. Neighbors noticed the couple's vehicle heading downtown, but there were no indications of a break-in or that the mail had been picked up. The officer came to the conclusion in the morning that the elderly couple had left the residence without a warrant to search it while out on errands. After stating that he had completed his work and found nothing odd, he departed. In the meantime, the juvenile offenders went shopping in the victim's vehicle. They ordered meal delivery and purchased food and drink every day, but they were unable to consume all of the food they purchased, so the rotten and uneaten goods were left to fester in boxes on the floor, tables, windowsills, and every other surface in the house. They took money out of Wendy's bank card as the money started to run low, but they were unable to locate Randall's wallet using his cards. Cassandra and Johnny invited their friends to a party at their residence, approximately a week after the crime against her grandparents. They had a major issue, though, because the remains on the second story had decayed considerably and were giving off an odor that was hard to ignore. After discovering 2 cans of construction sealant in the garage, Johnny made the decision to seal the doors of the rooms containing the remains, but first they had to cover up the stench. They covered the bodies with several liters of chlorine bleach that they purchased from a hardware shop. After that, Johnny meticulously caulked all the cracks around the bathroom door and the bedroom door. The couple informed their pals over the phone that Cassandra had a lot of money after her grandparents left town for a few days, and that she intended to have a large party with wine and more entertaining activities. But their buddies found the story highly dubious. The majority of them were aware of the several occasions Wendy and Randall had called the police due to their inability to manage their granddaughter. As a result, nobody dared to go to this peculiar gathering. Only a tiny bad company of problematic youths, including those who could obtain illegal substances and consented to do so in exchange for a reward, eventually assembled at the house. The guests complained about the awful stench, even while they were drunk, and Cassandra attributed it to a clogged sewer. It became intolerable for the criminals to remain in the residence, so the following day they decided it was time to depart. But they needed additional money for their getaway, because they were running low on cash and had almost used all the card's balance. The strategy to obtain it had been simmering for some time and now had to be put into action. However, more of their family members would have had to die for this. On Friday, April 7, 2017, the family was saved by an unintentional victim. The pair infiltrated the Ryder household. Johnny had keys, so it was home. They got there in the morning when Johnny's sisters and mother were at the university working. They found enough cash and goods to sustain them for a while once they were able to raid the house. The criminals purchased bear spray, a considerably larger and more potent aerosol that resembles pepper spray, and armed themselves with baseball bats. This unique spray, which is intended to deter hostile bears, contains potent tearing and irritating chemicals that burn skin and mucous membranes chemically, causing acute coughing and excruciating agony in humans. This weapon has the potential to be lethal. They planned to attack and kill each member of the family one at a time, then take the loot and flee with it. They knew roughly when each member would arrive home. Assuming the mother and sisters had left for the weekend, no one would be searching for them by Monday, giving the criminals a few days' advantage. After her university lessons, Melissa, Johnny's younger sister, was the first to return home. However, she was accompanied by her boyfriend, whom she had asked over so they could have some alone time together. The thieves chose to follow their strategy and add another victim to their blacklist. despite the complexity of the situation. Melissa and her boyfriend realized there had been intruders, probably burglars, when they came in and saw the mess. Melissa rushed to the phone right away to call the police, but she was unable to do so. And bitter orange haze filled the room, causing their skin to feel like it was on fire, their throats to burn, and their eyes to water. Abruptly, two bat-wielding figures with scarfed faces emerged and started beating the pupils. The victims, however, surprisingly put up a strong fight. Unaware of the bear spray's potency, the attackers started strangling themselves during the ensuing altercation. The homeowner, Johnny's mother, who had come home from work earlier than normal, appeared as the front door opened abruptly. While the criminals were able to flee through the kitchen door, she shouted and dialed 911. Johnny took extra keys to his mother's car during the robbery, and they used them to escape, leaving behind the primary piece of evidence, a car registered to the late Randall, while Cassandra dropped the car keys they had brought with them during the attack. Although the crooks wanted to murder the additional witness right away, the couple didn't expect Melissa to return home with her boyfriend because it was difficult to attack and kill two strong young people at once. Luckily, they were unable to finish their plot. They obviously miscalculated the might of House of Horrors, their weapon of choice, and overestimated their own talents. Although both attack victims lived, they were admitted to the hospital with various levels of wounds and chemical burns. The abandoned vehicle in the backyard, which did not belong to the Ryder family, piqued the interest of the responding law enforcement authorities. They identified the legitimate owner of the vehicle by looking through the registration plates. It soon became apparent that the car's owner had phoned the police earlier that week, but no one had come to the door. Officers went straight to Randall and Wendy's house, and this time, after failing to receive a response, they pried open the door and went inside. They were instantly struck by the smell of rotting, which was obviously coming from one of the bedrooms upstairs. The floor and bed were stained with blood, and the closet was open, exposing an empty safe. The door had been sealed with construction adhesive, making it hard to enter the other bedroom, and taking time and effort to pry it open. The decomposing body of an elderly guy with his hands bound behind his back and obvious marks of extreme torture was on the floor when the cops eventually made their way inside. Additionally, the bathroom door was sealed, making it more difficult to break in. The homeowner's wife's remains were discovered. She had clearly been beaten and tormented before having her neck cut, which is how she died. Empty beer bottles littered the house. The sink was piled high with filthy dishes, and there were garbage boxes and containers of ruined takeout food all over the place. She became the main suspect in this case because police had been to the residence dozens of times over the previous year and a half and knew that the murdered couple had a granddaughter who often ran away, acted aggressively, and got into trouble. However, dangerous guests, where can I locate the youngster who is accused of such a horrible crime? Upon learning of what had transpired at the Borgi residence, the injured Ryder's relatives instantly implicated Cassandra, claiming that Johnny might be her accomplice because he was enamored with her and might follow her example. The automobile in which the young robbers and offenders fled was also listed as wanted. In order to wash away the bear spray residue and ease the excruciating burning, the couple went to a store after leaving the site and purchased 5 liters of milk. Johnny reflected for a moment and thought of Jason, his best buddy from high school, with whom he had been inseparable in their senior year, but had nearly lost touch. The criminals made the decision to temporarily seek refuge and assistance at Jason's house after graduating. When his old classmate showed up at his flat with a girl, Jason was taken aback. Although the two appeared menacing, Johnny asserted that they were in danger and had no other options. Johnny claims that he and his mother got into a heated disagreement about his girlfriend, whom she didn't like. According to rumors, his mother sprayed them both with pepper spray and threw him out. The unexpected visitors requested to clean up and take a shower. In addition to providing clean clothes, meals, and the opportunity to spend the night, Jason and his mother were incredibly generous and let the couple use their restroom. Since they had nowhere else to go, the two accepted the offer. The apartment's owner made coffee and breakfast for everyone in the morning. She engaged the guests in friendly conversation and inquired if she could be of any further assistance. Outside, the sound of police sirens suddenly became more audible. A minute later, cops used a megaphone to call out to Johnny and Cassandra by name and urge them to surrender as police cars pulled up just beneath the windows. This change in circumstances surprised Jason and his mother. After thanking their host for their kindness and directing them to vacate the flat, Johnny grabbed a big kitchen knife. The crooks shut themselves inside, and the hosts, instantly frightened, hurried to the escape. They decided it would be better to die together, and they had no plans to give up. The crooks realized that a SWAT team would arrive at any moment, and that they couldn't hide in someone else's apartment for very long after failing Romeo and Juliet. With a knife in hand, they proceeded to the restroom and, in the hopes that the wounds would bleed out rapidly, made multiple deep cuts on their wrists. Already losing consciousness, Johnny pulled out his phone and left his mother a voicemail pleading for her forgiveness. He apologized for what he had done. He claimed that he shouldn't have harmed his family because he loved them so much. He went on to say that this was his last message and that he was passing away in the arms of his cherished girlfriend. But no one received any such texts from Cassandra. The young couple was lying on the tiled floor in one another's arms, surrounded by a massive pool of blood, when the cops broke into the apartment and pried open the bathroom door. Despite being unconscious, they both displayed signs of life. After receiving emergency medical care, they were taken to the hospital. Shocking admissions made by the juvenile offenders. The young couple inquired about one another as soon as they were conscious again. The first person to confess was Johnny, who said he felt bad about what he had done. His girlfriend, meanwhile, made an effort to appear helpless and blamed her partner for everything. She stated that she was extremely furious with herself, had been depressed for years, and no longer wanted to live. But as she described what had happened, she unintentionally revealed that she had long wished for her grandparents to die. Cassandra acted like a child during the interrogation, making expressions, complaining about the unappetizing hospital food, and even flirting with the police. It was only after a restaurant gave her quick food, which she had asked, that she began to speak. Even the most experienced officers were taken aback by what the teenager disclosed. Cassandra gently responded that her grandparents had lived long enough when asked why she took their life. She went on to say that they forced her to attend school, ruined her fun, and concealed money that she needed. Cassandra was simply angry because she couldn't locate her grandfather's bank card and didn't express regret for robbing the few people who loved her of their life. Grandpa was always damn smart, she said, laughing when he informed her that he had hidden his wallet beneath his pillow because he was afraid she would steal it. The teenage criminals also acknowledged that they planned to kill the Ryder family as payback for their rejection of Cassandra and their attempts to keep Johnny from seeing her because they believed she was a negative influence. Because they believed that deceased people don't require money, they also intend to loot the family. They then want to pay a visit to Cassandra's mother and stepfather in order to exact revenge on them for their mistreatment of her. This couple planned to spend their money and enjoy life by the sea in Florida. The couple reconnected in the courtroom a few months after the abortive attempt on their lives. They constantly argued, criticized one another, and even used slurs, giving the impression that there was no longer any love or passion between them. Both ultimately entered guilty pleas to the robbery, the assault on the students, and the offenses against the elderly couple. Both Johnny Ryder and Cassandra Bjorgi were given 2 life sentences, with the possibility of parole after the court found them guilty on all counts. Cassandra said she had nothing to repent for, but after 60 years, Johnny showed sincere regret and apologized to everyone he had harmed. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Victor Auxiliers, a seasoned skydiver, made another jump on a typical sunny day in Wiltshire County. The sensation of wind on her face, the rush of adrenaline, and the view of the infinite sky were all familiar to her. However, she became aware that something had gone horribly wrong shortly after she had deployed her parachute. The reserve parachute did not deploy correctly, and the lines were tangled. Victoria fell with a terrifying velocity. Her only concern during that heart-stopping moment was her kids and how they would be left without her. However, how could a seasoned teacher like this make such a mistake, and why? These questions led to the discovery of a terrifying mystery that would permanently alter Victoria's life. Victoria Auxiliers, who is she? Victoria Cilliers was born in 1977 to a retired military officer in Edinburgh, Scotland's capital. She was lively, vivacious, and full of life from a young age. She devotedly pursued a number of sports during her school years, and when she made her first skydive at the age of 16, she instantly fell in love with the sky. Victoria entered the University of Glasgow's medical program after graduating from high school. She obtained her degree in physical therapy while still participating in sports. She joined the British Army as a physical therapist because she wanted to be like her father. Victoria developed into a highly accomplished skydiver in addition to her medical career. She completed more than 1,500 jumps and obtained her instructor certification. As a mentor with the Army National Parachuting Association and a free-fall coach, she was a true professional. Through perseverance and hard work, Victoria rose to the position of captain by the time she turned 30, marking a significant career accomplishment. She made a good living while juggling her duties as a skydiving instructor and a physical therapist at a military hospital. Her private life, however, was less fortunate. She wed a medical colleague in 2008, but the union disintegrated after just 1 year. A tall, gregarious officer named Emile Cilliers entered the hospital where Victoria worked in the middle of 2009. He ended up attending one of Victoria's therapy sessions while he was recuperating from a skiing accident. He quickly became the love of her life and her second husband, a love that nearly cost her everything. Emile Cilliers, an unfaithful partner and perilous charmer. Let's now examine the primary antagonist of the narrative. Born in South Africa in 1980, Emile Cilliers came from a wealthy British expat family that ran a construction business. His parents catered to all of his needs and desires, allowing him to grow up pampered and conceited. Emile began dating Nicolene Shepherd, a young girl, when he was 17. He was already employed at his father's business and had completed high school by then. Emile knew how to make a good impression, dressed well, and always had money to spend. Shortly before her 16th birthday, Nicolene became pregnant and gave birth to their first child, a daughter. A second child was born to the couple approximately a year and a half later. However, they never made it to the altar, even though they had 2 children together. Emile asserted that he was not prepared for the obligations of family life. He kept having affairs with other women in spite of his role as a father. Although he didn't try hard to conceal his actions, he was always able to win Nicolene back and persuade her to stay with him. Emile made the decision to relocate to the UK in the early 2000s with the intention of establishing a prosperous career, purchasing a house, and eventually bringing Nicolene and the children to live with him. On a work visa, he went to the UK, but his trip didn't go as expected. Emile took on menial side jobs to make ends meet because he was having trouble finding steady employment. He often lived with different women and made fewer calls home to save money. Emile consistently refused Nicolene's requests to bring them to the UK or return to South Africa. Citing financial difficulties, he said he was unable to provide for them. However, he frequently bought pricey things for himself and lavished gifts on his many romantic partners. Nicolene and the kids were temporarily financially supported by Emile's parents. Nicolene's prospective mother-in-law then disclosed a startling secret during one of their conversations. Emile had just gotten married. Carly Taylor, a British woman, became his new wife. Nicolene called Emile that same day and demanded an explanation. He reassured her calmly that the marriage was solely for legal purposes, to obtain permanent residency in the United Kingdom. Nicolene tried to remain composed and trusted his story, but she soon discovered he had no intention of inviting them over. She packed one suitcase, gathered her children, and took a plane to the UK, determined to force Emile to take responsibility. She desired Emile to be involved in raising their kids. By this point, Carly was expecting their second child, and Emile and Carly already had a son together. Carly was unaware of the existence of Nicolene and her 2 children. The unexpected appearance of Nicolene surprised Emile and his expectant wife. In an attempt to make his shocked wife understand him, Emile had to switch to South African Afrikaans. He told Nicolene quite bluntly that he had no intention of continuing to be involved in their children's lives, and that their relationship was over. The always endearing Emile was forced to tell his wife who she was, but the heartbroken Nicolene fled in tears. However, Nicolene was portrayed as a villain rather than a victim in the highly embellished story he told Carly. For about 6.5 years, Emile and Carly were married, But their marriage was not happy. It was the same pattern as in his last relationship. Emil regularly cheated on Carly with several women he met wherever he went, even though they had 2 kids together. Interestingly, Nicolin, Carly, and later Victoria would all talk about Emil's incessant demands for intimacy, even weeks after giving birth. With little consideration for the discomfort or health hazards his partners might face, Emil signed a contract to join the Army Physical Training Corps shortly after he married Carly, joining the British Armed Forces. He basically turned into a fitness instructor who earned a respectable salary and a military rank. Emil and Victoria's love story. Emil broke his ankle in a skiing accident in 2009 and ended up in the hospital. Victoria, a physical therapist, was there when he first met her. Immediately sparks flew between them. It made no difference that Victoria was 3 years older. Emil tried his best to comfort her in any way he could, because she was still emotionally healing from a recent divorce. Victoria was initially unaware that her new romantic interest was still married. Similarly, Carly was unaware that her husband was meeting with a divorce lawyer and getting ready to file for divorce. When the truth was revealed, Emil attempted to blame Carly for his marriage's failure, but she responded by telling Victoria that Nicolin and Emil had 2 other children. This realization astounded Victoria. Her ostensibly ideal partner had a convoluted past, including 4 children and 2 prior relationships. Emil, however, insisted that he had never felt this way about anyone else and declared his unwavering love for her. Victoria had already fallen deeply in love with him, even though those words might have meant nothing to someone else. She discovered that she could accept him for who he was, flaws and all, and forgive the lies. With time, Carly and Victoria were able to establish a true friendship in addition to becoming cordial. The 2 women had become so close that Carly even trusted Victoria to take care of her kids. Emil quickly proposed to Victoria after completing his divorce in 2010. The couple threw a lavish wedding after she gladly accepted. After her parents died, Victoria used the money she inherited from them to buy a large house in Wiltshire, where they now reside. The couple's first child, a daughter named April, was born in 2011. In 2015, their son Ben was born, expanding their family. Spending a lot of time with their children, the new parents seemed committed. Their family appeared to be content and strong from the outside. Victoria was an enthusiastic skydiver who had even introduced the sport to her husband, Emil. He became an expert in packing both main and reserve parachutes and obtained his own certification as a skydiving instructor, giving the family an additional source of income. With 2 gorgeous kids, a devoted husband who had just been promoted to sergeant, and a life that appeared ideal to their friends and family, Victoria's marriage seemed like a dream come true. However, Emil soon got tired of this seemingly perfect life. He started looking for affairs, and even though he didn't do much to conceal his actions, he would constantly beg Victoria's pardon on his knees. He would vouch for the fact that these liaisons were pointless and that she was the only person he loved. In order to keep up appearances, and the appearance of a perfect family in front of friends, family, and co-workers, Victoria repeatedly forgave him. As previously stated, Victoria had been an instructor at the Army Parachute Association and had a deep love for skydiving since she was a young girl. By early 2015, she had performed more than 2,500 jumps without any mistakes or mishaps. Naturally, Victoria had to take a break from the sport she loved so much during her pregnancy, and she missed it terribly. Her second child was born in early March 2015. Emil then shocked her on April 1st by telling her that he had reserved a tandem skydive for the 2 of them. Victoria was ecstatic, perceiving this as a considerate act from her spouse, who appeared to wish to inject some excitement into their everyday routine. The couple arrived at the skydiving base with their older daughter on April 4, the day of the scheduled jump. They prepared, but the weather abruptly changed against them. Heavy clouds rolled in and the wind increased, making it impossible for the plane to take off. The jump was rescheduled for Easter Sunday the following day. Upon arriving home, Emil abruptly informed Victoria that he would not be able to accompany her the following day. In addition to insisting that it would be best to leave the kids at home because they would only grow tired and no one else would be available to watch them, he said that urgent matters had arisen. Emil wished Victoria luck as he bid her farewell on the morning of April 5 and remained behind with their 5-week-old son and 4-year-old daughter. With a positive attitude, Victoria set out, looking forward to her long-awaited jump. However, the weather wasn't great again. After waiting for several hours, the group was finally given the all-clear to take off. The plane carrying 12 skydivers took off at around 3 p.m. One by one, the skydivers started their jumps at the proper altitude. Last to jump, Victoria Cilliers relished every moment of her ascent through the sky. But as soon as she pulled the cord to release her parachute, she knew something was seriously amiss. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to untangle the tangled lines of her main parachute. Quickly, she sliced it off and proceeded to use her backup chute. The unimaginable occurred at that point. Approximately 1/3 of the reserve parachute opened. It looked like this might be the end, as Victoria started to spin wildly through the air at a terrifying speed. Victoria later acknowledged that, although she was afraid, she didn't consider dying. Her husband and their 2 young children were waiting for her at home, and she was thinking about them. She tried to position her body to minimize the injuries from the inevitable impact, and did everything she could to slow her fall. In her ears, the wind roared. She lost all sense of time and space as everything whirled around her. The world grew dark. Victoria was lying in a recently plowed field when she came to. She couldn't understand what had happened or why there was so much noise all around her. She was confused. Her co-workers were shocked to discover her alive after racing to the scene. They were taken aback, however, when Victoria opened her eyes and requested assistance in standing up. As it happened, she had been extremely lucky. Her fall had been cushioned by the soft, loose soil, avoiding potentially fatal injuries. Victoria had suffered a broken leg, collarbone, and multiple ribs, but she miraculously survived. However, her head, internal organs, and spine were largely intact on the side she landed on. After being airlifted to the closest hospital by emergency personnel, it is almost unheard of for both parachutes to fail, and it is rarely necessary to deploy a reserve parachute. Red flags were raised right away. After learning of the incident, the skydiving base's lead instructor made the decision to examine Victoria's parachutes in person. Although the main chute's lines were tangled, it was unclear if this was the result of a packer's error or if someone had purposefully sabotaged it. Things became even more suspicious when the reserve parachute was examined. There were 2 essential pieces of equipment missing. It appeared as though these parts had never been there and had never been torn away, because there was no indication of damage. Victoria came perilously close to death as a result of the reserve chute's improper deployment. A mistake of this size was practically impossible, because the parachute had been inspected at least 10 times by numerous experienced professionals. The lead instructor was extremely concerned about both parachute failures. He made the decision to report a possible murder attempt to the police on his own. It just so happened that, at about the same time, Victoria's best friend Caroline called the police with a similar worry. But Caroline didn't think twice about naming the suspect she had in mind. When Caroline learned of the suspicious accident, she became concerned. She told investigators that Emile, Victoria's husband, might be connected. Caroline claims that although the marriage appeared to be happy on the surface, Emile was actually a toxic and manipulative partner. Victoria disregarded numerous warning signs because she was so consumed by her love for him. An expanding study. The parachutes turned out to be important pieces of evidence during the police's thorough investigation into the incident. Victoria, meanwhile, recovered remarkably quickly and was in the hospital for less than a month. She credited her husband's constant care and support for her quick recovery. Emile seemed to be the ideal husband, showing her affection, taking care of the house, and assisting with their kids. Victoria was therefore taken aback when policemen arrived at their door to talk to Mr. Cilliers. Emile didn't fight back. He went to the station voluntarily to respond to their inquiries. Emile, a negligent father and an unfaithful husband, maintained his composure while being questioned, but he was aware that investigators would soon find text messages he had exchanged with his many lovers. He made the decision to discuss his affairs with others in the hopes of avoiding the disclosures. He acknowledged that he had been dissatisfied in his marriage and blamed Victoria for not providing for him. He claimed that although he had been preparing to divorce her for some time, he had put it off due to the children. Emile admitted that he had been seeing an Austrian ski instructor named Stephanie Galler for about 6 months, and even had plans to wed her shortly. Emile disclosed his financial difficulties as well. He owed a lot of money to a number of individuals and businesses that provided high-interest loans. He was a self-confessed gambling addict who regularly wagered and lost, which led to his debts skyrocketing. He said that some of his creditors had started threatening him, and he even implied that Victoria's death attempt might have been a warning to him. As it happened, Emile Cilliers did have a mountain of debt, but his account of the parachute incident sounded so implausible. The fact that Emile casually stated that he had personally examined his wife's parachutes and never left them in his sight, even bringing them with him when he used the restroom, only served to heighten investigators' suspicions. The police detained him for additional interrogation after this detail raised serious concerns. Officers conversed with Victoria at home during this time, telling her about the strange details and the suspicions expressed by the lead instructor and her friend Caroline. Victoria was shaken and in disbelief. She acknowledged her husband's extramarital affairs and financial difficulties, admitting that their marriage was far from ideal. She also disclosed that Emile had not been very enthusiastic about the birth of their youngest son and had hardly spent any time with her children. Victoria found it difficult to accept that her husband would ever wish to hurt her, in spite of everything. Emile didn't initially seem to have a strong reason to divorce his wife. First of all, despite his mounting debts, Victoria had always supported him financially and forgiven him for his infidelity, giving him unfettered access to her bank account. Emile led a comfortable life and indulged in his vices. Second, Victoria had safeguarded her resources. In her will, she left her savings account and the house she purchased prior to their marriage to her sister. Her sister would take on the role of guardian for the children in the event of her death, guaranteeing Emile would not be able to access the inheritance. Victoria feared her husband would waste everything because she knew he was not responsible for his finances. Emile was also aware of this and realized that her estate would not be advantageous to him. Investigators believed that he might have been motivated by the possibility that he would receive a life insurance payout of almost £200,000 sterling if Victoria died. Emile was also planning to move abroad with his new girlfriend as part of their future plans. Victoria recalled an important detail when questioned about the parachute. Taking Victoria's backpack with him, Emile had taken their daughter to the bathroom when she needed to use it on the day of the jump. According to the rules, all equipment had to be returned because the jump was cancelled that day due to bad weather. However, Emile persuaded Victoria to leave the equipment in a locker, claiming that doing so would avoid the lines at the equipment window the following morning and save time. Victoria insisted, however, that her husband was not allowed to tamper with the parachutes. She noted that he had only been gone for roughly 5 minutes, which was, in her opinion, not nearly enough time to make any changes to the equipment. Caroline talked about a terrifying experience that happened a week prior to the unsuccessful parachute jump during her interview. Victoria had almost died from a gas leak at home. Victoria and their 2 kids were left alone when Emile said he had to spend the night at the barracks the previous evening. Victoria smelled gas the following morning. When she called Emile to tell him, he told her that she was just dreaming and told her to start cooking without worrying. Fortunately, Victoria was not easily persuaded. When the technician from the gas company arrived after she called, they found a significant leak at the gas valve located inside a cabinet close to the stove. The valve nut's noticeable scratches indicated that someone had used a wrench to tamper with it. Emile was notoriously clumsy with tools, so it appeared that he was the one who made the marks. Additionally, there were blood traces on the valve from a cut he probably sustained while working on it quickly, and he hadn't bothered to clean up the evidence. According to investigators, he had loosened the nut just enough to start a slow leak, not enough to be noticeable unless there was an explosion. Later, Emile asserted that the valve had most likely come loose due to vibrations from a nearby building's construction. The incident was written off as a strange accident at the time, and no one suspected Emile of foul play. However, if an explosion had occurred, Victoria and their 2 small children might have perished, instantly resolving Emile's issues. Determined to depart for Austria with his new partner Stephanie, he swiftly came up with the plan with the parachutes after that plan failed. The suspected attacker is defended by the victim. Victoria persisted in defending her husband, claiming he could never want her dead, in spite of all the dubious evidence and witness statements. At that point, investigators decided it was time to expose her to the harsh reality of the man she had lived with. They told Stephanie about Emile's messages in which he essentially asked her to marry him. He had written about his desire to start a new life and his profound regrets about marrying Victoria. That wasn't all, though. Emile had profiles on several dating apps, was seeing a number of other women, and even went to speed dating events to meet new people for casual dates. But finding out that her husband had been having an affair with his ex-wife Carly was the greatest betrayal for Victoria. Unaware of Emile's dishonesty, Carly and Victoria were good friends who frequently worked out weekend custody arrangements for the children. Although Victoria acknowledged that the gas leak incident had raised suspicions from the beginning, she chose to ignore them because she believed her husband would never endanger their children. In addition, he had been gone nearly 3 times as long as Emile, who had only been in the bathroom for 5 minutes with her parachute. He said their daughter had spent a lot of time in the restroom when he got back. Victoria was also aware that her husband was using her credit cards to make extravagant purchases for his mistresses. Emile, however, had consistently maintained that fraudsters had somehow obtained his account details and pledged to notify the authorities of the theft, even though he never did. The case was taken to court because of Victoria's and other witnesses' strong testimony. An expert would only need roughly 10 minutes to sabotage both parachutes and repack them carefully enough to evade detection, according to a reenactment done during the investigation. The fact that Emile had allegedly attempted to harm his wife twice, putting not only her but also their children in danger, persisted even though the majority of the evidence appeared circumstantial. When the trial started in November 2017, Emile vehemently denied all of the charges. He asserted that he would never endanger his own children and that he would never harm the mother of his children. In addition, he claimed that Victoria had been on the edge of a breakdown after multiple heated arguments with him and that she may have tampered with her own parachute because she was suffering from severe postpartum depression. Victoria was experiencing an odd situation. Emile almost seemed to hypnotize her. She reiterated his allegations in court, saying he couldn't have hurt her or their kids. She even acknowledged that she had experienced depression following the birth of their son. Attendees at the trial were unable to ignore how strongly Emile continued to influence her. Emile was found guilty of all charges on June 15, 2018, and given a life sentence with the possibility of release after at least 18 years. Victoria finally admitted to herself that she had been living with a real monster for all those years, and she filed for divorce shortly after the trial. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On May 3, 2019, 17-year-old Ellie Gould decided to skip her regular class and spend the day studying alone. Nobody knew that there was a terrifying secret hidden behind her closed door. Her father expected her typical chirpy greeting when he got home, but instead he found an eerie silence. The kitchen had devolved into a nightmare scene. Ellie Gould, a popular and intelligent sixth-form student, should have turned 18 the week before. However, she was killed in her own house in May. Ellie was lying there, a motionless figure in a pool of blood, a knife by her arms, stab wounds at her throat, not the lively girl her father had known. Her eyes, which had once been determined mirrors, gazed straight ahead. There were more questions in the air. Why would a young girl who followed her dreams, Ellie, commit suicide? However, there was more to this tale than first appeared. Before Ellie said her final goodbyes, rumors of another eerie presence in the house began to circulate after a silver Ford Fiesta was spotted close to her residence. Who was this invisible person? Were they complicit in the murder of Ellie? The crucial question still stood. Was this a horrific murder or an act of self-harm? The small, serene town of Calne, Wiltshire, is situated in southwest England and is encircled by picturesque hills. The River Marden flows through its banks, surrounded by willow trees, and the air is thick with the scent of freshly cut grass. Stone cottages with window boxes in bloom line the cobbled streets. A weekly market with lively exchanges takes place in the town square, which is shaded by old oak trees. Ellie flourished in this calm environment, surrounded by the recognizable sounds of distant trains and church bells. Calney was more than just a lovely location. It was a part of Ellie's journey, influencing her aspirations and objectives with its understated charm. Carol and Matthew Gould, both in their late 40s, welcomed Ellie into the world on February 6, 2002. She went into her A-levels as a Year 12 student at Hardenhoosh School with a strong sense of ambition. Ellie, however, was more than just studying and tests. Riding her favorite horse in the open fields brought her peace. She was naturally skilled at it, and even had aspirations of becoming a member of the mounted police. In addition to awards and trophies, Ellie played a crucial role in her family's life. Ellie was regarded by her contemporaries as a reliable friend who would listen to your darkest secrets and make you laugh until your sides ached. Ellie got along well with her cousins as well as her friends. Jess Vine, 17, was one of her closest cousins. Like sisters, they couldn't be separated. When someone said, "It was almost like we had twins in the family," Ellie desired to study psychology as well. Understanding the intricacies of the human mind, the positive, negative, and intriguing gray areas in between, was made possible by her A-levels. She wished to improve the world by assisting people in discovering their inner motivations. But Ellie's life took a surprising turn. No one could have imagined how brutally she was removed. Ellie Gould decided to study at home for her A-levels on May 3, 2019, rather than attending class. This day, however, was different. Everything changed when her father, Matthew Gould, returned from his job. There was a silence that persisted in the house indefinitely, replacing the usual routine and laughter. In a state of shock, Ellie's father, Matthew, called for an ambulance in a panic, unsure of what to do or how to react to what he had just seen. He then contacted Ellie's mother, Carol. His once bright daughter was now lying on the floor, her laugh gone, her beautiful face scarred, her eyes open and emotionless. Ellie had been lying dead in her kitchen for at least 4 hours, according to the Wiltshire police investigation. Unbelievably, she had 13 separate neck stab wounds and displayed symptoms of strangulation. Even the best surgeons or first aid would not have been able to save her due to the violent and upsetting nature of the stabbing. There was nothing to be done about the terrible and tragic circumstances. The police soon came to the conclusion that Ellie couldn't have done this to herself, and that there was little possibility that a stranger was to blame. They assumed it wasn't an outsider because nothing in the house was disturbed. The evidence indicated that it wasn't an outsider, which left the police perplexed. They began looking into more intimate circles, such as Ellie's friends, family, or acquaintances. This case was made even more complex by the fact that the motive was still unknown. Still in disbelief, her parents first thought that Ellie might have hurt herself unintentionally or fallen off a chair, but her father, Matthew, stopped and rethought the whole thing. Maybe he had a feeling something was wrong, or that there might be more to it than first appeared. When a neighbor gave a vital lead, the breakthrough occurred. Earlier that day, they had noticed a slender, unnamed male guest at Ellie's house. The police investigation was centered on this description, even though they were unable to see the person's face. The case took a major turn when the search for this enigmatic young man began. Detective Jim Taylor, the investigator, and his team acted quickly to interview all of Ellie's friends after learning of this lead. They began with Ellie Gould's friend and classmate, 17-year-old Ellie Welling. On May 3, 2019, the day of Ellie Gould's untimely death, Ellie Welling was scheduled to pick her up. The police reached a dead end after speaking with Ellie's friends, but they were distracted when they noticed a strange car driving toward Ellie's house. Shortly after Ellie's death, this car appeared on surveillance footage and was out of place in the neighborhood. The police needed Ellie's parents to identify any suspected friends in order to advance the investigation. However, Ellie's parents were unable to immediately come up with a friend because they knew all of her friends. It clicked for Ellie's parents when the police asked directly if Ellie was in a romantic relationship. Thomas Griffiths, age 18, was brought up. An 18-year-old A-level student named Thomas Griffiths played rugby for the first team and was a prefect at Hardenhoosh School in Chippenham, Wiltshire. He was raised in a decent household and put in a lot of effort to earn the chance at a promising future. Ellie had a major crush on him and had known him since 7th grade, so it's safe to say that she was thrilled when they started dating. Thomas became Ellie's first boyfriend when they formally began dating in January 2019, and their relationship went well. Since Ellie's parents knew everything about her life, she naturally told her mother about Griffiths. Although they hoped she would put her studies ahead of boys, her parents were aware of the brittleness of adolescent love and wanted to steer clear of it. They agreed to let her date even though they preferred that she concentrate on her studies. To get to know Thomas better, they invited him over for dinner and insisted on meeting him. Ellie's parents watched Thomas intently one evening while they were eating dinner in the kitchen, attempting to gauge his personality. He was quite quiet and appeared introverted, but there were no overt warning signs. They believed it was most likely because he was still a young boy and was nervous about meeting Ellie's family. Ellie's parents were supportive and understanding, and they were eager to give her space because they knew she was a smart and self-sufficient child. But they watched Thomas and silently pondered why Ellie had picked someone who didn't seem to be a good fit for her. They were certain that Ellie and Thomas couldn't be together, but they didn't say anything because they respected Ellie's opinion. They made the decision to give Thomas a chance in the hopes that Ellie would be happy. On February 6, 2019, Thomas even attended Ellie's 17th birthday celebration in their own kitchen. In that instance, her parents showed him their love and acceptance by extending a warm welcome into their house. Ellie and Thomas's relationship didn't last long during its honeymoon period. After 3 months, fissures appeared. After being blown away at first, Ellie felt that Thomas's incessant need for her was suffocating her independence. The initial excitement turned into a suffocating clinginess as he yearned for her presence all the time. She received grumpy disapproval whenever she tried to prioritize her A-levels or make friends. Ellie's need for room and development was in stark contrast to the future Thomas envisioned, which was laced with talk of marriage. Their relationship goals were headed in opposite directions and would eventually collide. Feeling stuck in a commitment she wasn't prepared for, Ellie longed for independence and the opportunity to be herself. The once ideal romance had devolved into a battle to uphold her individuality while juggling expectations. She wanted to concentrate on her studies, particularly her impending tests, and felt that she wasn't prepared for a committed relationship. Ellie told her mother she wanted to break up with Thomas in early May 2019. Her mother, not surprised by the news, asked if Ellie needed to talk or if there was a particular reason. Ellie told her mother that she just wanted to remain single for a while and that nothing had happened. She assured her mother that everything was under control and that she shouldn't worry. Ellie later went to her room and texted Thomas to end their relationship. Thomas insisted on denying the split and declared his love and compatibility with her. However, Ellie remained steadfast in her choice, telling friends about their split on May 2, 2019. She hoped they could still be friends, even though she knew Thomas might be upset. When police found Ellie in their kitchen the next day, there were questions about whether Thomas, an A-level student, could possibly be capable of such a thing. Since she didn't have classes until the afternoon on May 2, 2019, Ellie asked her parents if she could spend the following morning at home. Before going to school in the afternoon for her history class, she intended to prepare for her tests. She made arrangements for a friend, Ellie Welling, to come get her at 12 p.m. on May 3, 2019, the following morning, to attend school together. Griffiths and Ellie were both sixth formers at Harden Hoosh School in Chippenham on the day that Griffith's mother dropped him off. Thomas walked into the school cafeteria and asked Ellie's friends where she was. He had been looking for her since the morning, wanting to talk about their breakup the night before. He made the snap decision to leave as soon as he found out that Ellie wasn't in school. Thomas pretended to be ill and told a teacher so before heading to the local bus stop. He quickly changed into a different pair of sneakers and a black hoodie as he made his way home, but just as he was about to leave, his mother came home without warning. In a panic, he hurried to hide in a cupboard until she was gone. After his mother left and he was left alone, Thomas grabbed the extra car keys and made the 10-minute drive to Ellie's house. He wanted to speak with her, so he knocked on her front door when he arrived. When Thomas realized Ellie was serious about ending their relationship, they reportedly got into a heated argument in the kitchen. He began choking Ellie in the midst of the argument. Thomas continued to fight despite her valiant attempts to defend herself, and Ellie fainted. He grabbed a knife from the kitchen and stabbed Ellie 13 times in the neck. She was unable to defend herself, but he washed the knife to get his fingerprints off it when he noticed she had stopped moving. In order to make it appear as though Ellie had caused her own harm, he then set up the scene. Once he had cleaned up the scene, he pretended to be Ellie and texted a friend using her phone. He took this action to make sure Ellie's body wasn't discovered until much later in the day. Ellie unintentionally scratched Thomas's face and neck while defending herself. Upon noticing these marks, Thomas devised a scheme to conceal his actions. In a group chat, he expressed to his friends how devastated he was by the breakup and even claimed that he was intentionally harming himself. He then suggested that they meet up to discuss their relationship while sending messages to Ellie's phone, as though he was not aware of anything out of the ordinary. To ask Thomas about Ellie, the police visited his home. His neck, which had new scratches from Ellie's brutal murder of him, caught their attention right away. The police were aware that there was more to the story, even though Thomas denied any involvement in Ellie's murder. Investigators looked at the family's Wi-Fi router settings and found that shortly after Thomas got home from school on May 3, his phone disconnected from the home network. It didn't reconnect until after 12 p.m. after being offline for several hours. Suspecting that this period coincided with Ellie's murder, they examined surveillance footage surrounding Ellie's home to learn more. A silver Ford Fiesta was seen leaving Ellie's neighborhood at 11:56 a.m. on CCTV footage from a passing bus. The police were able to identify the Griffiths family because the car's registration number was visible. Thomas was clearly implicated as the driver because no other family members were present at the time. Thomas steadfastly denied any involvement in Ellie's murder or presence at the crime scene, in spite of this evidence. Thomas's phone connected to the home network after 12 p.m., but disconnected for an 18-minute period, police found after closely examining the family's Wi-Fi router. When the police focused on the area around them, they noticed a wooded area. They walked to the woods in precisely 9 minutes after leaving Thomas's front door. When the 9-minute mark came, they stopped and looked around. Investigators found a pair of black sneakers that contained Ellie's blood during the search in Thomas's room, which further added to the growing body of evidence. They also quickly found a black bin liner that contained blood-stained napkins, clothing, and towels that were later found to contain Ellie's DNA. Thomas was then taken into custody and accused of killing Ellie Gould. Thomas admitted in August 2019 that he intended to enter a guilty plea to the offense. He described going to Ellie's house early on May 2, confessing to a fight and a blackout, and stating that he was unable to remember what happened next. In a heartbreaking statement, Ellie's mother, Carol, recalled how the family welcomed Griffiths into their home and even shared in Ellie's birthday celebration, demonstrating their faith in him. After Ellie was murdered, she described the unthinkable experience of holding her cold hand, pain no parent should have to go through. At first, she was shocked that Griffiths, the naive boy who cherished their daughter, would hurt Ellie. Ellie's father, Matthew, talked about how the eerie sight of her still body plagued his sleep and daily activities constantly. It was revealed in court that Griffiths had abused Ellie after she rejected him. According to the autopsy, she was first rendered unconscious by pressure on her neck, then she was stabbed more than a dozen times before escaping. To trick investigators, Griffith set up the scene and put Ellie's hand on the knife he had left close to her neck. He even made a desperate attempt to convince his friends that the scratches on his face were self-inflicted. Thomas Griffiths was given a life sentence with the possibility of release after 12 years by the Bristol Crown Court in November 2019. Griffith's letter of apology was read aloud in court. Ellie's mother shook her head while gazing at Thomas. The court also pointed out that his use of a knife from the victim's home does not imply premeditation, taking into account his age as a mitigating factor, since life sentences for those under the age of 18 are prohibited by UK law. At the age of 29, Thomas Griffiths would be eligible for parole in 2031. The tragic tale of Ellie Gould served as a poignant reminder of the frailty of life and the ruthless robbery of dreams. She lost her future, her love, and her hopes. In addition, her predicament brought to light the difficulties in relationships that appear to be ideal. The sorrow of losing Ellie and the unrelenting quest for justice served as a warning to be careful who we allow into our lives. More generally, Carol Gould's advocacy for harsher punishments in situations such as Ellie's led to crucial discussions regarding domestic abuse and juvenile offender sentencing. Ellie's Law, Carol's initiative, aimed to address the disparity in sentencing between those who bring weapons and those who use found weapons in heinous crimes, as well as for adolescent killers. Ellie's mother, Carol, and her family achieved victory after 2 arduous campaigns. Those who fought so hard for justice were relieved when, 2 years later, This new law made it possible for teenage killers to receive sentences of up to 27 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In a blueberry field in Michigan, a metal trunk containing the charred remains of an unidentified man was discovered in 2002. He was first known to investigators as Jack in the Box, a nickname that would become well known in the years that followed. Not until more than 10 years later, after countless detective efforts and revolutionary developments in forensic science, was the victim identified as Roberto Caraballo. This revelation, however, came with a terrifying twist: a web of murder, treachery, and a dark family plot. This is the tale of how the Jack in the Box case was resolved, illuminating a horrific homicide that permanently altered Michigan's past. An unusual and unsettling sight was discovered by a farmer on May 8, 2002, while working in a remote blueberry field in Ottawa County, Michigan. An old metal trunk tucked away among the bushes. The trunk had been badly burned, and it smelled awful, as if it contained something gory. The horrific reality of a body that had been mercilessly burned beyond recognition and left to decay in the trunk was what he had hoped was only an illusion. The remains of a body that had been burned beyond recognition were discovered when police arrived and forced open the charred lid. The man had been placed in the trunk, covered in gasoline, and set on fire after suffering blunt force trauma, according to detectives. Investigators couldn't make sense of the scene. Since the fire destroyed any fingerprints or distinguishing characteristics, the condition of the body made identification all but impossible. Detectives thought the murder must have occurred somewhere else before the trunk was left in the remote field, because there were no indications of a struggle at the scene. Because there were no witnesses or hints to help identify the victim, investigators had a difficult time figuring out who this man was and how he met such a terrible end, and the case ultimately went cold. Early leads in the case produced no noteworthy progress, despite the best efforts of law enforcement. In order to gather information about missing people, odd behavior, or anything that might help identify the victim, investigators canvassed the local communities. Due to the limited forensic technology available at the time, detectives were left without answers in the absence of fingerprint identification or DNA database matches. The forensic analysis, which showed that the man was probably middle-aged and had died violently, was the only information available for years. The case turned into one of the most puzzling unresolved mysteries in Michigan. After the story was reported by the media, the victim was dubbed Jack in the Box. The public and fans of true crime were enthralled, curious about the identity of this man and the reason behind his body's ruthless disposal. Detectives kept returning to the case in the hopes that new technology or a different viewpoint would reveal the truth, but the case cooled without any clear direction. The long-forgotten case received new attention in 2015, more than 13 years after the unidentified body was found in 2002. Previously, investigators had run out of leads, but they gained the momentum they required from a new tip from an unexpected source. In early 2015, Deneen Ducharme, a Texas woman, contacted law enforcement, expressing her suspicion that the unidentified man known as Jack in the Box might be her stepfather, Roberto Caraballo, who had vanished for no apparent reason years prior. Around this time, the case also gained more public attention, in part because of a documentary called Jack in the Box that was produced by a group of local students. The movie brought the unsolved murder back into the public eye, attracting more interest in the case and urging anyone with information to come forward. Together with developments in forensic technology, this spike in public involvement created new avenues for investigation. Following the Texas woman's call, investigators reopened the case and used modern DNA testing techniques to examine the victim's remains. Detectives followed the woman's lead and compared her DNA to samples from the Texas family. The woman's suspicion was validated by the findings, which showed that Jack in the Box was in fact 37-year-old Roberto Caraballo, who had resided in Charlotte, Michigan at the time of his disappearance. This discovery changed the course of the case from an unsolved mystery to a targeted investigation enabling detectives to concentrate their efforts on identifying the people who caused Caraballo's untimely death. Authorities now had a plethora of new information thanks to this identification, including a name and a life story to piece together. Roberto's identification shed light on his family ties and past, generating new leads and providing a novel viewpoint on potential suspects and their motivations. Let's now examine Roberto Caraballo's biography. Friends and family characterize Caraballo as a gregarious and diligent person. He shared a home with his wife, Beverly McCallum, her daughter, Deneen Ducharme, and Christopher McMillan, Deneen's friend. However, his relationship with Beverly was said to have been turbulent at the time of his death. Family conflicts, tension, and financial arguments were reported by friends and family. Detectives looked into the possibility that someone close to Caraballo was responsible for his murder, after it became clear that his life had not been peaceful. Authorities focused on Caraballo's immediate family after his identity was established, especially his wife, Beverly, her daughter, Deneen, and her friend, Chris McMillan. Prior to his body being transported to the Ottawa County field, the investigation found that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement of their Charlotte, Michigan home. Investigators believed that Beverly McCallum, driven by family strife and financial gain, had planned the murder. Witness accounts and interview reports presented a terrifying image of premeditation. The murder was thought to have been meticulously planned by McMillan, Deneen, and Beverly. Although no life insurance policy was verified, there have been rumors that Beverly might have hoped to profit monetarily from Caraballo's passing. Rather, it seemed to be a murder motivated by animosity and personal strife, with McMillan carrying out the scheme and Beverly controlling her daughter. Investigators discovered that the three suspects had enticed Caraballo into their Charlotte home's basement on the night of the murder, where they fatally wounded him with a blunt object. According to reports, they disposed of the evidence by putting Caraballo's body inside a metal trunk after he passed away. With the intention of erasing any evidence of their crime, they drove the trunk to a blueberry field in Ottawa County, doused it with gasoline, and set it on fire. The painstaking preparation and graphic method of disposal demonstrated the brutality and resolve of those involved. In order to link Beverly, Deneen, and McMillan to the crime, forensic science was essential. Traces of gasoline and accelerant on the metal trunk were consistent with attempts to destroy the body, and any forensic traces and blood evidence discovered in the basement matched Caraballo's DNA. A clear narrative that positioned the murder in the family home prior to the body's transportation to the field was established thanks, in large part, to the efforts of forensic analysts, advancements in DNA testing, and cooperation with local law enforcement. Christopher McMillan finally consented to a plea bargain in exchange for a lighter sentence after increasing pressure. He gave a thorough explanation of what transpired before Caraballo passed away. McMillan explained how Beverly had planned the murder and tricked him and Deneen into helping to carry it out. His admission that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement gave the prosecution's case more weight and provided a strong basis for Beverly and Deneen's conviction. In relation to Roberto Caraballo's murder, Deneen Ducharme was charged with both murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Ducharme made an effort to portray herself as a reluctant participant during the trial by claiming that she was coerced into committing the crime by her mother, Beverly McCallum. She asserted that her mother had manipulated her, forcing her to participate in both the actual murder and the disposal of Caraballo's body. According to her defense team, Ducharme was a victim of circumstance and had fallen victim to McCallum's web of coercion. They made an effort to portray her as obedient and passive, implying that she was motivated by a stronger personality rather than intending to actively participate in the crime. Her defense was questioned by the investigators and prosecution, who contended that the evidence refuted her allegations of manipulation. They implied that Ducharme had not only been aware of the scheme but had voluntarily taken part in it, taking important steps to hide the crime. From the physical attack on Caraballo to the actions taken to destroy his body and obfuscate evidence, the evidence showed that she was not merely a passive bystander, but was actively involved. When Beverly McCallum found out that the investigation was refocusing on her, she left the country in 2015. After evading authorities by moving to different countries, she was eventually found in Rome, Italy in 2019. The case became more complicated due to the international nature of her arrest. necessitating cooperation between Italian and American authorities in order to extradite her. Ultimately, McCallum's attempts to thwart extradition were unsuccessful, and she was sent back to Michigan to stand trial for Caraballo's murder. Beverly McCallum and her daughter Danae Ducharme were charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and mutilation of a dead body at the start of their legal proceedings in Michigan. According to the prosecution, the murder was premeditated, and Beverly was the one who carried out the heinous deed, driven by both malice and financial greed. Beverly allegedly carefully planned Caraballo's murder and enlisted her daughter Danae and friend Christopher McMillan to carry out her plan, according to the prosecution. McMillan, who had previously accepted a plea bargain, testified against Beverly and Danae, offering details about the crime scene, the plot, and the subsequent events. Because of this plea deal, which reduced his sentence in return for his cooperation, Beverly and Danae were left to deal with the full weight of the charges by themselves. The roles that each person played were established by the prosecution, using McMillan's testimony and additional evidence, emphasizing Beverly's leadership in planning and directing the crime. After years of waiting for the case to be settled, Caraballo's loved ones and the community finally felt some justice and closure as a result of the trial and the ensuing court rulings. The possibility that Beverly McCallum is involved in other crimes besides the murder of Roberto Caraballo is another noteworthy feature. According to Amanda, Beverly has a track record of abusing her connections with men, some of whom are from outside the U.S. In one notable instance, Beverly married a man she had known for more than 20 years while residing in Jamaica. This person vanished inexplicably, and despite attempts to get in touch with Beverly, he is still unaccounted for in Jamaica. Following his disappearance, Beverly and her kids are thought to have left the country, which heightens the suspicion that her illegal actions may be a part of a larger pattern. Given Beverly's history of violent and manipulative relationships, and this man's abrupt and unexplained disappearance, it is possible that she is connected to additional unreported crimes. The question of how many more victims might be linked to Beverly's past is raised by this unsolved mystery. The conclusion of the Jack-in-the-Box case, one of Michigan's most eerie unresolved cases, attracted national attention. Audiences found great resonance in the tale of Roberto Caraballo's murder and the treachery of those closest to him. The case's place in American crime history has been cemented by ongoing media coverage and true crime documentaries. Even when all hope seems lost, the investigation's legacy serves as a testament to the commitment of law enforcement and the value of forensic science in bringing about justice. A terrible reminder of the darker side of human nature is the murder of Roberto Caraballo, who was hidden in a metal trunk and set ablaze in a Michigan field. When justice was finally served after years of mystery, a horrifying tale of treachery and family dishonesty was exposed. No matter how much time has passed, Caraballo's memory endures, as a reminder of the extent investigators will go to in order to find the truth and provide victims with justice. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video examines what happened in Tennessee, USA on September 2, 2022, when 34-year-old Eliza Fletcher, a mother of 2 children and kindergarten teacher, left her Memphis home to go for a morning jog. Following police notification of Eliza's disappearance, an investigation was started after she failed to return home, which sparked a significant public outcry. A few days ago, the case was concluded. Born in Memphis, Tennessee, on November 9, 1987, Eliza Welford Fletcher played soccer for the University of Memphis after graduating from Hutchinson School in 2006 and went on to finish her undergraduate studies at Baylor University. After graduating from Belmont University with a master's degree in teaching, she focused her efforts and unending youthful enthusiasm on her students at Promise Academy and then St. Mary's Episcopal School's junior kindergartners. Eliza gave her all to her students, as she did to everything she did. She was a firm believer in the value of personal development and did not hesitate to show vulnerability. As a natural athlete, on the other hand, she welcomed it. From childhood teams to collegiate competition to winning marathons, Eliza's love of sports was evident. As an adult, she loved going for morning runs with her friends. She enthusiastically participated in everything she did by utilizing her competitive nature. Eliza was a skilled runner who qualified for the Boston Marathon, a prestigious event among marathon runners, by finishing the Stone Marathon in Memphis in 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 9 seconds. Eliza loved being a wife and mother more than anything else. Richard James Fletcher, her husband, and she met at the Second Presbyterian Church. On Friday, September 2, 2022, the couple welcomed 2 sons into the world after getting married on March 8, 2014. When Eliza did not return from her jog at the scheduled time, her family became concerned. Her husband Richard reported her missing at 7:45 a.m. after noticing that she had not returned home and was not returning calls or texts. Eliza began her day the same way she began many other days, with a morning run. She left the house at around 4 a.m. Police started looking into it right away. The investigators first spoke with every member of Eliza's family. In addition to ensuring that the family members' testimonies were consistent, they had to piece together the timeline of events preceding her disappearance. Eliza's husband, or any other family member's involvement in the disappearance, was promptly ruled out by authorities. Investigators retraced Eliza's route and started gathering surveillance footage after determining which route she was running. A still photo of Eliza was made public. She weighs 137 pounds, has blonde hair, green eyes, and is 5 feet 6 inches tall. Her hair was in a bun on the day she was last spotted, and she was dressed in a pink jogging top and purple-blue running shorts. Investigators concluded that Eliza had been abducted close to the University of Memphis. Eliza used to frequently jog in the area and had never experienced any personal safety concerns. But this time, police claimed that a man kidnapped her, forced her into his car, and drove off. The suspect was driving west on Central Avenue in a dark SUV. It was discovered that Eliza's cell phone was broken. Near the scene of her kidnapping, a water bottle and a phone were discovered. An image of the SUV was made public, and police urged anyone with information that could aid in the investigation to get in touch with them. Some information regarding the kidnapping was later made public by authorities. What the police report says about it is as follows. A black GMC Terrain was seen driving by and then waiting for the victim to run by on the scene's security footage. The document claims that a man got out of the vehicle, rushed over to Fletcher, and pushed her into the passenger seat. This kidnapping seemed to involve some sort of struggle. This is where the Champion Slide sandals were discovered. Sandals discovered at the scene were sent to a lab where specialists were to test them for a sample of the offender's DNA. The car then sat in the parking lot with the victim inside for about 4 minutes before it drove away. In a statement released on September 3, the day following the kidnapping, Eliza's family offered a $50,000 reward for information leading to Eliza's return. Police were looking for the dark SUV in the meantime. They discovered additional surveillance footage, some of which was subsequently made public. The police statement claims that this video shows the suspect in Eliza Fletcher's kidnapping cleaning the inside of his vehicle. It is clear from the statement that Eliza was no longer in the kidnapper's car at this point, but authorities did find a trash can where the suspect had disposed of the cleaning supplies he had used inside the vehicle. They might be an important piece of proof. The same day, September 3, Memphis police reported that they had found a car of interest and had taken its driver into custody to question him. The DNA sample came from the sandals the criminal misplaced when kidnapping Eliza Fletcher. Upon entering the DNA profile into the database, forensics discovered that the person who kidnapped Eliza was 38-year-old Cleotha Abston. He was released from prison approximately 2 years ago and had a criminal record. Investigators allegedly found that Abston's cell phone was close to the location where Fletcher was coerced into the car, based on cellular records they were able to obtain. Abston was a teenager when he pleaded guilty to kidnapping Kemper Durand on May 26, 2000, and was previously given a sentence of 24 years in prison. According to court records, Abston forced Durand into a car's trunk after kidnapping him at gunpoint. In a victim impact statement, Durand stated that he felt incredibly fortunate that I was able to escape from the custody of Cletty Abston. He then made Durand take money out of an ATM, from which he managed to escape when he caught the attention of a Memphis Housing Authority guard. He and his co-defendant had taken me from the trunk of my car where they had kept me for several hours, and forced me to drive to the MAPCO station. I was supposed to get cash for Cleotha Abstain using my ATM card. We were extremely lucky that a Memphis Housing Authority guard in an armed uniform just so happened to enter the MAPCO station. It is very likely that I would have been killed if I hadn't escaped, he wrote in the statement. Durand, a criminal defense attorney who passed away in 2013, stated that he thought Abstin had no remorse at all. Additionally, according to court records, Abstin had a long criminal history beginning in 1995. The charges included rape, theft, aggravated assault, and evading arrest. Although the kidnapper was apprehended, Eliza Fletcher's whereabouts were unknown due to Abstin's silence after his release from the Tennessee Department of Correction in November 2020. Regretfully, evidence discovered in his vehicle showed that Eliza had passed away. Forensics discovered traces of Eliza's blood in his SUV, despite the fact that Abstat had cleaned the interior thoroughly. Abstin was accused of both evidence tampering and kidnapping. In addition, he was accused of unrelated crimes like credit card fraud, property theft, and identity theft. According to police, the judge set bail at $500,000 at the time of arraignment. A public defender was assigned after Abstin informed the judge that he could not afford an attorney. Police were searching for Eliza in the meantime. On the morning of Friday, September 2, she was kidnapped. Authorities confirmed the worst fears of those concerned about Eliza Fletcher's fate at a press conference on Monday, September 5, 2022. The body of Eliza was discovered in the grass close to this deserted Victor Street home. The driveway contained tire tracks that matched those on Abstin's vehicle. This is how this location appears on news reports, however, indicate that this abandoned house was encircled by tall grass at the time of the crime. The grass was as tall as a man in some places, making it an excellent place to conceal the crime's evidence. Journalists started asking locals if they had seen anything suspicious after Eliza's body was discovered here. According to some of the people the journalists spoke with, even before Eliza's body was discovered, they called City Hall several times to request that the grass be mowed. However, after Eliza's body was discovered, the city authorities did nothing. Abstin was also charged with first-degree murder and first-degree murder in the commission of kidnapping, and the judge revoked the $500,000 bail that had been set when he was first charged. The judge also decided that Henderson would be accepted as the suspect's legal last name. Since his name is listed as Cleotha Abstin in the prosecutor's reports as well, I will use that name going forward. Just to let you know, he is listed as Claretha Henderson in some sources. Following the proceedings, Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy sidestepped a reporter's inquiry about the punishment he would seek in the event that Abstin was found guilty. A conviction for first-degree murder carries a life sentence, with or without parole, or the death penalty. It is too soon for us to talk about the kind of punishment we will pursue. Outside the courtroom, Mulroy stated that Eliza's family and everyone who knew her were shocked by her untimely death. 5 days after the police announced the body's discovery, on September 10, 2022, hundreds of people attended the funeral service, which took place in the same church where Eliza had been married 8 years prior. Nobody is prepared for the loss of a loved one, but it is a terrible experience to learn that they were murdered after being kidnapped. People's mental health suffers as a result of their inability to accept the devastating reality. It's time to honor those who loved her so much, and to remember and celebrate how unique she was. We are grateful for all of the love and care that we have received. We are incredibly appreciative of the local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies' tireless efforts to locate Eliza and apprehend the perpetrator of this heinous crime. According to Eliza's family, this senseless loss has left us devastated and heartbroken. Family, friends, co-workers, students, parents, members of her Second Presbyterian Church congregation, and everyone else who knew her loved Eliza. According to the statement, the faculty and staff at St. Mary's Episcopal School lit candles in Eliza's honor as the day began in chapel. On September 9, 2000, 200 people came together to finish the marathon that Eliza had left unfinished, according to a Facebook post from the school. In remembrance of Eliza, who was kidnapped at around the same time, they began running at 4:20 a.m. We're just here today to run in honor of Eliza and to demonstrate that women in this city have the right to run at 4 in the morning or 10 at night, said event organizer Danielle Heineman. Any time of day or night. Eliza's supporters jogged, ran, and walked in her honor while dressed in vibrant hues. They held that women had the freedom to go out whenever they pleased and were not required to completely cover their bodies. The 34-year-old mother of two and teacher passed away from a single gunshot wound to the head, per the autopsy report. 2 semicircular skull defects are consistent with a single gunshot wound to the head, with the bullet moving from right to left, back to front, and posterior to anterior. According to the report, a shell casing was found close to where her body was found, despite the fact that no projectile was recovered from her body. Eliza sustained blunt force injuries, such as fractures to her jaw and bruises on her right thigh, in addition to the gunshot wound. Although there was no overt indication of an actual assault, these injuries were consistent with blunt force trauma. It was discovered that Cleotha Abston had abused another woman the year prior to his abduction of Eliza, as the authorities readied themselves for the trial. The attack on Eliza Fletcher might have been avoided if Abston had been taken into custody, but the system failed because of inadequate funding, and Abston was still at large. The incident in question took place on September 21, 2021. The woman, Alicia Franklin, went to the police and said that she and Abston had agreed to have dinner after meeting on a dating app in 2021. Alicia Franklin claims that although they had previously talked about trading love for money, they had no intention of having intimate contact that evening. Instead, he put a gun to her neck and dragged her into his car, where he made her comply with his wishes despite her objections. Alicia called the police after Abston released her. Despite the fact that samples of male DNA were discovered, police reports stated that she had no visible injuries. How much time did it take to analyze these DNA samples, in your opinion? The test results were released on September 5, 2022, nearly a year after the incident, which took place on September 21, 2021. When state leaders and victim advocates learned that Abston had been arrested for Eliza Fletcher's murder, they became indignant and demanded that officials change the way the state handles assault kits. There is still more to be done, but I am happy that we are able to take this extra step towards clearing this backlog. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee apologized and stated that authorities would expedite additional funds to hire 25 additional staff at the forensic lab to speed up the process of testing samples. According to Senate Speaker Randy McNally, we have to get these violent criminals off the streets and keep them off. Jim Strickland, the mayor of Memphis, has publicly defended the actions of the Memphis Police Department. Strickland responded, "I don't know the details," when asked if MPD blew the investigation. The investigation is ongoing. The mayor shouldn't get involved in the investigation's minutiae. Days after his arrest in connection with Eliza Fletcher's death, Cleotha Abston was finally charged in the case. Alicia Franklin is suing the city of Memphis, claiming that the Memphis Police Department did not conduct a thorough and appropriate investigation into her ordeal. She claimed to have sustained emotional and physical harm that necessitated continuous medical and psychological care. She is requesting damages that are not specified. Additionally, the lawsuit alleges that when investigators arrived at the crime scene, they failed to collect tangible evidence. The Lakes at Ridgeway were also sued by Alicia Franklin. The woman said that because there was no security at the apartment complex, Abston was able to take her to an unoccupied apartment and attack her. She claimed that the attack on her was not the first crime to occur in that vacant apartment, and she is suing for $2 million in damages. The apartment that Abston used to entice the plaintiff to leave her car was unoccupied and available for Abston to use illegally, the lawsuit said. In the court filing, the woman also claimed that Henderson had made inappropriate and obscene remarks to other women at the complex, but the property managers had done nothing to request that Abston leave. In the Alicia Franklin case, Cleotha Abston was found guilty on April 12, 2024. He consented to a maximum sentence of 8 decades in prison on all counts on May 17, 2024, waiving his right to a sentencing hearing. The sentence is divided into 40 years for the 20 years for the kidnapping and 20 years for the gun charge, which will run consecutively. When making a decision, said Judge Lee Coffey, the judge said that Abston will not be able to appeal his sentence, but he can still appeal the trial and verdict itself in the Franklin case this week. On Monday, October 28, 2024, it was revealed that Cleotha Abston was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in the Eliza Fletcher case. He also noted that the sentence would run consecutively for the counts he considered, including his lengthy criminal history and multiple disciplinary incidents while he was in custody, including indecent exposures and possessing drugs and weapons. The man accused of the violent kidnapping and murder of Memphis schoolteacher and mother of two, Eliza Fletcher, entered a guilty plea to several charges, including first-degree murder, aggravated kidnapping, and tampering with evidence, according to a statement issued today by the district attorney's office. The case that has rocked the community was officially ended when Cleotha Abston was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. With the help of Mrs. Fletcher's family, the resolution was reached. The agreement reached today gives the family closure. In order to avoid years and decades of appeals, the defendant forfeits his right to appeal. The fact that this dangerous individual will never again walk our streets benefits the community as well. In prison, he will perish. Due to the overwhelming evidence against him, Abston's attorney, Uni Ganguly, told the New York Times that he advised Abston to accept the plea deal. A jury probably would have given Abston the death penalty, Ganguly told the Times. A statement from Fletcher's family that was sent directly to Abston was read by District Attorney Steve Mulroy. "We don't know what happened to you, but whatever it was that made you feel the need to harm people doesn't justify or explain what you did. Nothing will ever be the same because of the permanent change you have brought about in our lives. What you did was wicked. There is no other way to put it. You killed Liza, despite the fact that she did nothing wrong and did not harm you. If you had needed assistance, she would have been the first to offer it." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Two roommates, Lori Lister, age 21, and Melinda Aguilar, age 18, were the victims of a horrific attack in their Houston, Texas apartment on Sunday, May 23, 1982. They appeared to be the target of a man who was obviously trying to kill them. He restrained them and tried to drown Lori in the bathtub of their apartment. Melinda managed to get away, though, by feigning fainting and then plunging headfirst from her balcony. She asked for assistance, and she and her roommate were saved with the help of a neighbor. As he tried to escape, the offender, Coral Watts, 28, was taken into custody. Nobody could have predicted that he was suspected of killing nearly 100 other women, in addition to being involved in these two attempted murders. In 1982, he admitted to the murders of 13 women, and was sentenced to 60 years in prison. Then, in a startling turn of events in the early 2000s, this man, who had committed multiple murders, was about to be released from prison. He was reclassified as a nonviolent felon as a result of a contentious court decision. Remarkably, well-behaved nonviolent felons could have 3 days taken off their sentence for every day they served under Texas law. Model inmate Watts had accrued enough time deductions to be eligible for release on May 9, 2006. The public, police, and relatives of the victims were all in complete shock and terror. Everyone was plagued by the unanswered question, why? How could a murderer like him be freed against all logic? What possible reason could there be for releasing a serial killer who has killed numerous people? Richard Eugene Watts and Dorothy Mae Young were the parents of Carl Eugene Watts, also known as Coral, who was born in Killeen, Texas, on November 7, 1953. His mother was a kindergarten art teacher, and his father was a private first class in the Army. Watts was raised by his mother after his parents divorced before he turned 2. After they moved to Inkster, Michigan, Dorothy Mae married Norman Caesar, a mechanic, in 1962. The two of them had 2 daughters. Watts and his sister fought meningitis when Watts was 8 years old. He was held back in school for an additional year and missed the 3rd grade because of the illness, which almost took his life. Watts was temporarily housed at Herman Kiefer Hospital, where he required isolation from other patients and spinal taps. Journalists reported that Watts' body temperature rose to dangerously high levels, which raised questions about possible brain damage. His family observed a change in his personality after his illness. His memory deteriorated. His attention span was shortened, and he became shy, quiet, and introverted. Having been held back a grade and experiencing chronic insomnia, Watts struggled to keep up academically. His sleep cycle was disturbed by violent dreams in which he battled and killed the evil spirits of women. At the age of 12, Watts started to enjoy his sleep-induced fantasies of torturing and killing girls and young women. When asked later about his crimes and the reason he killed his victims, Watts explained that he wanted to free their spirits because they had evil eyes. Watts began stalking girls at this time, still a teenager, and it's believed he may have killed his first victim before turning 15. Police identified Watts as the attacker in the July 29, 1969 attack on 26-year-old Joan Gave when she was 15 years old. Watts knocked on Joan's apartment door while delivering his newspaper, and when she opened it, he attacked her severely. He carried on with his delivery route as if nothing had happened, with no remorse. Coral was arrested at his residence as a result of Joan's quick reporting of the incident to the authorities. He was then ordered to receive mental health care at a mental hospital in Detroit called the Lafayette Clinic. A psychiatric evaluation indicated a delusional thought process and a full-scale IQ of 75, indicating mild intellectual disability. He did poorly in school, but a police officer later said he was very, very intelligent and had a great memory. On November 7, 1969, Watts was discharged from the Lafayette Clinic. Watts received a football scholarship to Lane College in Jackson, Tennessee, after graduating from high school in 1973, despite having academic difficulties. After 3 months, though, he was expelled on charges of stalking and assaulting women. Watts' expulsion was also influenced by suspicions surrounding his ruthless killing of a female student. Even though there was not enough evidence to convict him, he moved to Houston, Texas after being expelled. Coral and his girlfriend Dolores Howard welcomed their daughter, Nikisha Watts, in 1979. Coral and Dolores, however, went their separate ways and broke up soon after her birth. Following that, Coral married Valeria Goodwill. Not long after they were married, Valeria saw that Coral was acting strangely. He broke candles, melted them on a table, rearranged furniture all the time, chopped up houseplants with knives, and strewn trash all over the floors without cleaning up after himself. Furthermore, he would abruptly depart after intimate moments, going missing for a few hours. Sadly, they were only married for 6 months. Although there are hints that Watts may have had more victims before this, his murders officially started in 1974, when he was 20 years old. After abducting his victims from their homes, he tortured them until he killed them. His victims were mostly slender, attractive white women between the ages of 14 and 44, and he struck in different states. Watts killed his victims by a variety of means, such as drowning, bludgeoning, stabbing, and strangulation. 10:45 a.m., Coral knocked on the door of Lenore Knizacki's apartment on October 25, 1974, saying she was trying to find Charles, one of his siblings. He carried on a conversation with Lenore. Coral asked if he could leave a note when she opened the door, the chain still fastened. He unexpectedly attacked Knizacki and strangled her until she passed out as she went to get paper. Lenore later called the police, but they couldn't find her attacker. Gloria Steele, 20, was thought to be Watts' second victim and was brutally murdered and tortured 5 days later on October 30, 1974. Gloria was a mother and a Western Michigan University student. She was discovered with 33 stab wounds to her chest from a wooden carving tool, as well as a crushed windpipe. Because there was insufficient evidence, Watts was not charged with direct murder. Diane K. Williams, an apartment resident manager and the sole witness, saw a black man looking for Charles throughout the apartment building. Coral grabbed her when she saw Williams, pried open her door, and pulled her inside. Williams' phone rang during their struggle, so she knocked it off the hook and yelled for assistance. Williams saw her assailant getting into a tan Pontiac Grand Prix as he ran away. Both Williams and Knizacki recognized Coral in a police lineup. Coral had been arrested for stealing plywood from the campus of Western Michigan University. On November 16, 1974, he was arrested and charged with assault and battery in connection with the Knizacki and Williams cases. Watts was moved to the Center for Forensic Psychiatry in Michigan after being diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and attempting suicide with a length of cord at the Kalamazoo Mental Hospital. When asked about Gloria Steele's death in 1975, he confessed to attacking about 15 other young women and acknowledged being close to her the day before she passed away, but he denied being the cause of her death. Under a search warrant, Detroit police searched Watts' home and found a wooden carving tool, but no evidence connecting him to Gloria's death. Watts was given a year in the county jail after entering a no-contest plea during his trial for the assault and battery of Nizaki and Williams. When Watts was evaluated by psychologists, they described him as incredibly dangerous, lacking regret for his crimes, reckless, careless, emotionally distant, and prone to relapsing. Following that, he killed 5 women in a series of attacks that took place in the Detroit area over the course of a year. One odd finding was that most of his crimes took place on Sunday mornings. An Ann Arbor newspaper gave the offender the sinister moniker, Sunday Morning Slasher, because of this peculiar pattern, which added to the mystery surrounding the timing of these horrific attacks, which all took place at approximately 4 a.m. On April 20, 1980, Shirley Small, then 17 years old, was fatally stabbed twice outside her Ann Arbor, Michigan home. On July 13, 1980, 26-year-old Glenda Richmond was the target of a similar attack. Although there was not enough evidence in either case to convict, Watts' traits were evident. On September 14, 1980, 20-year-old graduate student Rebecca Huff was discovered dead after suffering about 50 stab wounds, the first murder that can be directly linked to Coral. On October 6, 1980, a 20-year-old named Delpy survived an attack, but he suffered serious injuries, such as muscle weakness and partial paralysis. Agnes, a 30-year-old woman, raised the alarm on her way back from a Halloween party on November 1, 1980, and barely avoided being attacked by a hooded man who looked like Watts. She recognized Watts from pictures, but there was still some doubt because of the dark surroundings. When Watts became the focus of local homicide investigators in July 1980, a task force was established to investigate the Sunday slashings. Watts was intermittently monitored, and in November, a court order permitted officers to equip his vehicle with a tracking device. Around 5 in the morning on November 15, 1982, Ann Arbor patrol officers were near Main Street when they noticed a suspicious man in a car following a woman as she walked home. When the woman realized she was being followed, she tried to escape by hiding in a doorway. When the police stopped Coral's car for having out-of-date license plates and driving with a suspended license, they arrested him because he was upset about losing sight of the woman. When police inspected his car, they discovered a package with several screwdrivers and wood-filling tools. The most important item they found was a dictionary that belonged to Rebecca Huff and had the carved words, "Rebecca is a lover." Despite this, there was not enough evidence to connect him to her murder. Coral moved to Columbus, Texas in the spring of 1981 and found work with an oil company. On weekends, he would make the more than 70-mile journey to his next hunting location in the Houston area. Watts murdered scores of women, including dozens, between 1974 and 1982. Watts avoided being identified as a serial killer for almost 8 years in spite of the long list of victims. This elusiveness was caused by multiple factors. The fact that Watts operated in multiple jurisdictions and even states made it more difficult to link the crimes. His method of operation also deviated from the norm because, in contrast to many other serial killers who prey on women and girls, he never had physical contact with his victims. As a result, connecting the crimes was difficult, even after DNA testing was developed. Law enforcement did not recognize Watts as a possible criminal until his arrest in 1982, and those who knew him did not view him as a suspect. Watts broke into the Houston apartment of Melinda Aguilar, then 18, and Lori Lister, then 21, on May 23, 1982. Watts strangled Lori down the steps outside the apartment after she returned from work. He then went into the apartment and strangled Melinda, who feigned unconsciousness. Melinda was able to avoid being fully strangled. Watts intended to drown Lori, so he wire-tied her hands behind her back. He filled the bathtub with water and carried Lori's body upstairs to the bathroom, but Melinda took advantage of the situation and jumped out of the window to get assistance. Watts first attempted to elude capture but was caught, and Lori was saved. Investigators began connecting him to recent murders of women while he was in detention. Texas prosecutors felt there was not enough evidence to convict Watts of murder despite the connections. After Melinda Aguilar and Lori Lister were attacked, Harris County Assistant District Attorney Ira Jones negotiated a plea deal in May 1982. Watts would be charged with burglary with intent to murder in exchange for his complete admission of guilt and immunity from prosecution for murder. For this offense, he consented to a 60-year sentence. After Watts agreed to the terms, investigators found the remains of 3 victims. At last, Watts admitted to assaulting 19 women and killing 13 of them. While he acknowledged that he killed some victims, he did not confess to the deaths of others. His cases in Michigan, however, remained open after Michigan authorities refused to take part in the agreement. When the Texas Court of Appeals decided shortly after Watts' prison sentence that he had not been told that the bathtub and water he used to try to drown Lori Lister were deadly weapons, the hope for justice took a tragic turn. Due to this ruling, he was eventually granted early release and reclassified as a nonviolent felon. This was due to Texas law at the time, which allowed nonviolent felons to have 3 days taken off their sentences for each day they behaved well. As a model prisoner, Watts accrued time deductions that resulted in his potential release on May 9, 2006. There was little comfort in the early release law's subsequent repeal, which was brought about by public outcry because the Texas Constitution prohibited its retroactive application. As Michigan Attorney General Mike Cox looked for evidence to convict Watts of murder and stop his possible release in 2004, a call for justice reverberated across the country. Westland, Michigan resident Joseph Foy courageously came forward to describe the horrific scene of Watts-like man killing 36-year-old Helen Dutcher on December 1, 1970. 12 stab wounds had claimed Helen's life. Foy recognized Watts by his eyes, which he described as evil and emotionless in a haunting way. Michigan had no such agreement, even though Watts was exempt from prosecution for the 13 confessed murders in Texas. Law enforcement officials begged the trial judge to admit the Texas confessions into evidence as the 2004 trial drew near, and he agreed. Watts was found guilty of killing Helen Dutcher and Gloria Steele, and he was given 2 life sentences without the possibility of release in a Michigan jail. He was given a sentence on November 17, 2004, to serve his time in an Ionia, Michigan, maximum security prison. But a few years after this sentence started, on September 21, 2007, he died in a Jackson, Michigan hospital from prostate cancer. Ultimately, his dark story came to a somber conclusion when he managed to avoid serving his entire sentence for the lives he took. A vicious serial killer named Coral Eugene Watts terrorized the nation with his numerous murders. Despite his confessions, he was nearly released due to legal loopholes that allowed for a reduced sentence. The extent of his darkness was revealed by his subsequent conviction for Helen Dutcher's murder in 1979. In April 2379, Watts' legacy is haunted by the fact that he left the Ann Arbor murders unsolved, a terrifying reminder of hidden evil. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We will examine 2 cases today that you are most likely unfamiliar with. Both cases occurred in the United States of America, one in Maine and the other in New York City. 2 19-year-old women encountered unanticipated events that ended their plans and aspirations and permanently altered their families' lives. Michaela Conley, 19, lived in Bar Harbor with her mother and stepfather. The town of Bar Harbor is located on Mount Desert Island in Frenchman Bay, Maine. It provides access to the nearby Acadia National Park's mountains and cliffs. When Michaela was 4 years old, her father passed away. On May 31, 2018, Michaela picked up her friend Jalik Keene at Logan Airport in Boston and drove him back to Bar Harbor. Conley and Keene attended Mount Desert Island High School together. Before graduating in 2015, he played running back for the Mount Desert Island High School football team. According to a friend and coach, he had just finished playing football for the Krausevo Royal Crowns, an amateur team in Serbia. He is thought to have been returning from Europe when Michaela Conley met him at the airport. The same evening, she took him back to her Bar Harbor home on Eden Street, which is directly across from the Connors Emerson School. Michaela and Jaliek decided to go for a walk after leaving the house at around 2 in the morning. Michaela never came home. Later, Jaliek went back to Michaela's house the following morning and informed her mother that he had left his wallet and cell phone in Michaela's room and wanted to get them back. Danielle Timoney, Michaela's mother, was shocked to hear that her daughter had not spent the night at home. Jaliek claimed that after a fight with Michaela, he left her alone and walked away. According to Jaliek, he had not seen Michaela. Michaela's mother then reported her daughter's disappearance to the police. Court documents are the most trustworthy source of information. One such document that describes Michaela's fate will now be read to you. A detective who worked on the Michaela Conley investigation provided this testimony. Thomas Pickering, a detective in the Maine State Police Major Crimes Unit North, is Eurofiant. As of February 2012, Eurofiant has been a detective. Due to my own investigative efforts and the efforts of other Maine State Police detectives and other law enforcement personnel who shared their findings with me as part of the investigation, I have first-hand knowledge of the facts and circumstances that are described below. Although this affidavit does not contain all of the information we have learned during our investigation, I think it is enough to show that there is reasonable suspicion that Jaliek Keene committed murder. The Maine State Police contacted Eurofiant on June 1, 2018 in Bar Harbor, Maine. On June 2, 2018, around 11:32, Bangor RCC reported a missing person from Bar Harbor. After arriving at the Bar Harbor Police Department, Eurofiant was informed by Maine State Police Sergeant Jason Richards of the following facts: that on March 22, 1999, Michaela Conley was reported missing to the Bar Harbor Police Department, that she had left in the afternoon of May 31, 2018, to travel to South to pick up Jaliek Keene and a woman named Natasha, that her mother, Danielle Timoney, reported her missing on June 3, 18, at around 1:04 p.m., that Danielle reported that her cell phone was found this morning on the grounds of the Connors Emerson School, that a school official gave Danielle a cell phone which Danielle recognized as her own, that on June 2, 2018, an MSP canine search team discovered human remains in the wooded area between the Connors Emerson School and the intersection of Eden Avenue and West Street in Bar Harbor, Maine, that a video was uploaded to Snapchat from Michaela's phone on June 1, 2018, at 2:19 a.m., that a male named Jaliek Keene was identified in the video, and that the video showed what was thought to be the playground at the Connors Emerson School. The remains were hidden beneath branches, bamboo, and other vegetation. The body had been dragged from the vicinity of the school, as evidenced by the obvious drag marks found upon closer inspection of the scene. Later, it was determined that the remains belonged to Michaela Conley, who was born on March 22, 1999. On June 3, 2018, State Medical Examiner Dr. Margaret Greenwald performed Michaela Conley's autopsy. Dr. Greenwald called me to share her initial findings. She discovered evidence of strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head and face after the autopsy. In addition, there were numerous abrasions and contusions on the torso and extremities, which suggested both dragging and intentional harm. Additionally, there was evidence of anal penetration with injury, including rectum contusions, anus lacerations, and contusions. She believes that strangulation and blunt force trauma are the causes of death. Homicide is the manner of death. Before MSP detectives Jason Fowler and Paul White discovered the body, Jaliek Keene was interviewed on June 10. He acknowledged in that interview that Michaela had picked him up at Logan Airport and that they had driven back to Bar Harbor together. He claimed to have stayed with her until the wee hours of the morning at her house, and that while they were there, they both went onto the grounds of the nearby Connors Emerson School at around 2 in the morning. I was able to verify this claim by looking at surveillance footage that was obtained from the school. He claimed that they made out and had sex for approximately an hour while they were together on the school grounds, as will be covered in more detail below. Then she got angry. A physical altercation broke out. He displayed the scratches on his back to the detectives. "She had forced it upon me," he said. He claimed that he left at 3:30 a.m. and never came back. "I never saw her again," he said. Jalik and I had a walkthrough on June 3 before I interviewed him. He acknowledged that they had had vaginal sex at that point, and in response to my questions, he revealed that this was their first time having sex together, and that he had also had anal sex with Michaela. He went on to say that he never saw her again after leaving her on the school grounds at around 3:30 in the morning. He told me that he waited for her for 4 hours after walking down to the shoreline close to the Bar Harbor shore path. I was able to get the video surveillance footage from every camera at the school by collaborating with other detectives. By watching that video, I was able to see Michaela Conley and Jalik Kakeen strolling along the path that connects Eden Street to the Connors Emerson School at 2:17 in the morning. Jalik and Michaela walk off camera toward the school's Eden Street side, which is where the playground is. After that, I watched more video from a camera mounted on the building's Eden Street side. Low light levels and cobwebs in front of the lens, which partially obscured the view, resulted in poor video quality. It was like taking pictures with night vision. However, I managed to see someone who looked like Michaela enter the scene and sit on the ground in what must have been a very dimly lit space. Then, at 3:36 a.m., I saw a man who looked like Jalik approach her side. Following some sort of conversation, he picked her up over his shoulder and left with her while she was kicking her feet. I then looked at more footage from the same camera that was shot at around 7:05 a.m. the following day in full daylight. I saw someone operating a lawnmower, moving in and out of sight. Shortly afterward, I saw Jalik Keen emerge from behind a line of bushes into the open, carrying an apparently dead Michaela by her wrists, pulling her over his back with her body stretched out on it, and quickly dragging her across the screen in the direction of the location where her body was eventually discovered. Jalik had the same eye-catching tattoo on his left arm that I had previously noticed on the video, and I noticed that he was wearing the same black clothing that he had been wearing when they first arrived on school property. Additionally, when he is interviewed, the video footage blatantly disputes Jalik's assertion that he abandoned Michaela at the school grounds at 3:30 a.m. and never returned. I did not see any other male or female than those mentioned above at any time while I was watching the surveillance tape. Jalik Keen was taken into custody. Despite facing multiple charges, he entered a not guilty plea. About 50 of Conley's family members and friends packed the courtroom for the 2019 trial. A smaller group of Keen's relatives and friends were gathered on the opposite side of the courtroom, wearing black t-shirts featuring a picture of Keen and the words, "We all love you" in large letters. Meg Elam, the prosecutor, told the jury, which consisted of 6 men and 9 women, that on May 31, 2018, Michaela Conley drove Keen and 2 other people back to Bar Harbor after picking them up at Boston's Logan International Airport. Michaela was unaware that she would die within the next 18 hours, Elam reminded the jury. She also mentioned that Michaela Conley's genitalia and under her fingernails contained Keen's DNA. Since Keen was physically stronger than Michaela, she had very little chance of escaping after the police found and inspected her body. According to the website of the West Virginia University sports team, where Keen played collegiate soccer, Michaela was 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighed just 93 pounds. In 2015, he made a separate opening statement to the jury, stating that he weighed 180 pounds and stood 6 feet tall. Attorneys Don Corbett and Jeffrey Tutaker, who are Keen's representatives, stated that although prosecutors have circumstantial evidence against Keen, they are unable to prove that he killed Michaela Conley because there may have been another person on the school property who escaped being captured on camera. According to Corbett, police never tested objects discovered on the playground, such as cigarette butts and an empty alcohol bottle, in an effort to identify additional suspects. According to her, there is no evidence of Conley's cause of death or the identity of those present when she passed away. Circumstantial evidence, according to Corbett, does not prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. It makes people guess. Before Corbett told the jury how Conley and Keen, who had known each other since elementary school, went to Conley's mother's home on Eden Street, which was right across the street from the elementary school, when they arrived in Bar Harbor at around 1 in the morning. Elam gave her opening statement. Her mother never saw or spoke to her again after Conley and Keene left. According to Elam, Keene returned to the house the following morning and claimed that he had left his cell phone there the previous evening. Conley's mother discovered that Conley was missing when she went up to her daughter's room to get it. Keene informed Conley's mother that he had last seen her on the school grounds at around 3:30 a.m. when she inquired about the whereabouts of her daughter. Conley's mother was notified later that morning by school personnel that they had located Conley's cell phone on the school's playground. Later that morning, after a thorough search involving Conley's friends and the police, they also discovered Conley's shoes outside the school. Keene persisted in telling people that he last saw her at the playground. Even the defendant took part in the search. Elam claimed that even though he already knew where Michaela Conley's body was, he feigned to search for her. Keene began as Conley's friend, but ended up being a wolf in sheep's clothing. According to the victim's stepfather, "I am completely shattered. I am irreparably damaged. This is my life sentence without my girl. Keene has destroyed our family, Jalik." According to Danielle Timoney, Conley's mother, Keene made the decision to testify on his own behalf. A video that purportedly showed him carrying Conley's lifeless body and then washing himself in a water spigot was shown to him on the grounds of Connors Emerson School. Keene claimed he couldn't remember what was captured on camera. Prosecutors and defense lawyers questioned Keene. He claims that after an international flight from Serbia where he played football, he had been up for about 36 hours that night. Keene claims he didn't remember anything from that morning until he left his wallet and phone at Conley's house. As he spoke for himself, Keene informed Judge Murray that he disagreed with one aspect of the case, stating that although he loved Michaela, he was never in love with her. After that, Keene read a written confession in which he acknowledged that he was responsible for Conley's death and stated that he wanted to exchange his life for hers. He appeared to request the death penalty rather than spend years in prison, saying he would never purposefully hurt any of his friends but would take a bullet for them. A jury found Keene guilty, but Keene added that no one knows what happened the night Michaela was killed in May 2019. During the sentencing on September 11, the verdict was declared. Despite the video evidence, Judge Murray said it was chilling that Keene refused to accept responsibility for Conley's death. Judge Murray also found it unsettling that Keene could appear to Conley's mother while pretending to care for her daughter, 22-year-old Jalik, only minutes after killing her. Keene received a sentence of 30 years and 58 years for murder. The two terms will be served simultaneously. The event covered in this video happened in January 2022, specifically in East Harlem, New York City. Cristal Bayron Neves, 19, was employed at Burger King on the night shift. As if sensing trouble, she was scheduled to work another shift on January 8, 2022. Even though Crystal didn't want to go to work, her sense of duty overcame her. The girl showed up for what turned out to be her final shift. North of the Upper East Side, East Harlem, also called Spanish Harlem or El Barrio, is a neighborhood in Upper Manhattan, New York City. It is bordered to the east and north by the East and Harlem Rivers, to the south by 96th Street, and to the west by 5th Avenue. Although it is one of the neighborhoods that are included in Greater Harlem, it is generally not regarded as being a part of Harlem proper. Despite its name, the neighborhood is home to one of New York City's largest Hispanic communities, which is primarily made up of Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Cubans, and Mexicans. In 2019, Crystal, her mother, and her 14-year-old brother relocated to New York City from Puerto Rico, where they gradually made their home. While their mother, Christy Nieves, found employment and tried her best to provide for her children, Crystal and her brother began attending school. Crystal received her high school diploma in 2021. She started looking for work, but since she lacked any skills, she was compelled to accept a position at East Harlem's Burger King in December 2021. Her home was only a few blocks away from her workplace on 116th Street. Her dreams were not limited to working behind the cash register at a fast food restaurant. Of course, she intended to attend college and pursue a career that would enable her to be eligible for a higher-paying job. But for now, Crystal's dream was a personal vehicle, and she set out to earn the money necessary to purchase it for herself. During her first few days at Burger King, Crystal encountered difficulties. She had to work the night shift because of the way the schedule was set up. Since East Harlem has a long history of social issues, including high crime rates, Crystal was understandably unhappy with the night shifts. She was afraid of the homeless people who would gather in front of the Burger King where she worked at night. Crystal asked her manager to adjust her work schedule after she started to worry about her safety. She requested to start working the day shift on January 14, 2022. As her final night shifts came to an end, Crystal was to start working during the day. She grew less and less excited to go to work. Before leaving the house on the evening of January 8, 2022, Crystal was heading to one of her final night shifts. She told her mother, Christy Nieves, that she was scared of the contingent that gathered there at night, and that was why she didn't want to go to work. But the mother insisted that her daughter must do the right thing. "You have to be responsible," Christy said. "You're already on the schedule, so you must leave." The last time Crystal's mother saw her alive, she left for work. Crystal changed her clothes when she got to work and started working. She worked at a Burger King location that was open 24 hours a day, but there was no security. A man wearing all black entered the building at around 1 in the morning. He had a gun in his hand and a black ski mask covering his face. The first person to obstruct the offender at this time was a patron who was seated at a table within the establishment. The handle of the gun struck him in the head. The 59-year-old female manager was struck in the face by the perpetrator after she was next in line. Then, the masked man threatened Crystal as he walked up behind the cash register. He insisted that she take the money out of the cash register and give it to him. Although there was only $100 in the cash register, Crystal opened it, took the money and gave it to the criminal in order to comply with the demands. The masked man pulled the trigger because he apparently didn't like receiving so little money. Crystal was struck in the chest by the bullet. The manager called 911 after the offender had left the property. Police and an ambulance showed up and took Crystal to the hospital, where the doctor tried her best to save her life but was unsuccessful. The location where everything occurred was cordoned off by police, but they were unable to track down and capture the criminal on the hot tracks. The female manager told the police everything they could recall after the customer was struck in the head by a gun handle. They claimed that Crystal followed the offender's instructions without question. However, he still shot her. Although the suspect's face was hidden by a mask, the New York Police Department released a picture of him in the hopes that someone would recognize him and report it for information that would result in the criminal's arrest. The $10,000 reward offered by the New York Police Department was quickly raised to $20,000. What took place? Additionally, Crystal's family suffered a severe blow. Funeral arrangements were now a burden for the family, even though her life had only just begun. Outside the Burger King building, a temporary memorial was set up, and worried citizens brought flowers and lit candles. According to Mayor Eric Adams, he met Nieves' mother and observed the anguish on her face. He expressed gratitude to the NYPD for their efforts in apprehending the suspect. "Even though I don't attend arrest press conferences, it was extremely personal for a cold-blooded murderer to shoot a 19-year-old girl after she cooperated. There are far too many firearms on our streets, as we have repeatedly stated." Adams said that when a fundraiser was set up for the Nieves family, hundreds of worried people answered the call for assistance. In her native Puerto Rico, Christy Nieves made the decision to bury her daughter. When contributions totaled $45,000, the fundraiser was shut down. Crystal's family members received complimentary tickets to Puerto Rico from JetBlue Airways, which has its headquarters in New York. Police were working to solve the case in the interim. Throughout the city, leaflets featuring the offender's picture were actively circulated. The incident was discussed on television news programs, and the picture was also circulated on social media. There was no justification for shooting this young woman, so it's likely that very few people in New York are still unaware of Crystal's incident. The money had been transferred. She was making an effort to follow the gunman's instructions. She was killed for no apparent reason, according to NYPD Chief of Department Kenneth Corey. 5 days after Crystal's death, police spoke tearfully about the teen's last moments. After the culprit fled the scene, they declared that they had arrested a suspect. Detectives used surveillance footage to follow his movements. On Friday, January 14, Winston Glynn, 30, was taken into custody. The clothes the murderer allegedly wore the night of the attack were discovered in nearby dumpsters when police arrested Glynn at a Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn address. According to law enforcement, they found a phone that he had taken from the manager of the restaurant and thrown into a subway tunnel. They also used security footage to follow the attacker to a nearby bodega where, an hour prior to the deadly altercation, he made an electronic transaction. Among other charges, he was accused of first-degree murder. Surprisingly, Glynn, a Jamaican native, worked at Burger King for a while in 2020 in the exact location he chose to rob. He also resided in a homeless shelter. Furthermore, he probably went in disguise as a customer the day before the attack to take a look around. Because Glynn was familiar with the facility and knew there was inadequate security, investigators came to the conclusion that he planned the attack. He left before Crystal began working there, so he didn't know her. As officers led Winston, Glynn, out of the police station in handcuffs and shackles, he screamed at the irate crowd of onlookers. "Our reparations for 400 years of slavery are nowhere to be found," Glynn inquired. Then he yelled, "America is going to burn," as loudly as he could. As the suspect was being led from the station, a crowd of bystanders gathered outside and threw profanities at him. Glynn repeatedly accused the judge of lying during the courtroom arraignment. "You didn't see the judge, liar," the suspect yelled. "Liar." At a subsequent court hearing, Glynn was accused of first-degree murder and robbery and was not granted bail. He likened himself to Jesus Christ and Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela. What happened to him? What became of Jesus? They weren't guilty. "I want to be a leader in all of that, Glynn. Many people are envious." He asked why he would use a traceable payment so soon before the crime, and why it took days for a witness to identify him after the news had broadcast the robbery's video. "I used to work at a tip line, and I'm sure someone called it. That's all," he raged, alluding to the 8 months he worked at the East 116th Burger King in 2020, the location of Bayron Niev's murder. "This can only go in one direction. They let me go, and I sue the city for keeping me for so long," he continued. "The system treats the lower class as if we are unimportant," which infuriated Glynn, before asserting that the families of the wealthy and powerful truly profit from crime and chaos in the city. He also made strange references to Freemasons and the Illuminati. Glynn entered a not guilty plea in the death of Bayron Nies. Glynn's criminal history includes at least 4 prior arrests, including menacing with a weapon in November 2021 and criminal possession of a weapon in December 2020. Winston Glynn is currently awaiting sentencing. A conviction for first-degree murder carries a life sentence without the possibility of release. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On December 3, 1981, Rhonda Casto was born in the tiny Washington town of Gig Harbor. She was raised in a loving, supportive family that encouraged her in everything she did. Rhonda had a bright personality that was evident from a young age. She was driven, ambitious, and tenacious. According to her loved ones, she was able to inspire others and quickly establish a common language with them. When Rhonda graduated from high school, she decided to pursue a career in fashion. She began a modeling career thanks to her charisma, slim build, and inherent beauty. She gradually gained recognition by taking part in photo shoots and small fashion shows. Even though she loved her job, she always hoped for more than cover shots. Rhonda felt that true happiness would come from having a family and kids. We took off right away after she met Stephen Nichols and Nichols in 2009. They were attracted to each other right away after meeting through mutual friends. Although Rhonda's loved ones initially had some reservations about Stephen's age, 15 years older than Rhonda, the couple appeared to be content. Stephen's confidence and attention to detail impressed Rhonda, she told friends. He appeared to be a man she could trust, someone who cared about her. For his part, Stephen found Rhonda's inherent beauty and joy appealing. He viewed her as a companion who could share life's pleasures and challenges with him. They started living together shortly after they started dating, planning their future together. Their relationship took a new turn a few years later. Rhonda learned she was expecting a baby. For her, this news marked the start of a new stage. When tragedy rocked their lives, she was 5 months pregnant. Along with happiness, Rhonda's pregnancy gave her new objectives. She aspired to become a successful mother and keep growing as a person. Stephen seemed happy to be getting ready to become a father and helped her in every way. The baby would be the pinnacle of their happy life together, he assured his friends. Even though they were very different in age, their relationship appeared to be strong and nothing could stop them from being happy. Rhonda, who always aimed for independence, had faith in Stephen and genuinely thought he would make a fantastic husband and father. They led busy, active lives. In order to escape the everyday grind, Rhonda frequently encouraged Stephen to take walks because she loved the outdoors. The area's wooded trails, where they could take in the scenery and clean air, were their favorite spots. Eagle Creek, a picturesque location in Oregon renowned for its rocky cliffs and waterfalls, was one such trail. Rhonda frequently recommended the trail for hikes because she loved it. They made the decision to hike Eagle Creek once more on the day of the tragedy. It was supposed to be a pleasant and easy walk. In order to preserve the memories of the happy time leading up to the baby's birth, Rhonda wanted to take some photos against the backdrop of nature, but nobody could have foreseen that Rhonda's walk would be her final one. On March 16, 2009, at approximately 6:30 p.m., Stephen Nichols reported to emergency services that his fiancée, Rhonda Casto, had fallen off a cliff on the Eagle Creek Trail. According to the dispatcher who took the call, Stephen's voice sounded tense and nervous. He tried to explain what had happened in a bewildered tone. "My fiancée went down. She tumbled off a precipice. I'm not sure if she's still alive." In an effort to explain the scene, Stephen repeated himself. He went on to say that Rhonda reportedly lost her balance on one of the challenging parts of the Eagle Creek Trail and fell while they were hiking along it. He informed the dispatcher right away that the situation was serious in a panicked voice. Rescuers arrived at the scene right away, fully aware that the Eagle Creek Trail, despite its popularity among hikers, can be hazardous. Numerous accidents have occurred in the past due to narrow paths, steep slopes, and slippery rocks, but none of the team could have imagined how messy this tragedy would end up being. Stephen was standing at the edge of the cliff when rescuers arrived on the scene. He appeared perplexed. He was obviously in shock, but his clothes were fine. His face showed a mix of horror and despair, and his breathing was labored. Stephen stated that he had attempted to figure out how to get downstairs to assist Rhonda, but had come to the conclusion that it was too risky. She was ahead. "I shouted at her to be careful when rescuers started asking questions, but she didn't listen," he said. "She slipped all of a sudden, and it happened too quickly." However, his words sounded sentimental. Rescuers found certain aspects of his story strange. Since Stephen was unable to pinpoint the precise location of Rhonda's fall and was unsure of her actions at the time, a group of rescuers descended to locate her. The circumstances were challenging. The ground was loose and the slope was steep. The rescuers themselves might have been in danger if they had made the smallest error. They discovered Rhonda's body on a rocky platform at the foot of the cliff. After roughly 40 minutes, it was clear from her stillness that her wounds were incompatible with life. Rescuers had concerns because the location where Rhonda was discovered was a narrow ledge in the middle of a heavily forested slope. The rocks and vegetation there appeared to be unaltered. There were no signs of struggle, ripped branches, or slip marks, which are typically present when someone falls from this height. The rescuers also saw that, despite being steep, the slope itself did not appear to be dangerous enough to cause such a serious tragedy. At the cliff's edge where Stephen said the incident happened, there were no visible signs, such as ripped shoes or indentations in the ground, that would have suggested Rhonda had attempted to cling on. Although it seemed strange, the rescuers concentrated on evacuating the body, which was the primary objective. Stephen was upset when the rescuers came back to tell him about the discovery. There was a mix of confusion and guilt on his face. He restated his version of what had happened. Together they were strolling, conversing, and taking in the scenery. He claimed that Rhonda eventually made the decision to accelerate and run ahead. She loved the outdoors and occasionally got too reckless, according to Stephen. He recalled that, "She didn't seem to listen when I told her to be more cautious. She slipped and fell a few seconds later." According to Stephen, everything happened too quickly for him to take any action. "I had nothing to do." With a trembling voice he added, while recording Stephen's statement, rescuers observed that, in spite of his emotional statements, he appeared somewhat detached. He was acting strangely. He didn't try to approach the cliff's edge, and he didn't seem interested in learning the specifics of what had happened. When the police arrived on the scene, officers started questioning Stephen, which caused the rescuers to have their first reservations. He was still perplexed by certain details, but his story stayed consistent. For instance, he was unable to precisely explain why Rhonda chose to run ahead of her and what transpired just before she fell. Although officers recorded his statement, they pointed out that his explanation sounded too general and lacked specific facts. "That was a trail we frequently walked. She knew what she was doing," according to Stephen. "It's simply a horrible mishap." Police officers started to question his statements, though, because the accident specifics did not make sense. Although the tragedy initially seemed to be an accident, rescuers and police were left wondering what actually transpired on the Eagle Creek Trail that day, due to Stephen's actions and the details of the scene. Why was it so easy for a physically active woman to lose her balance, and why did the fall site show no typical indications of struggle or slip marks? Although these issues are still unresolved, rescuers and law enforcement chose to conduct additional research in order to learn the whole truth about Rhonda Casto's fate. Numerous questions were raised right away by the Eagle Creek Trail tragedy, and Oregon police, understanding the complexity of the situation. Rhonda Casto's death seemed to be an accident at first, but as the incident's specifics and Stephen Nichols' actions became more apparent, suspicions started to grow. The investigators were aware that the clue was concealed not only at the accident scene, but also in the lives of Rhonda and Stephen. Therefore, every facet of their relationship, as well as any indication of potential conflict or motivation, needed to be carefully examined. The identification of potential witnesses was the first stage of the investigation. Eagle Creek is a well-liked hiking destination, particularly on a day with clear, warm weather. People who were on the trail at the time of the tragedy were contacted by police. Before the incident, Rhonda and Stephen were spotted by a number of hikers. They were strolling together, and nothing about their behavior raised suspicions. According to one hiker, he saw Rhonda because she appeared to be very content. He was following her as she walked ahead. They were giggling. However, he recalled that no witnesses saw the fall occur. Only Stephen was able to determine the truth at that point. Although his explanation for Rhonda's decision to accelerate made sense, police started looking into other possibilities. Stephen Nichols claimed that his fiancée had called rescuers as soon as the incident occurred, tumbled down a precipice. He appeared startled at first, but his actions later started to seem odd. Though Stephen did not show the extreme panic or acute shock that might be anticipated in such a situation, rescuers who arrived on the scene noted that he was emotionally distressed. His actions in the days that followed were even more dubious. Rather than wallowing in grief, Stephen carried on with his routine. He avoided talking to loved ones about the incident and said very little about Rhonda. "I found it odd that he almost instantly began acting as if nothing had happened," one of Rhonda's friends recalled. Additionally, police observed that Stephen showed no particular interest in the investigation's specifics. He made no effort to inquire about Rhonda's chances of survival or initiate contact with law enforcement. Rhonda's mother stated that in the days preceding the tragedy, Rhonda expressed her fears of something happening to her, which is why her family did not initially accept the accident version. "It's not an accident, I assure you," she informed her mom. These remarks suggested a potentially tense relationship between Rhonda and Stephen, which made them a crucial component of the inquiry. Additionally, according to Rhonda's mother, their relationship has never been ideal. Rhonda reportedly considered ending her relationship with Stephen, even though they were expecting a child. She complained to friends about her partner's excessive control and jealousy. Because it might have revealed underlying conflicts that contributed to the tragedy, this testimony raised suspicions among investigators. Rhonda appeared tense and anxious in the weeks prior to the incident, according to one of her friends. She expressed her fear for her future. According to him, the version of events that Stephen provided started to diverge from the testimonies that were collected from loved ones. The search of Stephen Nichols' house was a crucial part of the investigation. If the tragedy wasn't an accident, investigators were searching for documents that might provide insight into the couple's relationship and potential motivations. Police discovered a $1 million insurance policy in Rhonda's name during the search. Stephen was listed as the only beneficiary. Since it turned out that the policy had only been issued a few months prior to the tragedy, this document caused a lot of questions for investigators. Furthermore, the insurance company claims that Stephen pushed for clauses in the policy that guaranteed the full amount would be paid, even in the case of an accident. it's likely that Rhonda was unaware of the policy. She never brought up the insurance policy or financial issues with Stephen, according to her friends and family. Given that Stephen was in a precarious financial situation, the fact that such a sizable insurance policy had been taken out just before the tragedy raised police suspicions and might have suggested a financial motivation. To ascertain whether he intended to use the funds to address his issues, investigators started looking through his bank accounts and financial documents. Following Rhonda's passing, Stephen Nichols also displayed odd financial behavior. He immediately began the process of obtaining an insurance policy rather than delaying his affairs. Only a few days after the tragedy, investigators saw that he completed the payout paperwork. His actions appeared hurried, which added to the suspicion. Police also observed that Stephen avoided interacting with Rhonda's relatives. He didn't offer to assist her parents with funeral planning or show up for her memorial service. As a result, there was more friction between him and the grieving family, who were beginning to suspect Stephen of being responsible for her passing. The turning point was when Stephen Nichols, who had appeared distant and reclusive since the tragedy, became the target of law enforcement after they had accumulated enough strong evidence to file charges. Be aware that every piece of evidence, including witness accounts and financial records, pointed to a potential motive, and his odd post-event behavior increased suspicion. Police eventually accused him of murder, and they started questioning him. Given that Stephen might have been tense or dangerous if caught, investigators made sure they were ready for the arrest. They were alarmed by his actions in the last few days. It was a cold and calculating attitude toward the situation, not just emotional distress from the loss. Based on the evidence they discovered, insurance, financial records, and his peculiar behavior, the police took Stephen into custody at his residence. There were no problems during the arrest procedure. When Stephen was told of the charges, he reacted calmly. He wasn't hostile, made no harsh remarks, or attempted to flee. There was nothing that could surprise him when police told him he was accused of murder. His face was unbreakable. The first interrogation started after Stephen was taken to the police station. He initially flatly denied any guilt. He asserted that his version of events would remain unchanged when questioned about what had transpired. "I was unable to save Rhonda when she fell. An accident occurred." He persisted in claiming that he was unable to foresee the tragedy and that the incident was an accident. But even though he was certain of his innocence, investigators started to show him evidence that contradicted his account. The police attempted to approach the case more subtly in an attempt to persuade Stephen to confess, rather than immediately accusing him of murder. His own words were being used against him as they meticulously crafted his story. Stephen became anxious during one of the interviews after the investigators presented him with financial records and other supporting documentation. Following the tragedy, police insisted that his actions were out of the ordinary. They highlighted his rash insurance buying decisions, his odd conduct following Rhonda's passing, and other questionable incidents. When an investigator asked Stephen why he had started taking out insurance so quickly, it was a pivotal moment. The man smiled nervously and said something that was practically a confession. "I didn't think it would happen so fast," he said, not seeing right away that what he said might have been taken as an admission of his actual motivations. It was a crucial statement that provided the police with a crucial lead. Although Stephen persisted in claiming that the tragedy was an accident, his arguments started to falter. "You're saying you didn't expect it to end so quickly," the investigator persisted. "You mean you didn't believe Rhonda would pass away?" Since more investigation showed that psychological pressure was a factor, this incident gave the impression that Stephen may have eventually acknowledged his guilt, even if not outright. Perhaps unknowingly, Stephen started to give in to the weight of the evidence. He grew more reclusive, avoiding direct responses and questions about his behavior on the day of the tragedy, even though he had no intention of acknowledging what had happened. In the meantime, the investigators engaged experts and kept elaborating on specifics. Rhonda died from injuries that were obviously not possible to have resulted from an unintentional fall, according to the forensic report. Because of the severe impact that caused these injuries, investigators started to believe that Stephen was most likely to blame for her passing. But in spite of everything, Stephen refused to acknowledge his actions. He repeated his version of events, claiming that he had no idea what was going to happen and that everything had happened by accident. The police understood that gathering reliable evidence would require time and effort, making this a challenging case. In the end, investigators collected all the evidence required for charging. In addition to Stephen's own actions in the days that followed, they also incorporated forensic evidence, Rhonda's insurance policy, documents proving Stephen was the only beneficiary, testimony from her family and friends, and proof of financial motivations. The tragedy served as a crucial component of the inquiry as well. The fact that he processed the insurance payment without hesitation and without displaying the typical human response to losing a loved one astounded the investigators. As a result, the charges had a solid foundation thanks to all of these facts, and the investigation took the case to trial. The trial of Stephen Nichols marked the end of a protracted investigation into Rhonda Casto's unexplained death on the Eagle Creek Trail. Investigators and prosecutors developed a case that they felt demonstrated the tragedy was not an accident. After years of meticulous work, the trial's unexpected conclusion, however, caused a public uproar and raised numerous concerns about the true circumstances surrounding Stephen Nichols' 2015 arrest. According to the investigation, the woman's death was the result of deliberate actions. Prosecutors asserted with confidence that Nichols had a purpose, a plan, and the intention to carry it out. A $1 million insurance policy that was put in Rhonda's name just months before she passed away was a crucial component of the prosecution's case. Stephen was listed as the policy's only beneficiary. The prosecution claimed that the document suggested a possible financial motivation for the crime. Prosecutors also emphasized Rhonda's mother's testimony, claiming that her daughter had voiced concerns about Stephen's unpredictable behavior and had been vocal about the possibility that she might be abused if something were to happen to her. "You are aware, it's no coincidence." According to the mother, Rhonda stated in court that her injuries were not totally consistent with an unintentional fall. Prosecutors also provided a medical report supporting this claim. The medical examiners came to the conclusion that rather than a simple loss of balance, Rhonda's injuries might indicate a push. The prosecution's case revolved around these conclusions. From the start, Stephen Nichols vehemently denied his guilt. According to his attorneys, Rhonda's death was a tragic but unintended accident. According to Stephen's own account, he and Rhonda were taking a leisurely stroll along the wharf on the day of the tragedy. According to him, Rhonda was feeling good and even decided to pick up the pace in order to feel more liberated and energetic. But she reportedly stumbled and fell off a cliff on one challenging part of the trail. "It happened too quickly, but I saw her lose her balance. I was powerless to help." According to Nichols, he also maintained that the accusations against him were the result of speculation and misinterpretation. His attorneys argued that the investigation had rushed to conclusions based on emotional testimony from the deceased's family members and circumstantial evidence. Additionally, the defense argued that married couples, particularly those who were getting ready to move in together and were expecting a child, frequently had insurance policies. They maintained that the execution of such a document did not demonstrate criminal intent, and that its mere existence did not establish that Stephen had harmed Rhonda on purpose. The attorneys stressed that Nichols had no established reason for the murder because, despite their occasional arguments, their relationship was not so tumultuous as to result in tragedy. There were several obstacles that prosecutors had to overcome in order to construct a perfect prosecution. The absence of first-hand witnesses was one of the main issues. Stephen was the only one who witnessed Rhonda's fall on the trail. Nichols's attorneys had a significant advantage because no one could definitively dispute their client's version of events, allowing him to continue insisting on it. The unclear expert conclusions were another flaw in the prosecution's case. There were no other obvious indications of violence. Even though some of Rhonda's wounds weren't consistent with the fall, this ambiguity was actively exploited by defense lawyers. They maintained that the prosecution's conclusions were based on speculation and conjecture, and that Rhonda's death was an accident. Stephen Nichols chose to reach an agreement with prosecutors in 2017, 2 years after his arrest. This ruling was an unanticipated development in the case. Nichols' degree of responsibility and potential sentence were greatly diminished by the agreement, which assumed that he would enter a guilty plea to manslaughter. In turn, the prosecutor's office accepted the agreement, likely understanding that the likelihood of a conviction on the manslaughter count was lower. A strong defense, unclear medical reports, and a lack of concrete evidence might have led to Nichols's acquittal. As part of the agreement, a plea deal in this case permitted at least partial justice. Although it was not his intention, Nichols acknowledged that his actions on the day of the tragedy might have played a role in Rhonda's demise. The public and the victim's family had differing opinions about this admission, which allowed the prosecution to wrap up the case without a drawn-out trial. The court imposed the sentence after the plea agreement. Stephen Nichols received a 3-year probationary sentence after being found guilty of manslaughter. Nevertheless, the court permitted Nichols to depart following his 19-month incarceration pending trial. Many people who had been following the case, including Rhonda's family, were taken aback by this light sentence. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, two 19-year-old high school sweethearts, went missing on August 9, 1980, after attending a wedding celebration at Concord House in Concord, Wisconsin. Searchers discovered a pair of pants, Tim's car with his wallet inside, some ropes, and a pair of women's undergarments strewn over Concord over the course of the following few days. A gruesome finding resulted from these hints. Tim and Kelly's bodies were discovered brutally mutilated and allowed to decay in a field 2 months later. Nearly 30 years later, the culprit, a man so modest that even his neighbors were unaware he had such sinister secrets, was identified thanks to developments in DNA technology, an unusual witness, and an investigator's unwavering pursuit of the truth. But why did it take so long to locate this individual, and who was he? The story for today transports us back to Concord, Wisconsin, a tiny community of just over 2,000 people in Jefferson County. The peaceful town is a great place for those who enjoy the outdoors because it includes a lot of parks and natural areas. Locals frequently engage in outdoor pursuits like biking, hiking, fishing, and camping. At roughly 7%, Concord's violent crime rate is 1/3 of the national average of 22.7%. Concord was the kind of community where neighbors looked out for one another, and people never locked their doors in the 1980s when the major events of today's story took place. Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, both 19-year-old high school sweethearts, thought they could marry, settle down on a farm, raise their kids, and age together in this kind of setting. Tim Hack and Kelly Drew were high school sweethearts who were 19 years old and engaged in 1980. The couple originally met while attending Fort Atkinson High School, despite the fact that Kelly lived with her family in Fort Atkinson, which is also in Jefferson County, while Tim lived with his family in Hebron, a small village in Jefferson County. Kelly was a lovely, compassionate young lady who had a strong interest in cosmetics. Tim was a tough, industrious farm lad. Because of their gentle dispositions, their friends and family adored them both. As a pair, Tim and Kelly were viewed as role models for other young people. Tim began working as a farmer after high school, and his best buddy was a tractor known as the Lonesome Loser. Kelly, meantime, attended beauty school and recently graduated in 1980 with the goal of becoming a beautician and hairstylist. Tim and Kelly went to a wedding reception at Concord House in Wisconsin on August 9, 1980. After the reception, the couple was supposed to go to a carnival with some friends, but they never did. They departed the reception on August 9, 1980 at about 11 p.m., the last time anyone saw them alive, when they were still nowhere to be found or heard from on the morning of August 10, 1980. Tim's father, David Hack, reported them as missing. David discovered Tim's brown Oldsmobile in the Concord House parking lot that same day. Tim's jacket, checkbook, and wallet with $67.00 were all locked inside the car. About 3 miles from Concord House, Kelly's pants and underwear were discovered on the side of the road on August 15th, together with male bodily fluids. By the side of the road, they also discovered some ropes that had been tied by a person who seemed to have military experience. The case took a significant turn when these garments were found. Finding a couple who might have just decided to run off and have a romantic break was suddenly no longer the goal. Instead, it was to try to find them alive, since they were probably in danger. Approximately 2 months later, a group of squirrel hunters from Milwaukee were located approximately 7 miles from Concord House in the Ixonia, Wisconsin area. They discovered Kelly Drew's severely decomposed bones while strolling through a forested area along a railroad track that ran parallel to Highway 16 east of Watertown. She had no clothes on. They discovered a fully clothed male body around 100 yards distant, which they determined to be Tim Hack's. Both of them died by homicide, and the case, which is now officially a homicide, was known as the Sweetheart Murders. Because no murder weapon was discovered at the site, police were unable to determine the cause of death right away. Nevertheless, the medical examiner discovered ligature marks on Kelly and stab wounds on Tim's body, indicating that he died from strangling and stabbing. Kelly's wrists and ankles had ligature marks that were consistent with being bound. Damage and bug activity near Kelly's throat suggests that she was strangled. Additionally, the bodily fluids discovered on Kelly's clothing pointed to assault. Because the Sweetheart Murders had all the makings of a fantastic tale, it began to garner national attention. Police were unable to identify the perpetrator or killers of two adolescent sweethearts who seemed to have been killed in a mindless act of violence. In order to determine whether someone might have despised the couple enough to murder them, they started their inquiry by speaking with everyone who knew them. Everyone who attended the wedding celebration, including the Concord House employees who were on duty that evening, was also questioned by police. Edward Wayne Edwards, a handyman employed at the Concord House, was one of the employees that was questioned. According to Edward, who lived in a campsite next to the Concord House close to Interstate 94, he had not seen the pair and was not even at the Concord House when they vanished. He said he was shooting deer in the woods around here, but when the police questioned him about it, they discovered that he had a broken nose. He said he had acquired it while hunting deer. Given that it was August and Wisconsin's deer shooting season began in November, the detectives found it strange. In September 1980, Edward left Wisconsin with his wife and 5 children after being questioned by the police. Eyewitness reports of a filthy-looking van that had been parked close to Tim's car in the Concord House parking lot meantime provided investigators with the most promising lead. Around the time Tim and Kelly were last seen, witnesses said they saw the van abruptly and suspiciously drive away. That was the case with Edward's vehicle, where he frequently kept a .357 revolver. However, authorities had limited options for investigating that lead in the absence of a license plate number or compelling evidence linking him to the crime site. The investigation's remaining leads abruptly stopped. The case fell cold once the file was put away. One of the investigators in charge of the initial investigation, Richard Lewell of the Wisconsin Department of Justice, requested that the case be revisited in 2008, 20 years after Tim Hack and Kelly Drew were murdered. Lewell had been obsessed with the case for nearly 3 decades. He wanted to settle the case as soon as possible because he was getting near to retirement. In an interview, he stated, "As I was reaching my retirement age, DNA was making drastic leaps and bounds. The scientific and technological developments over the past few decades gave him the confidence to pursue the case at this time." His vigorous approach to the matter demonstrated his newly discovered confidence. Lewell suspected that the killer's name would be on file because the police had previously interviewed him during the early phases of the investigation. He simply needed to locate it. Lewell searched through the paperwork, witness accounts, and interview tapes for 2 months before identifying Edward Wayne Edwards. In addition to having the resources and opportunity to conduct the murders, Edwards' decision to relocate his whole family out of Wisconsin soon after being examined by the police prompted suspicions. Lewell's suspicion that Edward was the murderer led him to enlist the help of a group of cold case investigators. They discovered that Edward had been a very challenging person to live with when they spoke with his neighbors during his time in Concord, Wisconsin. He was a restless, short-tempered man who frequently thrashed his wife and kids without warning. He was essentially a monster, they said. In 2008, his 37-year-old son, John Edwards, said of him, "I don't think he knew how to control his emotions. There was some type of rage there." Edwards' daughter, Belicio Edwards, called the police in April 2009 with alarming information. She claimed to have knowledge of certain details regarding the cold case murders of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew that she thought would aid police in wrapping up the case. Her father, Edward Wayne Edwards, a former Marine with a lengthy criminal past, was one of the men she was closest to. Yet this knowledge implicated him. April was an inquisitive youngster growing up, and the most intriguing mystery to her was her father's peculiar existence. She had always wondered about her father's lifestyle and the reasons behind the family's frequent moves. She recalled that they had moved from Concord, Wisconsin, around the time of the unsolved killings of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, and she saw the news report about them one day when she was an adult. Finally, the pieces were coming together, and she had a gut feeling she needed to call the police. 1933 saw the birth of Edward Wayne Edwards in Akron, Ohio. He had to live in a nun-run orphanage after losing his parents when he was a small child. After experiencing emotional and physical abuse throughout his stay at the orphanage, Edwards became a restless and disobedient adolescent. By the age of 17, he was incarcerated at a juvenile detention facility after multiple run-ins with the law for minor offenses including shoplifting and breaking and entering. Edward was released from juvenile incarceration in 1951 at the age of 18, provided that he enlisted in the United States Marines. However, Edward vanished and had to be dishonorably discharged from the Marines after only a few months of service. He wasn't prepared to abandon the life of crime, and Edward was soon imprisoned for robbery once more. At the age of 22, he broke out of Akron's jail in 1955 and proceeded to loot petrol stations around several states. For the remainder of his 20s and 30s, Edward would live as a fugitive, traveling the nation and performing odd jobs as a handyman, ship docker, and vacuum cleaner vendor. It is clear from his autobiography that Edward relished his fame at this time. He claims that because he wanted to be renowned, he never attempted to hide his name or use a pseudonym while conducting his crimes. Edward was incarcerated again in 1960 at the age of 27, this time for trying to pose as a federal officer. But after he broke out of the jail where he was being held in Portland, Oregon, the FBI listed him on its 10 most wanted list in 1961. Edward was apprehended by the authorities in 1962 and sent in the United States Penitentiary Leavenworth. Nevertheless, he was released on parole in 1967 due to his good behavior. In his autobiography, he credited a kind guard at Leavenworth with helping him grow. Following his release from prison, Edward married and started giving motivational speeches. At the age of 39, Edward made appearances on 2 television programs, To Tell the Truth and What's My Line. In 1972, he also released his autobiography, The Metamorphosis of a Criminal, the true life story of Ed Edwards, and discussed his life as a master criminal on a number of talk shows and game shows. Edwards was listed on the FBI's 10 most wanted list in the late 1000s, 960s. He was one of the suspects in 2 murders that occurred in Portland, Oregon. Although they were unable to provide proof, it was evident from looking up Edward Lane Edwards' criminal history that he had served time in jail and had been found guilty of a number of offenses, including fraud, arson, robbery, and car theft. He had accomplished a great deal. For Edward, everything appeared to be coming together at last. The system had been beaten by him. He was headed toward success. Sadly, Edward's good fortune was short-lived. He killed his first victim in 1977. Billy Loveco, age 21, and his girlfriend Judith Straub, age 18, who lived in Sterling, Ohio, were his victims. On August 7, 1977, Billy and Judith went on a date, but they never came back. Judith's shoes and pocketbook were still in her car when it was discovered later that day in Silver Creek Metro Park's parking lot. On August 8, Norton police searched for Billy and Judith with the help of family members and a National Guard helicopter. Their bodies were discovered by the search team in the dense weeds close to Metro Park. A 20-gauge shotgun had been fired at them directly. Edward got away with the killings because police at the time were unable to link him to the case of Billy and Judith. Additionally, these killings set a pattern that would be followed by Tim and Kelly's murders. At the age of 49, Edward was incarcerated again for arson in Pennsylvania in 1982. In 1993, however, he sent a letter to the FBI asking for his criminal history records for cities in 19 states, demonstrating his continued pride in his criminal achievements. The data were purportedly for a new book he was writing about criminals like Jimmy Hoffa, Charles Manson, and Tony Provenzano that he had met while incarcerated. Edward killed his 3rd person in 1996 when he was 63 years old. His victim was Danny Boy Edwards, a 25-year-old foster son who spent 7 years living with him in Burton, Ohio, before he was brutally murdered. Danny Boy served in the U.S. military, Army. In some way, Edwards persuaded him to leave the service and go home. Edward killed him with 2 gunshots to the face after tricking him into going into the neighboring woods when he arrived home. Danny Boy's body was left in a shallow grave by Edward. Eventually, a hunter discovered it there and informed the police. However, Edward also got away with killing Danny, just like he did with his first round of killings. In addition to the well-known Zodiac deaths, Edward may have been responsible for 15 more murders. John Cameron, a retired homicide investigator, also thought Edward was behind the Zodiac murders and other well-known unresolved cases. These statements, however, are regarded as conspiracy theories because they have not yet been validated. At the age of 77, Edward Edwards died on April 7, 2011, at the Corrections Medical Center in Columbus, Ohio. He died naturally, which was a rather kind conclusion to a heinous crime spree that left 5 people dead and many grieving. On August 31, 2011, Edward was scheduled to be executed by lethal injection, but he fled. Even though Edward was apprehended and subsequently convicted guilty of killing Tim and Kelly, their relatives have not exactly been comforted by this development. Norma Walker, Kelly's mother, stated, "Instead of getting closure, Edward's arrest ripped open old wounds. You hope this day would come, but now that it's here, it's really hard. Everything starts all over again. All the memories come back. He robbed me of my daughter. Robbed me of my Christmases, birthdays, weddings, everything families do together." Tim's family was satisfied knowing that their son and his girlfriend's killer had been apprehended. David, Tim's father, expressed gratitude for the DNA evidence that proved Edward was the murderer and stated he was simply relieved it was ended. Through her podcast, The Clearing, Edward's daughter April Belicio, whose tip led to the cold case's conclusion, now dedicates her time to assisting the families of victims with unresolved cases in finding closure. She looks into unsolved homicide cases and works to have them reopened by the police. Edward Edwards, the murderer of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, brutally ripped away their promising future. The serial killer Edward had no personal grudges against the pair. It is all the more terrible since they simply happened to be in the wrong location at the wrong time. Some people think Edward evaded justice by passing away from natural causes a few weeks before his scheduled execution, despite the fact that he was eventually captured and given a death sentence for his crime. What are your thoughts about that? Did Edward receive his just deserts? Were his victims given justice? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Sometimes it is hard to embrace the truth, so people make up a lie that they genuinely start to believe and persuade others of. Truth is something that exists in reality and corresponds to the actual state of circumstances. To celebrate the new year, 11 young men and 1 girl gathered in a hotel room. You'll think, strange collaboration, and you'll be correct. But hold on. One information will totally alter your perspective. Since all of the men at this party belong to a sexual minority, the 12 friends who got together to celebrate the year 2021 did so with great joy. In fact, they celebrated so well that on January 1st, the company had to take the only girl to the hospital, where doctors declared her dead. However, who was she? How did she pass away, and did anyone face charges related to her demise? However, everything is in order. You'll realize why we began this story with the idea of truth, as we dive into the previous party, practically minute by minute, and learn what transpired on that fatal night. Thus, John Paul de la Serna arrived at the 4-star City Garden Grand Hotel in Manila, the Philippine capital, around 11 a.m. on December 31, 2020. 9 additional men booked into rooms 2207 and 2209, which were on the same level, during the day, and Christine DeSera checked in later. Shortly after midnight, John Paul Kalili, the hotel manager, joined the merry company. The focus of New Year's Eve night was dancing, having a good time, and drinking a lot of alcohol. When Rommel Galida awoke at approximately 10 in the morning, she saw Christine dozing off in the bathtub. He wrapped a blanket around her and returned to his slumber. She was unconscious and starting to turn blue when he woke up a few hours later. 3 friends and hotel employees drove Christine to the hospital, but when they arrived at the emergency department, the physicians just declared her dead. The only girl was dead in the morning after spending the whole night in the hotel room with the 11 guys. News. The public was outraged by the crime's headlines. Since it was clear what a bunch of young men and 1 female could do all night, everyone had the same idea of what the story would be about. The investigation's task was to determine what actually transpired on that New Year's Eve night and the cause of Christine DeSera's death. Born on April 13, 1997, Christine Angelica DeSera was raised in Barangay San Isidro, General Santos City, into the prosperous household of John Nestor de la Serna and Sharon Rose Faba de la Serna. She developed into a bright, independent, and gregarious young woman. For her 3 siblings, Monica, Chloe, and JJ, Kristen was a devoted sister. She relocated to the bigger and more promising city of Davao, which is located on the shores of the bay of the same name. After completing high school, she enrolled in a university there. Christine was active on social media, danced, modeled, and studied hard. In addition, Christine was the pinnacle of knowledge and beauty. She received a Bachelor of Arts in Communication, Arts with a major in Media Arts from the University of the Philippines, Mindanao, in Davao City in 2017 with honors. The girl has taken an active part in both acting and modeling. She faced off against 8 other contestants for the title of Ms. Silve Davao 2017 in the Davao City Mall run by the New City Commercial Corporation. In June 2018, she placed 2nd. From September 2017 until January, she took part in the yearly fashion show. She served as a marketing consultant for Gaisano shopping centers in Davao City, General Santos City, Tagum, Toro, and Digos in 2019. Christine has had a rich and satisfying life. Her life's ambition was realized in February 2019. She relocated to Manila in order to begin working for Philippine Airlines subsidiary, PAL Express, as a flight attendant. Desserts from Christine. December 28, 2020, was my last flight as a flight attendant. Since Christine's passing was widely reported, a lot of debates and theories were developed among the community. At first, authorities believed that Kristen was probably murdered and abused by a group of men she was hanging out with on New Year's Eve. Makati City Police charged 11 men with assault and murder in the early stages, despite the lack of autopsy results and a toxicology report. The case was deemed closed by the Philippine National Police. Suspects were identified and charges were brought against those arrested. Although 3 of the partygoers were arrested, after turning themselves into the police, the forensic medical report provided the primary explanation for Christine's death. On January 3, 2021, Forensic Medical Officer Police Major Michael Nick S. Sarmiento oversaw the autopsy of Christine's remains at the Rizal Funeral Home in Pasay City. After the body of Christine DeSera was examined, a forensic report was released, concluding that the ruptured aortic aneurysm was the cause of death. But it also noted a linear abrasion on the girl's right thigh, along with bruises on her right arm, right thigh, knees, ankles, and right foot. During the genital examination, deep-healed cuts and abrasions were also noted. A special investigation team was established to investigate the crime, according to the National Capital Region Police Department. However, Christine's family refused to believe that a lively young girl could pass away too soon from natural causes. The family of Christine DeSera revealed at a news conference on January 5, 2021, that they had read the autopsy report indicating that she died from an aneurysm. They did, however, claim that the autopsy was not complete and asked for another one. The deceased's parents have been attempting to figure out how Christine's aorta was torn. After all, the aneurysm was caused by violence or abuse, according to the police and the DeSera Family Council, so it was not a natural death, and the offenders ought to face consequences. All 11 of the guys who spent the night with Christine were recognized by the prosecutor's office. She worked with some of them. Christine was meeting other young men for the first time. They were friends of her friends. As it happened, this party was started by Christine. She organized this party with her friends and had reserved the hotel room herself a few days beforehand. Although she was aware of her daughter's friendship with men, her mother Sharon never voiced any opposition. In their family, it was accepted as normal, since Kristen had always found it easier to interact and form friendships with men. It also became customary for her and her pals to meet up because they rarely took holidays at home. Kristen was able to call her family shortly after midnight each year to wish them a happy new year and to let them know about the event that was going on at the Makati Hotel. The family was able to observe Kristen's pals in the festive setting during the video conference. New rumors regarding the abuse claim have surfaced, though. The authorities were able to piece together the events of the case virtually minute by analyzing the hotel lobby footage, which served as the primary evidence of the occurrence. Note that Christine DeSera reserved room 2209, which was the designated location for the party. In the late afternoon, the major action starts to take place. Christine moves from room 2209 to room 2207 at 11:21 p.m. The company goes back to their accommodation around 11:38 p.m. At 2:50 a.m. Christine goes last and is seen holding her shoes in a glass. Christine enters room 2207 while holding Valentine's hand, a new acquaintance. A hotel worker brings an extra mattress to room 2209 at 2:52 a.m. and while they are at a neighbor's house, and Valentine goes with Christine to her room. Valentine is clearly intoxicated based on her demeanor. She is carrying a bottle in her hand and has an overly easy walk. The couple enters around 3:15 a.m. after the companions pause at the door and Christine gives Valentine a short kiss before the man swiftly pulls away. 6 minutes after Christine had rushed out of her room and into her neighbor's room, one of the guys departs. He goes to 2209, presumably to give his pals a call at 3:22 a.m. In the next room on the right side of the corridor, Christine DeSera is seen talking to another man, while two more males pass by. She appeared distressed. After giving one of her friends a sudden embrace, Christine and her friend vanish completely from the camera's field of view. John Della Serna is seen escorting Christine back to the first room at 4:13 a.m. The camera catches Christine at the room's entrance once more, at 4:22 a.m. At 27:07, what brought her back there is unknown. After she nearly collapses, a man who resembles John Della Serna grabs her by the waist and brings her to room 2209. At 5:05 a.m., Christine appears to be somewhat inebriated. As Christine flees from a man who resembles Louis de Lima, the camera records her giggling. Later, they are outside of room 2207. At 6:23 a.m., Christine walks inside room 2209 with him and appears normal. For the final time, Christine appears on video alive. She is cognizant as Valentine carries her from room 2207 in his arms. Although the night was undoubtedly filled with events, the most significant reality is still hidden behind the scenes. The party went on until dawn, at around noon when Christine was discovered comatose in the bathtub. Her buddies continually tried cardiopulmonary resuscitation while carrying her to the ground. They tried unsuccessfully before calling the front desk for assistance. The head of security and the hotel management entered the room a few minutes later. Christine was lowered to the hotel's first floor using a wheelchair. Christine was escorted to the hospital by Romel Galita. Regretfully, the doctors simply mentioned the girl's passing. Romel delivered the dreadful news to Christine's mother over the phone. Despite the fact that it appears to be a fun party and that it is difficult to fit so many people in one room, the investigators suspected that the young people were using illegal substances to increase the effects of the alcohol as they frantically moved from room to room throughout the night. Some of the inmates stated, when questioned, that just whiskey and tequila were used during the party and that no other illegal substances were present. It is important to note that the investigation's initial focus was illegal drugs because, according to one of the detainees' testimony, Christine had concerns about the drink's composition and hypothesized that someone might have added an unidentified chemical to spike them. Guests were instructed to bring their own food and beverages, it turned out, though the post-mortem report indicated that neither alcohol nor illicit narcotics ingested the night before her death would produce this type of aortic dilatation or defect. There was conjecture that Christine's drink was poisoned and might have caused the aneurysm that ultimately resulted in her death. Since there were no illegal substances or evidence of them in the room or the suspect's personal items, the substance information was ultimately deemed unsubstantiated. The 2009 search for possible evidence in the two rooms and the adjacent room did not produce the expected results, which at least partially demonstrated Christine DeSerna's brutal death. When questioned, Mark Rosales and John Della Serna declared that they would never harm Christine and openly acknowledged their unusual orientation. John further disclosed that early in the morning, Christine was already throwing up, so they had to take her back from room 2207. According to Rommel Galita, he discovered Christine in their room's bathtub at around 10 in the morning. Assuming she was asleep, he just covered her with a blanket. However, he discovered the girl was blue and not breathing around midday after he woke up and went back to wake her. He hurried to his pals for support. She was taken to Makati Medical Center per the hotel's recommendation, where she was declared dead upon arrival, allegedly as a result of an aortic aneurysm rupture. The Makati City Police were notified of the death by the hospital. By that time, other men from a nearby hotel room had departed. In a separate statement to the public on January 4, the Philippine National Police stated that, despite some missing information and contradictory claims, the case involving Christine de Serra is nearly resolved. According to Police Chief Debold Sinas, 3 individuals have already been identified and taken into custody. The Makati City Prosecutor's Office ordered the release of the 3 males who are in detention on January 6 owing to a lack of evidence, even though other suspects were still being sought. The prosecution maintained that there was not enough evidence to prove Christine had been molested. They added that the police have not yet established that Christine de Serra's death was due to abuse, even if it occurred. In addition, Christine was an extra lady at the party, which was a get-together of males with unconventional sexual orientations who were all flirting with one another. Most of the people at the party, including Rommel Galita, were Christine's co-workers and stewards, Sarah, at PL Airlines, demonstrating her familiarity with these individuals and their sexual orientation. The Makati City Prosecutor's Office opened a preliminary investigation on January 13, 2021, after an official autopsy verified that the 23-year-old's cause of death was a ruptured aortic aneurysm. Additionally, the prosecutor's office demanded that the police make public the findings of the victim's toxicological report, histopathic research, and DNA analysis. The claim that her daughter was not abused, however, was disputed by Christine's mother, Sharon de Serra. She stated during an appearance on a news program that a gang of men were abusing her daughter. If you're a mother and you see Christine's body, you'll likely understand the suffering she endured as a result of them. But my daughter is no longer able to speak because she is no longer alive. During the TV show, the woman voiced her opinion. As proof that the autopsy report was erroneous, Sharon pointed to the cuts and bruises on her daughter's body that were not included. Later, Christine's relatives stated that they wanted a second autopsy to refute the authorities' initial conclusion that she passed away naturally. The foundation was bruising and injuries that weren't noted in the initial report. Brick Reyes, a family representative, stated that there would be enough proof of Christine's torture from the wounds on her arms and legs, as well as from her remains. Additionally, according to Rick Reyes, they think the young lady was assaulted and drugged before to her passing. During the New Year's Eve celebration, Christine, who was already drunk, claimed that her drink appeared to have been tampered with. According to Christine's parents, they have lodged a complaint calling for Michael Nix Armiento to be fired immediately for egregious carelessness and incapacity in creating Christine's death certificate and forensic report. Reporters were informed by Dr. Maurici Ramos, a friend of the Dosser family, that a second autopsy was performed on the deceased. He also underlined that the Death Investigation Unit has received the biological fluids retrieved from the second autopsy and will furnish further information following a final review and compilation of all the forensic team's results. The cause of death was consistent with a ruptured aortic aneurysm, according to the pathology post-mortem results from the Southern Police District Crime Lab Division's forensic report, which was then circulated on social media. According to the official autopsy, Christina was not mistreated the night before she passed away. The aorta was the real cause of de Serra's demise. The deficiency weakened as a result of the aorta's continuous rise in blood pressure, and ultimately, the aorta burst. There was blood loss at the moment of the aortic rupture, according to the Philippine National Police Crime Lab report. Christine thus had a number of symptoms, including nausea, weakness, and perspiration. Within a few hours, she died from the blood loss brought on by the aortic rupture. According to the report, this indicates that the girl had an aortic aneurysm that ruptured, causing the lower portion of the aorta, the primary vessel that delivers blood to the entire body, to grow. This conduit passes through the chest and belly after leaving the heart. The aorta is the largest conduit in the body, so if it bursts as it did in this instance, a person could lose a significant amount of blood and possibly pass away. The fact that Christine's aneurysm did not happen recently was also mentioned. It began many years ago. According to the article, dilatation existed long before she passed away and is a chronic illness. Even if she hadn't passed away that tragic night, she would have perished in any situation when her blood pressure would have increased to the point where the aneurysm ruptured. Christina de Serra's undetected hypertension was further confirmed by the autopsy, which also showed that her heart was larger than a healthy heart. Although it is generally accepted that the girl died of natural causes, the 11 young men who attended the party and genuinely attempted to provide Christine with first aid were shamed and persecuted as criminals as a result of the pervasive false information. Since then, all 11 of the men who were initially charged have been freed. In an attempt to correct the problem, the Makati City Prosecutor's Office stated that suitable proof could not be obtained at the time of the publicity and that the evidence offered was insufficient to prove that Christine de Serra had been abused. As a result, they had to construct a version based on indications of the victim's physical decline. 2 further suspects also claimed that they were coerced by the police into making up a story about the presence of illegal narcotics at the scene party on New Year's Eve. Another tale participant described how his kiss with Christine, which was caught on camera the night before she passed away, was captured. The man claimed that Christine was the one who started it, but he made an effort to push her away. When the flight attendant's body was discovered, law enforcement officials came under fire for failing to do a comprehensive toxicological analysis. The men's charges were ultimately withdrawn for lack of evidence, due to suspicious circumstances that appeared to contradict the Philippine National Police's findings. Christine de Serra's death garnered a lot of public attention. As further information emerged from Christine's family, who were unable to accept the reality and believe in their daughter's natural death, her story began to garner a lot of attention online. In an attempt to secure justice for her daughter Sharon, the girl's mother made a plea to President Rodrigo Duterte. "I'm just a regular person. You have a daughter as well. Since I don't want anyone to suffer from the same brutality and cruelty as my Christine, I want to speak out publicly." More than a week after Christine de Serra's passing, her friends and co-workers sent condolence messages, reposts, and farewells over social media. She was interred at Forest Lake Memorial Park, in her birthplace of General Santos. In the end, Christine de Serra's unusual situation is a perfect illustration of how the media may disseminate false information and how it can influence both the public and the individuals involved. The story's goal as it nears its conclusion is to return to the truth, which will eventually, in one form or another, assume its rightful place. Even though there is just one truth, Christine's family continues to believe that these individuals killed the girl and that there is a mystery behind this tale. For my part, I don't understand, and couldn't find any information regarding Christine's body wounds and bruises. Why was it kept quiet? Despite having cuts and bruises, it appears that Christine's death was caused by an aortic rupture, brought on by heart disease rather than by those injuries. As a result, they ignored her body's wounds. You guys are the judge. However, I think there are a lot of strange and inconsistent things in this case. I hope Christine's family comes to terms with the irreversible loss, because young men, guilty or not, will spend the rest of their life remembering the same depressing tale and coming up with justifications. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We're going to go over another terrible instance with you today. Statistics show that the number of crimes perpetrated by young people has been rising globally. Violence among school children has increased recently, typically targeting their friends. As a result of these attacks, victims are frequently hospitalized, handicapped, or even killed. The main objective of such violent activities is typically to demonstrate their own dominance, authority, and tolerance. Furthermore, adolescent offenders have confidence in their impunity because many countries' laws are liberal. The nation was rocked by the tale of Agnes Marin, a French girl who was killed by a high school student. They attended a famous university with a stellar reputation, where it seemed impossible for anything like this to occur. The culprit had previously attacked the girls, as it turned out, but his affluent parents were able to conceal the truth about his exploits by securing their son's admission to a prestigious school in a different city. Adolescent anger is said to be a kind of protest during the time of self-discovery and personality development. However, in today's narrative, the boy's brutality sprang from a total lack of empathy, or the capacity to understand and feel the same emotions as others. He became the second teenager in French history to receive a life sentence because he was deemed to be incorrigible and a serious threat to society. Agnes Mara was who? The only child of Paula and Frederick Marin. Agnes Mara was born in Paris on November 26, 1999. The girl was raised in a rather prosperous household. Her parents wanted to give their child the finest because they loved her. I didn't know how to say no to Agnes from a young age. She was taken to the sea, dressed in name-brand boutiques, and purchased pricey toys and technology. Marin was a lively, outgoing, and restless youngster. She always had a large social circle and many interests. She had a creative streak, enjoyed movies and music, and hoped to work as a filmmaker. She did well in school and her teachers recognized her high potential, but she was frequently hindered from achieving the best outcomes by her general inattention and laziness. Agnes joined a bad firm when she was 13, which had a detrimental effect on her conduct and academic performance. She began skipping school, consuming beer and smoking cigarettes, not just conventional cigarettes. Her parents opposed harsh parenting methods and made multiple attempts to have a dialogue with their daughter, but were unsuccessful. When the girl was once again discovered smoking and drinking beer on school property, she lied about her vows to change her ways and stop interacting with unsavory people. The issue of her expulsion came up. Her parents understood that nothing would change if their daughter remained in Paris and continued to interact with negative influences. In order to escape the hustle and temptations of the capital, Frederick and Paula made the decision to move Agnes not merely to a different school, but also to a different city, or even a province, a brand new school. The closed private college Sévignon, which is situated in the commune of Le Chambon-sur-Lignon, in the department of the Upper Loire area of Auvergne, was the choice made by Marin's parents after weighing their possibilities. With nearly a century of history, it is a distinguished educational institution. Established in the 1930 cc's, the institution operated on the boarding school model, where students resided in addition to studying. However, in a small town with a population of barely 2,500, the college was in severe financial trouble by the end of the 2000s and was in fact on the verge of going bankrupt. The local educational institution faced a dearth of students and consequently a shortage of funding as young people increasingly preferred to study in the capital or a major metropolis. In the past, admission to this college required both good character and a high grade point average. However, as there were multiple competitors for a single spot, even this did not ensure entrance. However, a significant student shortage in 2011 caused a significant shift in the scenario. The school, specifically not, declared total bankruptcy, drastically lowering the entrance requirements, particularly if they were the offspring of affluent parents who were prepared to serve as sponsors. Agnes had a strong academic record and grade point average, which helped her gain admission to Sévignon College despite her behavioral issues. The authorities chose to ignore her traits. The parents of Agnes were pleased. They thought their daughter would benefit from the change. She would grow more mature and be able to go through this challenging time of transition more readily. Marin was an outgoing, happy, and amiable girl. She managed to blend in with the new group. She made friends right away and felt at ease from the first few days. She also made good academic progress, particularly in new subjects that were unavailable at her former Parisian school. Every 2 or 3 weeks, her parents paid their daughter a visit at the boarding school. They were quite happy with her accomplishments and positive behavioral changes. During her studies, Agnes only made one visit home. Notably, the new school was situated on a sizable plot of land that was encircled by woodland. Since the crime rate in these areas was regarded as one of the lowest in the nation, there were no rigorous security measures or obvious border barriers. Students sometimes went there in groups after school because it only took a quarter of an hour to walk from the college to the town center of Le Chambon-sur-Lignon. However, Everyone had to return by 5 o'clock in the evening. Discipline was applied for both rule violations and student disappearances. After class on November 16, 2011, Agnes and a few of her classmates made the decision to go for a walk in the town. She made a buddy there who attended a different school, but they kept in touch and contacted each other frequently. The two females trailed behind the general company when they made the decision to go shopping. Marin was not present when the youths returned to campus a few hours later. This situation did not initially raise any concern, and everyone was confident that she would return shortly. However, as time went on and darkness descended, the teachers became quite concerned about the student's absence. The school administration reported the event to the police without hesitation because she was nowhere to be seen on campus and her phone was off. Students, instructors, and law enforcement officers performed the search, which started that evening. They separated into groups and searched different areas, but they were unable to locate the missing girl. Everyone hoped she would return alive and unhurt, but no one had seen her and no one knew where she may be. Almost instantly, Marin's parents were informed and inquired as to whether their daughter had come home. After hearing the shocking news, Frederick and Paula hurried as quickly as they could to Le Chambon-sur-Lignon. They reassured them that Agnes could not have fled because she had nowhere to go and no incentive to do so. They said their daughter was really happy at her new school. Here, she had made lots of pals. She had no problems with anyone, and she didn't feel uncomfortable. The hunt was actively aided by the involvement of Agnes's mother and father. In an attempt to locate their daughter, they displayed images of her throughout the city, spoke with her friends, and looked for any leads or clues. What is the friend of Agnes concealing? The first thing the police did was search for those who may have known about Agnes's future plans, and were the last to see her. According to the girls in her class, Marin went shopping with a buddy she made in the city. Although no one was able to provide her identity, Estelle, the same buddy from a different school, was soon located by law enforcement. Agnes had indeed been in contact with the girl for the last time. She was therefore seen as an extremely valuable witness. She did not, however, offer any helpful details. She said in the initial interview that Agnes had assisted her in selecting a birthday gift for her father. After saying their goodbyes, they each enjoyed a milkshake. Agnes had to go back to school, and Estelle went home. The girl's behavior seemed a little strange, but her narrative sounded reasonable. She appeared to be holding something back and was clearly nervous. When they made the decision to speak with her once more, the account she had previously recounted abruptly started to include some details that she wanted to keep private. Estelle admitted that Agnes had supposedly scheduled a meeting with a young man that day, but she had not disclosed his name to her. The boys were going to do something wicked, apparently using illegal substances, even though it wasn't intended to be a date. When Estelle tried to call Agnes a few hours later, she didn't pick up, and by the evening her phone was off. During the initial interview, the girl acknowledged lying, because she promised Marin that she wouldn't tell anyone about the encounter with the enigmatic man. But when word spread that Agnes had vanished, Estelle made the decision to come clean, since she thought this young man might be connected to the abrupt disappearance. Some have speculated that Agnes might have just fled from college. It's possible that the girl has fallen in love and is currently hanging out with her hidden beau. The day she vanished, her phone was the last one on campus, but it was switched off thereafter, making it impossible to find. However, all of the information about Agnes's calls and communications was readily available to police officers. At that point, the authorities initially identified 17-year-old Matthew Molanas, a high school student at the same institution as the missing Marin, as the primary suspect. What may have connected the missing woman to a 17-year-old young man? It turned out that she had been corresponding with Matthew Molanas for the past few days. What could they possibly have in common? Regardless, the youngster needed to be questioned since he might have important information that could help solve the crime. They were indeed scheduled to meet on campus and go on a walk together on the day of Agnes's disappearance, but there was nothing specific or concerning in their correspondence. Matthew said he would show her something, but he didn't say what. On November 17, Marin was initially asked to speak with the police. He was quite composed, but his hands and face had odd, seemingly new scrapes on them. The young man acknowledged, however, that he was experimenting with illegal substances, and yesterday he went overboard, losing consciousness and lying for several hours in a thorny bush. Teachers and fellow students attested to the fact that this student did have issues. In January 2011, Mathieu was accepted to Sivanal College, where his parents allegedly moved him to shield him from trouble and bad company. Even so, the young guy used alcohol and other illegal substances, which made his expulsion a possibility. Nevertheless, he felt sorry for him and was given time to change. Moulinas appeared to be a normal, troubled adolescent rebel. His demeanor and appearance seemed to challenge people around him. He liked hot beverages, smoked, and dressed in Gothic fashion on campus. He boasted to his peers about his pranks, saying he would not face consequences. Mathieu vanished for several hours on the day Agnes vanished. In the evening, he emerged from the woods wearing filthy clothes and with scratches on his hands and face. He responded to any inquiries by saying that he had consumed too much alcohol and had passed out on his own. Although everything about him seemed and sounded suspicious, the investigators chose to check into him more further because there was yet no concrete proof against him. The wealthy parents' pampered son, the eldest of 3 children born to Sophia and Dominique Moulinas. Mathieu Moulinas was born in December 1993 in the Garda municipality of Nagui-Solorg. He was raised in a reasonably well-to-do household with his 2 younger sisters and was accustomed to having all of his wishes met right away. He was noticed acting strangely from a young age. The boy attempted to avoid being around other kids since he was a very hostile, irascible, and difficult to communicate with. The condition deteriorated during adolescence. Mathieu experienced angry outbursts. He started drinking alcohol on a regular basis, tried with other illegal substances, and frequently caused fights. However, the young man's stunning features helped him gain popularity with the opposite sex, despite his aggressive and antisocial behavior. He had a girlfriend at the time of the events in his hometown, whom he visited on the weekends and whose parents were aware of. Mathieu had several police records, including one for stealing prescription medications from a pharmacy with a companion. However, the matter was kept quiet, most likely because the teenager's parents paid for it. During interrogations, his father also volunteered to sponsor the school while it was in trouble, which allowed him to get into a prestigious private school despite having a low GPA and legal issues. Despite his stubborn and haughty demeanor, Moulinas maintained his composure to the point where the authorities questioned whether he was involved in Agnes's disappearance. He never left his favorite toy, a yo-yo, in his hands, which he was twirling all the time. He first denied knowing Agnes during the initial interrogation, but after seeing a printout of their correspondence, he started to modify his evidence and attempt to make up a lie on the spot. But he soon found himself unsure of what he was saying. The man claims that he promised to show Agnes a mushroom-growing area in the forest. They allegedly utilized them in tandem. Following his illness, Mathieu collapsed under a prickly shrub, where he remained until dusk. He also saw that Marraine was gone when he woke up. Since it was growing late, he returned to the campus without searching for her. During all of the interrogations, a lawyer who had been retained by the Moulinas' parents suggested that his young ward indicate the location where he had last seen Agnes and where they allegedly consumed mushroom. However, Mathieu claimed that he would not be able to locate that clearing because they had accidentally discovered it. He left the area on autopilot, without really comprehending his surroundings or where he was. However, specialists quickly disproved Mathieu's claims after discovering no evidence of mushroom consumption in his blood. Furthermore, it was determined that the wounds on his body were the result of a battle. That is, he was scratched with nails by someone who was presumably a girl, a gory finding in the thicket. The school children who had witnessed Mathieu emerge from the forest that night indicated the direction from which he had come, and it was determined to conduct a comprehensive, extensive search in that area of the forest. There was still a slim chance that Marraine would be found alive at that point. On November 18, however, searchers awaited the horrifying discovery of the missing Agnes's severely disfigured and partially burned remains in a tiny space tucked away in a thicket. Her clothing was ripped. There was no sign of her underwear. In addition to evidence of deep knife wounds, there were all the telltale symptoms of violence. Don't believe Moulinas was responsible for this horrible crime. There was no question, but it was important to wait for the forensic specialist's conclusions and to get the killer to confess. The strangler admitted in Confessions of a Ruthless Killer that he purposefully lured Agnes into the woods to abuse her but allegedly had no plans to kill her. In fact, Mathieu did not particularly deny the horrific discovery when he was informed about it and started to testify, explaining how everything was. She, however, resisted vehemently. He had to use the rope from his favorite toy, the yo-yo, which he always carried with him, to to tie up the victim after he scratched him. The man was upset about going to jail when Agnes yelled and threatened to turn him in to the police. He chose to kill the unlucky and dispose of the body since he did not want to. Agnes suffered 17 knife wounds, the majority of which were to the neck, face, and chest, after Mathieu viciously beat her, fracturing her arm, nose, multiple ribs, and shin. He doused the victim with a combustible concoction from a canister and lit her on fire when she ceased exhibiting any signs of life in the hopes that the flames would totally destroy the body. Then, as night fell, he hastily left, failing to see that the fire had been put out. He removed his toy from the corpse and carried it away. As though relishing each word and seeing the investigator's response, the high school girl described the incident calmly and in great detail. He had neither regret nor sympathy for the victim. The investigation revealed that Agnes had evidence of the rapist's biological fluid in her body and pieces of mature skin and epithelium beneath her fingernails. Additionally, traces of the victim's and the offender's perspiration were discovered on the rope of the actual toy yo-yo. Agnes's parents received her body following all required tests and medical evaluations, and they buried their only daughter in Paris. Notably, the burial for the first victim of a young psychopath was held on her birthday, November 26, 2011. The fact that Marin was not the only victim of Moulinas stunned law enforcement when they closely examined his biography, but this information was purposefully concealed. It turns out that since he was a young boy, he had been mean to other people, including his own sisters, other kids, and animals. He always enjoyed causing pain and suffering to people in an unmatched way. Mathieu attacked Julia, his young neighbor whom he had known since childhood, in August 2010. The attractive neighbor chose to capitalize on the girl's interest in him. After luring her into the woods, the man struck her on the head, tied her up with household-bought Scotch tape, and proceeded to mistreat the unlucky. After that, Moulinas started strangling her and most likely would have murdered her, but as her mobile phone rang, the criminal flinched away, glanced around, and just walked away. After a scared Julia freed herself, she called her parents, who promptly called the police to report the occurrence. The following day, Mathieu was taken into custody. He sobbed during questioning in an effort to please the police and tried to place all the blame on the victim, saying that she was the one who provoked him by making fun of him and suggesting closeness. However, authorities recognized that he had planned the crime ahead of time and even brought duct tape to render the victim immobile. However, Mathieu escaped punishment in spite of the seriousness of the offense. Because the offender was so young, the court committed him to a psychiatric center for 4 months of mandatory treatment instead of sending him to prison. Psychiatrists and psychologists assessed his condition and worked with him during this period. The chief specialist overseeing Moulinas concluded in December 2010 that he was completely recovered and that following the course of treatment, he was no longer a threat to others. After reviewing this report, the court granted the offender freedom with the condition that he only attend a number of anger management classes and receive parental support. Notably, the Molina couple worked very hard to secure their son's release as well. In addition to promising the judge that Mathieu would leave the area and not cause any more disturbance, they also agreed to see to it that the heir received therapy. The best attorneys were employed by them, and they made every effort to keep their client out of jail. Following that, the parents began searching for a new school for their kid, but they were unwilling to accept him anyplace because of his criminal record for such a significant issue. The father then went to the provincially closed College 7 himself and scheduled a meeting with the director. He promised to support him right away when it came to the college's admittance of mature students after learning about its financial difficulties. In every manner possible, Dominic Melinis defended his son by lying that there was only violence against his ex-girlfriend, despite the director's observation that the man's academic performance was too poor and that the criminal case of a prospective student could negatively impact the school's reputation. After the breakup, she allegedly sought to get back at him. Surprisingly, the leadership of the educational institution accepted Dominic's account of events and did not go into the specifics of the trial, which is why he was freed a few months later after everything had been resolved. It seems that they chose to ignore the crime and keep this information from other kids and their parents because of the sponsorship amount he had declared. Just 1 month before his 18th birthday, Mathieu had accepted the verdict in the trial, but because he was a kid when the violent and terrible crime was committed, The law gave such offenders a lower sentence, and the trial itself had to take place in private. Agnes's parents demanded that the sessions be made public, at least in part, and that journalists who would be covering the case in the media be included. The Marin couple, however, were turned away, and the trial took place in private. The case didn't start until June 18, 2013. The many errors in the Mathieu case were sharply condemned by the public prosecutor, especially the fact that the psychiatrist who concluded that the man posed no threat to others was a young lady without the necessary training. She made a deadly error and had no prior experience dealing with crooks. After the defendant had a second mental evaluation, specialists came to the conclusion that, in addition to being unrepentant, he may very easily conduct the same crime again if given the chance. This was corroborated by Mathieu himself, who claimed to have delighted in seeing the victims suffer. Marin's schizoid and paranoid disorder symptoms, along with his uncontrollably violent outbursts, made him a serious threat to others. He could, however, face legal repercussions for his activities, because he was well aware of them. Furthermore, because of the severity of the young man's offense, the prosecutor demanded that he be tried as an adult, and his request was ultimately approved. Mathieu was convicted of torture and murder with specific cruelty on June 28, 1313. He was given a life sentence and ordered to undergo forced psychotherapy. He was the second young criminal in French history to be given such a severe penalty. Despite Molinet's attorney's choice to appeal the conviction, a jury of appeals affirmed the life sentence on October 10, 2014, ruling out a 2016 review of the ruling. In a book they created and published, Mathieu's parents detailed their painful experience and acknowledged that their son is still unrepentant. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Overconfidence, gullibility, and naivete are harmful qualities that can sometimes result in death. However, there are times when we all want to believe in miracles and that childhood fantasies can still come true. When something you've wanted is so close that you can practically touch it, self-preservation, caution, and common sense can all take a backseat. This vulnerability is precisely what crooks take advantage of. The cruelty and inhumanity of the 2005 case of Elodie Morel, a young French woman, stunned the nation. The icy disregard of common people who were aware of her detention and imminent death, but chose to remain silent in order to make a quick profit, only served to heighten the horror. This story illustrates why not all dreams come true, and why you shouldn't blindly believe someone who claims to be able to bring a fairy tale to life. Elodie Morel was who? On February 18, 1976, Elodie Morel was born in Marseille. She was beautiful, even heavenly, from an early age. Elodie flowered into a breathtaking beauty as she grew older, and many people thought she would look great on TV or the cover of high-end magazines. She developed an obsession with modeling as a teenager, but because she hailed from a lowly background, no one took her goal seriously. Elodie often submitted her pictures to different modeling agencies in the 1990s, but she never received a response. She attended college after high school, married Sylvain, a classmate, at age 22, and had a son by the time she was 25. She appeared to have permanently given up on her goal of becoming a model. Elodie was employed as a sales clerk at a hip clothes store in Marseille's downtown by 2005. She saw the adoring or jealous glances directed at her and was often complimented. She could easily pass for someone in her early 20s, aged 29, because to her flawless figure and lovely facial features. Elodie never completely gave up on her desire of being a model, but she stopped discussing it because she believed her time had come. However, she submitted an online application in April 2005, included her finest images, and stated that she was still interested in being a model. It didn't take long to respond, but the fashion photographer's alluring offer ended up being an invitation to a protracted, painful death, a snare for the credulous. Elodie got a flattering and alluring offer about 2 weeks after she put up her profile online. She might be the new face of the well-known English luxury vehicle manufacturer Rolls-Royce. In order to complete the contract, she had to meet with the photographer and conduct a test shoot. The contract offered a payout of €1,000 per day for a picture session. The meeting was scheduled to take place at a pub in Aigues-Mortes on May 2. Excited, Elodie told her husband the news, and he didn't protest despite his skepticism. The young mother left her son with her parents early that morning, got into her car, and drove to the prearranged spot. She had already reserved a hotel room for her 3-day stay in Aigues-Mortes. Sylvain wished Elodie well and urged her to call as soon as she could. When she called her husband that evening to let him know she was apprehensive and on her way to the meeting, it would be his final conversation with his wife. On the last meeting, Elodie showed up at the pub as scheduled and waited to meet the female photographer she had allegedly been corresponding with via email at a table on the terrace. However, a man in his mid-40s joined her at the table approximately 10 minutes later. He identified himself as the assistant to the photographer and said he had been assigned to meet her and choose settings for the shoot that was to take place the next day. Elodie, who had no actual modeling experience, didn't think anything was wrong and believed him. The man spoke eloquently, had a polished appearance, and appeared to be fully aware of everything she had discussed with the photographer in the past. They had an easy conversation about Elodie's possible career. She was already picturing herself on the covers of famous publications and planning her spending of the money she would receive. The man proposed that they go search for the ideal spot for the shoot the following day at around 9 p.m., when darkness had completely descended. There are several locations for a breathtaking photo shoot in the lovely medieval town of Aigues-Mortes, which is full with towers, fortresses, and chapels. Emotional and still naive, Elodie and her new friend exited the bar and climbed into his vehicle. She was never again seen alive. What's chilly was the entire encounter seen by another individual who knew the offender intimately and had heard of his heinous intentions. Unfortunately, his attempts to step in were unsuccessful. That same evening, May 2, a terrified informant received a call at the Aigues-Mortes police station. According to a man in a panic, a young woman was in serious danger and something urgently needed to be done. He was certain there wasn't much time to act, but he didn't know the name of the possible victim or where she might have been taken. Dominique Tarasco, a 63-year-old nightclub owner who frequently served as an informant for the police, giving them sensitive information, was the caller. He claimed to have seen Guillaume Mingot, a friend of his, at the bar earlier that evening. Mingot was notoriously vicious and ruthless, and he had connections to the criminal underground. Mingot boasted the day before that he had met a gullible, attractive girl online and intended to kidnap her in order to sell her to a Spanish brothel for a high price. But it was hard to get the search going. The police knew time was of the importance, but they had no identity, no location, and no strong clues. They were named Elodie Morel by the following morning. She had been gone since the night before, and her phone was off, according to her anxious family, who called the police. They clarified that she had just disappeared after leaving for a photo shoot in another town. The police first failed to link the informant's call to this disappearance. Despite their suspicions that Elodie might have fled with a boyfriend, her family adamantly maintained that she would never leave her little son or vanish silently. Only 3 days after Elodie's disappearance did the search for her start. A waste of valuable time. For 2 of those days, Elodie was sadly still alive and imprisoned at a home in Aigues-Mortes, where she endured torture and abuse while her captors made decisions about how to end her questioning of the witness and arrest of the suspects. When Elodie Morel vanished on May 5, 2005, the lead investigators started to assume that she was the same enigmatic woman in peril that the source had warned about. When Dominique was called to the police to make an official statement, he instantly verified that Elodie was the same person he had seen at the pub with Guillaume Mingot 3 days prior, after seeing a picture of her. In response to a question about where he believed Mingot might be keeping the victim, Dominique said he had heard rumors of a recently closed deserted nightclub on the north side of town. That evening, a police unit established a stakeout at the scene and captured 48-year-old Guillaume Mingot and 53-year-old Richard Line as they entered the building. More research was necessary to determine the second man's involvement in this crime, as it was still uncertain. When authorities searched Mingot, they discovered Elodie Morel's credit card in one of his pockets, concluding that he was responsible for her disappearance. However, After a few hours, Line was freed because there was no proof against him, and both men were taken to the station to be questioned. Line, who had never run afoul of the police himself, lived with his family on the outskirts of town and was friendly with Guillaume. Mingaud first stated in the first tale that he had taken Elodie's credit card and didn't know her. His initial account of events states that on May 2, he was at the pub when he spotted a pretty well-dressed woman. He chose to rob her because he thought she must be wealthy. Guillaume offered to buy Elodie a coffee after he sat down at her table and gave her a compliment. She didn't ask him to go, but she did say she was waiting for someone. After a little conversation, he was able to take her credit card from the purse that was hanging on her chair and slip away before she realized it was gone. Although Mingaud acknowledged that he knew the victim, he maintained that the whole event happened on its own and that he had nothing to do with her abduction other than to steal her card. Investigators verified that he had taken out cash from an ATM outside the city using the pilfered card that same day, but he was unable to describe how he recognized the image. He would have had a weak story if Elodie hadn't told him. Furthermore, a background investigation showed that Mingaud had a number of previous convictions, including drug trafficking, armed robbery, and a 9-year jail term for a vicious rape. Though he had been more cautious in an effort to avoid going to jail again, Mingaud had not altered his behavior despite his criminal past after being released. When authorities discovered Elodie's phone number on Mingaud's phone, along with their email correspondence regarding the photo shoot, the second story took a different path. He was forced to alter his story after this revelation, which totally contradicted his first statement. He admitted that he had messaged Elodie under the guise of a photographer after discovering her online modeling profile. The innocent beauty was a simple target and consented to meet without a lot of questioning. Mingaud had been communicating with her under a female alias, so he was afraid she would grow suspicious when a man appeared in place of the photographer she had been anticipating. However, Elodie, who was eager and trusting, saw nothing odd and consented to accompany him to look for a spot for a late-night picture session. She even got into his car without question. Witnesses later attested to the fact that Guillaume swerved off the main road and halted the vehicle once they had reached a remote location. He insisted that Elodie give him her credit card while brandishing a gun. He took her handbag and located the card himself after she refused. Then he started asking for the PIN, but she refused to give it to him. In a fit of rage, he banged her head on the dashboard and began strangling her until she gave him the code. In order to make sure Elodie had told him the truth, Mingaud then locked her in the trunk and drove to the closest ATM. He drained her account and the PIN worked, but now that he had the money, he began to think about what to do with the woman who was now imprisoned in his trunk, how to conceal the victim, and how to have the accomplices arrested. Guillaume Mingaud drove to his buddy Richard Lyon's place to temporarily hide Elodie since he needed time to think things through. He told Richard about the woman who was trapped in his trunk and that he was eager to share his idea to sell her and make a significant profit. It's worth noting that Richard and his spouse had previously worked at the same shuttered nightclub, he as a security guard and she as a cleaner. However, after the club closed, they both lost their jobs and were barely making ends meet, with Richard turning to heavy drinking. Richard offered to help by giving Guillaume the keys to his empty garage, which he offered as a place to hide the woman. He preferred to wait for Guillaume to figure things out and to get his share of the money as soon as possible. Investigations later showed that Elodie was held captive for more than 2 days, during which she endured a nightmare of torture, assault, beatings, and the agony of hunger and thirst. Guillaume claims that during those 2 days he and Elodie spoke extensively, especially about their children, who were quite similar in age. Elodie pleaded that her son needed her and urged him to release her. According to Guillaume, there was a time when he genuinely felt terrible for her and was thinking about letting her leave. Since she had been in the garage for 2 days and it was quite hot, he even brought her a bottle of water. But when Richard, who was intoxicated, decided it was time to deal with the captive on the evening of May 4, things took a sharp turn. According to Guillaume, Richard went into the garage and used a rope to strangle Elodie while he was away. Guillaume maintained that he just assisted in disposing of the body and had nothing to do with the real crime, but he wouldn't say where they had concealed her body. The Lyon home was searched. The couple seemed anxious but unsurprised by what happened when police used a search warrant to raid the Lyon house. They showed little interest in the ongoing search, allowing the officers to enter without any opposition and continuing to dine at the kitchen table. Police discovered a number of Elodie's belongings in their teenage daughter's room during the inquiry, including a wristwatch, jewelry, a hair clip, and her cell phone. Richard's wife was also found to be in possession of Elodie's pocketbook and purse. The trash can outside the house contained ripped bits of the victim's clothing, along with other possessions. When Richard's garage, which is close to their house, was searched, even more unsettling evidence was found. Investigators discovered brown traces inside the unoccupied room that seemed to be dried blood. They discovered crumpled tissue as well. While their 14-year-old daughter was temporarily placed with family, Richard and his wife were arrested along with shoes, cigarette butts, an empty plastic bottle, and a piece of laundry rope. The couple stated that Guillaume had brought everything in return for permission to use their garage when asked how Elodie's possessions got inside their house. Since Guillaume had promised to compensate them, they acknowledged that they knew he was detaining a woman there, but decided not to intervene. They also admitted to providing him with a piece of rope and a bottle of water at his request without questioning why. Even more incriminating was the third-story forensics confirmation that Elodie's blood was responsible for the brown spots on the garage floor. Saliva on the cigarette butts was both the victim's and the kidnapper's, and semen on the crumpled tissues matched Guillaume's DNA. Since Elodie had asthma and cigarette smoke caused terrible coughing and choking episodes, her family swore that she had never smoked in her life. This made the horrific picture evident. For 2 days, Guillaume had held Elodie in the garage, hitting her repeatedly, torturing her, and making her smoke as part of his abuse, all while fabricating evidence and claims. Guillaume Mingot again altered his narrative once detectives showed him the forensic findings. This time, he asserted that it was completely voluntary for him and Elodie to have had sex in the garage. He claimed that after much conversation and smoking together, he had made the decision to let her leave, but he persisted in claiming that Richard Lyne had murdered her while he was away, allegedly out of concern that Richard would report Elodie to the police once Guillaume had freed her. The main contradiction in this account of events was that Richard had no justification for killing Elodie. She hadn't seen him or any of his family, and he hadn't even seen the captive. Second, she had been taken to the garage in a car's trunk, so she couldn't have led the police there because she didn't know where she was. Finally, Richard was just a regular drunk who couldn't hurt anyone. He was happy to accept payment in the form of Elodie's possessions and the assurance that his friend would give him money after everything was over. As previously noted, investigators discovered an empty plastic water bottle in the garage on the 4th story. Guillaume had said that he had brought Elodie some water out of sympathy. Tests, however, revealed that a significant amount of potent medications was present in the bottle's remaining liquid droplets. Elodie would probably have been comatose or barely awake after drinking such a concoction, enabling her kidnapper to do what he pleased. Guillaume once again lied when questioned about why he had drugged her. He now asserted that they had even decided she wouldn't approach the police and that he had been prepared to let her leave. As if it had been a bad dream, he said, Elodie simply wanted to return home to her family and forget about everything. He allegedly beat her during a struggle as she attempted to flee, which is why the garage floor was covered in bloodstains. He then locked her inside and departed. Guillaume claimed that in order to calm Elodie down and stop her from trying to flee again, he had given her the medications. After dissolving some tablets in water and crushing them, he left the garage and came back 12 hours later. Elodie was nearly collapsing from thirst by that point. Unaware of the odd flavor, she drank the water rapidly and dropped asleep a few minutes later. Guillaume said he hadn't thought of the possibility that she might have overdosed and died because her body wasn't strong enough to manage the medications. He put her body in the trunk of her own car, which had been left in the parking lot close to the bar where they had first met, as soon as he noticed she was no longer breathing. Using the keys he had stolen from Elodie, he drove the automobile to Richard's house a few hours later. There were further contradictions in Guillaume's tale, even though he still wouldn't reveal where he had transported the automobile with the body. Guillaume most certainly strangled Elodie, as evidenced by the sweat and skin residue on the rope discovered in the garage. The suspect was aware that all the evidence was against him. Guillaume made an agreement with investigators in the hopes of lowering his sentence, and he disclosed that he had left the automobile outside the old cemetery at Aigues-Mortes. On May 7, the car was located precisely where he had promised. The body in the trunk had already started to deteriorate after 3 days of exposure to the blazing sun. The autopsy revealed obvious evidence of strangulation, beatings, and torture. The victim had been sexually assaulted, drugged, and restrained. Ultimately, they were strangled to death with a rope. The trial and sentencing. Almost 3 years after the horrifying events, in February 2008, the trial of the 3 criminals started. Guillaume Migaud was given a life sentence with the chance of release after 22 years. Richard Line and his spouse made a valiant effort to persuade the jurors that they were unaware of the hostage in their garage. They said they hadn't asked any questions, just let an old buddy stay with them for a few days. However, this was disproved when Elodie's possessions were found in their house. In 2010, the pair was found guilty of aiding and abetting and received 6-year prison sentences apiece. In an attempt to place some of the blame for the crime on the line, Guillaume Migaud and his attorney filed an appeal of the ruling. This was their sole chance to cut the minimum amount of time he would have to spend and reduce his life sentence. The new trial started on May 4, 2010, precisely 5 years after the murder of Elodie Morel. It was established during the hearings that Richard and his spouse were aware of Elodie's imprisonment and the potentially fatal situation she was in. But they took no action. They gave Guillaume everything he requested, including water, rope, and other items, without questioning his motives or taking the repercussions into account. They also kept her possessions, even giving some to their daughter. Guillaume Migaud's life sentence was lowered by the court to 30 years, with the condition that he complete 2/3 of it before he may be released on parole. Each received a 9-year prison sentence without the prospect of early release for their complicity and inaction. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 3 8-year-old boys, Steve Branch, Christopher Byers, and Michael Moore, vanished while riding their bikes in West Memphis, Arkansas, on May 5, 1993. The following day, their bodies were discovered. However, the investigation took a convoluted and fruitless turn after receiving a false tip about local teenagers. How did misdirection in the case permanently change the course of justice? And what actually happened to these boys? Would justice be served to the victims, or would the case go unresolved? John Mark Byers called the West Memphis police at 8 p.m. on May 5, 1993 to report his son Christopher missing. The officer was informed by him and his spouse Melissa that Chris had not been seen since approximately 5:30 p.m. while he was in the yard working. 2 more parents called in with similar concerns within the next 90 minutes. Steve Branch left for school that day, and Pamela Hobbs said she hadn't seen him since. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, according to Dana Moore, her son Michael had gone out with friends, but had skipped dinner at home. A search was conducted in Robin Hood Hills, where local children frequently played, after 3 missing boys were reported missing. No sign of the boys was discovered that night, despite a thorough search. Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell took over the search the following morning, May 6, 1993. Officer Steve Jones noticed a black tennis shoe floating in a ditch close to the Blue Beacon car wash in the early afternoon. Within 15 minutes, Sergeant Mike Allen found the bodies of 3 young boys who had been murdered in Robin Hood Hills: Steve Branch, Michael Moore, and Chris Byers. In a drainage ditch, the 3 boys were discovered naked, their hands and feet bound with their own shoelaces. Nearby, their clothing was discovered entangled in mud and tree sticks. Christopher Byers suffered from severe genital injuries, including mutilation. Moore and Branch died from multiple injuries and drowning, while Byers' official cause of death was multiple injuries. Because there was insufficient evidence, the police's initial suspicion of rape was later refuted by expert testimony. A pair of pants recovered from the scene contained trace amounts of sperm DNA. Byers' injuries, according to the prosecution, were caused by a purposeful knife attack and castration. However, defense experts contended that rather than a human attack, the injuries on the body were probably caused by animals after they died. The only victim with drugs in his body was Byers. Ritalin, a drug for ADHD, was prescribed to him in January 1993. Nevertheless, the initial autopsy report misidentified the medication as carbamazepine and noted a dosage that was less than what was recommended. Surprisingly little evidence was found at the crime scene on May 5, 1993, despite the heinous nature of the crime. The absence of blood and fibers perplexed the police, who also observed that the area appeared to have been cleaned. They had to deal with a well-known case that attracted national attention, but they had few leads to help them find the person or people responsible. Terry Hobbs, Steve Branch's stepfather, broke down in tears as Gitchell came to the group of people gathered at the edge of the woods to break the terrible news. The town was shocked by the crime's savagery, which prompted an immediate investigation. In this instance, the notion of a satanic connection emerged for a number of reasons. The community was horrified by the gruesome details of the crime, including the castration and the placement of the bodies. The crime scene's remote location further heightened the anxiety. Media reports frequently contributed to the widespread fear of satanic rituals in the United States in the early 1990s. Many communities were especially vulnerable to these fears, particularly those with strong religious convictions. The combination of local beliefs, the graphic nature of the crime, and media coverage made people believe it might be connected to a cult, even though there was no concrete proof of satanic activity in West Memphis at the time. More rational explanations, like the possibility that the boys were harmed by a person they knew, were frequently eclipsed by this suspicion. Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell's announcement that the police were looking into a number of theories, including cult activity, fueled the fire. This preliminary inquiry sparked controversy, resulting in erroneous convictions and posing significant doubts regarding the validity of the evidence and the participants' intentions. 3 young men, Jason Baldwin, Damian Eccles, and Jesse Miskelly Jr., were soon identified as suspects by investigators, and the pursuit of answers permanently altered their lives. A local teen with a problematic past was Damian Eccles. He was a 17-year-old high school dropout who was well known for his sinister hobbies and mental health issues, which included severe depression. He was a prime suspect in the case because of his unusual appearance, which included tattoos, long hair, and black clothes. Because of his interactions with Eccles, Jerry Driver, a juvenile probation officer in Crittenden County, also thought that there was a satanic cult in the area. In the past, Eccles had exhibited erratic conduct, including threatening his father, his ex-girlfriend, and her new boyfriend. Eccles had a history of mental health problems, including being put on suicide watch during his stay in a mental health facility in Oregon. He had additional difficulties in juvenile detention after returning to Arkansas, which ultimately resulted in his hospitalization in Little Rock. He kept going to therapy even after being freed, and he made disturbing claims that he wanted to follow infamous criminals like Charles Manson. Jerry Driver was extremely troubled by these remarks and grew to believe that Eccles was responsible for the killings. Eccles was close friends with another suspect, Jason Baldwin. They were both viewed as social misfits. Despite Baldwin's academic success and his lack of interest in magic, they connected because they had both felt alienated. Eccles had previously been charged with shoplifting, and Baldwin had previously been arrested for vandalism. Baldwin, on the other hand, demonstrated drawing ability, and one of his instructors urged him to study graphic design in college. Jesse Miskelly Jr., the third suspect, had little to no relationship to Baldwin or Eccles. He was notorious for getting into fistfights with other teenagers at school and for having a short fuse. Like Eccles, Miskelly had left high school, but Baldwin was still doing well in school. Damian Eccles was questioned by police several times between May 7 and May 10, both at his residence and at the police station. During these sessions, Eccles repeatedly asserted that he knew nothing about the boys and called the killer sick. Eccles maintained that on the evening of May 5 he was at home chatting on the phone with friends, but when he implied that the murderer was probably a local, it sparked questions about his personal involvement. Even though Eccles cooperated with the police, the results of his polygraph suggested that he might have been lying or deceiving, which fueled more conjecture. Investigators also focused on Jason Baldwin, who denied any misconduct, but they kept examining both teenagers. When local waitress Vicky Hutchison stated that she thought the killings were connected to a cult, the case took a different turn. She was keen to help the police and advised them that she could make friends with Eccles in order to conduct additional investigation. Miscali got to know Eccles when he worked as a babysitter for Vicky Hutchison. After introducing him to Eccles, Hutchison started questioning Miscali about the case. Miscali reportedly joined Hutchison at an occult event, or sabbat, where she observed strange rituals and sexual activities involving young people. As a result, Miscali was taken to the police station to be questioned. When Aaron, Hutchison's son, stated that he had gone to the woods with the killed boys and said he had witnessed 5 men acting strangely, the matter became more complicated. This added complexity to a story that was already unreliable due to inconsistencies. Her answers to the police's polygraph test showed that she was telling the truth. Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell and his team made the decision to question Jesse Miscali Jr., a suspect in the killings of the 3 young West Memphis boys, on June 3, 1993. About 9 in the morning, they came up to him. The $35,000 reward for information that could result in arrests was highlighted. Jesse denied having anything to do with the killings during the polygraph examination. Detective Bill Durham thought he was lying, though. After being interrogated extensively, Jesse finally stated that he, Jason Baldwin, and Damian Eccles were responsible for the killings. The officer yelled at him and insisted he knew more than he was confessing, according to Jesse's later account. He found it difficult to claim his innocence and started repeating what the detectives had told him. Gitchell corrected him when he wrongly claimed that the boys were bound with rope, stating instead that they were bound with shoelaces. As a result, Jesse altered his account to fit the officer's specifics. Jesse was questioned for hours before her confession was captured on tape. He stated, "Damian hit Chris Byers and Jason assaulted Steve Branch," claiming to have seen what happened in Robin Hood Hills. Soon after, Deputy Prosecutor John Fogelmill requested warrants to search Jason, Damian, and Jesse's residences. All 3 were taken into custody and accused of capital murder by 10:30 p.m. At a press conference the following morning, Gitchell affirmed his strong belief in the case. Damian Eccles was 18, Jason Baldwin was 16, and Jesse Miscali Jr. was 17 when they were taken into custody. Judge David Burnett held a pretrial hearing in Marion, Arkansas, on August 4, 1993. He made the decision to try Jesse Miscali apart from Jason Baldwin and Damian Eccles. Additionally, even though the defense claimed Jesse's confession was coerced, the judge permitted it to be used as evidence. The defense brought up a number of coercive strategies that the police employed while questioning Jesse. They pointed out how officers rejected his claims and showed a diagram that implied he might either be a member of the murderer's circle or work with them. A disturbing audio recording of Aaron saying, "Nobody knows what happened but me," was also brought to light. In a landmark decision, the judge determined that all 3 defendants would face adult trials. This ruling raised the stakes in a case that was already garnering national attention and sparking debates about the treatment of young suspects in the legal system. Miscali claimed he tried to cooperate without realizing the repercussions of his remarks because he was perplexed by the police's actions. The 3 boys were still being held while the defense and prosecution got ready for trial. Blood was discovered on a knife that had belonged to Chris Byers' stepfather, John Mark Byers, during the evidence collection process. The blood on this knife matched that of Chris and Mark, and it had been given away soon after the killing. The police did not pursue this lead, though. The night the boys vanished, a local restaurant employee also claimed to have seen a confused man covered in blood and mud. Despite gathering samples, the police never pursued this lead and eventually lost the evidence after the man left blood smears in the restroom. Miscali withdrew his confession and refused to repeat his previous statements, despite the prosecutor's intention for him to testify against Eccles and Baldwin. Baldwin and Eccles' trials began on February 28, 1994. As Judge Burnett, Prosecutor Fogelman, and the defense teams determined what evidence could be presented to the jury, both trials received significant media coverage and encountered legal difficulties. A jury consisting of 5 men and 7 women heard Jesse Miscali Jr.'s trial in Corning, Arkansas, on January 18, 1994. Although Prosecutor John Fogelman acknowledged that Jesse's confession contained inconsistencies, he asserted that these were caused by Jesse's attempt to minimize his involvement in the killings. He maintained that Jesse had relationships with Jason Baldwin and Damian Eccles. Dan Stidham, the defense lawyer, retorted that Jesse was unfairly singled out because of pressure to make arrests, He claimed that the investigation was skewed by what he referred to as the Damien Echols tunnel vision. Stidham maintained that he was afraid while being questioned and that Jesse's confession was coerced. When the mothers of the 3 murdered boys testified about their final moments with their sons on May 5, 1993, the trial became emotional. Because he was concerned that it might annoy judges who felt sorry for the bereaved families, Stidham decided against asking that line of inquiry. The prosecution's version of events was unsettling. Investigators explained how the boys' bodies were painfully found during the search for them. In the courtroom, the jury noticed the boys' bicycles leaning against a wall. The mood was solemn, as Fogelman displayed more than 30 gory images of the corpses. As more unsettling pictures were displayed, pathologists talked about the autopsy results. Jesse appeared extremely at ease throughout the lengthy interrogation, according to Inspector Gary Gitchell. The jury was silent when Fogelman played a recording of Jesse's 34-minute confession to support his argument. Jesse's statements showed significant inconsistencies during cross-examination. The evidence did not support his claims that the boys were bound with brown rope and that the killings occurred at noon. Detective Gitchell claimed that Jesse's confusion was the cause of these mistakes. Because they were concerned that Aaron Hutchison's story might be discredited, the prosecution decided not to call him. Vicky, his mother, was called instead, and she talked about her quest for justice. She maintained that her concern for the boys drove her, not the $35,000 reward. Jesse's statements revealed some serious contradictions during cross-examination, particularly with regard to the dates of the murders. Aaron Hutchison, a crucial eyewitness, was not called to testify by the prosecution. Rather, they introduced his mother, who spoke about her attempts to get the boys justice. Regarding tangible proof, Jesse's involvement in the crime was not demonstrated by any signs. Regarding certain fibers discovered close to the bodies, a crime lab specialist testified. She subsequently explained, though, that those fibers might have originated from more than just Jesse. Stidham was worried about Jesse's low IQ, so he decided not to have him testify. Rather, he called a polygraph examiner to discuss false confessions in an attempt to raise reasonable doubt. The judge permitted the examiner to describe the pressures that can cause someone to make a false confession, but he decided that the polygraph results could not be used. In his defense testimony, social psychologist Dr. Richard Offshee discussed how Jesse's confession was impacted by police pressure. He was permitted to explain, in spite of the prosecution's objections, that Jesse made a false statement as a result of the pressure he was under, particularly because he had low self-esteem. The prosecutor brought up the fact that Jesse had not been physically hurt by the police during cross-examination. This gave Stidham the opportunity to highlight how Jesse's confession was impacted by the type of questioning, and how psychological pressure played a significant role in what transpired. In his closing remarks, Fogelman referred to the defense's arguments as distractions and advised the jury to believe the detectives and disregard allegations of coercion. The prosecutor emphasized that Jesse's confession was unambiguous, but Stidham cautioned that it would be a grave error to execute an innocent person. The following day, Jesse lowered his head as he walked into the courtroom. He was devastated when the jury convicted him of first-degree murder. When the judge asked him if he had anything to say, he simply replied, "No." The trial brought up serious issues with the legal system, with many people thinking that an innocent person was punished. He was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. The emphasis on coerced confessions sparked calls for improved questioning techniques and fresh data, which prompted a re-examination of Jesse's punishment. In Jonesboro, Arkansas, the trial for Damien Echols and Jason Baldwin started 2 weeks after Jesse Miskelly Jr. was sentenced. Dan Stidham, the defense lawyer, declared that Jesse would not testify, leaving the prosecution with scant evidence. The prosecutors could claim that Echols' apparent interest in witchcraft was connected to his involvement in the case because the judge prevented the two defendants from having separate trials. In essence, they could infer Baldwin's guilt from Echols' background. John Fogelman, the prosecutor, asserted that they would demonstrate the defendant's guilt for killing the 3 boys. Echols' lawyer contended that there was no proof of guilt, while Baldwin's lawyer highlighted his client's good character. To talk about the boys' final moments, the prosecution called the detectives and the victims' parents. The judge rejected the defense's request for a mistrial after detectives brought up Jesse's confession. Ridge further asserted that Damien implied he was engaged in supernatural activities by mentioning demonic forces. To bolster their argument, they displayed objects from Damien's house, including a dog skull and occult books. In his testimony, medical expert Dr. Frank Peretti mentioned a knife discovered close to Damien's home that matched the victim's wound. However, it was later discovered that the victim's stepfather's knife might also match. The defense sought to expose contradictions in the prosecution's claims and emphasize the paucity of credible evidence connecting Eccles and Baldwin to the crime. They stressed that the evidence was only suggestive and called in experts and witnesses to discuss false confessions. The jury found both defendants guilty of capital murder in spite of efforts to provide an alibi and cast doubt on the validity of the police investigation. Jason Baldwin received a life sentence without the possibility of parole after the jury found him guilty. In contrast, Damien Eccles was given the death penalty, more precisely a lethal injection. This result generated a lot of public interest and raised questions about the fairness of the trial. The West Memphis Three's defense teams diligently sought to appeal their sentences shortly after their trials, pointing out mistakes in the trial and introducing fresh evidence. Vicky Hutchison acknowledged lying under duress from the police, and the jury foreman was charged with misconduct during the trial, which might have affected the outcome. A new hearing resulted from new DNA evidence that connected Chris Byers' stepfather, Terry Hobbs, to the crime scene. There was broad support for the case. Devil's Knot, written by Arkansas reporter Mara Leverett, focused on the failure of justice, while Paradise Lost, a documentary directed by Bruce Sinofsky and Joe Berlinger, was released in 1996. Johnny Depp, Natalie Maines, and Eddie Vedder were among the celebrities who expressed their support. Following several unsuccessful appeals, the Arkansas Supreme Court scheduled a hearing for the new evidence on November 4, 2010. After realizing that this evidence might not establish their innocence, Eccles' new attorneys negotiated with the Attorney General to forego the hearing and proceed with new trials. They suggested an Alford plea, which limited the defendants' ability to seek damages for their erroneous convictions, but permitted them to enter guilty pleas to lesser charges while retaining their innocence. Jason Baldwin reluctantly agreed to the plea in order to spare Eccles from being executed. After serving 18 years in prison, all three men were released on August 19, 2011. However, there was no compensation for their time served and no additional investigation into the initial murders, so their case remained unresolved. After it was initially lost, Eccles' lawyers requested access to the crime scene evidence for DNA testing in July 2021. The majority of the evidence was later found to be undamaged. The Arkansas Supreme Court's decision on April 18, 2024, that people who accept an offered plea still have the right to request a new trial under a particular act, and permitted Eccles to undergo new DNA testing, sparked discussions about justice, the validity of eyewitness testimony, and how societal anxieties can influence court rulings. The case serves as a reminder of the issues with the legal system and the continuous fight for people who were wrongfully convicted and imprisoned. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 16-year-old Carol Sue Klaber was discovered strangled to death on June 5, 1976, her family and the entire northern Kentucky community were left in shock and desperation. The case remained unresolved for decades, with no leads or suspects until the advent of new technology, which was essential in resolving this mystery. How did the murderer escape punishment for so long? And who might have done this to Carol? We'll explore the enigmatic case of Carol Sue Klaber today. This 46-year-old cold case was ultimately resolved in 2022. Let's get straight to the heart of this conundrum then. The U.S. state of Kentucky contains the county of Boone. Daniel Boone, a pioneer, was honored with the county's name when it was established in 1798. The Cincinnati/Northern Kentucky International Airport, a significant hub for the area, is located in this county, which is the fourth most populated in Kentucky. Burlington, the county seat, is renowned for its outdoor leisure spaces, historic sites, and robust agricultural sector. A terrible murder occurred here in Boone in 1976. On November 28, 1959, a new life was born in the beautiful state of Kentucky, tucked away among majestic hills and rushing brooks. Carol Sue Klaber was named by her parents, Daniel Henry Klaber and Betty Jane Meek Reniker, who were beaming with happiness as they held their darling daughter in their arms. Thomas Klaber, her older brother, watched in awe and was excited to have his new sister join the family. Carol was a very funny person. She had a great deal of empathy for those in need and was incredibly modest for a teenager. When she was 16, she volunteered at St. Charles Nursing Home. In her younger years, Carol had also been a Girl Scout and a Brownie. She was always interested in music and loved to cook, sew, and play records. She also began taking piano lessons when she was 5 years old. Carol's piano teacher, Hattie Schatzman, had selected her to represent her students at the Ohio Music Teacher Association, and she was also learning violin. Carol performed at the Taft Museum twice. Her classmates were drawn to her gregarious and compassionate nature, and her love of music and innate talent made her a favorite member of the Dixie Heights High School string group. The sun was shining brightly over the small town of Union, Kentucky on June 5, 1976, as the locals went about their daily lives as usual. Reputable Walton dentist, Dr. Gaines Huey, got out of bed early to go to work, eager to take care of his customers' dental needs. He saw something unusual along the edge of the road while he was traveling down Chambers Road. Curiosity prompted him to stop and approach the item. Only as he approached did he comprehend what he had discovered: a body resting strangely motionless along a culvert that acted as a rainwater drain pipe. He dialed the Kentucky State Police while in astonishment and with shaking hands. That day, Trooper Jan Wushner just so happened to be on duty. To solve the riddle of the dead person by the side of the road, Wushner, an experienced investigator who had previously worked for the Boone County Sheriff's Department, hurried to the scene. At approximately 7:15 a.m. Walton State Police Department detectives arrived at the crime scene. With keen attention to detail, they scanned the area. The detectives saw the unmistakable traces of a struggle as they started their investigation: trampled grass, broken twigs, and indications of a violent altercation. The victim's body lay a few feet away, her wounds indicating that she had been attacked and strangled. The detectives realized with increasing horror that this was a planned and premeditated murder rather than an incident of violence. In their pursuit of justice, the investigators were committed to doing everything they could. However, they searched the crime scene but were unable to locate any tangible evidence. They chose to go to the victim's body for answers because they were frustrated by the loss. For a comprehensive examination, her body was taken to the county medical examiner's laboratory. In a meticulous autopsy, the medical examiner looked for hints in every part of the victim's body. Every cut, bruise, and wound was meticulously recorded, and every hint was meticulously examined. The autopsy's findings exposed the harsh reality of her demise. It appeared from the evidence that she had been severely beaten. The marks of a tire iron used relentlessly were visible on her torso. The examiner saw the severe cuts on her scalp, which were probably from a harsh object, and the once beautiful face was now warped by swelling and bruises. Her unfortunate and premature death resulted from irreversible damage caused by the crushing blow to her head. There were also clear indications of severe bodily trauma and abuse. Asphyxia brought on by hand strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head was finally identified as the cause of death, which was a devastating moment for everyone concerned. The investigation became even more urgent after such savagery was discovered. They identified some traces of alien DNA on the victim's clothing while examining the evidence that was recovered from the scene. They tried their hardest, but they couldn't find anyone who had it at the moment. They meticulously preserved the evidence in the hopes that future technological developments would result in a breakthrough in the case. Detectives found one of the family members, the victim's brother. After putting in countless hours of work, he mustered the bravery to come and identify the body using the DNA that had been taken from it. Upon seeing the lifeless and motionless body of his beloved sister, Carol Sue Klaber, on the chilly metal table, 23-year-old Thomas Klaber entered the morgue with heavy footsteps. His face was wet with tears. He knew that he would never again see her brilliant smile or hear her contagious laugh, and the pain in his heart was unbearable. As the investigation went on, the detectives made sure to look everything. They searched the neighborhood, knocking on doors, talking to locals, and obtaining any information that would shed light on the terrible event. In order to learn more about Carol Sue Klaber's life and potential adversaries, they also conducted extensive research into her past, speaking with her friends and family. Investigators discovered that for the Klaber family, June 4, 1976 was just another day. With a smile on her face and the wind in her hair, 16-year-old Carol Sue Klaber got on her bike and cycled about town. She spoke with friends, greeted the locals, and enjoyed the pleasant summer day. She intended to meet a friend at Zeno's Hyde Park restaurant later that night. She left her house at 5:30 p.m., but as the sun started to drop, Klaber was driven home by a young man in a sleek Chevrolet Monte Carlo. One of the neighbors claims to have seen the young man, who was slender and towering at an amazing 6 feet tall with sandy blonde hair. After a brief conversation, Carol left the man waiting impatiently outside the house and walked inside. Carol came out of the home a few minutes later, climbed into the car, and drove off with the man. It was Carol's final appearance on Earth. The murder case of Carol Sue Klaber remains unresolved, despite police' best efforts to locate the owners of the suspected cars in the town. The leads had dried up, and the case had reached a brick wall, leaving investigators scratching their heads. The case eventually became cold, and remained that way for more than 40 years. A ray of hope appeared in the Carol Sue Klaber murder inquiry after years of gloom. Coy Cox and Tim Adams, two cold case detectives from the Boone County Sheriff's Office, revitalized the case in 2017. They teamed up with Jerry Keith, the original detective on the case, who had continued to hold the case near and dear to his heart after retiring, in their unwavering quest for justice and the truth for Carol Sue Klaber. The three of them put in endless hours using contemporary technology in order to cobble together a fresh interpretation of the catastrophe that had baffled them for years. They painstakingly went over the old evidence, speaking with witnesses and sorting through leads. They started their inquiry by looking into the two main suspects Keith had previously named. The initial suspect was a man with a history of auto theft whose car looked eerily similar to the one in which Carol was last seen. This individual was the target of the detectives, who scrutinized him closely in an attempt to get any useful information. The man denied any involvement in Carol's murder, even though he was a suspect in the case. He confided in the detectives about his previous transgressions, but he maintained his innocence in Carol's death. Thus, the police took his DNA and compared it to the DNA recovered from the victim's clothing in 1976. Following the anxious wait for the findings of the DNA tests, Cox and Adams finally called the man in December 2018. Since his DNA test was negative, he was no longer considered a suspect in Carol's murder. The realization that he could finally breathe easily and start over made the world feel lighter. Cox and Adams then returned their focus to their unrelenting hunt for the murderer. They had to start over, because the leads on their first suspect had dried up. However, in 2020, they made the decision to pursue their second suspect, who had been found guilty of a violent sexual assault in the same neighborhood just 2 years prior to Carol's 1978 murder. He was now 77 years old and went as Michael Dean Tate. In order to strengthen their case against Michael Dean Tate, Cox and Adams contacted the victim of the 1978 assault in 2020 to get her version of what happened. Her name would not be revealed, but she remembered the night clearly, when she was viciously attacked in her own garage at around 2 in the morning on October 1, 1978. She remembered the eerie darkness of the Park Hills night. The victim remembered how, despite her best efforts to fight and scream, her attacker appeared to take a sadistic pleasure in causing her pain. But the attacker left her injured and broken alive after 2 hours of suffering. The emotional and physical wounds that Tate had inflicted on her on that fateful and gloomy night took years to heal. When Tate's involvement in the 1978 case was revealed, Cox and Adams were unable to rule out the possibility that he was responsible for Carol's death. Tate was a prime suspect in the case, since he frequently traveled to the region for work in the 1000, 970S, and 1980S, which coincided with Carol's murder. Tate, however, insisted on his innocence and denied any role in Carol's death, despite the growing evidence against him. It had been the investigators' hope that they would eventually find the offender. Their hopes were quickly crushed, though, as the DNA study did not match Tate's, and court records showed that Tate had been in Cincinnati in 1976, precluding him from committing the crime. The investigators questioned whether they would ever solve this long-standing enigma. The case remained mysterious for almost 50 years, as it once again fell into obscurity. However, the Boone County Sheriff's Office contacted the Othram Lab experts on September 17, 2022. The Season of Justice offered financing for the Othram team to work on this case because of their proficiency in genetic genealogy. A DNA sample taken from the crime scene in 1976 was delivered to Othram Labs by the Kentucky State Police Central Forensic Center. Othram's highly qualified experts were able to create a comprehensive DNA profile for the elusive suspect by using sophisticated forensic-grade genome sequencing. They were able to uncover important genetic data that had been concealed for decades, thanks to their state-of-the-art technique. Based on the thorough DNA profile they had created, the genealogy specialists at Othram Labs produced investigation leads using forensic genetic genealogy. After receiving the DNA samples on November 25, 2022, Othram Labs produced an answer in less than 2 months, which was a surprising turn of events. They found a link to a man called Thomas W. Dunaway, who died in 1990 at the age of 33, by examining the genetic evidence left by the murderer. The fact that Dunaway had a son who had never known his father was disclosed. In order to get DNA samples for comparison, the detectives traveled to meet with Thomas Dunaway's son, whose name was kept secret. The answer to the conundrum that had long eluded law enforcement would lie in the outcomes of these vital laboratory tests. They meticulously gathered the required samples with an unwavering dedication to justice and a will to find the truth. On December 12, 2022, the protracted investigation into the matter was finally concluded. After nearly 46 years, Carol Sue Klaber and her family had finally received justice, because to the investigators' unrelenting commitment and the deployment of cutting-edge technology, the process was difficult, but the perseverance of those involved paid off, leading to a breakthrough that would provide closure to everyone impacted by the tragic events of 1976, when Dunaway's son's DNA partially matched the DNA traces they had discovered on Carol's body all those many years ago. The Carol Sue Klaber murder case was never abandoned by the police. Born on May 20, 1957, and only 19 years old at the time, Thomas W. Dunaway remained undiscovered for many years. They discovered important details about Dunaway's past and the horrible things he had done as a result of their persistence. He resided close to Deval Park, where Carol was last spotted with a man who resembled him, the police found out. More incriminating information against Dunaway surfaced as they dug deeper. Dunaway was more than a single offender. He had been committing crimes for 6 months, and the cars he used to flee each crime scene left a trail of evidence. Carol Sue Klaber died, but the nightmare didn't end there. 6 months later, in December 1976, he was convicted of another murder. The 19-year-old Ronald Townsend was discovered dead and covered in bullet wounds on the ground. The town was grieved by the loss, but when Thomas Dunaway, the murderer of Townsend, was apprehended and confessed to his crimes, their spirits were raised. Dunaway was given a life sentence, but regrettably, he was only imprisoned for 7.5 years before being freed in 1984. It is still unclear if justice was done, or if it was only a passing illusion. The disturbing pattern of violence and gloom that pervaded Dunaway's life was discovered by Detective Coy Cox. Even though Carol's murder may not have been solved, the police were able to reveal the full scope of Dunaway's lethal and frightening reign of terror. There was an unsettling similarity between Ronald Townsend's murder and Carol Sue Klaber's murder. As though the murderer wished to make a statement, both bodies were left in plain sight, only a few inches from the road. As the inquiry went forward, investigators discovered a concerning detail regarding Dunaway. He was not in the Army on leave at the time of Townsend's death. Just 9 days after Carol's passing, Dunaway joined the military and was assigned to Fort Knox before being moved to Fort Carson in Colorado. Even after joining the military, Thomas Dunaway was unable to avoid problems. Although Dunaway's love of vehicles was unrivaled, it ultimately proved to be his undoing. He exchanged his beloved 1973 Chevrolet Monte Carlo for a striking orange Chevrolet Vega, since he had a strong eye for a good price. But he had no idea that detectives looking into the murder of Ronald Townsend would be drawn to this ostentatious vehicle. The detectives issued an all-points bulletin for Dunaway and his orange Vega as they pursued him furiously. When Dunaway was arrested in South Carolina on suspicion of Townsend's murder and unlawful firearm possession on a gloomy Christmas Eve in 1976, the game of cat and mouse came to an end. The connection between Carol Sue Klaber and Thomas Dunaway left investigators baffled as they dug deeper into the mysterious murder case. It was unknown how they linked later in life, even though they might have met while still in the Erlanger-Ellesmere Schools District. But in the middle of the chaos, Detective Coy Cox gave a crucial hint that might help solve the case. Carol had a particular place in her heart for Val Park, this green haven, and it's likely that her love of the park brought her and Dunaway together by happenstance. Perhaps she met him because she was known to be gregarious. Maybe they happened to cross paths at the park, where they laughed and told stories to each other in a serene environment. Given that Dunaway lived a short distance from the location where Carol used to ride her bike, there is no doubt that the park plays a significant role in their relationship. There was a mixture of relief and sadness when Thomas Dunaway was identified as the murderer of Carol Sue Klaber. Although the authorities considered the case closed, the family was left feeling torn after learning that Dunaway had died on December 28, 1990, at the young age of 33. The Klaber family still feels that justice is unattainable, even after learning the truth. As Thomas Klaber moaned, he wished he had the opportunity to speak with Dunaway before to his tragic passing, and wondered what justice meant now. Her brother has been haunted by the memories of Carol's murder. He has been carrying that burden for nearly 50 years. He was never completely able to get rid of the worry that his family would experience another tragedy. He calls his 28-year-old son Daniel late at night to check on Since. He is constantly concerned about his safety. In the same way that he lost his sister, he fears losing everyone else he cares about. He is reminded of the value of each moment and the significance of cherishing people we love by this terror, which holds him fast like a vice. The thought of disrupting his sister's last resting place was intolerable to Thomas Klaber. His heart ached at the idea of upsetting her sound sleep in order to find her killer. Fortunately, investigators discovered an alternative. They were able to exhume Carol Sue's killer's body rather than her remains. Thomas has found some small comfort in the knowledge that his sister's grave has not been disturbed, even though it may not be the justice he had hoped for. For Thomas, the knowledge that his sister can now finally rest in peace and the little triumphs are what matter. Detective Cox's recent court order to exhume Dunaway's body for DNA testing demonstrates his unwavering commitment to pursuing justice. Entering the DNA into CODIS might mark the start of a new chapter in the fight for justice, and Cox is prepared to face any obstacles that may come up. Carol Sue Klaber's killer cannot be convicted in a court of law, but justice was ultimately served for her after nearly 50 years. Lewis Kelly, the Commonwealth Attorney for Boone County, has declared the matter concluded. Detective Cox revealed the bittersweet experience of telling Carol's brother that the culprit had been found after all these years, and the news made him cry. The closure that comes with knowing the truth provides a tiny comfort in the face of such a tragedy, even though the past cannot be changed. By identifying the killer, Thomas W. Dunaway, Detective Coy Cox and his team were able to finally solve the 46-year-old murder mystery of Carol Sue Klaber. This case demonstrates how committed law enforcement is to seeking justice for victims and their families, regardless of the length of time required. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Crime is frequently associated with a particular motivation. Acts by people with mental health conditions, those under the influence of alcohol or other controlled substances, or incidents that happen during periods of severe emotional upheaval may be exceptions. Although the phrase motiveless crime is used, criminologists contend that the majority of these cases have unidentified hidden motives. Ohio as a whole was rocked by the disappearance of college student Emily Murray in 2000. The individual who caused Emily's terrible demise had been hiding in plain sight, helping law enforcement with their investigation and even providing tips to implicate others, until she was discovered dead a few weeks later. Authorities encountered a bewildering dilemma when they eventually took him into custody, There didn't appear to be any clear reason. Many theories were put forth, but none of them were supported, to explain why he did this. To make things even more confusing, the suspect seemed to like Emily and even to be protective of her. But then something changed, and he became a predator. The perpetrator has never disclosed the reason behind his killing of a helpless young woman, even though it has been almost 25 years since the incident. On February 19, 1980, Emily Miranda Murray was born in Sleepy Hollow, a small town in Westchester County, New York. She came from a wealthy family and was the youngest of 4 siblings. Growing up with her 2 older brothers and 1 sister, Emily remained close to them all of her life. Emily's family moved to Shaker Heights, Cuyahoga County, Ohio, when she was 2 years old. Her father quickly rose to the position of head of one of the scientific university's departments after receiving an offer of a distinguished position there. The family's financial stability allowed them to live comfortably, and her mother devoted herself to raising the kids and providing a cozy home environment. The Murray children achieved academic success, graduating with honors from high school and attending prestigious universities. Emily in particular had a strong interest in biology and medicine and hoped to work in these fields. She frequently placed at the top of her class and was acknowledged as a gifted student. Interestingly, Emily was also able to work part-time jobs and donate her earnings to worthy causes. Emily's parents' strong Christian beliefs had a significant impact on her upbringing. Emily followed the family's example by attending church on a regular basis and being always willing to lend a helping hand to those in need, both verbally and physically. She spent a year traveling the world with different humanitarian organizations after graduating from high school. She visited New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and a number of European nations during this trip. Emily Murray moved into the campus residence halls at Kenyon College in Gambier, Ohio, in 1998 to start her studies. According to those who knew her, she was a positive influence on everyone around her, full of vitality. Emily was very driven, kind, sympathetic, and personable. She did, however, have a sensitive side and frequently displayed moments of melancholy and vulnerability. She wrote down her deepest worries, dreams, and thoughts in a private journal. Emily was in her junior year of college by 2000. She continued to be actively involved in church-based charitable work and worked evening shifts as a waitress at a nearby restaurant in addition to her rigorous academic schedule. She appeared to manage her enormous workload with poise. She even managed to make time for her personal life, going to events that she loved. But soon, it would be evident that her life was more complicated than it seemed. Emily's bed was empty when her 2 roommates in the dorm woke up on Tuesday, November 3, 2000. They couldn't figure it out. Emily was always thoughtful and informed them if she would be spending the night somewhere else. They thought she might have gone straight to class or stayed late at work because her restaurant shift had ended at 2 in the morning. However, things started to feel strange when they discovered that her notes and textbooks were still on her shelf. The roommates asked friends if anyone had seen Emily before leaving for their lectures in the morning. As it happened, she hadn't been seen since the day before and hadn't attended any of her classes. Her friends initially attempted to explain the situation in the hopes that there would be a plausible explanation, even though her absence was disturbing. Emily had been anticipating the celebration of a close friend's 20th birthday for weeks, and it was scheduled for that evening. She had picked out a thoughtful present and even assisted in planning a surprise for the birthday person. Emily could not imagine missing the party, but her friends became increasingly concerned when she failed to appear. They contacted Emily's family in a desperate attempt to get answers, believing that she might have returned home because of an emergency. When her parents learned that she had disappeared, they became very upset. Desperate to learn what had happened to their daughter, they drove to Gambier that same evening to participate in the search. The Murrays and their older children had reached the campus by morning, and they were desperately attempting to determine what might have happened to their youngest daughter. By then, the college community had become aware of Emily's disappearance. She was not found despite the efforts of several volunteer groups, friends, and classmates. She appeared to have disappeared completely. Emily's car, a dark green Subaru Outback that her father had given her for her 20th birthday, was also found to be missing. The Murrays immediately contacted campus security to report the missing student and ask for assistance in setting up a search, but their worries were dismissed with indifference. Security personnel waved away their concerns, speculating that Emily was probably hanging out alone with a boyfriend and would be back shortly. The family was told to wait a bit longer, even though they insisted Emily would never leave without telling anyone. Emily had not been seen for over 24 hours, and her family was becoming more and more desperate. They reported a missing person to the local police after realizing that campus security would not be able to assist. They were shocked to learn that police initially appeared to minimize the incident as well, assuming Emily might have taken an unplanned break or gone off on her own. She was a 20-year-old college student after all, and they didn't have to explain her every action. Nevertheless, the police finally consented to check Emily's dorm room. At that point, they learned she had forgotten her identification, bank cards, and personal items. It appeared that she hadn't changed since leaving her job because she had last been spotted in her restaurant shift uniform. This cast doubt on the notion that she had taken an unplanned break or gone off to hang out with a boyfriend. It was improbable that Emily would depart without cash or necessities. Emily was officially listed as missing on the second day following her disappearance, which was also her last day of employment. By that point, her friends, family, and community members who were worried were already searching on their own, distributing flyers featuring her picture throughout the town and searching the neighborhoods. The investigation started at the eatery across the street from the campus where Emily was last seen. The Pirates Cove was a well-liked hangout for students because of its convenient location and reasonably priced menu. Emily's shift that night turned out to be her final one. Overburdened by her demanding schedule, she had resigned from her job that evening. She had made the decision to reduce her workload. She had been finding it difficult to balance her rigorous coursework, her part-time evening shifts, and her volunteer work at the church. Her personal life had suffered as a result of her hectic schedule. She had broken up with her boyfriend Adam just a month prior because they hardly ever had time together. Many of Emily's friends came to the Pirates Cove that night to cheer her on her last day of work. However, since they had classes the following morning, nobody stayed up too late. Emily stayed for an extra half hour to complete some tasks, even though her shift ended at 2 in the morning. As a result, her coworkers were the last to see her, and the police would use their testimonies to piece together what happened that night. During those last moments at the restaurant, Emily wasn't by herself. She was assisted in closing up by her friend Olivia, who was also a waitress, and a bartender named David Cale. Around 2:45 a.m., they completed cleaning the dining area together. Everyone started to head home shortly after that. Gregory McKnight, a 24-year-old cook who was the last to depart and shut down the restaurant at 3:15 a.m., confirmed this. Nothing out of the ordinary caught the attention of her colleagues. Emily was being kind, happy, and courteous as usual. She told them she was just going back to her dorm to get some sleep before her morning classes, without mentioning any plans for the rest of the evening. Investigators discovered Emily's personal journal, which had disturbing entries when they searched her dorm room. Emily had been fighting a protracted bout of depression, which she had kept a secret and attempted to handle on her own, despite her cheerful and amiable manner. Emily was well known for being sensitive and sympathetic, and she frequently internalized other people's suffering, which made her both emotionally vulnerable and incredibly compassionate. Emily was frequently exposed to the harsh realities of life, such as tales of cruelty and injustice, through her charitable work. She gave her all to helping those in need, but she felt helpless in the face of the world's more powerful forces, which frustrated her. She described in her journal how difficult it was for her to handle the weight of her empathy and how overwhelming these feelings could be. Detectives were unable to completely rule out the possibility that Emily may have made the decision to leave her life, even though the journal made no explicit mention of plans to harm herself or take extreme measures. Emily's close friends and family were extremely offended by this theory. They vehemently denied the notion, stating that Emily would never entertain such an act because her faith was so important to her. Because of her strong religious convictions, such behavior was considered an unforgivable sin. In addition, Emily had detailed her aspirational plans for the future in her journal. She drew a picture of her ideal life in one entry, which included a big house, her future spouse, their 5 kids, and a dozen dogs. Her desire to create a life focused on community, family, and love seemed to inspire her daily. At first, investigators thought Emily might have run away because she had vanished along with her car. They speculated that she may have chosen to leave town to contemplate her life due to her battles with depression. This is a reasonable explanation for her disappearance, because it could have been made worse by her recent breakup with her boyfriend and resignation from her job. Adam, Emily's ex-boyfriend, was the first person investigators focused on, which makes sense in situations like this. Their relationship had been turbulent, with several breakups and reconciliations, but it had lasted for roughly a year and a half. But this time, Emily had made the decision to permanently break things off, and she had told Adam so in what seemed to be a peaceful and friendly exchange. Investigators couldn't help but wonder what if Adam hadn't been able to let her go. They decided to stay friends. When contacted, Adam voluntarily went to the police station. He seemed truly upset and genuinely concerned about Emily's welfare. He clarified that he and his roommate had visited the Pirates Cove the night before Emily vanished, but they had departed at midnight. Other students attested to seeing them when they returned to their dorm. According to two other roommates, Adam and his roommate spent the remainder of the night inside. Adam was promptly ruled out as a suspect because he had a strong alibi and no evidence of involvement. After that, investigators focused on Emily's colleagues. In the course of their investigation, one of the Pirates Cove's cooks revealed an unexpected fact. Emily was rumored to have rejected the romantic feelings that the bartender David Cale had for her. Emily and Cale worked the same shift, stayed late to close, and left the restaurant 10 minutes apart on the night of Emily's disappearance. After she turned him down, could Cale have waited for her outside and hurt her in some way? They brought David in for another round of interrogation. He acknowledged that he had once asked Emily out, but he had never brought up the subject again after she declined. He insisted that their relationship was merely cordial and business. In addition, David gave what investigators considered a very strong alibi. He was picked up from the restaurant by his father after his shift, and they immediately drove to another state to attend his sister's wedding. Investigators had no evidence to connect him to Emily's disappearance after the alibi was confirmed. The same cook, Greg McKnight, gave detectives a new lead after the bartender was ruled out as a suspect. He implied that Dave Yoakum, another cook, was also strangely attracted to Emily. Dave had a reputation for having trouble relating to women. When rejected, he was prone to losing his temper and was awkward and rude. This behavior was corroborated by other waitresses, who also reported that Dave had awkwardly approached them. He frequently made scathing comments in response to his attempts being rejected and acted in a generally disrespectful manner. Additionally, investigators found it highly suspicious that Yoakum was fired from the restaurant after a heated argument just 4 days after Emily vanished. Yoakum had not been at the restaurant the night Emily disappeared because he was off work, but detectives had to question him and find out where he was. When asked, Dave said he was genuinely shocked to be named as a suspect in the case. He gave a convincing alibi by claiming that he had gone to a rock band concert in a nearby city that evening with friends who corroborated his account. The investigation came to a standstill after all suspects were exonerated and no fresh evidence surfaced. Emily's friends and family prayed for her safe return home and clung to hope, but seasoned investigators suspected she was dead and feared the worst. Let's go back to an incident that at first glance appeared to have nothing to do with Emily's case, which occurred around a month prior to her disappearance. A small car accident happened on the outskirts of Harrison, a small town in Vinton County, Ohio, on October 1, 2000. Ronaldo Hopkins was on his way home when an old Buick swerved into his lane and collided with him. When Hopkins exited his vehicle to inspect the damage, he discovered a gun in the trunk of the other car, which had exploded from the collision. He was so alarmed that he reported the incident to the police right away. Authorities permitted the other driver to depart, even though he was fined for the collision, and the gun was seized. That same driver was accused of participating in a theft on December 9, 2000, more than 2 months later. He lived in a remote trailer park according to the case documents, so 2 officers were sent to deliver a court summons demanding that he come in for interrogation. Officers discovered the trailer in a remote location, far from the other homes in the park. When they got there, 2 rusted, damaged cars that looked unlikely to ever run again were parked in front of the property, which gave the impression that it was deserted. But the officers found a dark green Subaru Outback behind the trailer, which didn't fit the scene. They verified that it was Emily Murray's car, which was reported missing along with its owner, after searching the license plates through their database. The name of the resident of the property where Emily's car was found, as well as information about the car's discovery, were promptly forwarded to the Gambier division looking into her case. The cook from the restaurant where Emily had worked, Gregory McKnight, was that person. In the past, McKnight had tried to deflect suspicion from his colleagues while evading personal scrutiny. In record time, a police team was sent to the scene and a search warrant for McKnight's trailer was obtained. 2 officers went inside to start their search because the door lock was broken. The foul stench of decay overcame them almost immediately. They located the source of the smell, a young woman's body covered in a carpet, by following it to the rear of the trailer. Emily's remains were immediately thought to be hers, and forensic analysis quickly verified this. A gunshot wound to the head was the cause of death. The weapon had been pressed against the right side of her skull, and the bullet had been fired at close range. The fact that there was a large amount of blood and spent shell casings at the scene suggested that the crime had been committed inside the trailer. Detectives now focused on apprehending and interrogating McKnight, their main suspect. Later that day, Gregory McKnight was arrested on suspicion of participating in an armed robbery, which was initially unrelated to Emily's death. But when they told him about the discovery in his trailer, he fell silent, refused to comment, and asked for a lawyer right away. Police detained him pending additional investigation, even though there was no concrete evidence at the time connecting him to Emily's death. Investigators were informed by the trailer park's neighbors that they had not heard or seen anything strange. Considering how far away McKnight's trailer was from the other houses, this wasn't shocking. The property itself was in poor condition, with rusted, dilapidated cars all around it and trash all over it. Investigators searched the area extensively in the hopes of finding more evidence. They soon discovered a small, overgrown well beneath a sheet of metal that was weighed down by a fallen tree. After draining the well, researchers found a human skeleton at the bottom that seemed to be that of a man. Other bone fragments were discovered nearby, dispersed throughout the property. All of the remains belonged to a single person whose identity was still unknown, according to forensic analysis. Police quickly linked the discovery to a 6-month-old missing person case, though McKnight's friend, a 20-year-old student named Glenn Julius, had disappeared. According to Glenn's girlfriend, he was planning to go to a party with McKnight the last time she saw him. Following the start of the Glenn Julius search, Gregory McKnight emerged as the main suspect, but according to McKnight, Glenn and he got into a fight at the event, and Glenn drove off with a few new friends. No one saw him again after that. Although they couldn't find any hard evidence to link McKnight to the disappearance, investigators also couldn't find any evidence to back up his story. Thus, he was set free. Later, pieces of Glenn's belts and clothes that were found in the well were recognized by his girlfriend. Dental records from his family attested to the fact that Glenn's remains were present. Inside McKnight's trailer, a number of his personal belongings were also found. Shortly after Glenn vanished, McKnight sold his car illegally, according to additional investigation. Associates who were also connected to an armed robbery case purchased the car. The car's license plates had been replaced with fake ones, and it had been hurriedly repainted. Authorities found the car after one of McKnight's accomplices was taken into custody. They discovered sizable amounts of cleaned-up blood in the trunk, which forensic analysis verified belonged to Glenn. This implied that Glenn had been carried in the trunk, either injured or dead. The work had been done sloppily, probably with homemade tools, and Glenn's body had been partially dismembered. The bones were deeply scratched, like saw marks. Investigators discovered an axe, a shovel, and several other tools inside McKnight's trailer. These were all removed for forensic analysis. Although unidentifiable marks were left by other tools, it was definitively established that the axe had been used during the dismemberment. On November 12, 1976, Gregory McKnight was born in a poor Columbus, Ohio suburb. He was raised in a big, impoverished family without a father, where everyone was left to fend for themselves. McKnight began stealing when he was a young boy, and at the age of 14 he first came to the notice of the police. He had committed his first deadly crime at the age of 15, a poorly executed robbery. The jury was lenient toward McKnight because his accomplices were older, and he was given a comparatively light sentence. He was placed in a juvenile detention center and given a sentence of only 6 years. After being freed in 1997, he quickly wed Catherine, who went on to have 2 children. Before McKnight saved up enough cash to purchase his trailer, the couple briefly resided with Catherine's parents, but they never made the move to their new home. Gregory McKnight killed Glenn Julius in May 2000 and concealed his body in the well behind his trailer. He then abducted and murdered Emily Murray in November of that year, leaving her body to decay inside the trailer. Catherine, McKnight's wife, acknowledged during interrogation that she had begun to have doubts about the trailer. Her husband refused to allow her to visit or even come near the property, and he often went there by himself. She believed that he was either using the area to meet potential lovers or to hide his criminal associates from the authorities. She had thought of a lot of things, but she had never thought of him keeping human remains there. The majority of the evidence against McKnight was circumstantial, despite the fact that it was substantial. The precise manner and location of Julius's death were unknown to the authorities. Consequently, the prosecution was unable to pursue the death penalty for that specific offense. Emily's case appeared to be simpler. There were obvious traces connecting her and McKnight to the trailer when her body was discovered at the scene, but there was no apparent reason for such a heinous act, and the murder weapon was never found. Emily had not been robbed, she had not been assaulted, and even her car had been left behind the trailer. Why McKnight would perpetrate such a heinous act against the young college student was still a mystery. Several colleagues attested that McKnight had consistently treated Emily with dignity. He was said to be courteous, and once he had even intervened to shield her from an inebriated patron who had mistreated her. Even McKnight declined to assist investigators. He gave no information about either crime and denied all charges. The prosecution contended that McKnight had tricked Emily into falling into a trap following her work at the restaurant. Given her kindness and trustworthiness, he may have asked her for assistance, and Emily, oblivious to the danger, was powerless to refuse. He may have shown romantic feelings for her once he was inside the trailer, but he went into a rage and committed the crime after she rejected him. A psychiatric evaluation found that McKnight was fully aware of his actions and could be held accountable, despite the defense's attempt to claim that he was mentally unfit. By changing strategies, McKnight's lawyers attempted to portray Emily as a suicidal person with severe depression, alleging that McKnight only helped her carry out a purported death wish. Emily's loved ones were incensed by this argument, but it didn't change the court's decision. Gregory McKnight was convicted of 2 indictments of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and armed robbery in 2002. He was placed on death row to await execution after being given a death by lethal injection sentence. Every appeal and clemency request was turned down. Gregory McKnight, who said in 2015 that he would sooner die than rot in prison while awaiting execution, asked that his sentence be carried out. He quickly had second thoughts, though, and made another unsuccessful attempt to appeal the sentence. McKnight filed a lawsuit in 2020, claiming that he was subjected to unfair treatment and racism during his trial. He maintained that the punishment was unduly severe because the jury and the judge were both white and had acted biasly against him. Gregory McKnight is still waiting to be executed on death row as of right now. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The community was rocked in 2010 when several women's bodies were found along Gilgo Beach. While some victims were found that year, others were found in 2011, all of whom had evidence of ruthless murder. Despite conducting a thorough investigation, police were unable to find any leads or suspects, and the bodies were left in appalling conditions. The identity of the murderer and the full scope of the crimes were left a mystery for years. When a sample from a pizza crust that the suspect had thrown away was discovered to match hair on one of the victims, it was a breakthrough. Who was responsible for these horrifying killings, and how many victims remain unaccounted for? Let's investigate this matter. The hunt for Shannon Gilbert was the first step in the investigation into the terrible deaths of multiple women close to Gilgo Beach, Long Island. She was a 24-year-old woman who escaped from a client's house and disappeared in May 2010. Following the discovery of human remains along Oak Beach's Ocean Parkway on December 11, 2010, her disappearance became a crucial component of a more extensive and ongoing mystery. In a heartbreaking 23-minute 911 call, Gilbert said, "They are trying to kill me." After she vanished, Suffolk County Police Officer John Malia searched the gated community where Gilbert was last seen with his cadaver dog, Blue. But even after a rigorous search during the summer of 2010, they were unable to locate any leads. Malia carried out a fresh search on December 11 with an emphasis on the area around Ocean Parkway. They forced their way through a thin layer of snow and dense vegetation. The team discovered Melissa Barthelomew's remains, wrapped in rotting burlap, after the dog detected a scent. 3 more bodies were discovered by the police as they searched further. These victims were later identified as Amber Costello, Megan Waterman, and Maureen Brainerd Barnes. All of them were discovered within 500 feet of one another. Suffolk County Police stayed committed to cracking the case and increased their search and resources as the bodies were found along Ocean Parkway. Patrols along Ocean Parkway were stepped up after the discovery of the first set of remains in December 2010. To comb through the dense brush and marshy areas, police deployed cadaver dogs, forensic teams, and cutting-edge equipment. Police stepped up their search along the same highway in March 2011 after finding additional remains, including those of Valerie Mack and Jessica Taylor. They broadened their scope to include Nassau County and even inspected neighboring beaches. In pursuit of hints that might help them find the murderer, officers endured long hours, inclement weather, and challenging terrain. State police, the FBI, and local authorities were among the law enforcement agencies that collaborated on the investigation. They investigated all of the information that could be used to identify the murderer, investigated forensic evidence, and followed up on tips. Police provided the public with updates as the case became more complicated and even offered a $25,000 reward for information that might result in an arrest. Despite these tenacious efforts, the case continued to garner attention for reasons other than the discovery of new bodies. Unexpected developments in the investigation included the December 2011 discovery of Shannon Gilbert's remains, which sparked further inquiries about whether her passing was connected to the others. Some thought Gilbert's death was an accident, while others suspected foul play. Every lead was taken seriously by the police, who kept looking for answers. Gilbert's disappearance went unsolved for more than a year. However, a breakthrough happened on December 13, 2011. About half a mile from her last known location, her remains were discovered in a marsh. Her clothes and other possessions were also found close by. Gilbert's death was initially feared to be connected to the Long Island serial killer. Authorities concluded after a thorough investigation, however, that her death had nothing to do with the other killings. Mary Gilbert, Shannon's mother, publicly insisted that her daughter was a victim of the same murderer who left the bodies along Ocean Parkway in spite of this conclusion. The pressure increased as more bodies were discovered, but these were only dead ends. The police remained committed to providing the victims and their families with justice, in spite of the difficulties. Internal conflicts within the Suffolk County Police Department were one of the many difficulties the investigation into the Gilgo Beach murders faced. The department struggled for years with leadership, especially under James Burke, the former chief of police. As investigators ran into one dead end after another, these issues slowed down progress and caused frustration. With so few leads, how were they going to proceed? Only on December 10, 2015, did the FBI formally intervene to assist. Although they had helped with searches in the past, they hadn't taken over the case completely until now. How come the FBI didn't get more involved sooner? The investigation was difficult, even with the FBI's recent involvement. Police continued to encounter dead ends after years of frustration and little progress, when it seemed like there was no way to solve the case. How could they? Clearly something needed to change. Geraldine Hart, the Suffolk County Police Commissioner, took the risky decision to reopen the investigation in 2020. She released important evidence to the public on January 16 in an attempt to spark fresh leads. An image of a belt discovered close to the crime scene along Ocean Parkway was one of the items made public. Initials, either HM or WHF, were stamped on the belt, but none of the victims were identified by them. To whom did it belong? Is this the hint that ultimately reveals the truth about the case? In addition to releasing the evidence, the police department declared that they were analyzing current leads using new scientific techniques. They started the website gilgonews.com to keep the public informed, allowing anyone with information to come forward. Would the same mysteries that had plagued the investigation for years continue to stall it? Or could this fresh push finally result in an arrest? The need to find answers appeared to be greater than before. Researchers used genetic genealogy, a novel tool, in June 2019. Everyone was curious as to whether this novel approach would ultimately solve the case. The investigation had been at a standstill for years, with few leads and innumerable unsolved questions. However, genetic genealogy provided a novel strategy that proved effective. Authorities recognized Jane Doe number 6 as Valerie Mack in May 2020. Her remains had been found in fragments for years, but using this new technique, they were able to match her DNA to her family and finally give her a name. The identification of Jane Doe number 7 as Karen Vergata in August 2023 marked yet another breakthrough. Her identity had been a mystery for almost 30 years, but the case advanced further because of genetic genealogy. These developments provided fresh impetus for the inquiry. The puzzle was gradually beginning to fit together, but there was still a long way to go. The bodies of the Gilgo Beach murder victims, found in 2010, were quickly linked to a horrific series of killings that had plagued Long Island for many years. However, how did investigators make the breakthrough when they were confronted with so many dead ends and unclear leads? Melissa Bartholomew was the first casualty. In July 2009, Melissa, a 24-year-old Bronx resident, disappeared. Before going missing for weeks, she had tried to call an ex-boyfriend and made a deposit into her bank account. Someone using Melissa's phone made threatening calls to Amanda, her 15-year-old sister. The caller made fun of Amanda and even disclosed Melissa's death. Police were unable to identify the caller even after tracking the calls to multiple locations, such as Madison Square Garden and Massapequa. In December 2010, Melissa's body, the first of the Gilgo Four to be found, was discovered close to Marines. It was Maureen Brainerd Barnes who was the second victim. After telling a friend she was heading to New York City, 25-year-old Maureen from Connecticut was last seen on July 9, 2007. She became a mother of two and used sex work to help support her family, but she later went back to it after experiencing financial difficulties. Maureen never came back after setting up a meeting with a client. In December 2010, more than 3 years later, her remains were discovered. One of the leather belts used to bind her body was found to contain DNA that would later be connected to the murderer's wife. Megan Waterman was the third casualty. Megan, a 22-year-old Maine woman, posted escort ads on Craigslist and vanished in 2010. She was under her boyfriend's control and had fallen victim to sex trafficking. When Megan neglected to check in with her daughter, who was 3 years old, her family filed a missing persons report. In December 2010, her body was discovered close to the other victims. Investigators were unable to establish a direct connection between her death and her boyfriend, even though he was arrested on trafficking charges. Amber Lynn Costello was the fourth casualty. After meeting a client who offered her $1,500 in exchange for her services, Amber, 27, of West Babylon, New York, vanished on September 2, 2010. Through the Chevrolet Avalanche he drove, the client, a man who had called her multiple times, would subsequently be connected to the murderer. At first, Amber's family didn't know she was involved in sex work and thought she had entered treatment. Her heartbreaking tale brought to light the precariousness of those caught in the sex trade and addiction. 2011 saw the discovery of additional remains as the search for victims went on. The bodies of Jessica Taylor, Valerie Mack, and an unnamed toddler named Baby Doe were among 4 additional sets of remains found close to Oak Beach and Gilgo Beach. The mystery was only made more complex by the discovery of these extra victims. What other numbers were there? More unsettling remains were discovered when investigators extended their search into Nassau County to the east. Remains of Peaches and her child, Baby Doe, were among the most eerie finds. In 1997, the dismembered torso of an African-American woman named Peaches was discovered. She was later identified by investigators as the mother of Baby Doe, after DNA testing linked her to the remains discovered in 2011. Both victims' identities are still unknown, and there are still unanswered questions regarding how they died. Then, in 2010, the remains of a young Asian person named Asian Doe were discovered close to the first 4 bodies. Although the victim's identity is still unknown, it was thought to be a transgender woman. Even with all of the technological advances, it was not easy to identify these victims. The case appeared unsolvable due to the lack of leads and persistent dead ends. How could detectives, who were already having a hard time identifying so many victims, ever hope to catch the murderer? The Gilgo Beach murder investigation took a dark and complicated turn with the discovery of new remains, leaving the public and police with more questions than answers. With no leads and numerous dead ends, the Gilgo Beach murder investigation seemed to be going in circles for years. Would the murderer ever be apprehended? John Bittroff, a suspect, was briefly regarded as a person of interest in 2017, but Bittroff had a history of killing sex workers and was a convicted murderer. His profile was suspicious because of the parallels between his crimes and the Gilgo Beach case. He hunted and was proficient with tools like hacksaws, which matched the way some victims' bodies were dismembered. Bittroff was never charged, in spite of these unsettling ties, because there was no concrete proof connecting him to the Gilgo Beach killings. However, everything changed in July 2023. Massapequa Park architect Rex Heumann, 59, was taken into custody and accused of killing Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. Investigators searched for Heumann for almost 15 years. However, that wasn't all. In January 2024, Heumann was officially charged with Maureen Brainerd Barnes's murder after being identified as the main suspect in her death. The murders of Sandra Costello and Jessica Taylor, two additional victims who had not previously been linked to the case, were then charged in June 2020. After all these years of uncertainty, how did police manage to identify Heumann? The breakthrough occurred when investigators used multiple crucial pieces of evidence to connect Heumann to the case. In 2022, they located a Chevrolet Avalanche registered to Heumann close to one of the crime scenes. Then, it was discovered through cell phone records that Heumann had communicated with 3 of the victims prior to their passing. However, mitochondrial DNA testing produced what may have been the most damning evidence. The hair on one of the victims was discovered to match a sample taken from a pizza crust that Heumann had thrown away. The fact that Heuermann's wife's hair also matched samples taken from multiple victims only served to heighten the unease. Crucially, though, she and their kids were out of state at the time of the killings. Is it possible that Heuermann was concealing his darkest secret from his closest friends and family members by leading a double life? Although Heuermann's arrest was a positive development, the investigation had been complicated. Although the case was a labyrinth of false starts and dead ends, Heuermann's arrest ultimately represented a breakthrough. Is he the secret to unlocking the whole mystery? Finally, the eagerly anticipated answers were at hand. Rex Heuermann was charged with 2 additional murders, which was a significant development in the ongoing investigation. After months of diligent work, investigators spent a significant amount of time searching a wooded area in Manorville, Long Island, and going through the evidence gathered from Heuermann's family home. The new charges are related to the 1993 murder of Sandra Costello, whose remains were found in North Sea, Long Island in 1993, and the 2003 murder of Jessica Taylor, whose remains were found in March 2011 close to Gilgo Beach. According to court records, Heuermann is currently facing charges for both offenses. Prosecutors claim that DNA evidence, including a hair discovered beneath Jessica Taylor's body, connected Heuermann to the killings. Heuermann's link to the victim was established by this DNA match, which turned out to be a significant discovery. At first, it was thought that John Bittroff, a different suspect who had been connected to other killings in the neighborhood, was responsible for Sandra Costello's death. Recent developments in DNA technology, however, have shed new light on the case and identified Heuermann as the real murderer. DNA evidence discovered at the crime scene has now been verified by prosecutors as linking Heuermann to Costello's murder. The case has advanced significantly with these new charges, which broaden the scope of Heuermann's alleged crimes and raise the possibility that his murders may have taken place over several decades. The number of additional victims Heuermann may have been linked to is still unknown in light of this new information. Even more unsettling information is being revealed by the ongoing investigation. Since Rex Heuermann's criminal charges were revealed, his family is going through a very difficult time. In addition to fighting cancer, his wife is also dealing with the fallout from her husband's scandal. Due to their father's criminal history, employers are reluctant to hire Heuermann's children who are consequently having difficulty finding employment. However, the relatives of Huerman's victims are still in pain. The pain of losing a loved one never goes away, even though they might feel some relief when justice is done. As they look for closure for the lives lost, they find little solace in the ongoing legal process. The ramifications of this case are extensive and continue to cause great emotional suffering for the families of Huerman and the victims. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how a fatal occurrence could result from a single poor choice or harmless action? On one of the riskiest days of the year, picture a couple kayaking. It was meant to be simply another adventure, but the way it ended was so unexpected that I'm still having trouble understanding it. Where do you think the distinction between mistake and truth lies, people? How can a single word or deed alter everything? Will this story leave you wondering about every detail, or will you be able to form your own opinion? The most exciting portions are still to come, when everything comes crashing down in a flash. Stay tuned. Everything you do has the potential to backfire. In the hands of justice, a single remark uttered in a state of shock might turn into a weapon. An unforeseen series of events can permanently alter a person's life, as seen by Angelica's narrative. For outdoor pursuits, the Hudson Valley is a perfect location. Those seeking excitement are drawn to the breathtaking scenery and fast river. Although kayaking is a popular sport among adventurous people, the river may be cruel. Even seasoned athletes make blunders from time to time, but they are aware of this. For Vince Viafore and Angelica Graswald, the sea represented intimacy and freedom. Excited, they ventured out on the Hudson once more on that fatal evening of April 19, 2015. Both had years of experience and were accustomed to obstacles, but the Hudson was not on their side that day. Strong waves were created by the rising gusts, and they chose to continue forward even though their gut told them to turn around. Their destination was an island with a Scottish-style castle that always pulled them in, with its enigmatic and historic ambiance. They enjoyed the outdoors during the day, but things suddenly changed in the evening. Although the frigid seas and powerful waves were a warning, they were forced to return since it was simply too dangerous to spend the night on the island without any equipment. The situation took a terrible turn when water started to enter Vince's kayak. Vince was in the chilly water without a life jacket, and he was in danger. Angelica called the emergency services because she was so shocked. Desperately, she said that the current was drawing him farther away and that she was unable to get to him because of the strong waves. The scenario was made more difficult by the dispatcher's difficulty locating the pair. Every second mattered and time was running out. Rescuers arrived at the scene too late, but by the time they got there, Vince was already sinking beneath the wave. From the coast, Vince was nowhere to be seen, and the event's solemn atmosphere was only heightened by the sky's growing darkness. Let's take a closer look at Angelica at 35. Angelica was a woman who had big plans. She was interested in photography and thought it would be her career. Her true name, though, was Latvian-born Angelica Lips. After 2 marriages and 2 divorces, she continued to pursue a better life outside of her native country. Her goals were to establish a career, get a work visa, and reside in the United States. She was fortunate. She moved to the United States and got a work as a nanny. But when she met Vince at age 46, things really started to shift. Despite their different ages, Vince, who had gone through 2 divorces, was successful in the construction industry, and their relationship developed swiftly. Let's examine Vince in more detail now. Vince was a giving individual. He collected people, threw parties, and lived an active and vibrant life. He and Angelica first met at one of these events. She moved into his house in the little New York town of Poughkeepsie a few weeks later. Their relationship progressed quickly. Conversations about marriage and kids became commonplace. However, there were problems simmering beneath the surface, and they only got worse the day before the terrible incident on April 18, 2015. Vince and Angelica attended another party the day before the catastrophe. While Vince and his pals were enjoying themselves, Angelica left early, saying she wasn't feeling well. She appeared aloof and hardly engaged with people. The tension between them became apparent to Vince's friends, and it eventually turned into a small but noticeable argument. But there was nothing noteworthy that night. That evening, they parted ways and didn't get back together until the next morning. At that point, Vince revealed his kayaking ambitions. He was adamant that they reconcile and go out on the Hudson River to enjoy some time together. There, let's revisit that fateful day. Angelica accepted the plan in spite of the chilly weather and growing wind. For a photo shoot, the pair intended to go to Bannerman's Castle, which is situated on an island in the middle of the river. In the hopes of getting some amazing pictures, Angelica packed stylish attire for a variety of photographs. The wind was getting stronger, and it seemed to portend problems, but by noon they were at the water's edge, ready for another adventure. Around them, huge waves swelled, and every movement was stiffened by the cold. Even though Angelica could see that the weather was getting worse, they continued because of Vince's intransigence and love of adrenaline. Angelica would never forget what Vince said before they left. "This will be your life's journey." The meaning of those phrases would become hauntingly new. The trip to the castle proceeded without incident a few hours later. To set the tone, Angelica informed the cops that they had had a few beers together before leaving. Since they had to return, they both understood they had to maintain their sobriety. On the way back, however, everything changed. As the waves rose higher, Vince began to lag behind. He yelled that his kayak was absorbing water, and Angelica turned to see his boat sinking. The tidal tide pulled her toward the coast as she attempted to turn around. She contacted emergency services as soon as she landed, but Vince had already vanished into the chilly Hudson River. The night of April 19, 2015, marked the start of a search that continued into the following day and into the night. While a sonar-equipped boat fought fog and choppy waves, divers dove into the murky Hudson to find Vince's body. They searched the region with rescue helicopters, but to no avail. As they struggled to deal with the catastrophe, Vince's family was in a state of shock and panic. Even though they realized the chances were poor, his friends and family clung to the hope that he had somehow survived the icy water and powerful current. Ironically, Angelica seemed the most composed of all the worried individuals. As if nothing had happened, she kept updating her social media accounts with pictures and videos. Vince's family was really offended by this behavior because they thought it was improper and even suspicious. Her statements did not strike a chord with the distraught family members, despite her assertion that she was clinging to hope and waiting for her fiancé to arrive. Angelica had to return to the police station for additional interrogation 10 days after Vince vanished. It was all because of a remark she had made in her first exchange with detectives that seemed casual. On the way back, she may have unintentionally taken the drain plug out of Vince's kayak, she said. The investigation's trajectory was significantly altered by this minor detail. The idea that Vince's death was just an accident began to lose credibility, as there were suddenly more questions than answers. Angelica also informed the cops that Vince's paddle was broken. It was challenging to row correctly since it had missing a locking ring. The detectives' suspicions were only heightened by this, and they began to think about the possibilities of foul play, a broken paddle, and a missing plug. Investigators were worried by these details. When taken together, these minor details led the authorities to believe that Angelica might have purposefully created the conditions for Vince to drown. However, why would she have done this? The whole picture felt lacking without the motive, which was still a mystery. Investigators began contacting those who knew both Vince and Angelica in an attempt to learn more about her potential motivations. Angelica had lived with Michael Coven for a number of years before the police got in touch with him. Although Michael acknowledged that he couldn't totally rule out such a scenario, he was astonished to hear of the accusations surrounding Angelica. He disclosed that there was a darker side to her cool-headed and collected exterior. At times, especially after drinking, Angelica would become combative and initiate disputes, which Vince, Michael claimed, quietly put up with. But only a few weeks prior to the catastrophe, Vince told a buddy that he was seriously considering getting married to her. He characterized her as aggressive and manipulative, particularly when she became unruly when being questioned. Although Angelica acknowledged that there were disagreements in the partnership, she insisted that they were only about their personal lives. The detectives were put on hold by her evasive remarks and imprecise wording. Bouchy, an increasing amount of evidence suggested that Vince's death might have been a premeditated tragedy rather than an accident. The motivation proved to be more important than first thought. In addition to interpersonal problems and resentment, Angelica had a particular financial incentive. She was the principal beneficiary of Vince's roughly $500,000 life insurance policy. It was a substantial amount that could provide her with a new beginning and resolve her financial issues. Since Angelica didn't have a job at the moment, this money may have a significant impact on her future. Due to these fresh disclosures, Angelica was no longer the heartbroken fiancée but rather the main suspect. She insisted on her innocence in spite of this. Nevertheless, she was arrested on charges of second-degree criminal wrongdoing and released on bail of $9 million, 0 cents. Which, considering her foreign nationality, she could scarcely afford. Angelica was kept in detention pending trial because investigators were concerned that she could try to escape. According to Angelica's defense, her remarks during the 11-hour interrogation were not legally enforceable. Since Vince's body had not yet been found, her lawyer maintained that it was impossible to verify any foul play or deliberate crime in the absence of forensic proof. He maintained that Vince died in a terrible accident. He said that a wave caused the kayak to capsize and that the drain plug may have fallen off later when the boat began to sink. The defense set up an experiment on the Hudson River to bolster their version of events. There was a person sitting in a kayak of the same model who looked like Vince. Even on a calm day, the tests showed that the ship was resting very low in the water, only a few inches over the surface. This proved that even if the plug hadn't been loosened, big waves could readily fill the kayak with water. The lawyer also reminded everyone that Vince had been drinking, which might have affected his ability to coordinate and react in a flooded kayak, make dubious confessions, and conduct water experiments. This led to a great deal of discussion. Even though Vince's body had not been found, the inquiry was moving forward. The drain stopper, a tiny hole little larger than a fingertip, was the primary source of conflict. The idea that such a minor detail might have led to such a tragedy was difficult to accept. Since Vince's kayak had a drain opening on top, it seems doubtful that enough water could have entered the boat for it to sink. As doubts grew, Angelica's attorney demanded more studies to help solve this riddle. A precise simulation was carried out using the same kind of kayak, a mannequin that had the same size and weight as Vince, and circumstances that were very similar to those of that fateful day. According to the studies, the kayak didn't fill with water fast enough to capsize even after the drain plug was removed. Only a few droplets of water were able to enter through the drain hole, far too little to have resulted in a deadly situation. This implied that Vince's kayak could have easily made the final mile or two back to shore even without the plug, but the prosecution turned its attention to the paddle after the experiment appeared to totally refute the plug argument. Angelica stated that the paddle was broken and lacked the locking ring, which investigators thought might have made it more difficult for Vince to maneuver the kayak. The defense, however, refused to concede even in this case. They showed that the paddle's operation was unaffected by the ring's removal. It was still robust and totally functional and could be used efficiently. This did not alter the fact, though, that Angelica confessed to touching Vince's paddle and the plug while being questioned. This admission served as the impetus for the accusations against her. Even the smallest elements, like touching the paddle or unintentionally brushing across the plug, were used by the police to suspect Angelica of intentional acts because they appeared to be part of a well-planned crime. However, the defense persisted in its struggle in spite of the prosecution's seeming rational argument. According to Angelica's lawyer, during the interrogation, her comments were taken under emotional stress. After reviewing all 11 hours of the recorded interview, the defense called in a false confessions expert who came to the conclusion that the police had used significant psychological pressure. According to the expert, the investigators employed traditional methods intended to force a confession. Question. During the questioning, they forced her to repeat words that supported their story, played the parts of the good cop and the bad cop, asked leading questions, and didn't give her time to process the situation. Angelica was frequently perplexed. Her emotions became more erratic and her answers became less specific. The expert contended that her statements should have been interpreted cautiously because she was in a condition of shock. Her brief statement that she had previously considered ending the relationship was one that the investigators took note of because it was taken to be an admission of intent to hurt Vince. The defense actually argued that this statement had nothing to do with what happened that day. It simply alluded to their long-standing marital problems. Although Angelica discussed freedom in a more general context, the police decided to take a different tack. According to the interrogation specialist, Angelica never used terms like crime or death in such contexts, and the investigators' manipulation of her admissions was more likely to be the consequence than the truth. However, after they got what they wanted, the investigators ignored these information and rejected whatever else Angelica said. The defense contended that the drain plug in Vince's kayak had been broken for months prior to that fateful day. Angelica claims that they had gone kayaking multiple times without the plug, and that there had never been any significant issues. Although there were hazardous circumstances on the river that day, the disaster was caused by the weather rather than any deliberate activities. However, the prosecution did not waver in its position. It all made sense to them. A woman fed up with the partnership, looking for money, arranging an accident to earn insurance payouts, and becoming independent. The questioning of Angelica seemed to go on forever. She felt trapped and had lost all sense of time. She initially made an effort to resist, but her determination waned as the officers kept bringing up the drain plug problem. Her account of the plug, whether it was present or not, got confused, which the investigators decided to take advantage of. The pivotal moment occurred when a tired Angelica requested to go home to feed her cat. The moment the investigators had been waiting for came when tears filled her eyes. They increased the pressure since they could feel how vulnerable she was. Despite the fact that she never explicitly admitted to a crime, the police persisted in asking her a series of leading questions. According to an expert who later watched the interrogation video, Angelica looked worn out, overburdened, and obviously unable to think straight. Her erratic answers were the usual outcome of emotional exhaustion rather than a deliberate admission of guilt. The expert claims that she only wanted to get away from the constant interrogation, which caused her to provide a number of evasive responses that served as the foundation for the case against her. Vince's body, meanwhile, was still unaccounted for. His friends and family were left in limbo, their suffering getting worse every day. His body was not found in the Hudson River, close to the same Bannerman's Island the couple had visited on the day of the tragedy, until the morning of May 23, 2015, over a month after he vanished. Drowning was verified as the cause of death by the autopsy. There were no indications of struggle or foul play. There were traces of alcohol in Vince's blood, but not much, indicating that the severe weather and the cold water temperature had the biggest effect on him. A few days after the body was discovered, Vince's kayak was found. As expected, the paddle had no locking ring, and the drain plug was gone. However, its functionality remained unaffected by the ring's absence. None of these circumstances by themselves could have caused drowning, the defense argued. It was a confluence of factors, including the chilly water, high winds, absence of a life jacket, and drinking. The catastrophe was brought on by this combination rather than anything Angelica did. But the prosecution wasn't going to back down. They concentrated on the contradictions in Angelica's claims, interpreting them as proof that she was responsible for Vince's demise. They had a simple theory. She purposefully damaged the kayak in order to put Vince at danger of dying. But Angelica's attorney maintained that Vince's own carelessness was to blame for the regrettable mishap. Under the influence, he decided to go out on the sea without a life jacket and, in bad weather, he took that gamble even though he knew he had little chance of surviving in the icy water. Even though Angelica insisted she was innocent, the case changed course when the prosecution saw that charging her with willful injury would not stand up. It was insufficient to persuade a jury that breaking a paddle or pulling out a drain stopper were simple crimes. In addition, the defense made strong arguments and experts attested to the possibility that such a disaster might occur in given conditions. The prosecution reached a standstill and made a plea offer to Angelica. She consented when they suggested that she enter a guilty plea to involuntary manslaughter, which would only carry a few years in prison rather than a life sentence. Angelica was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter and given a 4-year prison sentence. She only had a few months left to serve, though, given the time she had previously spent awaiting trial and throughout the legal proceedings. As part of the plea agreement, Angelica spent less than 4 years in jail, 32 months, before being released on parole in December 2017. Although she was given a 4-year sentence, she actually served less than half of that amount because of time served and early release. Therefore, the parole system permitted her to become released earlier in late 2017, even though her term was legally 4 years. Tensions persisted, even after she was freed. The result was too difficult for Vince's family to accept. They were outspoken in their displeasure with the light sentence, believing that Angelica was the cause of their son's death. However, Angelica insisted that the truth was known only to her and to God. She insisted that Vince's death had been a terrible accident and that she was not to blame. She encountered fresh difficulties after being freed. She had trouble finding work and faced deportation. Angelica's guilty plea prevented her from claiming Vince's insurance benefits. She was compelled to return to her own country 16 months later, where she started to reconstruct her life and put the trauma of those incidents behind her. She claimed to be completely recovered from the experience, enrolled in a university, obtained employment, and carried on with her life. People, this is a story with many unanswered questions that may never be resolved. A complicated and intense picture is painted by Vince's passing, Angelica's actions, and the contradictory testimony. In these circumstances, it's simple to be influenced by the narrative of the prosecution or by public opinion, but it's crucial to keep in mind that the truth isn't always clear. In my opinion, the legal system is capable of errors. Particularly in situations such as these, false confessions can result from coercion, psychological weariness, and interrogation techniques. Angelica was in a predicament where she was disadvantaged by both the external factors and her own blunders in speech and behavior. However, was she really to blame for Vince's passing, or was it really a terrible mishap that turned into a nightmare for all those concerned? I want to now address you, the audience. Which do you believe is more significant in this tale, chance or guilt? Has a judge made a mistake in Angelica's case, or is she really involved in Vince's demise? If you were in her shoes, what would you have done? More significantly, can we always rely on judgments based on contradicting evidence? I want to know what you think. Stories like this one make you wonder about the thin line that separates accusation from truth. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Residing in the dying neighborhood. Generally speaking, those who haven't moved in a long time know their neighbors well. They are aware of whom to avoid and to what degree, as well as whom to trust. After years of cohabitation, neighbors can occasionally get closer than certain family members. When the family is traveling or on vacation, they are expected to take care of the house and property. Without thinking twice, they invite each other over and let their kids eat delicacies from these people. On occasion, though, the longtime neighbor may prove to be a true madman who has been waiting for the proper opportunity. In recent years, the Diana Garnica case has grown to be one of Argentina's most dramatic. The inquiry took a great deal of time and effort, and the culprit might have avoided punishment because the victim's body was never located. There was hardly any direct proof against him, and he refused to acknowledge his guilt. Who was the family of Diana Garnica? Early life. On March 3, 2000, Diana Abigail Garnica Cisneros was born in the town of Villa Mariano Moreno El Colmenar, Argentina, in the province of Tucumán. Being the youngest daughter and the seventh and second-to-last child of her parents, she grew up in a huge, impoverished family. Her parents, Elizabeth Susana Cisneros and Ramon Garnica, put a lot of effort into providing for their numerous children and making their homes at least passably comfortable. Diana, the family's youngest girl, was adored by all. Her older siblings looked after her, and her parents loved her. She performed well academically, had a gift for sketching and a love of dancing from an early age. She was very close to her elder sister Sonia, who basically looked for her upbringing while their parents were at work, and she was exceptionally smart and reasonable for her age. She also never lied to her family and had no secrets from her parents. Due to the Garnica family's strong religious beliefs, the parents and kids routinely went to church, and made an effort to live morally upright lives. In order to assist their parents to some extent, the elder kids also started working when they were teenagers. Each of the younger ones had their own duties and was responsible for keeping the house in order. Diana always wanted to help others around her, thus she dreamed of becoming a doctor, was incredibly responsive, friendly, and sensitive. She stated that she would purchase her parents a large home so that her mother could create the flower garden and fruit trees she had always imagined, and she intended to establish a prosperous career to support her family. Unfortunately, relocating to a different city would never allow these dreams to come true. Following Ramon's job loss due to deteriorating financial difficulties, the parents divorced in 2013. The family was compelled to relocate to Juan Bautista Alberti, which is in the same province as Tucumán. They found the transfer to be quite challenging, and at first their issues only got worse. After more than 20 years of marriage, the couple's relationship rapidly soured. After they started fighting all the time, they finally came to the conclusion that they could no longer be together. All of the children were shocked by the divorce, but the youngest ones were most affected. When Diana found out what had happened, she was devastated. A 13-year-old girl's world fell apart in a second, and she was unable to comprehend what would happen next. The father continued to provide for his ex-wife and kids in spite of their split, but he soon had another family. Elizabeth also suffered a great deal as a result of the divorce, but she was fortunate to find a good profession that paid well for the area, and her kids helped to support her. The family gradually adjusted to their new situation, became comfortable in their new house, formed friendships, and built strong bonds with the locals. A Dario named Javier Suarez resided across from the Garnica family. He was a 36-year-old man who was incredibly nice, amiable, and lovely. He was raising 4 children with his spouse, Yasmina Alejandra Villarreal. In addition, he had 1 unmarried child and 2 children from prior marriages. Notably, the Garnicas only lived in Juan Bautista Alberti for 6 months after Dario and his family relocated there. Since they were new to the neighborhood, maybe that's why they became fast friends so quickly. Suarez had previously resided in the northern Argentine province of Santiago del Estero. Dario worked at a brick factory in the area alongside his wife, 2 brothers, and a few other family members, moved within a mile of their residence. Diana and her siblings were almost the same age as his kids. They became friends, as they soon discovered they had things in common while attending the same school. Additionally, the grown-ups got along well, letting their kids come and stay together, celebrating family occasions and growing close to one another. During their first job and adolescent relationship, Sonia and Diana even took care of the smallest neighbor's kids while their parents were at work. Ramon helped his ex-wife and older children as much as he could after the divorce, but he almost stopped sending money after he had a new family. Despite offering a steady salary, the mother's job was woefully inadequate to support a large family. Even a tiny business that produced and sold their own baked goods was launched by the family, but it failed very fast. The situation got so bad that Diana had to quit school in her senior year in order to work and support her mother. In order to take care of an elderly, sick person, the 16-year-old girl accepted a job as a caretaker. Garnica believed that this experience would help her in her future career as a doctor. Even though she was young, she took her work very seriously and responsibly. She cooked diet-specific meals, complied with the suggestions created by the treating physician, closely followed all instructions, and kept an eye on the medication schedule. Diana enjoyed her work. She felt valuable and needed, worked hard to accomplish things correctly, and was admired for it. Even though she worked from dawn till night almost every day, she continued to dutifully go to church on Sundays with her mother and sisters. Additionally, she started dating a boy with whom they had previously attended school. The young couple would occasionally go through the park in the evenings, just chatting and spending time together. Diana, however, followed her mother's rigorous guidelines and routines. She always got home around 10 o'clock at night. She never went somewhere without telling her family where she was going, who she was going with, and when she would be back. And she never stayed out late. She occasionally accompanied her neighbors and their kids to the city market to buy supplies, although her mother was always aware of these outings. Dario looked after the neighbor's girl as if she were his own kid, spoiling her with modest presents every now and then. When the man found out she had a boyfriend, he gave her paternalist advice about how boys may be dishonest and cautioned her against letting him take advantage of her innocence and naivete. The girl, who still had no secrets from her mother, told her about this talk. Although Elizabeth thought the neighbor's behavior was a little odd, she concluded that it was his way of showing concern because he had teenage daughters who were Diana's age, which was an odd request. Late in the afternoon on May 6, 2017, Diana suddenly got a call from her neighbor, who, out of pure kindness, said he wanted to assist her family. Although Garnica was in dire need of money at the time, she was anticipating a bonus soon, which she intended to use to start fixing their home's roof, which had begun to leak during a recent downpour, and to get a dental prosthesis for her mother. But then Dario abruptly said he wanted to get Elizabeth a gift air conditioner, and he invited Diana to go with him so they could help pick one out. Because he wanted it to be a surprise and knowing would make it impossible, he requested that Diana not inform her mother about it. He arranged for a meeting spot and once more got her to swear not to tell anyone. She got this strange call right now. Diana had just gotten home from her job. She stated she needed to drop off groceries she had purchased on the way home and change her clothes once she got there, despite the neighbor's insistence that she accompany him immediately. Since her mother never lied to her or hid secrets from her, it was only natural for her to tell her everything. It also seemed strange to the woman. They were friendly with the neighbors, but this was the first time they had ever done this. Since their family did not require an air conditioner, Elizabeth wanted to call Dario herself to express her gratitude and decline the offer. Her daughter, however, persuaded her not to, stating that she would make the promised trip to the store but would turn down the pricey purchase. The girl told her mother that she would be back home before it was too late and that everything would be all right. In order to maintain the surprise, the neighbor texted Diana's phone to let her know he was already waiting for her and to ask her to keep their meeting a secret. After responding that she was leaving, Diana realized her phone was nearly dead. In order to charge it, she chose to leave it at home. The last time anyone saw her was when she met Dario at the prearranged location. An enigmatic disappearance. Elizabeth became concerned when her daughter didn't come home by nightfall, particularly because she was unable to contact her because the phone was left at home. The woman waited a bit longer, but she became anxious as night fell. She tried to comfort her mother that nothing terrible could have happened and that her sister would soon return home, after first calling her oldest daughter Sonia and telling her everything. The mother heard the neighbor's motorcycle pull up to the house across the street. As it grew pitch black, she sighed with satisfaction, thinking Dario and her daughter were back. But by 5, 10, 20 minutes had gone by, and the girl was still not inside the house. The neighbor was by himself when the woman went outside. When she asked him about Diana, he was taken aback and claimed not to have seen her that day and to know nothing about her. Elizabeth was taken aback. She couldn't decide if the neighbor was telling the truth or whether her daughter had cheated on her for the first time in her life and gone somewhere else. The man persisted in telling her his story, though, and even gave her his phone to make sure he hadn't spoken to her daughter. He had, of course, erased all the messages and calls by then. Concerned about the girl's whereabouts, Dario even volunteered to drive around the area with her mother to find her and question the teenager's friends and neighbors if they had caught anything unusual. But instead of accepting his assistance, the woman chose to begin the hunt on her own. No one had seen the girl that day, but she and her older kids wandered the area until late at night, phoning all of the girl's friends and acquaintances and questioning everyone they encountered. When Elizabeth got home, she checked her daughter's phone and discovered that her daughter had not erased 2 missed calls and a message from the neighbor. The woman was so certain that Dario was lying that she called the police and her ex-husband to report their youngest daughter missing. After hearing the disturbing news, the man drove to his ex-wife's house, which was several hundred miles away, to assist in the hunt for his daughter. The horrifying scene at the brick factory and police indifference. When a concerned mother reported her daughter missing to the police station in the middle of the night, the officers did not take the case seriously, assuming the girl had either run off with her boyfriend or gone to a party with friends and would return home by morning. The authorities ignored Elizabeth's fears, stating that they would not begin a search until at least 24 hours had elapsed, despite her sharing her suspicions about the neighbor and even displaying the conversations and messages on her daughter's phone. When the Garnica family realized they were on their own, they launched a large search. The father had already come from a different city by then, and they proceeded to the neighbor's house to have a serious conversation. But the house was quiet, dark, and vacant, and when they knocked, nobody answered. After that, the family visited the brick factory where the neighbor and his family worked. when the missing girl's relatives found a horrifying discovery. As the senior member of his staff, Dario had access to the plant even when it was closed because he possessed the keys. The lights were on that night, and the girl's relatives came in to find a terrifying scene. Even though it was a day off and the facility was meant to be closed, the brick-making furnaces were operating. In addition, every adult member of the neighbor's family was there. They were obviously burning stuff in the furnaces and seemed restless. A horrible suspicion struck the Garnicas. Dario wasn't in the factory, and when they inquired about his whereabouts and the situation, those in attendance attempted to divert attention by claiming that they were performing maintenance and getting equipment ready for use, adding that the man had just arrived and may have gone to the bathroom. However, the suspect was able to covertly escape the search for evidence and the arrest of suspects by leaving the factory through the back door within the brief time that this conversation lasted. The family of the missing girls made the decision to get in touch with the prosecutor's office following the terrifying scene at the workplace and the peculiar actions of Dario's relatives. At that point, the adolescent had been missing for about 24 hours, and the inquiry was scheduled to start. It turned out, though, that the police station where the parents had reported the girl's disappearance had not provided any information. Got to them. Prosecutor Claudio Benari was incensed by this circumstance, took charge of the case personally, and vowed to discipline the police officers who had failed to perform their duty. He started by asking for a warrant to search the brick plant and Dario's house. Nevertheless, because it was Sunday and the legal system was not functioning, the prosecutor chose to handle everything himself in order to save valuable time. Benari asked his family for assistance in getting rid of the body and evidence because he thought the suspect may have attacked the adolescent, abused her, and then killed her. The fact that Dario's whole family was in the plant on their day off in the middle of the night and had mysteriously started the furnaces raised suspicions in his mind. As the family looked for the daughter, including on social media, the man's calls and messages to his young neighbor's phone also seemed odd. As soon as the case gained widespread attention, several conjectures and guesses were made. The young beauty might have been abducted and sold into slavery at a brothel or for organs, for example, according to a widely held notion. One woman even named a specific individual, but it was later discovered that she was merely attempting to get revenge on her ex-boyfriend by sending him to prison. The suspect's home was searched, but nothing was found. The crime had obviously taken place somewhere else, and he had not brought the girl there. At the brick plant, no signs were discovered either. Benari did not, however, rule out the possibility that the corpse and evidence were destroyed in a cremation using the furnaces, but they were merely conjectures and speculations. However, the prosecutor used the missing girl's phone data as a major justification to start Dario's arrest. As potential accomplices, his mother-in-law, sister, wife, brothers Cesar and Marcus, and a few other family members were also taken into custody. The defendant rejected all of the claims against him during questioning, saying he had not seen the neighbor and had not spoken to her that day. Clear disparities in their claims were found, nevertheless, based on data analysis from his phone and devices that belonged to the victim and his family. While his family members were charged with criminal conspiracy and involvement, the guy was charged with unlawful detention, potential assault, and depriving the girl of her life. While the investigation into the search for Diana was underway, all suspects were placed in jail for 3 months. Her parents remained optimistic, even though the authorities initially didn't think the missing girl would be discovered alive. They increased the number of persons that participated in the search, demanded that Dario reveal where their daughter was and what he had done to her, coordinated marches and protests, and involved the media in the investigation. In an attempt to sway the inquiry and coerce the suspect into delivering a statement, the parents desperately sought meetings with the security and justice ministers at the time. Unfortunately, this did not translate into practice, even when the highest governmental levels welcomed the family of the missing girls. Despite the efforts of more than 200 police officers, assistance dogs, and specialized tools including search drones and helicopters, the search was unsuccessful. Disturbing findings in one of the kilns at a brick plant. A second examination revealed a tooth part and an odd, heavily melted metal thing. This item was thought to be the nose piercing the missing girl had on, but to verify this, specialized forensic analysis was needed, and it would take time as law enforcement awaited the findings. The man's notebooks with highly suspicious entries were discovered after a second, more extensive search at Dario's home. It became clear from these seemingly private diaries that the man was genuinely fixated on his young neighbor. When the family moved in next door to his house, everything began. She was just 13 years old at the time. The notes made it apparent that the girl drove the suspect crazy, even though he did not write anything explicit about what he planned to do with her. For years, he thought about her every day and occasionally wrote letters to the neighbor in which he strangely proclaimed his love. Investigators came to the conclusion, after going through all the notes, that the man's addiction only got worse with time and that he was unable to control his disgusting cravings. He implied that she would one day belong to him and that he would provide her permanent peace and tranquility in one of his final messages to the girl. This entry appeared to be a direct threat, suggesting that Dario may have used her before dealing with her. The forensic analysis findings were still waiting, but it appeared that the case could be taken to court based only on the diary entries because the physical evidence had vanished. Benari discovered that the evidence had just vanished as he attempted to determine the cause of the holdup. Neither the identity of the unusual metal object nor whether the toothpiece belonged to the missing girl could be ascertained by DNA analysis. The police officers in charge of protecting the evidence were promptly dismissed and placed under arrest for criminal negligence and potential aid to the suspects after the prosecutor made the decision to categorize information regarding the investigation's advancement. Following this heinous crime, federal authorities took immediate control of the investigation. Furthermore, it quickly became apparent that several of the documents discovered at the suspect's house had vanished as well. The final letter, in which he pledged to provide the girl eternal rest, was one of them. The case might just collapse in the absence of these pieces of evidence, and the offender and his associates might not be held accountable. 3 months later, however, no steps were taken to help identify the location of the missing physical evidence. Although the suspect's incarceration period had ended, it was dangerous and clearly threatened to result in a loss to take the case to court without important evidence. The child's phone data and the testimony of a random bystander who saw the suspect and the missing girl strolling together down the street on the day she vanished were all that was left. The court only partially approved the defense's request, which called for Dario's attorney to have the entire investigation ruled unlawful, his client released immediately, and the search results revoked because they were carried out without a special order. All of his relatives were freed because no particular charges could be brought against them, but the primary suspect was still in detention. But Dario was also freed in May 2019, 2 years after the girl vanished. The body had not been located, no new evidence had surfaced, and the investigation had not advanced during that time. The long-awaited trial and verdict, the investigation was still ongoing, even though the primary suspect was freed. Testimonies and other information occasionally surfaced that suggested Diana might still be alive. For example, a banknote purportedly written by the girl with a request for assistance was discovered. Only in June 2021, however, was it determined through handwriting analysis that the missing girl's writing was not hers. Prosecutor Benari was able to finally take this difficult case to trial, more than 4 years after the daughter vanished, but the Garnica family was growing more and more discouraged as the proceedings were continually postponed because of the global pandemic. The family no longer wished for a good result or the rightful punishment of the guilty. The offender didn't show up in court until April 2023, 6 years after the crime was committed, when the trial finally started. Everyone thought Dario's diaries were lost forever, but at that time the missing entries had been located. These turned out to be the main pieces of proof that established the man's guilt. Nevertheless, more professional examination was necessary to confirm these documents' legitimacy. Furthermore, 2 additional witnesses entered the case. One was the ex-lover of Dario, who said he had wooed her when she was just a teenager. She also said that she was by no means the only young girl the suspect had abused in this manner, and that he always had a weakness for them. The second witness was a likely collaborator and neighbor of Suarez, Dario's brother. He claims that the brothers arrived together on a motorcycle with an odd big bundle in the sidecar the night the girl vanished, grabbed some equipment from a shed, and then departed together. Because Suarez was always erratic and violent, the witness had been silent for a long time out of concern that he may hurt his family. The defendant, who said he would never hurt the adjacent girl since he considered her to be his daughter, never acknowledged his wrongdoing. However, a guilty conviction was rendered based on the limited evidence. The missing girl's body was never located, and the events of that terrible day were meticulously reenacted. This proved that the man had seduced the adolescent, taken advantage of her, killed her, and disposed of her remains, likely with the assistance of his family. Dario was convicted of kidnapping and exploitation on May 2, 2023. He was given a life sentence without the chance of release for taking Diana's life. No other family members, including his brother Suarez, could be held responsible. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In May 2007, a suspect was formally identified by Portuguese police looking into the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeleine McCann, who vanished while on vacation in the Algarve 15 years ago. 3-year-old Madeleine McCann disappeared from her family's vacation rental in Praia da Luz, Portugal, on May 3, 2007. The investigation reached a number of dead ends, in spite of extensive worldwide media coverage and extensive searches conducted in several nations, including Portugal, the UK, Spain, Germany, and Morocco. Time and resources were wasted as a result of the deluge of misleading hints, unreliable reports, and unconfirmed tips. Every lead was followed by major media outlets like the BBC, Sky News, and The Guardian, but none of them produced the breakthrough that everyone had been hoping for. Did authorities discover her whereabouts years later? Why has this case remained one of the most perplexing disappearances in history? And what went wrong? Now, let's explore the narrative. Interest in the enigmatic disappearance of Madeleine McCann has been rekindled by a new search in a new location. When she was a toddler on a family vacation in Portugal in 2007, she vanished. Every family wished for a vacation like this one. Kate and Jerry McCann, both in their late 30s, had been putting in a lot of effort in their respective medical professions. They decided it was time for a break after years of juggling their family and work lives. They made travel arrangements to Portugal's Algarve, a well-liked vacation spot for British families. On May 3, 2007, they left for what was supposed to be a quiet week at the Ocean Club Resort in Praia da Luz with their 3 kids, twins Sean and Amélie, as well as their oldest daughter, Madeleine. At the time, Madeleine, their 3rd child, was 3 years old. The family stayed at the resort in a spacious, cozy apartment. Despite the basic lodging, the location was ideal for a restful vacation. The McCanns were a close-knit, loving, and well-educated family that was perfect in many respects. In addition to being doctors, Kate and Jerry were also loving parents who were very involved in their kids' lives. They chose a family-friendly resort with a kids' club and lots of activities because they had carefully planned their trip. They weren't the kind to take chances or neglect the security of their kids. Actually, the resort was known for being safe, so they were at ease knowing that their kids would be protected while they spent some peaceful time together. But everything would change on the night of May 3, 2007. A night that nobody could have foreseen. After spending the day at the resort, Kate and Jerry McCann made the decision to have a quiet dinner with friends at a nearby tapas restaurant on the evening of May 3, 2007. In their apartment, their 3 kids, Madeleine, Amélie, and Sean, were fast asleep. The couple took turns checking on them and felt at ease leaving them alone for brief periods of time. Kate checked on the children at 9:30 p.m. She discovered that everything was in order. Madeleine seemed to be sleeping soundly in her bed, and Sean and Amélie were both sleeping soundly. Their friend, who was staying next door, Matthew Oldfield, later offered to come see how the kids were doing. The door to the children's bedroom was open when he went to check on himself, but he didn't look any further and couldn't remember if the window or shutter was open. Kate returned to see how the kids were doing at around 10 o'clock at night. The patio doors were unlocked when she stepped inside. Due to an open window, the door of the children's bedroom slammed shut on its own as she attempted to close it. At that moment, she noticed that Madeleine was gone and that the window and its shutter were open. Kate yelled, "Madeleine's gone," as she hurried back to the restaurant in panic. "She's been taken." Approximately 10:10 p.m., Matthew Oldfield was asked by Jerry McCann to go to the resort's reception and call the police on May 3, 2007. At 10:30, Hotel employees and visitors started the resort's missing child procedure by looking around for Madeleine. After searching for hours, they still couldn't find her, although at first they thought she might have gone missing. Together with their friends, the McCanns broadened their search by calling Madeleine's name and knocking on doors. Panic increased as the evening wore on. Their fear only grew as each minute seemed to drag on for an hour. Even though Kate and Jerry were desperate to find their daughter, it seemed to be getting harder as time went on. Despite their best efforts to remain strong for their other children, they were overcome with pain and anxiety, and the uncertainty was nearly unbearable. But the police's reaction wasn't the best. Around 11:10 p.m., 2 Guardia Nacional Republicana (GNR) officers showed up at the resort. Following a quick search, they called the criminal police, or Policia Judiciaria (PJ), who showed up at around 1 in the morning. Search dogs were brought in by 2 a.m., and by 8 a.m. the police had broadened their search to include nearby caves, wells, and waterways. But during what are referred to as the golden hours of a missing person case, errors were made. Roadblocks did not appear right away, and it took hours for Border and Marine Police to be notified. Numerous resort employees were never interviewed, and important surveillance footage was never requested. After samples were sent to 3 forensic labs, Madeleine's bedroom was found to contain the DNA of an unidentified stranger. However, the evidence might have been compromised because by the time the apartment was sealed off, about 20 people had already entered the room. The investigation was further delayed when Interpol took 5 days to issue a global missing person alert. It was useless by the time the police put tape across the door at 3 in the morning. Crowds were reportedly assembling outside the apartment, including close to the window of the kid's bedroom, which is where the kidnapper may have entered. Even police officers contaminated the scene by handling the evidence improperly. One even dusted the window shutter for fingerprints without gloves. Robert Murat, a British-Portuguese property consultant, was the first suspect 12 days after Madeleine McCann vanished. Murat, who had been involved in the case and offered to assist with translations, lived close to the McCannans' apartment. He was questioned and his house and possessions were searched extensively, but no evidence connected him to Madeleine's disappearance was found. After his suspect status was revoked in July 2008, he was awarded hefty damages for defamation. Portuguese police did not take the McCann's suggestion in June 2007 to use a former police officer's matter orientation system to help find their daughter seriously. The Portuguese police responded by writing to the British government to request more help. As a result, Keela and Eddie, 2 British sniffer dogs, arrived in July 2007. The investigation took a darker turn, despite the fact that there was no proof whatsoever that Madeleine was dead or that the McCannses were responsible for her disappearance. A number of witnesses reported seeing suspicious people in the vicinity of apartment 5A in the days preceding Madeleine's disappearance, including a man acting strangely close to the apartment and men collecting money for fictitious charities. A man with blonde hair was also frequently spotted observing the McCannans' block. In spite of this, the investigation did not immediately make any progress. However, what took place that evening? Was a random crime the cause of Madeleine's disappearance? Or was there a darker motive at work? The reasons behind her disappearance have been the subject of several theories, some of which we will discuss later. Let's examine the DNA analysis in more detail for the time being. Hair and fibers from apartment 5A and the McCann's vehicle were sent for DNA analysis in August 2007. The findings on August 8 moved the investigation from kidnapping to murder. The forensic lab employed a contentious, easily contaminated low-copy number DNA technique. A partial match to Madeleine's DNA was discovered in the car's boot on September 3, but the findings were not conclusive. This raised questions about the validity of the results by implying that the DNA might belong to several different people. The McCanns were formally designated as arguidos, suspects, by September 2007. Although DNA evidence from the apartment and their rental car was provided, the findings were ambiguous and complicated. In spite of this, the Portuguese police urged the McCanns to confess and speculated that Madeleine might have died in an accident. Due to a lack of evidence, the case was later archived in 2008 after receiving progressively negative media coverage. A thorough police investigation was warranted for Madeleine McCann. A dearth of evidence presented significant difficulties for the investigation in the days after Madeleine McCann vanished. No forensic evidence indicated a crime scene, no indications of forced entry into the apartment, and no definitive answers regarding Madeleine's fate were found. The following theories surfaced. 1. During an abduction by a sex offender, many initially thought that Madeleine had been kidnapped by a sex offender who had broken into the apartment while the McCanns were eating. The door to the children's bedroom was discovered ajar, and suspicious men were spotted all over the resort. But there were concerns about how the kidnapper could have gotten in undetected, or without leaving any evidence of forced entry. 2. Robbery wrong. According to a different theory, Madeleine was taken during a robbery that went awry. It's possible that thieves broke into the apartment to take valuables, but when they discovered the kids inside, they kidnapped Madeleine. Witnesses reported seeing suspicious men around the apartment, and there had been several reported burglaries in the area. 3. Accident and cover-up. According to this theory, Madeleine may have overdosed on medication or died in another accident while she was in the apartment. The McCanns may have attempted to conceal the death and make it seem like an abduction and a panic. Although some investigators noted discrepancies in the McCanns' account, this theory was not substantiated by any tangible evidence. 4. Suspicious woman. On the evening of May 3, 2007, a number of witnesses claimed to have seen an odd woman close to the McCanns' apartment. Although she was said to be acting strangely and wearing a purple top, there was no evidence linking her to Madeleine's disappearance. Though each theory had its proponents, none of them was able to provide a definitive explanation for Madeleine's disappearance. The mystery remained unsolved, despite the investigation's continued exploration of every potential lead. The disappearance of Madeleine McCann swiftly gained international media attention. What began as a missing child story quickly became a worldwide event. The media started to doubt the McCannans' involvement as the investigation was postponed, with some conjecturing that they might be concealing something. According to reports, a police dog picked up the smell of blood in the McCannans' rental car and apartment, which heightened suspicions that they might be behind Madeleine's disappearance. A media frenzy ensued, with the world waiting for answers that never materialized, from what began as sympathy for the McCanns. On September 9, 2007, the McCannans left the UK, even though they were named as suspects in their daughter's disappearance case. Chief Inspector Tavares de Almeida came to the conclusion in a report on September 10, 2007, that Madeleine had died inadvertently in the family's apartment, and that the McCannans had staged the kidnapping with the assistance of their friends. A leaked diplomatic cable from September 28, 2007, which showed that US and UK authorities were cooperating on the case, provided more evidence in support of this theory. Tensions with the McCanns grew when they declined to take part in a police reconstruction. Even though Portuguese police had broadened their investigation in October 2007, when the Portuguese Attorney General declared on July 21, 2008, that there was no evidence connecting the McCannans or Robert Murat to Madeleine's disappearance, the investigation was declared closed. But only a few weeks later, on August 4, 2008, the authorities acknowledged the lack of conclusive evidence and made thousands of pages of case files public. Following Madeleine McCann's disappearance, her parents established the Madeleine's Fund, which by March 2008 had amassed over PS 1.8 million. With assistance from individuals such as J.K., the fund provided a PS 2.5 million reward for leads, including Rowling and Simon Cowell. Control Risks and Mateto 3, two private investigators the McCanns hired, may have produced some results in Morocco. In 2008, tensions grew between the McCannans and the Portuguese police. They hired Oakley International, which produced e-fits of a suspect, 4 PS 500,000. When Scotland Yard released these e-fits in 2013, they caused a stir because they had been kept secret until then. The Sunday Times later paid the McCannans PS 55,000 in damages for publishing the story. The McCanns met with British Home Secretary Alan Johnson in 2009 to ask that Madeleine's case be reviewed. Jim Gamble's 2010 report, which criticized the British and Portuguese authorities' lack of coordination and suggested closer cooperation, was the result of this. The British government began Operation Grange, a thorough investigation of the case by Scotland Yard, in May 2011 under Home Secretary Theresa May. A petition from the Sun newspaper served as one of the catalysts for this. By July 2013, the investigation had grown from a team of 29 detectives to a full-scale operation. Over the years, the team looked into hundreds of potential sightings and sex offenders, translated documents, and published age-progressed photos. The investigation's scope was reduced by 2016, but in 2018, the Home Secretary authorized more funding, raising the overall cost to Ps $11.6 million. In order to continue the investigation, there were additional extensions in 2018 and 2019. Calls made close to the Ocean Club around the time Madeleine vanished were tracked by police in 2014 using mobile phone tracking. After being questioned, the former bus driver and his associates denied any involvement. Euclid Monteiro, a former employee of the Ocean Club whose phone was found close to the scene, was another important person. No evidence connected him to Madeleine's case, despite the fact that he had previously been questioned about break-ins, and he passed away in 2009. During the same raid on Scotland Yard, believing Monteiro was responsible, issued a request for information in March 2014 regarding a man implicated in sexual assaults in vacation homes in the Algarve. Interviews with 4 Portuguese nationals produced no leads, and a thorough search in Praia da Luz in June 2014 produced no fresh evidence. 11 individuals, including Robert Murat's associates, were questioned later in December, but once more, no significant results were obtained. More than 8,600 sightings of Madeleine had been reported globally by 2016, but none of them were deemed credible. Scotland Yard kept investigating every lead, but she was nowhere to be found. Authorities were hopeful that the remaining pieces of the puzzle, including cell site data and leads about possible suspects, including local suspects offenders, would eventually come together as the investigation continued. 10 years after Madeleine vanished, in 2017, her parents continued to hold out hope. They felt that someone out there knew what had happened, so they vowed to keep looking for as long as it took. Meanwhile, authorities in Braunschweig, Germany, got a vital tip regarding Christian B., who allegedly admitted to a friend in 2017 that he was aware of Madeleine's fate. German police made a shocking announcement in June 2020. They had a new top suspect in Madeleine McCann's disappearance. Christian Bruckner, the suspect, was a 43-year-old convicted sexual offender with a history of unsettling offenses. This new lead gave the investigation new hope after years of dead ends. Bruckner had a troubling criminal history. He had a lengthy criminal history that included drug trafficking, sexual abuse, and burglaries during the previous 30 years. Authorities characterized him as an empathetic psychopath who preyed on defenseless girls. When Bruckner was found guilty of sexual abuse in Germany in 1994, his criminal career officially began. He carried on committing crimes after fleeing to Portugal, such as robbing hotels and vacation rentals close to the Praia da Luz resort. Bruckner's actions on the night of Madeleine's disappearance were connected by German police. 3 primary suspects, 2 men and a woman, who were spotted with a girl who looked like Madeleine, are the subject of the most recent development. Investigators found that Bruckner's cell phone had made a call close to the resort an hour prior to her disappearance. The day after Madeleine vanished, investigators discovered that Bruckner had left Portugal and registered his vehicle to someone else. Did he know more than he was revealing, or was this merely a coincidence? When investigators found troubling evidence connecting Bruckner to other crimes, it appeared that his involvement was even more likely. Bruckner was discovered to have posted about his fantasies of abusing children in a Skype pedophile chat room in 2013. It raised suspicions even though he didn't bring up Madeleine. Then, in 2016, investigators discovered images and videos of child abuse in an abandoned factory that had once belonged to Bruckner. Police took years to link Bruckner to Madeleine's case even though he was a known criminal, but when they looked further, they discovered that he had 68 videos and 391 pictures of child pornography. Christian Bruckner was given a 7-year prison sentence in December 2019 for the 2005 rape of a 72-year-old American woman in Portugal, close to Praia da Luz, where Madeleine McCann's family had been lodging. It is thought that Bruckner assaulted the woman, another woman, and a teenager during the assault, which was caught on camera. Portuguese authorities did not disclose the person's identity, but by 2022 they had named him an official suspect in Madeleine's case. Both German and British police had requested the announcement. Whether Bruckner was the suspect or if someone else had surfaced was unclear. Bruckner's criminal record also included drug trafficking sentences. The Barragem do Arade Reservoir, located approximately 30 miles from Praia da Luz, was searched for 3 days by Portuguese and German authorities in May 2023 after Madeleine vanished. In 2008, a lawyer said he had previously searched the area after receiving information from his criminal contacts that Madeleine's body might be there. Bruckner was also on trial in Germany for rape and sexual assault, with the attacks allegedly taking place in Portugal from 2002 to 2017. An email account connected to Madeleine's disappearance was discovered by authorities, according to a German investigator in June 2024. Bruckner was purportedly connected to the account. A second email account used to disseminate pictures of child abuse was also discovered by investigators. Remarkably, the emails associated with this account were erased soon after Madeleine vanished in early 2007. In a separate trial in October 2024, a German court cleared Christian Bruckner, although he has not been charged in Madeleine's case. Bruckner, 47, is currently serving a 7-year prison sentence in Germany for rape. According to the defense, there was not enough proof to find him guilty of the charges. Although no charges have been filed against him in relation to the case, Bruckner is still the main suspect in her disappearance, even though prosecutors had pushed for an additional 15-year sentence. Though they need more proof before they can charge him, German investigators continue to believe Christian Bruckner may have been involved in Madeleine McCann's disappearance. They cite his history of targeting young girls, cell phone records, and suspicious behavior as important connections to the case. "We will never give up hope of finding Madeleine alive," the McCanns wrote on their website, expressing their continued optimism. "But in order to find peace, we must know the truth regardless of the result." The investigation goes on while Bruckner remains silent in prison. Is there more to the story? Or is he the one at fault? We live with this doubt in our hearts, even though we don't know what happened. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A person's life can be completely transformed by the emotion of love. It can be tender and loving, or it can be hurtful and disappointing. Almost everyone has times in their lives when they meet someone who becomes special to them, but occasionally these relationships don't work out as planned. In this tale, a man and a woman fell in love, but their relationship ended because of a well-publicized investigation. What transpired between them? For what reason were their parents against their relationship? This video will teach you the answers to these questions. I want to start by saying that this is one of the most unbelievable stories I have ever posted on my channel. Why do those who are meant to protect and serve act indifferently? And everyone will be shocked by this story's conclusion. We will therefore talk about what happened in Kemerovo, Russia, in 2020. The administrative hub of the Kemerovo Oblast is the sizable Russian city of Kemerovo. It is located in western Siberia's southern region. It is one of the biggest cities in Siberia, with a population of over 500,000. On September 24, 1997, Vera Pekteleva was born in Kiselyovsk, Kemerovo Oblast. She developed into a happy, imaginative adult. She enjoyed singing and she won several competitions while she was in school. Despite their divorce while she was in school, Vera's parents, Oksana and Yevgeny, remained friendly. Vera got along well with her mother's new husband and her father's new wife. She was characterized as a non-confrontational, upbeat, and kind individual. As previously mentioned, Vera was a creative person, so her family was taken aback when she chose to attend the State Technical University in Kemerovo after high school graduation, rather than pursue a career in the arts. Vera spent her free time visiting her mother, Oksana, who lived in Kiselyovsk, approximately 110 miles from Kemerovo. Vera met a man her own age, Vladislav Kanius, during one of these visits in 2016. The total opposite of Vera was Vlad, as everyone called him. He was reclusive, irritable, and lacked life goals. Vlad was raised in a dysfunctional household and left school after the 9th grade. He lived with his father after his mother abandoned her family. But the challenges in his life did not stop there. In the end, his father committed suicide as a result of his legal troubles. Vlad was profoundly affected by everything that transpired in front of his eyes. Vera fell in love with Vlad despite the fact that they had little in common. Vera's parents opposed this relationship because they were aware of Vlad's identity. Of course, the guy's life wasn't easy, and we felt sorry for him, but we wanted a completely different life for Vera. We disapproved of her choice. We waited for her to end this relationship, Oksana, her mother, said. Vera's father asked her to break up with Vlad after learning about him. But Vlad and his daughter remained together. She simply ceased discussing him with her parents. Vera's mother, Oksana, recalled, "Vlad was never at our family gatherings. He was not in the photos on Vera's social networks. It was like she was hiding him." An essential fact to note here is that Vera and Vlad moved into Kemerovo together in 2019. Vlad, who was unemployed and did not want to change that, loved living with Vera, and her parents helped pay for the apartment. She was intelligent, attractive, and always had cash in her pocket. She gave him financial support. The couple's relationship was strained. It was obvious that Vlad would not stop abusing alcohol. Her parents thought Vlad had beaten her. Vera ultimately made the decision to end this toxic relationship in November 2019, but her boyfriend was adamantly against it. As previously stated, Vera and Vlad shared an apartment that was partially funded by her parents. In November 2019, Vera made the decision to break up with Vlad. According to logic, Vlad ought to have moved out. He was not going to do it, though. He enjoyed living at the expense of others. This is a passage from Vlad's testimony. It will help you understand what transpired after Vera made the decision to break up with him. However, keep in mind that this is Vlad's testimony. Whether or not you believe what he says is up to you. He stated in his testimony, "On December 15, 2019, I got into a fight with Vera because she wouldn't let me go to a nightclub. Throughout our relationship, Vera started to frequently leave for Kislyovsk and gradually started to distance herself from me, telling me that she was talking to someone else. Don't forget that a month prior to that, Vera told Vlad that she was ending their relationship. We continued to live in the same apartment during this period, and I also learned that she was seeing someone else through our mutual friend, who informed me that Vera was seeing another man, Alexander, from Kislyovsk, whom I did not personally know. I wanted to speak with Vera after learning that she was seeing Alexander. After our argument on December 15, 2019, she left and took some items with her, but I kept in contact with her over the phone, and on January 12, 2020, I called Vera and offered to help her move her remaining possessions to a different apartment. Vera accepted my offer to meet and move things, and we decided that I would assist her with the move. We decided to meet in the afternoon on January 13, and she was to come to me for her belongings. On January 13, 2020, at approximately 4 or 6 p.m., Vera arrived, and we packed her and my belongings since I wanted to leave this apartment as well and didn't want to live there without Vera. We drank beer, liqueur, and vodka while packing, and afterward I felt inebriated, and Vera was too. We drank until 5 in the morning on January 14, 2020. We didn't have any arguments while we were drinking, but when I started talking to her about our relationship, suggested that we should get back together, and revealed that I knew she was seeing another man, we started to argue. She didn't like it, so she began to curse, insult me, and hit me, specifically kicking me at least 5 times in the groin and hitting me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. I didn't feel any pain when she slapped me, but I did feel pain when she kicked me between the legs, which is how Vera began hitting me first, and I was upset because she had lied and claimed she wasn't seeing another man. Vera continued to insult me while claiming that I was intruding on her personal life because I was well informed about her. Vlad told the police that version of events. We'll then go over the opposing viewpoint, which provides compelling evidence that Vlad was dishonest in his testimony. Take note of this statement. We drank alcohol until 5 a.m. on January 14, 2020. There were no conflicts between us in the process of drinking alcohol. Vera had no intention of sharing the apartment with Vlad, much less partaking in alcohol. She requested a friend's assistance with the move. Vera left her friend a voicemail at 5:08 p.m. She claimed to have already arrived at the apartment and was gathering her belongings. She promised to arrive at her new apartment around 6 o'clock. Vera requested assistance from a friend to move her belongings from the taxi to the apartment. Vera left another voicemail 3 minutes later. She asked her friend to assist her with the move by coming to the apartment where she and Vlad shared. But before Vera could finish, Vlad interrupted, saying, "No one's coming in here." As a result, he opposed Vera's friend visiting the apartment. 4 minutes later, at 5:15 p.m., Vera asked her friend to come in a low voice, suggesting that things had gotten out of hand. This message appears to have been a request for assistance. She purposefully spoke quietly so Vlad wouldn't hear her. Vlad's commanding voice can be heard once more, at 5:25 p.m., when Vera sent another voicemail. He advises Vera's friend to wait for Vera to text her and not to bother them. Vlad recorded the voicemail himself at 7:19 p.m. Vera was unable to use her phone from that point on. The monster and she were left alone. But we must explain what happened next. The dreadful screams emanating from apartment 738 began to wake up the neighbors on the same floor at around 3 in the morning. A witness referred to the events as a massacre. 15 people gathered in the hallway outside the apartment because the screams were so loud. Among them was Vlad's brother. Since his brother had previously threatened to kill Vera, he recalled Vlad's words and understood that they would have to smash down the door. Since the apartment's door was iron, the neighbors began gathering tools to pry it open. Vera's heartbreaking sobs had been coming from the apartment all along. Eventually, the emergency service calls that people made were included in a different investigation. 30 minutes later, the police were still nowhere to be found. The event ended at 6:30 a.m. People called the police during these 3.5 hours, but nobody responded to Vera's call for help. While Vera was fighting for her life, the witnesses called the emergency services 7 times, but no one answered. Vlad was the last person to speak to them from behind the door. The neighbors eventually located a crowbar in a nearby parking lot and broke down the door after he said, "Vera, forgive me. I love you very much." Vlad was in the restroom by now, and Vera was already dead. He was inebriated. 112 operators were discussing life, laughing, drinking tea, and were extremely upset that they were being bothered, while Vera was suffering a terrible death at the hands of her ex-boyfriend, and the neighbors were futilely attempting to contact the police for assistance. It was only after Vera's death that the police showed up. They will later allege that one car ran out of gas, and that no officers were available because everyone was attending to other calls. Consequently, the police officers who were on duty that evening and the 112 operators were also put on trial. The police station video was released while the investigation was underway, but translating it into English is pointless. One word sums it up for me: indifference. And even without subtitles, it is obvious. Recall that Vlad stated in his testimony that he and Vera did not have any disagreements until 5 in the morning, but the forensic analysis revealed that he was lying. 6 hours prior to her demise, Vera sustained her initial injuries. At around midnight, that is, it indicated that she had been beaten and injured by Vlad Knus for 6 hours prior to her passing. She had stab wounds among the approximately 100 injuries on her body. She had broken ribs and a nose. Her neck also had marks from strangulation. And prepare yourself if you were surprised by the police's inaction. You won't be any less surprised by what happened next. At the funeral of Vera Pekulova, over 1,000 people showed up. Not everyone could be accommodated in the church. Vera's mother, Oksana, claims that despite the funeral home's 4-hour makeup attempt, she was still unable to identify her daughter. Her injuries were that severe. Vlad Knus, meanwhile, was providing his version of events to the investigators. Naturally, he made an effort to minimize his involvement in this crime. Regarding that evening, he stated, "She didn't like it when I brought up our relationship, suggested that we get back together, and told her that I knew she was seeing another guy. She then began to curse, insult me, and hit me, specifically kicking me at least 5 times in the groin and hitting me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. When she slapped me, I didn't feel any pain, but when she kicked me between the legs, I felt pain. This is because Vera began hitting me first, which infuriated me because I knew everything about her, and she lied when she said she wasn't seeing anyone else. She kept insulting me during this time, so I became enraged and struck her with my palms several times, hitting her head about 4 times, but with little force. When I struck Vera, she fell to the floor, hitting the closet, and she struck me back, specifically hitting my head with her fists and palms, which hurt. I asked her to stop, but she didn't, and I recall that she scratched my back. I then grabbed her by the neck, and after noticing an iron on the floor, I wrapped the iron cord around Vera's neck, tightened it a little, and squeezed her neck for 1.5 minutes or 2. I didn't want to kill Vera, and I didn't know at the time that what I was doing could do so. I was tightening the cord around her neck to frighten her, to make her lose consciousness, to put her to sleep. She began coughing and wheezing for 15 minutes after I took the cord off her neck. Vera was in a prone position when I took the cord off her neck, but I later placed her on her back. At that point, she was unconscious, but she was also making noises, i.e. wheezing, and I assumed she was okay. Vera was not responding when I tried to wake her up, so I put my ear to her mouth and then to her heart to check if her heart was beating. She had no pulse and was not breathing. I don't recall what happened next, but I do recall that I ended up in the bathroom at one point while holding a knife. After a while, the door to the apartment opened and my brother and a policeman were inside, and then I was told to get dressed and taken to the police station. I had a knife with me because I wanted to hurt myself, and I didn't want to live because I knew Vera was dead. I want to apologize to Vera's family for what I did, and I acknowledge that my actions were the reason behind her death. I didn't intend to kill her. Vlad has a selective memory, as you have observed. He recalled strangling Vera, but he couldn't recall how he hurt her roughly 100 times. Furthermore, it was unclear how Vera, lying on her stomach on the floor, could have scratched his back and punched him in the face. It also became evident during the interrogation how Vlad's brother got to the scene of the crime. He lived in a different city after all. Vlad told the police the following. I called my brother. I told him about what happened. I told him that Vera wasn't breathing, and my brother told me to call an ambulance and give her CPR. I tried to give her first aid. I tried to give her CPR and cardiac massage. He called his brother around midnight and threatened to kill Vera, according to information uncovered during the investigation. When questioned again about Vera's injuries during the second interrogation, he responded as follows. I admit that I caused Vera all of the injuries listed in the report, and I did not count the number of blows I delivered, but I may have been responsible for the injuries the expert discovered on her body. I don't recall how many times I struck her, but I believe it was the same amount. She screamed and insulted me during our argument, and I didn't like hitting her. When I did hit her, I didn't like her screaming, so I wanted her to stop talking. At the time, I didn't consider her suffering. Vlad Kanyas added that he and Vera had agreed to be intimate that night. Since it was impossible to prove the opposite, the charges associated with this were eventually dropped. Negligence charges were brought against emergency service providers and police officers. Unbelievably, they were not suspended from their jobs while the investigation was underway. They persisted in providing absurd justifications for their actions. For each of the 5 defendants, the prosecutor sought actual prison sentences. But the judge made a different decision. They were given suspended sentences ranging from 1.5 to 2 years. Additionally, the court mandated that each give the victims roughly $350. The police department also had to pay about $11,000 at the same time. Although the ruble is the currency of Russia, I have converted all amounts to US dollars so that everyone can understand them. According to the indictment, the police officers had gasoline, and even if they hadn't, they still ought to have taken the proper action to address the situation. However, they didn't view arriving at the scene as an urgent matter. Both police officers did not confess to any wrongdoing and refused to assist with the investigation. They claimed that the investigation team was at another address where a man's body had been discovered earlier when witnesses called to report the woman's screams and cries for assistance. It's likely that we will never find out what actually transpired that evening. Vera had no intention of residing in the apartment. She even asked a friend to assist her in moving. Thus, there is every reason to believe that Vlad poured alcohol into Vera's mouth while she was unconscious, or forced her to drink it. He had time to devise a story that would demonstrate that everything that occurred was accidental. Vlad Kanius was given a 17-year prison sentence by the court in the summer of 2022. He partially acknowledged his guilt. Additionally, he was mandated to make a compensation payment of roughly $45,000. Vera's parents were shocked by what transpired next, since they felt that 17 years was a very light sentence for what Kanyus had done to their daughter. They intended to appeal the decision. But Vlad was not even imprisoned for a year. Pictures of Kanyus in uniform were broadcast on the network in November 2023, and it was revealed in April 2023 that he had been pardoned by the president following 6 months of involvement in the war. You are all aware of the nature of the conflict Russia is currently embroiled in. Additionally, he was released from having to compensate Vera's parents in any way. In Russia, Vera Pektaleva's case has generated a lot of interest. Not less poignant was the news of Vlad Kanyus's pardon. The Russian president's press secretary said the following about it. There is a specific process for pardoning, and we have discussed it on numerous occasions. The first step is for the convicted individual to confess to his guilt. The Federal Bureau of Prisons makes the initial decision, followed by the regional level, the federal district, the Central Commission, and finally the president, who receives the documents for review. This is one method, and there is another, in which prisoners, including those incarcerated for severe offenses, redeem themselves on the battlefield by using blood under shells and bullets. When Vera's parents found out that the person who killed their daughter was free and could start over, it's difficult to imagine how they felt. Such a chance will never come to their daughter. She was not given another chance. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.